Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Myhi, Tusca, protect yourselves, Ubaluna whispered, her gaze never leaving the horizon where their enemies waited. The two bishops nodded solemnly, tension tightening their expressions. Without wasting another second, Ubaluna raised her wand and unleashed a barrage of magic bullets, hundreds of glowing projectiles streaking across the battlefield toward their opponents. Looks like I'll have to be serious, Abaden murmured, her lips curling into a confident smile. With a twist of her wrist, space around her group warped and darkened. Dozens of black voids opened, Abaden clan's signature ability, holes, swallowing every magic bullet without leaving a trace. So, this is the power of the Abaden bloodline, Ubaluna muttered, frustration creeping into her tone. Her assault had been completely nullified. You're impressed by that? You haven't seen anything yet. Keisha smirked, snapping her fingers. Suddenly, new spatial rifts appeared around Ubaluna's group, regurgitating the very same bullets that had been absorbed moments before. Watch out! Ubaluna shouted, but it was too late. A storm of explosions erupted as the redirected bullets hit their mark. A towering pillar of flame surged into the sky, dust and debris blinding the battlefield's projection. The outside audience collectively held its breath. As the dust cleared, the broken remains of a tower came into view, but floating above it, unharmed, were Ubaluna, Tusca and Myhi, protected by three shimmering barrier orbs. A roar of applause echoed from the crowd, but within the battlefield, the three women were pale and rattled. Had Tusca not activated her inherent barrier in time, they would have been eliminated. Another sacred gear user, Keisha growled, eyes narrowing as her group's follow-up spells failed to breach the shield. From within the orb, Tusca raised her hand. A black butterfly, delicate yet ominous, appeared at her fingertips, her familiar, the hell butterfly. With a soft command, the butterfly multiplied rapidly, filling the battlefield with a swarm of glowing wings. Little ones, attack. At her signal, beams of ruin magic rained down from the butterflies in all directions. Keisha's eyes widened slightly. Troublesome. She conjured more holes to absorb the beams, and though many were devoured, several slipped through, forcing her team to respond with defensive magic. The air rang with the clashing of spells. Explosions echoed across the dimension as Ubaluna and her team launched a counteroffensive, striking relentlessly while the hell butterflies swarmed. Then, a cry of pain cut through the chaos. One of the beams struck Keisha, forcing her back. The injury wasn't fatal, but her face went pale from the blow. We can't win with that bishop's barrier in play, barked Coriana, her voice tense. I know. Keisha snapped. Despite her spatial abilities, Keisha couldn't gain an edge. The opponent's defense was simply too strong. Gritting her teeth, she turned to her second bishop. Mistita, are you ready? Standing in a meditative pose, Mistita opened his eyes. Multiple glowing halos surrounded him, his power gathered and ready. I'm ready. Seal the sacred gear user. With a nod, Mistita unleashed the halos. They pierced through Tusca's barrier effortlessly, latching onto her body with unnatural precision. NNGH, what is this? The protective orb shattered. Tusca cried out as the power of her sacred gear faded completely. What have you done? Myhi shouted, catching the collapsing Tusca. Mistita exhaled, drained. My sacred gear, coffin of unusual talent, trick vanish. It seals other sacred gears, but at a cost. Ubaluna's expression darkened. They hadn't anticipated a sacred gear user on the opposing team. It had to have been a recent acquisition. Now, with Tusca's barrier gone, their defense was exposed. Bomb Queen, you realize it now, don't you? Keisha sneered. Without your bishop's defense, you're finished. With a flourish, Keisha summoned a cyclone of flames and wind, merging them into a powerful firestorm that swept across the skies, scattering the hell butterflies. Now, strike for Sorgg-sama. Yes. A wave of elemental magic followed, fireballs, water arrows, and ice spears converging on Ubaluna's team. Myhi and Ubaluna scrambled to cast defensive wards, but cracks formed instantly under the onslaught. Boom! Boom! A final explosion thundered through the arena. Myhi and Tusca were ejected from the dimension, heavily wounded. Ubaluna lay amid the rubble, blood staining her lips. She couldn't move, Her strength was gone. "We've won," Keisha declared, landing beside Coriana and Mistita, who looked equally worn. But as Keisha raised her wand to end it, "Ha ha!" A cold chuckle broke the silence. "You're far too confident," Ubeluna whispered, forcing a smile through the pain. "If I'm going down, I'll take you with me." The ground beneath her lit up. A massive magic array activated, engulfing the entire area in radiant light. "Get out of here!" Keisha shouted, but it was already too late. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion rocked the field, sending shockwaves through the arena. The audience gasped. Ubeluna had sacrificed herself in one final gambit to drag her enemies down with her. One queen from Team Tenraku, eliminated. One bishop from Team Sorgg, eliminated. Victory, Team Sorgg. Outside the dimension. In the healing chambers, Tenraku knelt beside Ubeluna, who lay unconscious but alive. Her body trembled with strain, and her breathing was shallow. "You idiot," Tenraku muttered, his voice low. "I said to give it your all, not throw your life away." "Tenraku-sama," Ubeluna whispered weakly, her expression torn between shame and relief. "I just wanted to win for you." Tenraku gritted his teeth, placing a hand gently on her cheek. "Then remember this pain. Engrave it into your soul." His voice softened. "And live long enough to repay it. 1,000 years. 10,000. Never fall before your time again." Tears gathered in her eyes. "Yes, Tenraku-sama." As her strength gave out and she slipped into unconsciousness, Tenraku held her close, his expression unreadable. Up until now, the third round of the rating game had concluded with a hard-earned victory for Team Sorgg. With a queen's value being 9 points and a bishop's worth 3, their latest triumph brought them dangerously close to matching Team Tenraku's overall score. And now, everything would be decided in the ultimate clash, the War of Kings. On opposite platforms, suspended hundreds of meters apart, Tenraku and Sorgg stood tall, the cheers of the crowd rising like a tidal wave behind them. Their eyes met across the distance, calm, steady, and unwavering. A faint smile crept across both of their lips. Meanwhile, among the audience, "How's Master's match going?" Rainier asked casually as she took her seat. "It's about to begin," Ravel replied without taking her eyes off the stage. Then, noticing Rainier's late arrival, she added pointedly, "Where were you?" "I ran into a few old friends," Rainier said with a coy grin, clearly amused. Ravel frowned slightly but said nothing. She didn't trust Rainier's darkness, but as long as she remained loyal to Tenraku, Ravel chose to hold her silence. As the short intermission ended and excitement in the crowd reached a fever pitch, the voice of the host echoed throughout the arena. "Now, let the final match of the rating game begin." A roar erupted across the stadium, louder than ever before. The 3 preceding rounds had been thrilling, but nothing compared to the anticipation now surrounding the showdown between the kings themselves. Both kings and their pawns prepare for teleportation. Tenraku stepped forward, flanked by Marion, Burant, and the rest of his elite pawn group. On the opposite side, Sorgg was accompanied by a single masked pawn. Brilliant light engulfed both teams, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the arena. Alternate dimension, battlefield. The landscape was vast and featureless, a barren plain stretching endlessly under a steel-gray sky. Sorgg and Tenraku faced each other in silence, each assessing the other's forces. While Tenraku was joined by a team of 8 women, Sorgg stood beside only one companion. "The match begins now." The host's voice rang out once more, but neither king acknowledged it. Their focus was solely on each other. At last, Sorgg said, clenching his fists, "We meet properly, Kamaya Tenraku." "I've been looking forward to this, Sorgg," Tenraku replied, eyes burning with equal resolve. The tension between them was not just about pride, it was about dreams, ideals, and the strength they'd built to protect those they loved. "How's your mother?" "Thanks to you, she's recovering well. The doctors say she just needs rest now. My mother also asked me to thank you." "No need," Tenraku said gently. "As long as she's safe, that's all that matters." Sorgg nodded. "Then I can fight without regret." "But before we begin," Tenraku added, eyes narrowing, "introduce me to your pawn. He seems different." "You noticed quickly. Very well." Sorgg turned to his masked ally. "Regulus, reveal yourself." "Yes, Sorgg-sama." The masked pawn stepped forward and removed his mask, revealing a youthful face. But then came a transformation that stunned even the most seasoned warriors. Bones cracked, limbs expanded, and a golden mane unfurled from his spine. Muscles bulged. A tail lashed the air. Within moments, the man was gone, replaced by a colossal golden lion, its frame 5 to 6 meters in length. Embedded in its forehead was a glowing diamond-shaped jade gem. Roar! A majestic roar shook the battlefield, the very sky trembling in response. Back in the arena, gasps filled the air. A lion? Sorgg's pawn is actually a lion. Even the host sounded stunned. In the VIP box, Azazel narrowed his eyes. Then, recognition. That jewel. No way. That's not just a lion. He leaned forward. In the legends, it was written, God sealed a sacred gear within a lion. When the host died, it became a weapon. That lion is a Longinus. Battle axe of the Lion King, Regulus Nemia. Tenraku's eyes sharpened. So that's your pawn? Sorgg didn't deny it. Yes. When I found him, his former host had been slain by an unknown group. Normally, the sacred gear would vanish, but instead, it reverted to this lion form and wiped out every last one of the assassins. Perhaps due to my Vapula bloodline, Regulus recognized me. Eventually, I used 7 pawn pieces to make him mine. Gasps echoed again. A sacred gear that required 7 pieces to reincarnate, there was no doubt. It was a Longinus-class weapon. With boosted gear, divine dividing, annihilation maker, and now Regulus Nemia in the spotlight, this was a battle of gods among mortals. Tenraku's lips curved. Very well. He turned to his team. Marion Burant Shuria, and I Li Mira Isle Nell, elevate your ranks to queen. Yes. With synchronized shouts, all 8 of his pawn girls activated their promotion rights. Magic surged around them, their bodies glowing with power as they transformed into queen-class combatants. Sorgg patted Regulus's flank. Take care of them. Defeat them, but don't take lives. As you wish, my king. With a deep growl, Regulus leapt forward, the ground trembling beneath his paws. Tenraku's pawns responded immediately, battle dresses swirling in the wind as they charged to meet him. The War of Kings had officially begun. And the battlefield was about to erupt.
So, Sorgg, let's begin as well? Flexing his fists, Tenraku mobilized the power of the 2 heavenly dragons. The magnificent battle armor, with red and white intertwining, drew screams from countless girls in the audience. Just wait a moment, let me remove the shackles on me. I want to fight you with all my might. Taking off his upper garment, Sorgg revealed his muscular body, covered with various strange runes. These runes were the shackles Sorgg had applied to himself. While they increased the burden on his body during normal times, they served to enhance his strength through rigorous training. Ah-ha-ha-ha-h! Clenching both fists, Sorgg roared loudly. The runes on his body gradually dissipated, and an immensely powerful aura erupted from him. The ground beneath his feet was directly blown into a large crater. The overbearing and intense battle aura was like a hurricane, causing Tenraku to continuously retreat. There were even 2 long scratches on the ground where his feet had dragged. Feeling the wild surge of power from Sorgg, Tenraku's armor-covered face twitched uncontrollably. Oi, this guy's exaggerating, isn't he? And what's with this intense visual impact? If Sorgg's hair also turned into golden spiky hair, Tenraku might have mistaken this for a Sun mistakenly entering the scene. Oh, Sorgg, what kind of technique is this? Is it a forbidden technique? From the arena outside of the space, the host sounded puzzled. No, we didn't get any information that Sorgg can use forbidden techniques, Azazel replied while rubbing his chin. However, upon careful observation, one could see a hint of amazement flickering in Azazel's eyes. But the aura on him is somewhat similar to the aura when using forbidden techniques, isn't it? That's not spirit energy used in forbidden techniques, rather, it's a form of battle energy. The host was still somewhat puzzled, and then Emperor Daihe Belial chimed in. Battle energy? That's right, it's the battle energy produced after the body is pushed to its limits. Sorgg is a devil who was born with almost no magic power, and he lacks the talent for swordsmanship or forbidden techniques. So, he can only keep training his body, seeking the purest and most direct physical strength. The battle energy within him is different from any magic power or spirit energy. It's a power that originates from life, a manifestation of his vibrant vitality. All of us possess this power, but Sorgg continually trained himself, allowing this aura to become visible. Daihe explained the unusual battle energy emanating from Sorgg in a calm and gentle manner. While everyone understood what was happening, each person was deeply moved by this scene. To push the physical body to such an extreme level, how much unimaginable effort had he put in? Meanwhile, within the dimensional space. Partner, that guy is dangerous. Be very careful. I know. Drake's voice echoed from the jewel on the armor, and Tenraku's expression turned serious. This guy Sorgg truly hadn't disappointed him. Kami ya Tenraku, let's start. Sorgg clenched his fist and gave a reminder, then in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Tenraku. With a sharp sonic boom, Sorgg's fist came hurtling toward Tenraku. So fast? Tenraku's eyes twitched, and without any hesitation, he also struck out with his fist. Boom! A violent explosion echoed out, and the ground beneath Tenraku's feet formed a massive crater. Ha 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 ha! Boom 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 boom! Both figures flashed, and they unleashed a flurry of punches. The ground continuously erupted with huge craters. There was no magic, no techniques included in this clash, it was just the most primitive and savage form of combat. Oof! Countless people in the viewing arena were screaming madly. Despite the crude and explosive nature of the battle, it stirred their blood and made their hearts race. Boom boom, boom boom boom. On the other side of the alternate space, Marion and Burent, along with the giant lion formed by Longinus, were engaged in a fierce battle. Marion, Burent, and Shurya floated in the air, releasing their magic attacks. Various fireballs, thunders, and lightning bolts continuously rained down on the giant lion. Myra stood in front of the lion, drawing its attention. The length of her fine iron rod constantly changed as she attacked. Ni and Li, utilizing the agility of the Nikomata clan, darted back and forth on the battlefield. Whenever there was an opportunity, they rushed forward to let the detestable lion experience the power of their Nico fist. Then there were the two electric chainsaw girls, Isle and Nell. Since they were slightly weaker, they didn't engage in dangerous actions. They let their older sisters attract the attention and firepower up front while they executed sneak attacks from behind. Well, now there's a chance. Taking advantage of the lion's distraction, the two sisters jumped onto its back. With mischievous grins, they raised their chainsaws and wildly attacked the lion. Well, chop you up, dismember you into 8 pieces, dismember you into 8 pieces. Every time they raised the chainsaws, the two sisters entered an excited mode. The sharp chainsaws hummed loudly as they wildly struck the lion, causing it to shout in pain before it turned angrily toward them. You can glare all you want, but you can't reach us on your back. Fearless, the two sisters continued to hack away. However, with a crisp sound, the chainsaws of Isle and Nell didn't manage to pierce the lion's hide. Instead, their chainsaws broke. HHH. Mr. Lion, sorry for the interruption. Both Isle and Nell were somewhat dumbfounded. They turned to run, but the enraged lion was not about to let them escape. Roar! A furious roar generated a massive sound wave that made eardrums ache. Isle and Nell were hit by this sound wave hit head-on and were sent flying, tumbling, and rolling a great distance before finally coming to a stop. Feeling so dizzy. Stumbling to their feet, the two sisters saw stars in their eyes. Then, with a flop, they collapsed to the ground and fainted. 2 of Tenraku-sama's pawns, leave the battlefield? As the host announced, Isle and Nell, who couldn't fight anymore, were teleported out of the arena. Although Isle and Nell were usually quite mischievous, everyone liked them a lot. Seeing the two sisters taken out like this, the anger of Marion and the other girls grew. You bad lion, go die, meow. Leaping into the air, Ni and Li jumped up with an agile movement. With one hand raised, Ni and Li released several clumps of monster power, which transformed into 2 spinning discs of light. Then, they hurled the discs toward the lion with great force. Boom boom! With 2 loud explosions, the lion that was struck let out another pained roar. How's that, meow? This is a technique taught by Kurika-ne-chan. Now you know how formidable it is? Ni and Li sneered with a triumphant expression on their faces. Roaring lowly and seemingly completely enraged, the lion's jade jewel on its forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, 2 scarlet beams of light instantly struck Ni and Li, who were still in the air. What's happening? Before they could react to what was going on, the two sisters stared dumbfoundedly at the bloody holes in their chests. Then, they lost consciousness. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sky roared, and the earth groaned as Tenraku and Sorgg were still fiercely locked in the most primitive form of combat. Tenraku's fist struck Sorgg's face, knocking out a few of his teeth. In retaliation, Sorgg punched Tenraku's abdomen, causing the armor to shatter as he coughed up blood. Tenraku followed up with an elbow strike, sending Sorgg flying deep into the ground. But as Sorgg shot back up, he collided with Tenraku, launching him into the sky nearly 1,000 meters high. Tenraku activated the forbidden move, Unlimited Blade Works, unleashing thousands of holy swords and demonic swords that rained down like a torrential shower on Sorgg's head, causing the entire ground to explode. However, Sorgg unleashed his battle energy, shredding all the holy swords and demonic swords that approached him into pieces. With one hand raised, Tenraku immediately used the forbidden move of the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds. Forbidden move. Cloud of swords fall from heaven and a massive purple sword light descended, but Sorgg, standing firm with clenched fists and a resounding shout, resisted the attack. Seeing Sorgg standing proudly amidst the ruins, Tenraku became so excited that he was almost on the verge of tears. Just as Tenraku was ready to continue enjoying his intense battle with Sorgg, the voice of the host suddenly echoed in the air. 2 of Tenraku-sama's pawns, leave the battlefield? 1 of Tenraku-sama's pawns, leave the battlefield? From the start of the battle until now, which hadn't even been half an hour, Tenraku had repeatedly heard the news of his pawns being removed from the field. If Tenraku recalled correctly, this was already the 7th time, right? Although Tenraku knew that Marion and her group couldn't possibly match up against Regulus, it seemed like they were losing too quickly. He turned his gaze towards the battlefield on the other side, and his expression instantly changed. Kami ya Tenraku, where are you looking? Sorgg's voice came as a punch shot up into the sky, connecting with Tenraku's body. With a deafening boom, Tenraku crashed into the ground like a meteor, leaving a deep crater. Sorgg, then stepping down, seemed to use the moon step as he shoot down towards Tenraku again. Shadow lock? Feeling the danger to his peerage, Tenraku anxiously initiated the ability of Shield of the Dark Night Reflection. Several dark chains immediately shot out from Sorgg's shadow, wrapping around him. HHH, this thing can't restrain me? With a hearty laugh, Sorgg's arms trembled, and the chains made of shadows instantly snapped. What about this one? With a cold snort, Tenraku activated the ability of Demonic Beast Creation Annihilation Maker, and a mass of darkness spread beneath Tenraku's feet, and then a massive scarlet nine-tailed fox materialized and burst free. Hue! 9 fiery red tails swayed and danced as the colossal fox exuded a fierce aura, roaring toward the sky. Stop him! Issuing an order to the nine-tailed fox, Tenraku quickly flew towards the other side of the battlefield. Aha! Seated in a pool of blood, Shuriya was left speechless. She gazed at the massive lion not far in front of her, her face pale with profound fear. Growling softly, the giant lion curled its lips into a cruelly human-like smile. The jade jewel on its forehead radiated light, and then a massive scarlet beam shot toward the girl. I'm going to die. Consumed by fear in body and soul, Shuriya's mind was left with just one thought. Boom boom boom! A violent explosion followed, and amid the gasps of countless spectators, the scarlet beam tore open a massive trench on the ground, stretching almost a kilometer long. Are you alright, Shuriya? Hovering in the air, Tenraku quickly healed Shuriya's injuries. Though Tenraku's tone was calm, his eyes gleamed with a deep intent to kill. If he had arrived a moment later, Shuriya would have already died. WWW Tenraku-sama? Ni nearly died, Marion, Burant, and Myra were seriously injured too. WWW. As if having experienced a terrifying ordeal, Shuriya trembled all over, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to Tenraku. The lion was too powerful, its level already crushing them. Moreover, it wasn't competing against them, it was mercilessly slaughtering them. It's all right now, everything's fine. You should go rest for now, leave the rest to me. Gently brushing against the girl's cheek, Tenraku reassured her softly and then used his royal authority to send Shuriya out of the dimensional space. Once the girl had left, Tenraku's expression immediately turned cold. It seems you quite enjoy slaughter. Locking his gaze onto the golden lion on the ground, Tenraku seemed to sigh before a smile appeared on his face. With a twisted grin, he bared his sharp fangs. Although the lion didn't say anything, Tenraku understood the provocation in its eyes. It was waiting for Tenraku to engage in a battle of tearing and killing. So, let's fulfill its wish. Almost teleporting to the lion's side, Tenraku's fist crashed onto the lion's head. Boom long! The massive head was almost crushed and deformed by Tenraku's punch. The lion wailed in pain, took a few steps back, and then opened its large mouth, letting out a mighty roar. Hue! The tremendous sound waves set the air in motion. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been shaken to death on the spot. But Tenraku stood before the lion, completely unaffected, nonchalantly scratching his ear. So, this is the lion's roar merit? It doesn't seem that impressive. Let me show you mine. With a cold smile, Tenraku, beneath his armor, took a deep breath and then bellowed. Ah! Empowered by spirit power, Tenraku's voice was amplified by not just thousands, but countless times. The horn-like sound waves were even visible to the naked eye. The ground that was struck continuously exploded, and the lion in the forefront of it all was left dizzy and reeling. Do you know, I'm extremely angry right now. There is only one person who can bully my beloved peerage, and that person is me. How dare you harbor thoughts of killing them? Who gave you the audacity? With clenched iron fists, Tenraku's blows rained down upon the lion's body like a shower. The lion, an incarnation of the Longinus, fought and killed by instinct alone. It wasn't at fault, and Tenraku understood that. But so what? He had bullied his peerage and almost killed them. Regardless of whether it was a Longinus or a Lion King, it would pay the price. The lion resisted, and Tenraku's fist knocked it down. The lion roared in anger, and Tenraku's fist knocked it down. The lion struggled, and Tenraku's fist knocked it down. Tenraku didn't even know how many punches he had thrown, probably close to 100,000, if not more. If it were an ordinary lion, it would have exploded from the pummeling. However, the lion, transformed by Longinus, was exceptionally robust. Its body wasn't flesh and blood, it was made of true steel. Anyway, Tenraku just enjoyed beating it up thoroughly. When Tenraku withdrew his fist, the massive lion had already transformed beyond recognition. Yet, its resilient vitality prevented it from dying. Perhaps, as a Longinus, it was simply incapable of dying. Tenraku paid it no mind. He grabbed the lion's tail and lifted its body, then spun it a few times before tossing it several hundred meters high into the air. After delivering countless punches earlier, now it was time for some energy blasts. With a single-handed push, countless energy spheres shot out from between Tenraku's palms, booming and exploding in the air, turning the lion into a spectacle. As the lion fell back to the ground, not only had its shape changed, even its once golden and majestic fur had turned charred and blackened, appearing pitiful. However, the enemy's atrocities didn't make the lion yield. On the contrary, it further stirred up its ferocity. Shaking and struggling, it stood up, the jade jewel on its forehead radiant as it prepared to unleash a Lion King's ruin cannon upon Tenraku. But Tenraku didn't give it the chance. Flashing before the lion, he grabbed hold of the jade jewel on its forehead. Divided, divided, divided. Under the White Dragon Emperor's ability, the lion's strength continuously weakened and was reduced to a fraction. The jade jewel on its forehead dimmed, and then the lion, weakened all over, let out a feeble cry as it collapsed to the ground. The battle axe of the Lion King Regulus Nemia, the so-called tools that destroy God Longinus, is nothing more than this. Tenraku spread his 5 fingers with a sarcastic smile on his face, and instantly, a colossal scarlet energy sphere formed in his hand. Die. With a bloodthirsty and ruthless demeanor, Tenraku grabbed the lion's head and forced the energy sphere into its mouth. And then boom! Hong hong! Hong hong hong! On one side of the battlefield, the massive 9-tailed fox continued to shoot out Bijdama energy orbs, while Sorgg kept running and dodging. He had carelessly defended against the opponent's attack a moment ago, and even with the protection of his aura, Sorgg felt a tearing pain throughout his body. Although this was just a demonic beast created by Kamiya Tenraku, it was still incredibly dangerous. Closing in, closer, even closer, the opponent had entered his attack range. Sorgg suddenly accelerated, and with a sharp sonic boom, his fist struck the 9-tailed fox. Hue! The fox let out a pained howl, its body expanding, and then, boom long! The massive 9-tailed fox exploded, its powerful shockwave crashing into Sorgg. He let out a muffled groan as his body left marks on the ground, stopping after skidding several hundred meters. Blood also trickled from the corner of his mouth, but ignoring his injuries, Sorgg leaped up and rushed toward another part of the battlefield. However, well, Sorgg, you've finally arrived. Seated atop the golden lion, Tenraku waved cheerfully at Sorgg. Without mentioning Tenraku, just looking at Regulus, who was lying on the ground in agonizing wails, Sorgg's eye twitched with anger. How terrifying a torment had poor Regulus gone through. However, Sorgg naturally understood the reason behind it. Letting out a sigh, he said, I apologize, Kamiya Tenraku. About your peerage, Regulus often can't control its power. That's why I rarely use it. Well, don't worry about it. It bullied my beloved peerage members, and I bullied it back thoroughly. We're even now. Having vented his violence with satisfaction, Tenraku didn't intend to dwell on it. He jumped down and kicked the lion to Sorgg's side. Having just experienced a nightmare of a lifetime, seeing his owner moved Regulus to tears. With a powerful nudge, Regulus rubbed against Sorgg, almost knocking him over. After assessing Regulus' injuries, Sorgg's tension slightly eased. Regulus was an incarnation of the Longinus. As long as the jade jewel on its forehead and the core of its sacred gear hadn't been destroyed, its injuries would soon heal. Sorgg-sama, please wrap me around you. To defeat that man, we must unleash the power of the forbidden move. Having somewhat recovered, Regulus struggled to stand up. It had deeply understood Kamiya Tenraku's strength, and it could even sense 3 other beings within him that were no weaker than itself. To defeat that monster, they needed to combine their powers. Stop! That dangerous power can only be used when the safety of the underworld is at stake. How can we use it against Kamiya Tenraku? I will fight him with my own body and my own strength. Sorgg's expression changed when he heard this, and he refused without hesitation. That power was far too dangerous, even he hadn't completely mastered it. If he accidentally killed Kamiya Tenraku, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Regulus hadn't said anything, but Tenraku, on the other hand, was not pleased. Hey, Sorgg, are you underestimating me? You don't really think you can defeat me barehanded, do you? If the lion's power is dangerous, then the power I possess within me is 10 times more dangerous, 100 times? Don't forget our agreement. If you don't fight me with everything you have, you'll regret it, and I'll find it extremely boring on my end. Sorgg, do you understand? Tenraku spoke in a low voice with an extremely serious expression on his face. What he wanted was a genuine, intense battle with Sorgg, not a game of make-believe. Gazing at Tenraku in a daze, Sorgg initially looked guilty, but soon, he became resolute, as if he had made a decision. I apologize, Kamiya Tenraku. Although I had already decided to give it my all in a battle with you, there's still a lingering awareness in my mind that this is just a shallow competition. If I were to duel you without letting go of these thoughts, it would be an insult to you. I would live my life regretting it. From this moment on, I won't hold on to those naive and foolish notions. I will face you with the determination to kill, fighting you to the death. Kamiya Tenraku, my dear friend, today, no matter which one of us gets killed by the other, let's not blame each other. Hearing Sorgg's resolute declaration, everyone couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. This was no longer a simple contest, it had transformed into a battle of life and death. Outside the alternate dimension, the entire arena erupted into thunderous cheers. Tenraku's face finally broke into an excited and satisfied smile. Ah, that's how it should be. Even if we die, let's not blame each other. Tenraku wasn't a bloodthirsty warrior, but he certainly relished a fight. To battle and struggle against a recognized opponent was a true delight in life. Regulus, let's use our forbidden move. Yes? Sorgg shouted toward Regulus, and the giant lion responded with a fervent expression. It transformed into a golden stream of light that rushed into Sorgg's body. Grand Lion of Gold, King of Narmer. You, who are known as the Lion King, answer my call and manifest as armor? Dazzling light emanated from Sorgg's body, and a golden suit of armor materialized on him. A lion-like face adorned the chest plate, and the golden mane flowed and swayed behind the helmet. He looked majestic and powerful, exuding a sense of strength and beauty. Kami ya Tenraku, this is our forbidden move. Iron Skin of the Lion King Regulus Ray Leather Rex? Battle energy crazily erupted from Sorgg's body, causing the earth to crack, winds to howl, and even the entire alternate dimension emitted a shrill wailing sound as it struggled to contain his power. Hey, Sorgg, your mother, Miss Lasama, is probably watching the match now, right? Suppressing his boundless excitement, Tenraku inquired. Yes, Okasama said she would watch my match from the hospital. Not sure why Tenraku suddenly asked this, Sorgg answered truthfully. I see. Muttering to himself, Tenraku's facial armor dissolved, revealing a radiant smile directed toward the sky. Madam, I'm going to give Sorgg a good beating now. Please don't blame me. Damn, using such a shameless tactic? I won't let myself lose face in front of Okasama. Kami ya Tenraku, I will definitely defeat you. HHH, let's see who will defeat whom. Laughing heartily, Tenraku closed his facial armor, emanating an aura that soared to the heavens. For various reasons, be it a sinister sense of pleasure or a narrow mind, Tenraku was immensely envious of Sorgg. Thus, he had made up his mind to give him a thorough beating in front of his Okasama. Meanwhile, in a certain hospital room in the Satrai territory, Madam, although His Highness Tenraku is very powerful, young Master Sorgg has also grown stronger. He won't lose, for sure. Afraid that Madam might be worried about young Master Sorgg, the steward quickly offered reassurance. However, I'm actually looking forward to seeing if that boy can pull it off. It's been a while since I've seen Sorgg being bullied. I do miss those times. Gently brushing her lips, Madam Missla's complexion had improved significantly as she watched the live broadcast. The steward beside her couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking, Madam, young Master Sorgg is your son. Are you perhaps mistaken about something? Unaware of the complex emotions the steward was experiencing, Madam Misla continued to watch the screen without blinking, her eyes shimmering with contentment and warmth. This is wonderful. Sorgg also has such friends. The silent arena, with its near-million spectators, was fixated on two towering figures. The Golden Lion, the Scarlet and Silver Heavenly Dragon. This was a battle of the ages between lion and dragon. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the two finally moved. At an unhurried pace, Tenraku and Sorgg advanced toward each other. Their bodies emitted ferocious battle energy and spirit energy, causing the ground beneath their feet to shatter with each step. It looked as if they were treading upon the void as they approached each other. Then, simultaneously, their fists struck each other's faces. Intense pain surged through their minds, yet both of their mouths curved into triumphant arcs. This was their resolve, this was their power, this was their fight. Yay! The horn of battle had sounded. Tenraku and Sorgg both went berserk with their punches. Howling winds and thunderous explosions rung out in the surroundings. The ground under their feet erupted into a massive crater that kept expanding. Sorgg shattered Tenraku's chest plate with a punch, while Tenraku cracked Sorgg's chest shield with a punch. Sorgg's knee strike shattered Tenraku's insides, and Tenraku's leg sweep fractured Sorgg's ribs. Abandoning all defense, the two ruthlessly attacked each other. Oh, no techniques, no magic, this is just fists of men against men, like two children in a close-range brawl. What a barbaric battle. What a passionate battle. The host screamed excitedly, and the rest of the audience stood up, shouting the names of Tenraku and Sorgg. Kami ya Tenraku, Kami ya Tenraku, Kami ya Tenraku, Sorgg. The exhilarating chants echoed through the crowd. Countless people were flushed with excitement, and even Ravel, sitting in the VIP section, was shedding tears. Both her Unai-chan and Sorgg had once been regarded as trash in the underworld. They were both despised and mocked. But now, everyone was cheering them on. With a fierce roar, Sorgg threw a hook punch. The overwhelming power shattered the void, creating a black arc of primal chaos. The arc rapidly expanded, shooting toward Tenraku. Performing a risky flip to dodge the void arc, Tenraku's punch crashed onto the ground beneath him. HNG. A shockwave erupted, shattering the ground throughout the alternate dimension. Ha. A cloud of dust obscured all visibility, but Tenraku and Sorgg could sense each other's presence. Despite being thousands of meters apart, standing amidst the ruins, they continued to unleash a frenzy of punches into the void. Each strike sent out a violent energy wave. Countless waves collided and merged, generating a cacophonous explosion that reverberated throughout the alternate dimension. The sky roared, and the earth cried as the battlefield within the alternate dimension was now a shattered landscape. However, it was far from over. Charging forward, Tenraku slammed Sorgg into the ground, burying him deep within the earth. In the midst of the fight, the two battled directly in the earth's embrace. Thump, thump, thump. Thunderous roars resounded from within the earth, causing the ground to roll and surge like waves on the sea. The spectators were already staggered by the shockwaves, and they could easily imagine the ferocity of the battle taking place within the earth. Was this really just a fight between two new generation devils? It seemed more like a battle from the ancient era of gods and demons. PNG. The battle had raged on for a long time. Finally, amidst the cries of the crowd, Sorgg and Tenraku burst out from the earth, standing once again on the surface. Their armors were shattered, and their bodies were covered in blood. Both looked incredibly disheveled. With a forceful exhale of blood, Sorgg knelt on one knee, and a sight that sent shivers down countless spines. Has Sorgg been defeated? The host cautiously inquired, but no one provided an answer. Although Sorgg knelt on the ground without uttering a word, everyone could feel the unyielding spirit of battle still emanating from him. Sorgg, Sorgg, Sorgg. Some began to chant his name, their voices growing louder and spreading throughout the arena. Waiting, everyone was waiting, for Sorgg to rise once more. Gasping heavily, his insides damaged, bones mostly shattered, no one knew better than Tenraku the extent of Sorgg's injuries. After all, his own condition was no different. However, Tenraku possessed the ability of Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, a cheat-like ability to heal wounds. Sorgg did not. An ordinary person would not just continue fighting with injuries of this magnitude, they would likely have died already. But Tenraku understood that the man before him would undoubtedly stand back up. Because he was Sorgg. Stand up? Suddenly, a stern voice echoed, and a female figure slowly materialized beside Sorgg. Not a solid presence but somewhat ethereal, she looked almost like a kind of ghostly apparition. When the figure became clear, both Tenraku and Rias outside the arena were startled. Because the ethereal figure of that woman was none other than Sorgg's mother, Madame Misla? Oh, what's going on? Why is someone else intruding on the battlefield? The host exclaimed in astonishment, and even many in the audience shared his confusion. However, Azazel, seeming to have grasped the situation, halted everyone and said in a low voice, "She's not an intruder, she's the embodiment of Sorgg's obsession." Indeed, while Azazel's voice was quiet, anyone could hear the astonishment in his tone. The host and many audience members were still puzzled. The ethereal figure of that woman was a manifestation of Sorgg's obsession? Could one person's mental fixation influence the real world? How was such a thing possible? Leaving aside the shock and amazement felt by countless people, Madame Misla's embodiment born from Sorgg's obsession spoke again. "Stand up, Sorgg. Stand up, stand up, stand up for me." The embodied Madame Misla's expression was stern, proud, and authoritative, and not a cheering voice, but rather a reprimand for her son. However, prompted by his Okasama's scolding, Sorgg slightly stirred. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he slowly lifted his dirted and bruised face. Severe injuries and excruciating pain had already blurred Sorgg's consciousness. Even his gaze appeared vacant and distant. However, within those eyes, a faint and unyielding spark still flickered. "Didn't we agree you'd become stronger than anyone? Go fulfill your dream. Build the world you desire. Fight with all your might for the Underworld, for the sake of future generations to be spared from the pain you've endured. Tighten your fists and fight with all your might. Sorgg, stand up for me." After delivering these words, the phantom of Madame Misla dissipated with a resounding pop. But Sorgg's body moved. His hands moved, his arms moved, his legs moved. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Sorgg slowly rose to his feet. Blood splattered around him, but his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Head held high and fists clenched tightly, then, he let out a roar akin to a lion's. Countless souls were shaken by this scene. After a brief silence, the entire arena outside the alternate dimension erupted with thunderous cheers. "Sorgg, Sorgg, Sorgg." It was a rousing chant, a warrior's anthem. "Madam, Sorgg-sama has always remembered your promise, always," the steward in the infirmary choked up, wiping away his unstoppable tears. With a gentle smile, the true Madame Misla's eyes were already brimming with tears. Indeed, Sorgg had always remembered their promise. Always. Under the watchful gaze of countless people, Sorgg began to run. Gone was the exaggerated and fierce battle energy, he was simply running now. With every step, blood sprayed from the wounds on his body. However, at this moment, Sorgg exuded an unprecedented momentum. Every step he took resonated within people's hearts. "Drake, Albion, maximum output, channel your power to me." Observing the King of Lions sprinting towards him, Tenraku calmly spoke. "Partner, that guy might end up dying." Drake's voice resonated within the Jade Jewel. Sorgg's injuries were extremely severe. At this point, he was solely relying on his immense faith and determination to persevere. In truth, this battle had already concluded. "It's okay because this is the greatest respect I can show him." Drake and Albion fell silent. But not for long. Soon, Tenraku felt a powerful surge of energy emanating from his own body. He moved as well, advancing towards Sorgg's charge. Sorgg's fist struck Tenraku, shattering the armor and causing Tenraku to take a few steps back. Tenraku's fist also landed on Sorgg, blood spraying. Sorgg's vision was already becoming blurry. However, neither of them flinched, and neither fell down. They were going to continue fighting? The sky ceased roaring, the earth ceased groaning. The two exchanged blows like regular people in a battle, each punch given, each punch received. Yet, outside the alternate dimension, the arena remained silent. Everyone watched closely, observing the final duel between these two men. Gasping heavily, Tenraku and Sorgg charged towards each other once again, leaping into the air simultaneously. "Kami ya Tenraku, Sorgg," calling out each other's names, their fists suddenly glowed with light. Not any form of magic, just a radiance of faith. Legend had it that when someone channeled all their faith into their fists, they could unleash the fist of faith, a punch imbued with an inexplicable power. It was as if invoking a miraculous force, and even to this day, the principles behind it remained inexplicable. But it was real. In this moment, under the gaze of countless onlookers, both Tenraku and Sorgg threw punches infused with their respective faiths. Glowing fists struck each other's faces. Armor shattered, and both men spewed blood. However, in that instant, Okasama, they all called me worthless, but I'm not worthless. I refuse to be worthless. You are indeed worthless, Sorgg, a useless person without even magic power? Mother Okasama. Sorgg, accept this reality, you're just a useless waste. But precisely because of that, you have to fight to become stronger, to break free from this cruel curse. You must exert 1,000 times more effort than anyone else, otherwise, you'll forever remain a waste. Strange images flooded Tenraku's mind. It was a glimpse into Sorgg's memories. He was called worthless, bullied by kids his age, and returned home to cry to his mother only to receive harsh reprimands. Such a pitiable guy, forced to hide in a corner, wiping away tears of sadness. However, the scene quickly shifted. I'm sorry, Sorgg, I shouldn't have brought you into this cruel world without magic power. I'm sorry, my Sorgg. It seemed that Sorgg had grown quite a bit. He lay in bed, peacefully asleep, while Madame Misla sat by his side, her eyes brimming with guilt-laden tears. However, the slumbering Sorgg suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed his mother's hand. Okasama, stop crying and wipe away your tears. Sorgg, From now on, I won't be weak anymore. I won't run away. I'll strive to become stronger than anyone. So, Okasama, wipe away your tears. Sorgg, my Sorgg. I'm sorry. Was this the promise between Sorgg and his mother? He truly was an admirable guy. A small smile curved at the corner of Tenraku's mouth. Meanwhile, Sorgg was experiencing something similar. Strange images flooded his mind. Do you see that? That's Lord Phoenix's fourth child, the worthless one without magic power, who can't even control flames. Really? He looks so cute. How pitiful. Cute, so what? He's still a blemish on the Phoenix family, a tainted failure with a human bloodline. I can't understand why Lord Phoenix hasn't gotten rid of them yet. Enough, don't let that woman hear. What are you afraid of? I'm just speaking the truth. A beautiful woman walked hand in hand with an adorable little boy down the street. Whispering and pointing followed them from the sidelines. The little boy enjoyed his lollipop, seemingly unfazed by the whispers. But the woman beside him clenched her fists, her face turning pale. Okasama, you hurt me. Looking up, the little boy spoke. I'm sorry, little Tenraku. It wasn't intentional. Regaining her senses, the woman quickly lifted the boy up, blowing and rubbing his slightly reddened hand for a while. Hey, little Tenraku, how about we live in the human world? Are you trying to run away? Because I'm a fragile woman, I am not as strong as little Tenraku here. So, little Tenraku, what do you think? Shall we go? Shall we? Okasama, you hurt me. And, you can just act cute in front of Otasama. You don't need to do that in front of your own child. Sob, I don't care. If little Tenraku doesn't agree, I won't let go. Soon, the scenes in Sorgg's mind shifted again. The once beautiful woman was now lying on a sickbed, her pallor indicating the end of her life. Little Tenraku, I'm sorry. Okasama is nearing her limits too. You'll be okay. You little liar. You used to never tell lies. Remember to eat well every day. I know. Remember to sleep well every day. I know. And also, find many beautiful, capable wives to take care of you for me. Sure, for now, I'll aim for 100. Studying his Okasama with an emotionless gaze, little Tenraku eventually nodded. I know. Tears had unknowingly filled his eyes. The woman gently caressed Tenraku's cheek, her eyes filled with tenderness and reluctance. My precious Tenraku, you don't need to be restrained by me anymore. Do whatever you want. Whether you seek power or bring ruin to the world, live happily and strongly. I will always be watching over you. I know. Then, farewell, my little Tenraku. Go goodbye, Okasama. A peaceful smile graced her face as the woman slowly closed her eyes. Was this Kamiya Tenraku's story? Sorgg's eyes also became moist, and then his consciousness turned into pure whiteness. The match had concluded, witnessed by countless onlookers. After exchanging fists imbued with their faith, Tenraku was severely injured, and Sorgg lost consciousness. However, even though he had lost consciousness in the end, Sorgg still stood tall with a content smile on his blood-stained face. Leaving aside the potential impact of the battle between Tenraku and Sorgg, for both of them, this was a battle without regrets. And that was more than enough? Inside the infirmary, Sorgg opened his eyes. You are finally awake, Sorgg. Tenraku's voice came from beside him. Sorgg realized that he was lying on a hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Tenraku, looking somewhat similar in condition, was lying on another bed nearby. Kamiya Tenraku. The match is over. Did I lose on my side? As Sorgg's consciousness gradually cleared, his memories returned. Although he had accepted the fact that he had lost, there was still a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Yes, you lost, and I won. To be honest, I thoroughly enjoyed pummeling you in front of Lady Ant. It was quite satisfying. Tenraku wore a smug expression on his face as he spoke, and upon hearing his words, Sorgg's face darkened. This guy, why does he keep bringing that up? Although annoyed, Sorgg couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. He had promised his Okasama that he wouldn't lose to anyone again, but just as she had awoken, she had witnessed him getting beaten up by someone else. Ah, how embarrassing! As Sorgg pondered whether he should give it his all and challenge Tenraku to another round, a strange sound suddenly came from beside him. Sorgg looked over and saw Tenraku removing his bandages and hopping off the bed, stretching and kicking as if he were full of life. Have you already recovered? Sorgg couldn't help but be astonished. Oh, that was just me having fun. I possess a sacred gear specifically for healing injuries. I've already recovered a while ago. Tenraku replied with a grin on his face. Sorgg suddenly felt the urge to punch someone, but in the end, he held himself back. Then, could you treat me too? It's uncomfortable lying in bed. Hey, that's a no-no. As a commemoration of our friendly match, just lie in bed and recover slowly. With an expressionless face, Sorgg suddenly realized that Kamiya Tenraku was quite infuriating at times. Alright, now that you're awake, I guess it's time for me to head back. Knowing full well what Sorgg was thinking, Tenraku was in high spirits. He raised his hand and prepared to leave the infirmary. However, just as he opened the door, Tenraku paused. Hey, Sorgg, let's have a rematch sometime. Sorgg blinked, and then his eyes lit up. Anytime, I'm ready. I won't lose to you next time. With a slight smile, Tenraku didn't say much more. He pulled open the door and exited the infirmary. In reality, this rating game was more than just a match between Sorgg and Tenraku. It was also a battle between the House of Baal, led by the Great King faction, and the Demon King faction. As the next in line to lead the House of Baal, Sorgg losing to Tenraku in the match would undoubtedly lead to some trouble within the Great King faction afterward. However, neither Tenraku nor Sorgg mentioned these matters. For everything they had gone through, what were a few small obstacles in the grand scheme of things? Tenraku stepped out of the infirmary, only to find Rias, Akeno, Ubelina, and the other women waiting outside. Sorgg's peerage members were also present. Lord Tenraku, led by Kuisha Abaden, Sorgg's peerage members bowed to Tenraku. Although Tenraku was the enemy who had defeated their king, there was no hint of hatred in Sorgg's peerage. Instead, they felt gratitude and respect for Tenraku. Even though they were part of Sorgg's peerage, this was the first time they had seen their king so genuinely happy. Sorgg has awakened. You can go in and see him. Tenraku nodded to Sorgg's peerage members, smiling as he spoke. Without saying much, the peerage members bowed again and then entered the infirmary. Let's go, Rias. We should head back. Is Sorgg okay? That guy is pretty tough. He'll recover in a few days. With no further business to attend to, Tenraku and the women prepared to leave. However, as they walked down the hallway, a group of people approached them. Leading the group were two beautiful women, one of whom was familiar to Tenraku. With her tall stature and dark hair, it was none other than Sikvera, the next in line to lead the House of Agars. Long time no see, Miss Sikvera. Coming to a stop, Tenraku and Sikvera exchanged greetings. Long time no see, Kamiya Tenraku, Rias. With a smile playing at her lips, Sikvera's gaze remained fixed on Tenraku. Kamiya Tenraku, I watched your duel with Sorgg. It was truly a spectacular match. Thank you, but really, it wasn't that big of a deal. Don't be modest, Kamiya Tenraku. Even the family lords and demon kings praised your match. From now on, no one in the underworld will deny your strength and Sorgg's. Sikvera's expression turned serious, but Tenraku just smiled calmly, paying it no mind. Who is this beautiful miss? She's been sizing me up from the beginning. Won't you introduce her to me, Miss Sikvera? Changing the topic, Tenraku pointed to the other woman beside Sikvera. This woman was exceptionally attractive, with wavy cherry-colored hair and two black devil horns on her head. Her seductive dress had a high slit, revealing hints of snow-white skin. Mature and alluring, she exuded an irresistible charm. Even Tenraku, who had seen countless beauties, had to admit that she was extraordinary. Just based on looks, she easily matched and even surpassed Rias and her entourage. And, whether it was Tenraku's misconception or not, this woman's gaze seemed to carry an unexpectedly fiery passion. While Tenraku waited for Sikvera to introduce the woman's identity, the latter wore a slightly embarrassed yet curious expression. Rias and her companions blushed, their expressions rather embarrassed. Don't you recognize me? With a playful smile, the woman wasn't upset. On the contrary, she looked very interested as she studied Tenraku. Do I need to know you? Did this woman have an overly positive self-image? Tenraku responded with some exasperation. He. Hearing Tenraku's reply, the woman let out a charming laugh, her fingers brushing against her own red lips. Beside her, Rias felt extremely embarrassed. This is Lord Roygun Belphegor, the current family lord of the House of Belphegor. Lord Roygun is both beautiful and talented. She ranks second among high-class devils, just behind His Excellency Emperor Dihauser Belial. She is one of the few females in the underworld who can stand on par with Lady Sirafal and sister-in-law Graphia. After introducing the woman's identity to Tenraku, Rias looked apologetic as she turned to her. Please excuse him, Lord Roygun. He usually doesn't pay attention to these matters, so it's not disrespectful towards you. He didn't even recognize such a prominent figure wasn't recognized. Rias and her companions felt quite embarrassed for Tenraku. In the midst of speaking, Rias even pinched Tenraku's side and gave him a meaningful look. Cough, I'm sorry, Miss Roygun. I will definitely remember you from now on. Tenraku's face felt a bit hot as he cleared his throat. He don't worry, I won't mind. On the contrary, I'm quite fond of you. With a gleam in her beautiful eyes, Roygan Belphegor gently lifted Tenraku's chin, saying, Kami ya Tenraku, be my man. Be my man, be my man, be my man. A stillness hung over the entire hallway. Then, Tenraku, who was the first to recover his senses, widened his eyes in disbelief. Huh? Tenraku felt a slight sense of melancholy as he had been flirted with by a woman. Even though the woman was undeniably beautiful and enticing, and according to Rias, held significant power and status, he still couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. Roygan Belphegor didn't hide her desire to possess and conquer Tenraku. Her gaze toward him was akin to a hungry wolf eyeing a tender lamb. This challenged Tenraku's sense of male dignity. He had always been the wolf, not the lamb. He wasn't going to be anyone's prey. However, before Tenraku could say anything, Rias interjected, blocking his way. Lord Roygan, Tenraku is my fiancé. Rias stood in front of Tenraku, her tone slightly irritated. Though she respected and even admired the woman before her, she couldn't ignore the fact that she was trying to take Tenraku away from her. Hey, Rias seems quite concerned about him. Then let's make a deal, Rias. If you hand over Kami ya Tenraku to me, I can satisfy any condition you have. With an interested gaze, Roygan looked at both Tenraku and Rias before making her proposal. There's no need for that. Rias rejected the offer without hesitation. She had entrusted her heart and soul to Tenraku. In her world, nothing else held the same value as he did. What a stubborn little princess you are. And you, Kami ya Tenraku, would you come to my side? If you join me, I can offer you unprecedented satisfaction and joy. Seeing that Rias was unmovable, Roygan shifted her attention back to Tenraku. She teased him while licking her red lips, her intentions clear. Feeling provoked, Tenraku internally cursed the seductive woman. However, she was underestimating him. Kami ya Tenraku. She seemed to believe he was the type who would lose control at the sight of a woman. I'm sorry, Miss Roygan. Although your beauty is indeed tempting, I won't betray Rias. Holding on to Rias' waist, Tenraku made his stance clear. Witnessing Tenraku resist even such temptation, Sikvera's eyes sparkled with admiration. Rias pretended to huff in indifference, but deep down, she felt warmth and moved by Tenraku's loyalty. This wicked man was worth entrusting everything to. Little guy, do you know you're the first man to reject me? Touching Tenraku's cheek, Roygan emitted a powerful queenly aura as she spoke. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. I'm honored, Miss Roygan. I didn't expect to be your first. And I'm curious, what happened to the men who didn't reject you? Unfazed, Tenraku smiled back. This woman dared to be so domineering in his presence. Tenraku didn't mind playing along and teasing her. Akeno and Ubelina blushed. Rias shot a less than amused look at someone. Meanwhile, Roygan Belphegor next to them playfully touched her own red lips and laughed coquettishly. He Kami ya Tenraku, you're truly an interesting guy. I'm growing more fond of you. I simply discarded those who were only after my beauty and status. Why would I let them stay to disgust me? With a strong queenly presence, Roygan coldly responded. Tenraku finally understood. If he had agreed earlier, he might have been the next one discarded. Haha, what an intriguing woman. We still need to visit Sorgg. Let's end it here. Rias, keep a close eye on your man. Don't let other women take him away. Kami ya Tenraku, I will make you mine eventually. Looking forward to seeing you again. Ha ha ha. With a seductive sway of her hips, Roygan waved and departed with her peerage. Sikvera also gave Tenraku and Rias a nod of apology before leaving with her peerage as well. Both Tenraku and the girls from Rias' peerage were left speechless. On one hand, Roygan Belphegor advised Rias to watch over Tenraku and not let other bad women snatch him away, but on the other hand, Roygan herself played the role of the bad woman by declaring her intention to make Tenraku hers. She was indeed a contradictory individual. Getting the attention of Lady Roygan, are you feeling pretty proud? Rias quipped, looking at Tenraku with a touch of sourness. Roygan Belphegor wasn't just the current family lord of House Belphegor, she was a woman of both beauty and power. Her pursuers in the underworld were as numerous as fish in the sea. For a moment, Rias worried that Tenraku might not be able to resist such temptation. What's wrong, Rias? Do you lack confidence in me? Tenraku touched Rias' cheek affectionately and grinned. Who lacks confidence? Blushing, Rias turned her head away, clearly flustered. It wasn't her fault either. Roygan was a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Seraphal and Graphia. Even Rias felt the pressure when facing someone of her caliber. After this incident, Rias became more alert. With Tenraku's fame growing, more women were setting their sights on him. It seemed she needed to take action. She wouldn't allow those seductive women to steal her Tenraku. As for the most direct way to capture Tenraku's body and heart. No, I can't take it anymore, I can't. With a dazed expression on her face, Rias pleaded while gazing at Tenraku who was moving atop her. Beside Rias were Akeno, Zenovia, Irina, Asia, and Ubelina, but each one of them had become incapacitated and couldn't help the poor Rias. As Tenraku held her legs over his shoulders, Rias trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes rolled back, and she passed out from the sensation. Rias, next time, cheer on properly. Bending down to her ear, Tenraku whispered with a mischievous tone. Then he tucked the girls under the covers and put on a robe before leaving the room. In the luxurious and spacious bath, the mist veiled the surroundings. As Tenraku entered, several female figures were already waiting inside. It was Marian, Burant, and Shuria. Lord Tenraku? With anticipation and shyness, the three girls quickly stepped forward to greet him. Shuriya, dance for me. Holding Marion's hand, Tenraku entered the bath and instructed Shuriya, who was nearby. Yes, Lord Tenraku. Shuriya, known for her dancing skills, was adept at various styles. Occasionally, Tenraku would have her perform for him and the others at home. Following Tenraku's command, she immediately began dancing, displaying her graceful figure and elegant dance moves for her master. Marion and Burant gently washed Tenraku's body. They enjoyed their duties while watching Shuriya's dance. Tenraku wore a contented smile on his face. Within Tenraku's peerage, except for Myra, Isle, and Nell, who still needed a few more years to mature, most of the girls had already been consumed by Tenraku. Now, only Marion, Burant, and Shuriya remained. Tonight was the moment Tenraku intended to pamper them. He knew well what was going to happen, and while the girls felt shy yet excited, Marion took the initiative and pressed her soft lips to his. Burant, meanwhile, offered a special service underwater. The sound of flowing water filled the air. Shuriya noticed what was transpiring and, despite her blushing cheeks, danced even more energetically to entertain her master and sisters. However, before long, Shuriya couldn't hold back any longer. Pulled by an invisible force, she joined in as well. In a dimly lit room, Tenraku sat on a throne with a slight frown. Middle and Kala Warner stood respectfully on either side, attending to him. Rainare, what's the matter with them? Tenraku inquired, looking at the fallen angels who were bound by chains before him. Having heard the story from Middle and Kala Warner, Tenraku knew that Rainare was behind this. He wondered what this woman was up to now. She's Chesha, a former friend of mine from the Fallen Angels group. The others are her subordinates, Rainare replied. I brought them all here to present them to you. Do you like this gift, my lord? Holding the face of a fallen angel girl in her hands, Rainare grinned maliciously. Chesha, the fallen angel girl named by Rainare, had a pale and weakened appearance, bearing signs of inhumane treatment. Her face showed both tension and fear as Rainare held her. Ha, friends? Tenraku questioned skeptically. Rainare, is this how you treat your so-called friends? With a cold laugh, Tenraku couldn't believe Rainare's twisted words. How could she be so cruel to someone she called a friend? And really, if Rainare's kind of twisted and dark insanity could yield friends, pigs could fly. You're quite harsh, my lord. Must you expose me like that? After all, I did this all for you, Rainare responded, approaching Tenraku with a pout, feigning a hurt expression. For me? Tell me more. Tenraku's expression remained unchanged, seeing through Rainare's pretense. His smirk turned into a cold smile. Ha ha ha, you truly are perceptive, my lord. Yes, I have an amazing idea. I will train Chesha and the others to become your most obedient tools and bitches. After you enjoy them, we can send them back to the fallen angels, and they can bring more tools for you. What do you think, my lord? Isn't my idea great? Ha ha ha, I must say, Rainare, your crazy ideas have managed to shock me. Indeed, Tenraku was taken aback by Rainare's insane proposal. Rainare, your motives go beyond just this, don't they? He asked, his expression changing from amusement to suspicion. Ha ha ha, you're truly something, my lord. Yes, you're right. I have a fantastic plan. I will train Chesha and her group to become your most loyal tools and bitches. After you're done with them, well, send them back to the fallen angels. They can bring even more tools for you. What do you think, my lord? Isn't this a wonderful idea? Ha ha ha. Tenraku was genuinely taken aback by Rainare's outrageous thoughts. This woman, she sure has no boundaries? Rainare, you're merely seeking revenge against Azazel, aren't you? With narrowed eyes, Tenraku seemed to see through every facet of Rainare. Yes, I want to get back at him. All these fools admire him, don't they? So, I'll turn them all into your tools and bitches, my lord? I can't wait. I'm getting excited already. Rainare's expression didn't deny it. The prospect of revenge against Azazel had her all riled up. Tenraku was genuinely astonished now. He hadn't expected her to be this twisted. This insane woman? Does my lord dare to? Finally calming down a bit, when she noticed that Tenraku was simply looking at her without expression, Rainare raised the corners of her mouth, her tone teasing. Rainare, do you know the consequences of provoking your master? Dangerous glints flashed in Tenraku's eyes as his smile turned into a cold one. I don't know. Why don't you let your dear master experience it? Fearlessly, Rainare's finger trailed gently along Tenraku's cheek, her touch deliberately provoking him. Closing his eyes, Tenraku let out a sigh and said nothing. And then he roughly tore Rainare's clothes open and pushed her to the ground. Ha ha ha. Exactly, just like this? Amidst a tempest of emotions, darkness twisted and contorted, playing out scenes of fallen depravity in the dimly lit room. Not only Rainare but also Middle and Kala Warner were not spared from being engulfed in this storm, their screams joining the chaotic symphony. It was only after a long while that this frenzied spectacle finally came to an end, marked by Rainare's heightened, anguished scream. Covered in the remnants of their sinful endeavors, Rainare collapsed onto the ground, her face a vacant mask as she trembled uncontrollably. Rainare, I approve of your plan. Proceed with brainwashing them thoroughly, and I'll inspect the results later, Tenraku declared in a calm tone, now dressed in his attire. A casual glance at the fallen angels who were now blushing and terrified confirmed the order. There weren't many females among the fallen angels, but if he could subjugate them, their potential would not be negligible. Azazel might have considered it a hassle, but Tenraku was willing to take on the task. Additionally, with his power growing steadily, Tenraku had developed a vague sense of impending danger. Though indistinct, he was certain it wasn't mere paranoia. He needed to become stronger. For Tenraku, the path to rapid power increase was to acquire potent sacred gears and to amass a sizable group of tools and believers, tapping into their belief power to bolster his strength. Rainery's wild proposal, though mad, oddly aligned with Tenraku's requirements. Yes, my great master Rainery gazed up at him, her expression adoring and devoted. She knew that this man would never disappoint her expectations. As Tenraku exited the room, Rainery took her time recovering before finally staggering to her feet. With uncertain steps, she approached Chesha, who was bound. Rainery, what are you planning? Chesai's voice quivered with fear as she swallowed hard. While she despised Rainery's shameless behavior deep down, Chesha dared not exhibit any resistance before her, especially after the torment she had already suffered. But then, welcome, Chesha, to becoming a tool and a bitch for my master. Now, let's begin right away. Embrace your transformation and rebirth? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. No Rainery. Amidst maniacal laughter and horrified screams, the dim room bore witness to the symphony of darkness, a surreal orchestra of twisted desires. Ha. In the early morning, Tenraku rose from the land of warmth and tenderness, letting out a yawn and stretching his body lazily. Rias, Zenovia, Irina, it's time for school. Get up. He gently patted Rias, Zenovia, and Irina, who were still curled up together, and called out to them. Ugh, let me sleep a bit more please. Me too. Their eyes remained shut as the three girls continued to snooze, barely acknowledging the call. After being thoroughly entertained by someone the previous night, who could blame them for not wanting to get up so soon? Chuckling to himself, Tenraku decided not to press them further. He pulled the blankets over them and left the room. Sounds of roaring from the training area suggested that Carlamine and Swollen were already up and about, engaging in their morning exercises. Following their battle with Sorgg's peerage, the girls recognized their individual shortcomings and were now putting in extra effort in their training sessions. For Tenraku, the simple act of morning training had lost much of its meaning. Even developing the abilities of his sacred gears was something he could calculate and deduce within his mind. Hence, he didn't head to the training area but instead made his way to the kitchen to help Marion and Asia with the preparations. You've been working hard, Marion, Burant, Asia. Master Tenraku. Lord Tenraku. As Tenraku entered the kitchen, he exchanged greetings with Asia and the others. However, he was taken aback by one presence. Akeno, you're here too? Seeing Akeno, who was also busy cooking, Tenraku couldn't help but smile. Era, can't I be here? I do help out occasionally, you know. You're usually just sleeping in, though. That's true on most days. But sometimes, I wake up early, especially when I haven't been bothered by Tenraku the night before. I'm feeling quite refreshed. Tenraku found it amusing. It seemed his actions had paid off. Washing his hands, Tenraku joined in the cooking efforts. With dozens of people in the household now, preparing meals for everyone was no small task. While he had intended to help, the atmosphere took an unexpected turn. Thanks to someone's wicked sense of humor, Asia and the others were wearing nothing but aprons, exposing their bare chests. Even Akeno was dressed similarly. The sight of their fair skin was captivating and tempting, especially when the girls moved around, their voluptuous curves tantalizing Tenraku's senses. As if that wasn't enough, Akeno was intentionally or unintentionally trying to tempt him further. Era, Tenraku, are you thinking naughty thoughts? Clearly noticing Tenraku's reaction, Akeno leaned in and whispered mischievously into his ear. All of this is your doing? His breath was heavy as Tenraku scolded, gazing at the mess he had made with the ingredients. I haven't done anything. Even you can't just accuse me without reason. Her playful smile only intensified, yet Akeno pretended to be hurt. The more she acted this way, the more Tenraku's desires were aroused. Akeno, you know the consequences when you provoke me. Already at his limit, Tenraku warned her. What consequences? I really have no idea. Blinking innocently, Akeno feigned ignorance, continuing to provoke him. With a sardonic laugh, Tenraku decided to play along with Akeno's fire. If she wanted to kindle the flames, he would oblige. You'll know soon enough. Pulling Akeno into his embrace, Tenraku's voice grew ominously dark. Wait, is Tenraku going to do something naughty to me? But we're going to be late for school. Holding onto him with her hands, Akeno looked suddenly terrified, as though she had just realized the gravity of the situation. Her words carried a hint of caution, oddly juxtaposed with her concern. Haha, don't worry. We won't be late. Amused, Tenraku activated his time domain, enveloping the entire kitchen. Now, even if they indulged in their playful antics for days and nights, only a few minutes would have passed outside. Now, get down. Right now. Immediately. With a firm slap on Akeno's exquisite buttocks, Tenraku issued his command with dominance. Ugh, Tenraku, you're so heartless. Is that so? Familiar with Tenraku's preferences, Akeno wore an expression of full resentment and embarrassment. She then propped herself up on the countertop, her hands supporting her as she provocatively lifted her shapely rear. In just an instant, a sinister fire seemed to ignite within Tenraku, surging upward. Marion, Burant, Asia, all of you, get down as well. Feeling like he was about to explode, Tenraku nearly roared his words. Although bashful, this wasn't Asia and the others' first time encountering such situations in the kitchen. They all obediently complied and got down, presenting their diverse and uniquely shaped buttocks before Tenraku. What divine beauty, Tenraku thought, thanking the gods for their graciousness. Well, not that he needed to thank any gods, for he himself was divine, and these earthly treasures were all his to enjoy. Taking a deep breath, Tenraku approached the 4 women, and then he indulged himself. As fallen desires consumed him, and when Tenraku was finally satisfied, Akeno, Asia, and the others lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions intoxicated and their bodies marked with traces of their sinful activities. Witnessing this beautiful yet sinister tableau, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh. He was becoming more and more fallen, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After dispelling the time domain, Tenraku stretched his back contentedly. However, he suddenly spotted Konochan standing expressionlessly at the kitchen entrance, observing him. Konochan, well, let me explain. Unexpectedly caught in the act by Konochan, Tenraku felt a rush of awkwardness. He wanted to offer an explanation, but Konochan cut him off. Perverted? Hentai? Sex fiend? Konochan used 3 words to describe Tenraku's actions in succession before swiftly turning and fleeing. Sighing and rubbing his forehead, Tenraku couldn't help but shake his head. He was now officially being looked down upon by Konochan. Ha ha ha, Tenraku. Looks like Konochan's feeling jealous. Weakly propping herself up, Akeno smirked devilishly. Ill handle, Konochan. You should worry about your own situation. Picking up Akeno, Tenraku chided her with a touch of annoyance. Though Konochan had caught him in the act, Tenraku wasn't too concerned. He knew he could placate her afterward. If need be, he might even bring Konochan into such activities as well. After ensuring Akeno and the others had rested and cleaned themselves in the bathroom, Tenraku returned to the kitchen to clean up the aftermath of their mischief. The previously prepared dishes were ruined and had to be discarded. Left to his own devices, Tenraku began preparing breakfast for everyone. To be continued in the grand hall, Tenraku and the women of the Grammary group were elegantly enjoying their breakfast. Despite his usual laziness, Tenraku's culinary skills hadn't deteriorated. As they savored the delectable dishes, the girls displayed expressions of satisfaction. Kami ya Tenraku, Rias, I'm planning to visit Northern Europe. After finishing breakfast, Marion and the others tidied up the table. Rasius, on the other hand, suddenly spoke up. Is there something you need to take care of, Rasius? Tenraku and the women of the Grammary group turned their attention to Rasius. After watching your battle against Sorgg last time, and realizing many of my own shortcomings, I've been thinking about upgrading my magical abilities. I intend to gather some information from Northern Europe. Rasius explained her reasons, and both Tenraku and Rias nodded in understanding. Without a doubt, Rasius was a true prodigy. As Rias Rook, she was exceptionally skilled. If she managed to successfully upgrade her magical power, it would undoubtedly lead to a substantial increase in her strength, which was a good thing. How long do you think you'll be away? Probably around a week. Do you need any assistance with school duties? Well, I've already asked Ubelina to handle that. Okay, travel safe, and I'll be waiting for your return, Rasius. Yes? Although she might be a somewhat absent-minded Valkyrie with a penchant for discount supermarkets, Rasius was already a cherished member of the household, and everyone liked her a lot. After promising to return promptly, Rasius picked up her belongings and, amid everyone's farewells, stepped into a transmission formation. Let's head to school as well. It was getting late, and Tenraku and the Grammary group set off for school. However, as they passed by the Hayudu residence, they encountered Hayudu Issei, who was just getting ready to leave for school. Oh, hey, Issei-kun. Oh, hey, Tenraku-kun. Tenraku and Hayudu Issei exchanged greetings. However, when Hayudu Issei noticed Tenraku and the women of the Grammary group, his expression turned nervous. We haven't seen much of you lately, Issei-kun. Want to join us on our way to school? Looking at the former protagonist of this world, Tenraku smiled. And no need, I have to wait for some others. You guys go ahead. Haha, Issei-kun seems awfully wary of us, the bad boy Tenraku. It seems the brave who aspired to save the world with breasts has grown up a bit. He's not the rookie he used to be. TCH, thinking a perverted wolf like him can save the world when he's nothing more than an opai-loving pervert. Well, Irina. He's been through a lot, so let's not set the bar too high for him. Teasing and joking, Tenraku and Irina continued on their way to school, while Hayudu Issei wiped his brow and breathed a sigh of relief. As Tenraku had said, Hayudu Issei was no longer the complete novice he once was. During the Kyoto school trip, Tenraku explained the world of magic to Hayudu Issei and his 2 friends. Subsequently, they learned more during the battles against lost devils and resentful spirits. Surprisingly, the humans who believed themselves to be the rulers of the world were actually mere servants of more powerful races. This world was inhabited not only by powerful devils, angels, fallen angels, yokai, and vampires but also by gods. The more they learned, the more they realized their insignificance. In particular, when they heard about Tenraku from a lost devil, phrases like Sacred Gear Plunderer, Duel Heavenly Dragon's Master, and Phenex Family's Miracle were thrown around. It was all a jumble of titles, but in essence, it meant that Kami ya Tenraku was truly exceptional. With a single finger, he could crush them 100 times over. And not just Kami ya Tenraku, but the beautiful girls around him were far from simple roles either. Whether it was a princess, a queen, or a holy sword wielder, almost any one of them could easily crush their opponents into dust. No pain, no gain. Upon learning these cruel truths, the Apai trio were on the verge of tears. What life winners they were? This was what being a life winner was really about. While they were still struggling against small fry, others had already secured positions and power, surrounded by numerous beautiful women. They were being toyed with like puppies. The world was just so unfair. After that incident, Hayudu Issei secretly made up his mind to never get too close to Kamiya Tenraku. That guy was a rule breaker. If he had a bad day, he could just slap someone and make them cry with nowhere to complain. Moreover, the guy had his own attacking attribute. Any male creature that got near him would suffer tons of damage. He couldn't afford that. Anyway, whether Tenraku knew about Hayudu Issei's thoughts or not, he wouldn't care. Like, do you really care about the thoughts of a roadside ant? Returning to their daily school life, Tenraku resumed writing love letters to Rias during class, and after school, he went to guide the Kendo Club's girls. Occasionally, he'd cultivate his relationship with President Sama. Tenraku's life continued as usual. Location, Occult Research Club. Sai truly the tea brewed by Rias Queen, this flavor. Savoring the tea brewed by Akeno, Abe Ki had an expression of contentment on her face. You're quite a rare guest, Ki-san. How come you have time to come here? Didn't you say you didn't want to get too close to us devils? Rias asked with a smile. Although that's true, maintaining a basic relationship is still necessary. The same goes for that person from the House of Satrai. I'll be visiting her later. Maintaining her elegant demeanor, Abe Ki responded. Like a routine visit? More or less, so you don't need to worry about it. Rias chuckled, and Abe Ki nodded naturally. Then, she shifted her gaze to Tenraku. Red Dragon Emperor, I heard you've been busy recently. Not bad. Perhaps it was Tenraku's imagination, but he felt a tinge of sourness in her tone. Are you referring to the battle against Sorgg? Tenraku asked with a slight smile. What else could it be? Your battle has become quite a hot topic in the industry. Even the old fuddy-duddies in our family have high expectations for you. They say building a good relationship with a promising new devil like you would be meaningful. So, Ki-san is the one Abe family sent to build a relationship with me? Why, you must not misunderstand. I'm not here willingly. I came because those old stubborn folks kept bothering me, so I reluctantly came. As if afraid that Tenraku might get the wrong idea, Abe Ki emphasized while her face flushed. Sure, I understand. So, do you want something from me? Though he found it amusing, Tenraku refrained from showing it to avoid provoking this somewhat tsundere young lady. I don't really need you to do anything. Just cooperate with me, perhaps that's enough. It seemed she was coerced by her family to come, and she probably didn't know what to do when she arrived. Tenraku and Rias exchanged glances, sensing the amusement in each other's eyes. Subsequently, Tenraku and Rias chatted with Abe Ki. Besides her slight tsundere nature, she was quite easy to get along with. Well-educated and coming from a prestigious family, Abe Ki had a wealth of knowledge about various demonic beings. Rias took the opportunity to ask her some questions. Overall, the visit was pleasant for both sides. Abe Ki completed the task assigned by her family and seemed much more relaxed. Red Dragon Emperor, you better not forget what you promised me. As it was getting late, Abe Ki prepared to leave. However, before departing, she suddenly turned to Tenraku and spoke. Is there something you need help with, Ki-san? Tenraku asked with a slight smile on his face. Since Rias had asked for Abe Ki help with a report before, Tenraku had promised that whenever she needed help, she could come to him. Now that she brought it up, it was obvious that she needed his assistance. Well, not at the moment, but I guess it won't be long before I do. And when that time comes, you better not back out. For some reason, Abe Ki face flushed, showing a hint of cuteness in her teenage demeanor. Don't worry, Ki-san. As long as it's something I can do, feel free to ask. I won't refuse. Tenraku nodded as he spoke. Since he had made the promise, he wouldn't go back on it. That's good enough. I'll remember that. Satisfied with Tenraku's response, Abe Ki didn't say much more. She bid farewell and headed to the student council to visit President Sama. That Ki-san is quite an interesting person. I wonder if certain someone is interested in her? Watching Abe Ki leave, Rias teased. Rias, can't you have a bit more trust in me? Tenraku touched his nose, feeling slightly speechless. I trust you with everything, except for this one thing. Do you really think I can trust you? Sex Dragon Emperor Sama. Rias had a disdainful expression on her face as she spoke while Tenraku's expression stiffened upon hearing that. Damn it, who the hell came up with this nickname for him? If he found out, had definitely beat that guy to a pulp. Within a vast and chilly palace, a girl sat upon a lofty throne. She wore a cute dress and appeared to be quite young in both age and stature. Although this scene might have seemed incongruous with the girl, those who knew her identity couldn't help but hold her in awe. That's because this girl was none other than the leader of the Chaos Brigade, the legendary dragon god of infinity Aphais. Hey, boss. A group of people entered the palace, led by a black-haired man carrying a war spear. Boss, I remember your name. Without any change in expression, Aphais thought for a moment before speaking. I am Cao, and it's a great honor for me that boss remembers my name. Grinning, Cao displayed a smile reminiscent of a hero and then gestured to the individuals behind him. They are the new companions who have joined us. From now on, they will serve boss just like I do, dedicating themselves to boss dreams, even if it means facing death. What do you all seek? Afais shifted her gaze to the newcomers before she spoke these words. Please bestow upon us your power, mighty Afais. The newcomers bowed and trembled as they spoke. Although Cao had assured them not to be afraid, facing the legendary dragon god, a being standing at the pinnacle of the world, instinctively made them nervous and fearful. So you want power, I can give that to you. This scenario had repeated countless times, yet Afais' expression remained unchanged. She formed several black serpents in her hands, which then entered the bodies of the newcomers. Feeling the wildly surging power within them, the newcomers displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. Although the power Afais bestowed upon them was not even a fraction of her own million power, it was an unimaginable level of strength for them. HHH as expected of boss, always so generous. I'll take them downstairs first, so I won't disturb your rest, boss. In a good mood, Cao greeted and led the newcomers out of the palace. However, they encountered Vali, who seemed to be heading to the palace. Oh, isn't this our former white dragon sovereign? Seeing Vali, Cao showed a teasing smile on his face as he spoke. Cold light flickered in Vali's eyes, yet he didn't reveal any anger. He glanced at the newcomers behind Cao and said, Cao, you're up to your boring antics again. Boring? No. I'm just having Afais bestow power upon them so that they can serve Afais better. This is an important and sacred matter, not at all boring. Cao sneered, fully aware that Vali wouldn't believe his nonsense. This guy was clearly treating Afais like a puppet to exploit. Vali despised this guy very much and didn't bother to say much. He walked past Cao and his group, entering the palace. What's with that powerless guy who had his sacred gear stolen still acting so high and mighty? Cao-sama, do you want us to take care of him? The newcomers, who had just gained power, were quite displeased with Vali's attitude. One of them even made a throat-slitting gesture in front of Cao. All right. You guys have a long life ahead. Don't think about doing reckless things. Let's go. There are important tasks for you to accomplish. Cao couldn't help but sigh at these adorable yet foolish individuals. But if they weren't this naive, it wouldn't be as convenient for him to manipulate them, after all. Location, Kamiya family. In a room, Ravel, Kuno, Konochan, and Myra sat together, flipping through their respective books. They were of similar grades and shared a class at school, so the four girls often acted together. Studying together like this was an essential part of their daily routine. The room was occasionally filled with the sound of flipping book pages, and everyone was quietly engrossed in their studies. However, if you looked closely, you would notice a certain little head nodding off. With her beautiful golden hair and cute animal ears, it was none other than Kuno. Ugh, pain. Kuno's head bumped onto the table, and she instantly woke up, holding her forehead in pain. Little fox, are you getting sleepy again? Ravel glanced at Kuno, clearly exasperated. Well, maybe just a little. Blushing, Kuno replied in a hushed voice. Take a short rest. Myra, please make some tea. Shaking her head in resignation, Ravel closed her book and instructed Myra, who was beside her. Yes, Lady Ravel. Respectfully responding, Myra stood up to prepare some tea for everyone. Little fox, remember that we're going to become Unii-chan's managers in the future. We need to learn a lot. I know, Ravel-chan. I'll definitely study harder from now on. During their break, Ravel took the opportunity to lecture Kuno. Kuno lowered her head, looking ashamed. You've said that every time, but you always get sleepy as soon as you open a book. Ravel said with a disgruntled tone. Ugh, I'm sorry. Whimpering, Kuno felt quite embarrassed. But she couldn't help it. She always felt sleepy whenever she read. Ravel-chan, you're really amazing. You'll definitely become an excellent manager in the future. Hehe, of course. I'm going to be Unii-chan's indispensable right hand and follow him all my life. Looking up, Kuno's expression was one of admiration. Ravel also chuckled a couple of times, showing a satisfied expression. Follow Unii-chan all your life? Ravel-chan, are you not going to get married? After hearing Ravel's words, Kuno couldn't help but express her surprise. Get married? No way. I'm going to be Unii-chan's wife. Both father and mother have already agreed. Almost slipped out without thinking, Ravel regretted it immediately. As expected, Ravel-chan is going to be Unii-chan's wife. Kuno's expression was one of shock, and even Konochan and Myra, who were nearby, turned their heads to look at Ravel with great interest. That's not I. Her face turned red, and Ravel's thoughts were in chaos. She had accidentally revealed her intentions. How was she going to explain now? Chicken Princess, are you hiding something from us? Ravel-sama, you and Tenraku-sama. Ravel-chan. Konochan, Myra, and Kuno stared at Ravel fixedly, and her scalp tingled. Ravel was regretting it deeply. If she didn't give them a satisfying answer today, these guys definitely wouldn't let her off the hook. Stammering and with her face beat red, Ravel finally managed to reveal the truth about her and Tenraku's relationship. Only sister-in-law Sama knows about this. You mustn't tell anyone else. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Ravel added a sentence at the end. Our Ravel-chan and Tenraku Unii-chan are siblings, right? How could? Finally coming to her senses, Kuno covered her mouth and spoke with an incredulous expression on her face. While the others might not be so surprised, Kuno never expected that Ravel would also become Tenraku's wife. Why not? We're devils, not humans. Besides, Ai-chan and I don't share the same mother, so it's not a problem. Ravel boldly explained her reasoning with a disdainful snort. Even though you put it that way, still. Listening to Ravel's explanation, Kuno realized there was some logic to it, though she still looked conflicted. As a Kyoto Ikai princess, Kuno had been influenced by human culture, so accepting this was a bit difficult for her initially. But, there's no but. I'm only going to be Ai-chan's wife, and that's an unchangeable fact. Ravel waved her hand dismissively, looking resolute. After all, she only had feelings for her Ai-chan and couldn't accept any other man. Ravel-chan. Although still conflicted, seeing Ravel's resolute expression made Kuno think that Ravel-chan was cool, and little stars seemed to twinkle in Kuno's eyes. And then, a bold thought popped into her head. If Ravel-chan can be Tenraku Ai-chan's wife, then maybe she can too. Her face flushed, and Kuno was startled by her daring idea. No way, absolutely not. Tenraku Ai-chan was her mother's husband. Technically, he was her father, so this was completely out of the question. But maybe it's possible. Ugh, you foolish Kuno, what are you even thinking? Steam seemed to rise from her head as Kuno quickly shook her head, dispelling those shamefully bold thoughts. Little fox, are you okay? Seeing Kuno acting strangely, Ravel looked at her suspiciously and asked. Oh, I'm fine. Haha. Worried that clever Ravel might catch on to something, Kuno tried to cover up her embarrassment. I'm heading back. Konoko-chan's voice suddenly rose as she stood up, packed her belongings, and left the room. Is Konoko-chan okay? Nothing happened, right? What could happen to that Nikomata? She's probably just jealous. Kuno's expression showed concern, but Ravel didn't seem to care. Jealous? Flicking her cute animal ears, Kuno realized that she had heard something strange. Oh, you don't know, huh? Tujao Nikomata actually has that kind of relationship with Ai-chan. They say Ria's sister-in-law Sama tried to stop it, but that Nikomata is infatuated with Ai-chan. So, she's confirmed her relationship with Ai-chan and will be his woman in the future. Even Konoko-chan too. Wide-eyed, Kuno once again revealed her shock. She never expected that even Konoko-chan had that kind of relationship with Tenraku Ai-chan. This was the first time she had heard of such a thing. By the way, little fox, Tujao Nikomata will become Ai-chan's woman in the future, I'll become Ai-chan's wife, and even Myra as part of the peerage will serve Ai-chan for life. Only you. As if realizing something, Ravel looked at Kuno sympathetically. Though Ravel didn't finish her sentence, her meaning was clear. They would forever stay by Tenraku's side, but Kuno wouldn't. Kuno was Tenraku's daughter, at least nominally, and one day she would leave here to get married? Kuno clearly realized this too and her face turned pale in an instant. Ravel-chan, little fox, don't worry. You're still young, and even if that day comes, it's far away. Moreover, if in the future you decide to get married, Ai-chan will definitely help you find an outstanding husband. With a hint of mischief in her eyes, Ravel patted Kuno's shoulder to comfort her. Rather than comforting her, this reassurance only heightened Kuno's worries. WWW Ravel-chan, I don't want to get married, I don't want to leave everyone. Little fox, don't cry, I'm just teasing you. WWW. Idiot, don't get tears on me. Myra, come help quickly. The room was in chaos, and at the same time, elsewhere. Chiron, you're back. It's Konoko-chan, meow. Konoko returned to her room, where Kuriko was teaching Ni and Li new Nikomata techniques. Elder sister, I'm heading to my room. Setting down her belongings, Konoko said and then went back to her bedroom. As Konoko's elder sister, Kuriko naturally understood Konoko very well. She keenly noticed something unusual about Konoko. Her beautiful eyes flickering, Kuriko didn't show anything, just keeping her observations to herself. Alone in her bedroom, Konoko curled up on her bed. Her fair face turned visibly red at an astonishing speed. Heaven Tenraku Sr. Ai-chan, it's Ravel. In the room, Tenraku was replenishing the gods and demons scripture when suddenly he heard Ravel's voice from outside. Come in. Not knowing why Ravel suddenly came to see him, Tenraku dissipated the gods and demons scripture. In a short while, the door to the room was pushed open, and Ravel and Kuno entered together. Kuno, who bullied you? Seeing that Kuno's eyes were red as if she had been crying, Tenraku furrowed his brow. And no one bullied me, Ai-chan. Is that so? Kuno quickly waved her hand, and Ravel explained what had happened. After hearing the story, Tenraku couldn't help but find it amusing and frustrating. WWW Ai-chan, I don't want to get married, I don't want to leave everyone. Tears welled up in Kuno's eyes again as she sobbed. Since coming here, she has made many good friends and has been living happily every day. She didn't want to get married, she didn't want to leave everyone? You silly girl, why are you thinking such things? Tapping Kuno's little head gently, Tenraku lifted her up and placed her on his lap. If Kuno doesn't want to get married, then you won't. As long as you're happy, you can stay here as long as you want. Gently soothing the girl, Tenraku spoke. Oh really? Stopping her sobbing, Kuno lifted her teary eyes. Of course. Suppressing his amusement, Tenraku continued to comfort her for a while. Finally, Kuno put her worries aside and smiled again. Alright, now that everything's fine, you can go out and play. Seeing that the girl was okay, Tenraku patted Kuno's little head. Yes, Ai-chan. Blushing, reminded of how she had acted earlier, Kuno held Ravel's hand and prepared to leave. But, Ravel, stay. Just as she was about to leave with Kuno, upon hearing Tenraku's voice, Ravel's body froze. Kuno left Tenraku's room, leaving Ravel alone with him. Hey, Ani-chan, do you need something? Although she seemed somewhat guilty, Ravel maintained an appearance of composure. Don't you know everything about me? Come here. With a touch of annoyance in his tone, Tenraku patted his leg. Blushing, Ravel obediently walked over and sat on Tenraku's lap. Tell me, why did you say those things to Kuno? I didn't mean to. Still trying to defend yourself? Tapping Ravel's head gently, Tenraku knew this little girl all too well. Itai pain. Bad Ani-chan, I did it all for you. Rubbing the sore spot on her head, Ravel looked at him with a somewhat reproachful expression. For me? Unable to suppress his laughter, Tenraku was curious to hear what kind of reasons this girl would come up with today. Humph, of course, for Ani-chan. That little fox might be a bit silly, but no matter what, she's the next generation nine-tailed fox. Whether it's her bloodline or her monster power, they're both impeccable qualities. Instead of letting her end up with some other bad guy, why not leave her for Ani-chan? Damn brat, Kuno is my daughter? He never expected Ravel to say such things, and Tenraku's face was turning darker by the moment. So what if she's your daughter? It's just in name. Don't think I don't know. Greedy Ani-chan probably had his eyes on that little fox a long time ago, right? Maybe you're even planning how to groom her into your favorite type. I'm just helping a bit, that's all. With full confidence, Ravel wore a resolute expression on her face as she spoke. Just as Tenraku understood her, she also understood this scoundrel of an Ani-chan. His mouth twitched, and Tenraku felt a bit embarrassed. While it wasn't exactly true that cheeky girl had hit the mark, he did have some thoughts like that. However, Ravel, you weren't like this before. Tenraku sighed as he spoke while patting Ravel's head. Ravel's face twitched for a moment, and then her face turned visibly red. It's because of you, Ani-chan. Feeling an endless sense of embarrassment, Ravel just bit into Tenraku. In the past, she wouldn't have done something like this. It was all this scoundrel of an Ani-chan's fault. Everything was his fault. Allowing Ravel to vent for a moment, Tenraku gently stroked her fine curls. Ravel, let's leave it at this. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. But Kuno, I'll take care of Kuno. But since you're her friend, don't play these little tricks on her anymore. Tenraku spoke with a serious expression on his face. He didn't want Ravel to follow in his footsteps, even though he was planning some playful grooming. He was a selfish, domineering, and greedy big scoundrel, but he didn't want Ravel to become like him. Understanding Tenraku's intention, Ravel immediately looked guilty. I'm sorry, Ani-chan. I won't do it again. Silly girl, you don't need to apologize. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. Siblings leaned against each other, enjoying this warm and peaceful moment. Of course, Tenraku wouldn't blame Ravel. Everything she did was for him. Alright, go out and play now. Even if you're going to be my manager in the future, don't work too hard. Knowing that Ravel had been studying hard lately to become his manager, Tenraku stroked her forehead. Sure, Ani-chan. With a joyful smile, Ravel felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Even though it was a bit tough, getting this kind of concern from Ani-chan made it all worthwhile. What is it? Do you still need something? Seeing that Ravel didn't seem like she was about to leave, Tenraku couldn't help but ask. Ani-chan, a kiss, let's try it again. Blushing, Ravel whispered shyly. Tenraku couldn't help but chuckle. Ravel was completely obsessed with the feeling of a kiss, always eager to give it a try whenever the opportunity arose. Without refusing, Tenraku lowered his head and sealed the girl's soft lips. Inside the movie room, Tenraku and the girls of Ria's peerage were seated comfortably on luxurious couches, sipping cola and watching a movie on the huge screen. The Kamiya family mansion, designed by a renowned architect from the Underworld, not only looked grand and luxurious on the surface but also had much more spacious interior space than it appeared. Entertainment facilities like movie rooms, swimming pools, and aerial gardens were all available. Some rooms were even connected to other interesting places through space magic. Even as the owner, Tenraku hadn't fully explored all of them yet. Yawning, he found the movie playing on the screen was the type the girls enjoyed. As a guy, Tenraku found it a bit dull. Leaving Rias and the others to enjoy the movie, he decided to head back upstairs to the main hall. Taking out a cold drink from the fridge and taking a few sips, Tenraku was about to start playing games when suddenly a white Konochan appeared from a corner. Meow. The entire Kamiya family was protected by special barriers, so there was no way stray cats or dogs could come in. At a glance, Tenraku recognized the white cat as Konochan-chan's familiar. Speaking of which, Konochan had left halfway through the movie to return upstairs. He wondered what she was doing now. When Konochan caught Tenraku's attention, she turned and headed down a hallway, looking back to signal him to follow. Amused, though uncertain of what Konochan's familiar was up to, Tenraku decided to tag along and see. It didn't take long before Konochan's familiar stopped in front of a room with a white and black cat paw pattern on the door. It was Konochan and Kurika's room. Curious about why Konochan's familiar led him here, Tenraku wondered if Konochan instructed it to do so. But if it were Konochan, she could have simply found him herself. There was no need to make it so complicated. Unable to figure it out, he still decided to go in and see. Entering Konochan and Kurika's room, the room was dimly lit and lacked any light. Moreover, the Konochan familiar was nowhere in sight. However, it was at that moment that Tenraku suddenly heard sounds coming from the direction of the bedroom in the room. Meow. In an instant, Tenraku recognized the voice. It was Konochan-chan's. Yet, there was something peculiar about the sound, almost like. Suppressing his doubts, Tenraku slowly walked towards the bedroom, gently pushing the door open when he reached it. However, as he saw what was inside, his expression turned to one of astonishment. In the room, Konochan was curled up on her bed, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. She occasionally let out some difficult-to-suppress moans, sometimes even making cat-like sounds. Tenraku was very familiar with these sounds. They were the kind of sounds women made when they were feeling aroused. Konochan, what's wrong with you? Seeing that something was clearly amiss with Konochan, Tenraku rushed over to check on her without further thought. Senior Tenraku. Konochan-chan's face was flushed bright red, and she even looked somewhat seductive. At first, when she saw Tenraku suddenly appear, Konochan seemed a bit bewildered. However, that confusion quickly turned into intense excitement. Senior Tenraku? Senior Tenraku? As if she had finally found an outlet for her desires, Konochan immediately clung to Tenraku and then forcefully pressed him onto the bed. Her cheeks kept rubbing against Tenraku's body, and Konochan even stuck out her tongue to playfully tease his earlobe. Tenraku's mind went blank as his body tingled with sensation. When had Konochan become so bold and assertive? Even though they had secretly engaged in many intimate activities since they began their relationship, most of the time, Konochan would shyly close her eyes and let Tenraku take the lead. But ever since Kurika, that woman, arrived and started treating her younger sister like a precious treasure, they had fewer and fewer opportunities for intimacy. Could it be that because they hadn't been intimate for a while, Konochan couldn't control herself anymore? While Tenraku was lost in his thoughts, Konochan took action again. She straddled Tenraku's body and began to remove her clothes. Although she hadn't fully developed yet, her body showed signs of budding maturity. Konochan grabbed Tenraku's hands and placed them on her body. Her face, flushed with a deep blush, was filled with excitement and satisfaction. Konochan-chan's skin was unbelievably smooth, as soft as silk. Even with just a little pressure, it felt like moisture might seep out. When Tenraku's hands touched those two delicate areas of Konochan-chan's body, he couldn't help but feel a surge of desire, almost wanting to unleash his passion upon her. Wait, this isn't right. Konochan looks abnormal. How can I be thinking about these things? But, Senior Tenraku, I can't control myself. Senior Tenraku, I want your child. Konochan breathed heavily, clinging tightly to Tenraku's body. Being inexperienced, she didn't know how to relieve her pent-up desires and could only rub herself against Tenraku. In contrast to Konochan-chan's arousal, Tenraku was in a state of shock. Konochan wanted to have his child? While it might be expected from someone like Kuno and the others, it was surprising coming from Konochan, who usually rarely showed her emotions. The stark contrast between her usual demeanor and this boldness was an incredible turn-on. But just as Tenraku was about to take action, there was a sudden click sound, and Rias and Kurika walked in. Rias, Kurika, let me explain. Tenraku felt like he was caught red-handed, but before he could explain, the two women ignored him. With spirit chi surging, Kurika activated a pressure point on Konochan-chan's back, causing her to lose consciousness. Rias placed her hand on Konochan-chan's neck and then carefully examined her eyes, as well as touching her chest and abdomen. You should leave for now. Rias frowned before she spoke with a stern expression on her face. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Tenraku knew it was best to be obedient at this point. He nodded and left the room, leaving Konochan in the hands of Rias and Kurika. Darn it, she tried to do those things with Unai-chan behind everyone's back? That Tujao Nikomata is so cunning? After watching the movie, everyone returned to the main hall. Akeno, Yubelina, and the other girls had learned about Konoko-chan's situation, and Ravel was gritting her teeth in anger. She had only dared to secretly kiss Unai-chan, but that sneaky Tujao Nikomata actually wanted Unai-chan's child. Ravel couldn't believe how underestimated she had been. That crafty Nikomata? Stupid girl, why are you saying such things? Haven't we already discussed that Konoko-chan seems to be acting unusually? Akeno chimed in. They are checking on Konoko-chan's condition right now. She should be coming out soon, Yubelina added. Tenraku gave Ravel's little head a playful tap, and with a hint of annoyance in his voice, he said, Akeno and the others are surprised by what Konoko-chan did, but they know that this isn't how the normal Konoko-chan behaves. They're all showing concern. After a brief wait, Rias and Kurika finally emerged from the room. Rias, is Konoko-chan okay? Akeno and the other girls asked with concern. Don't worry, Konoko has temporarily stabilized. She's resting now, Rias reassured, signaling that they needn't worry. But what happened to Konoko-chan? Tenraku asked, and this was a question that was on everyone's minds. Chiron has entered her estrus period, Kurika replied this time. Hearing her explanation, both Tenraku and Akeno's group were taken aback. Estrus period? That's right. Females in our Nikomata clan go through a certain period of estrus when they want to have offspring. It's an instinctual desire to procreate, much like real cats, Kurika explained. After hearing Kurika's explanation, everyone understood, but Tenraku still had some doubts. I can understand that, but isn't Konoko-chan entering her estrus period a bit too early? Even if it was as Kurika said, the estrus period usually occurred in mature females. It seemed abnormal for someone like Konoko-chan, who was still developing. Hehehe, you have something to do with this, Red Dragon Emperor, Kurika said, leaning against Tenraku's shoulder with a mischievous grin. The alluring scent coming from her caused Tenraku's heart to race, and he inwardly cursed the seductive woman. My fault? Yes, you're constantly engaging in those intimate activities with Rias and the others. Those actions have been stimulating Chiron, Kurika explained. Although she hasn't said anything on the surface, that child is quite competitive inside. She must be thinking, I can't lose, next time it's my turn. Over time, it's natural for her estrus period to occur earlier. After hearing Kurika's words, not only Tenraku but also Rias and Yubelina's group blushed, feeling quite embarrassed. It seemed like they all had a part to play in Konochan's current situation. So, is there a way to resolve this? Tenraku asked, rubbing his forehead with a hint of frustration. Konochan's body and mind were still immature, and experiencing an early estrus period was not a good thing. If Tenraku were to go all the way with her now, even if it didn't result in pregnancy, it would still be a risky situation for both of them. He knew this well, which is why he had always stopped short of crossing that final line when being intimate with Konochan. This time, I've temporarily suppressed Shirwan's estrus period using my abilities. However, if she continues to be stimulated in the future, it could erupt again, Kurika explained, her gaze fixed on Tenraku with a hint of teasing. To resolve Shirwan's issue, Red Dragon Emperor, you'll have to practice abstinence? Huh? Tenraku couldn't believe his ears. Did Kurika just suggest that he practice abstinence? Is that the simplest solution? Yes, it's the easiest method, Nya. As long as you refrain from engaging in those intimate activities that stimulate Chiron, her symptoms won't reappear, Kurika replied confidently. Red Dragon Emperor, for Shirwan's sake, can't you abstain for a few years? Tenraku's face turned dark when he heard that. He practically had intimate moments with Rias and the others every night. If he truly followed Kurika's advice and abstained for several years, he might as well be dead. Kurika, how about considering another approach? Rias, with a slightly flushed face, suggested. Even Zenovia and Irina nodded in agreement. Clearly, the idea of Tenraku abstaining was not acceptable to them. That would be my only option. With a sigh, Tenraku expressed his exasperation. He didn't appreciate being labeled as selfish when it came to Konochan. Don't think that only you care about Konochan. She's an important member of our family as well. I'll find a solution for her, Tenraku said firmly, giving Kurika a stern look. Oh, do you have a plan? Kurika seemed to show some interest, and Rias and her group also looked at Tenraku curiously. In the end, Konochan is displaying these symptoms because she's been stimulated. If we can satisfy her both physically and emotionally, these symptoms should naturally disappear. Tenraku stroked his chin, and a glint of wisdom shone in his eyes. Now, Chiron is still young. You better not think of engaging in any inappropriate activities with her, Kurika warned, raising an eyebrow. Who said we had to do that? You don't have to go that far to satisfy a woman. There are countless methods, Tenraku said confidently, his lips curling up slightly. Rias and her group instantly understood what Tenraku meant, and their faces turned crimson. Kurika, being sharp-minded, also grasped the implication but immediately rejected it, saying, I disagree. What if you can't control yourself with Chiron? Kurika, are you doubting me? I said I wouldn't cross that line, Tenraku replied, his voice growing cold. At his current level of power, he was almost at the peak of the Demon King class, bordering on Transcender. Even the slightest release of his aura made Kurika's face pale, and her heart race. However, Kurika clenched her silver teeth and continued to gaze at Tenraku. I still don't trust it. Unless I'm there to watch, I won't let you be alone with Chiron to engage in such activities. Although Kurika knew she couldn't match Tenraku's power, Chiron was someone she was determined to protect at all costs. This was her unwavering stance. Tension filled the room. Rias and her group stayed silent, unsure of how to intervene, while Tenraku and Kurika engaged in a silent standoff. Finally, Tenraku gave in. If you want to watch, then watch. As long as you can handle it. An awkward silence fell over the room. Tenraku couldn't help but feel irritated. He decided to let Kurika watch if that's what she wanted. He would deal with her later if she embarrassed him. Then it's settled, Nya. Red Dragon Emperor, Chiron, and I will be waiting in the room for you. Konochan's estrus period has already been suppressed, hasn't it? I just wanted you to test the effectiveness, Nya. If it doesn't work, we won't use this method in the future. Tenraku found Kurika surprisingly reasonable at times and silently gave her a nod of approval. However, in the next moment, he realized he had made a grave mistake when he noticed Rias and her girls shooting him sharp, accusing glances. That damned Catwoman had dared to set him up? Although they all knew that Tenraku was trying to help Konoko, Rias and her group were not ones to shy away from jealousy. It took a lot of effort from Tenraku to pacify this group of vinegar jars. He felt utterly exhausted and couldn't help but curse Kurika inwardly. She shouldn't have given him this chance, or he would make her regret it. Time was running late, and Rias and her girls had already gone back to their rooms to rest. Tenraku got up and made his way to Kurika and Konoko's room. The room was dimly lit by a small lamp. Konoko-chan had yet to wake up, and Kurika was lying beside her, gently combing her hair. Red Dragon Emperor, you've arrived, Nya. Seeing Tenraku enter, Kurika greeted him with a mischievous smile. Kurika had changed into a silky nightgown, accentuating her voluptuous and curvaceous figure. Her ample assets were subtly revealed through the fabric, and her alabaster skin was both tempting and elusive. Aren't you the one who asked me to come here? Tenraku gave her a less than pleasant look, still irritated by her earlier antics. He, Red Dragon Emperor, do you know? Chiron is my younger sister, my last remaining family member in this world. I absolutely, positively have to protect her. Kurika stroked Konoko's face with tenderness, her voice filled with compassion. I'll protect Konoko-chan too. Tenraku wrinkled his brow, uncertain about where Kurika was going with this. I didn't doubt that, nya. Although you're a lustful Red Dragon Emperor, you're quite trustworthy in this regard. Kurika, if you brought me here just to say these things, I'll leave. What's the matter? You're already finding it hard to resist wanting to do those things to Chiron? It was as if Kurika had already seen through him, and she smiled slyly. Tenraku's face turned slightly red, and he did have thoughts along those lines. Moreover, it seemed like Kurika, intentionally or not, was tempting him. Those casual glimpses of her mysterious allure were scratching an itch within Tenraku. However, he wasn't the kind of man who couldn't control himself around women. And Tenraku hadn't forgotten his real purpose. Wake up Konoko-chan, we need to test if this works. Sherwon's situation isn't urgent. Before that, moistening her lips, Kurika raised one leg, causing her nightgown to slip off, revealing her slender and flawless jade foot in the air. Red Dragon Emperor, do you want me? To be continued. Kurika, are you serious? Narrowing his eyes, Tenraku spoke up. Well, of course I'm serious, nya. Let me ask again, Red Dragon Emperor, do you want me? I do? Kurika asked with a soft tone, and Tenraku nodded. If this woman was serious, he saw no reason to pretend. He truly desired her? Can you tell me why? And it better not just be because you're lusting after my beauty, nya. Kurika inquired with a smile on her lips. Although Tenraku wasn't sure what this woman was up to, he didn't mind sharing his thoughts. Of course, physical beauty is an important aspect. Besides that, your strength is impressive, you're intelligent, and your determination to do anything to protect Konoko-chan is something I admire. While your personality might have some quirks, I don't mind them. In fact, your uniqueness is intriguing. Of course, your role as Konoko-chan's elder sister is also a significant point. That's about it. Are you satisfied now? Tenraku had laid out his views on Kurika, and he awaited her response. You are really worthy of your name, Red Dragon Emperor? Ha. Covering her belly, Kurika laughed heartily, tears almost forming in her eyes. This guy sure had a direct way of speaking. All right, you've passed, Red Dragon Emperor. If you dare to have me, then I'm yours. Finally regaining her composure, Kurika declared. You're willing to offer yourself to me? I'd like to hear your reasons too. With a glint in his eyes, Tenraku didn't show much excitement but rather asked for clarification. He couldn't believe that such a simple deal was being offered. Well, I've thought it through, nya. Regardless of Sherwon's situation, you, the lustful Red Dragon Emperor, aren't planning to spare any women in the house, are you? Kurika stared at Tenraku intensely, her eyes burning with determination. Tenraku felt a bit embarrassed by her directness. As Kurika had said, he had no intentions of sparing any women in the house. Apart from the already corrupted Rias and her girls, he had thoughts of grooming and training younger girls like Isle, Nell, and Kuno. As for Rasius, the drowsy Valkyrie, he had been intentionally getting closer to her, and once the opportunity arose, he planned to conquer her completely. However, these were not reasons good enough for Kurika to willingly offer herself to him. Seeming to understand Tenraku's doubts, Kurika continued, although you're a greedy and domineering Red Dragon Emperor, I believe you're a reliable man. You're 1,000 times better than those scumbags who only use women's bodies. Of course, as the host of the 2 heavenly dragons, you have an enormous allure to any woman. That's an undeniable fact. Even I desire your powerful genes, nya. As she said this, Kurika even teased Tenraku by stroking herself with a seductive look, leaving Tenraku cursing her inwardly. But, tell me, Kurika, what do you really want? I can't believe you'd offer yourself just for these reasons. You've seen through me, nya. Of course, it's not that simple. Red Dragon Emperor, if you promise to protect Chiron forever, to cherish and never harm her, then it'll be yours. No, I should say that all of us sisters will be yours? Sitting up, Kurika laid out her conditions. Just these conditions? Furrowing his brow, Tenraku was somewhat surprised. He had expected much stricter conditions from this seductive woman. How's that? Do you think it's simple? But for me, it's the most important thing. Staring directly at Tenraku, Kurika had a serious expression. You don't need to tell me, I would have protected Konoko-chan forever and never harmed her. But since this is the condition you've proposed, I'll reaffirm it. I, Kamiya Tenraku, will forever protect Konoko-chan, cherish her, and I will absolutely not harm her. Now, are you satisfied? Equally serious, Tenraku made his commitment. Red Dragon Emperor, until you break your promise, both Chiron and I belong to you. Leaning over to Tenraku's ear, Kurika whispered, her voice filled with allure. Then she reclined once more, striking a seductive pose. Come on, you've been lusting after this body for a long time, haven't you? Her face rapidly turned red, Kurika's breath grew heavier, and her demeanor exuded irresistible sensuality. You're in heat? Observing Kurika's behavior, Tenraku couldn't help but be surprised. We, the adult Nikoshou, can control our estrus period freely. Right now, I want your child, I want your genes. Give it to me? With her eyes in a daze, Kurika's speech became somewhat slurred. With a deep sigh, Tenraku couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the Nikomata race. Unable and unwilling to refuse, now in his wolf form, Tenraku pounced. After a while, Tenraku Sr., Konochan's voice, which had awakened at some point, was now bright red. It seemed she couldn't control herself, and she squeezed herself between Tenraku and Kurika. Red Dragon Emperor, Chiron has awakened, please help her? Almost exhausted, Kurika had to exert all her strength to push away Tenraku, who was raging within her. Leave it to me. With a slight smile, Tenraku held Konochan in his arms. Konochan was still young, so Tenraku naturally wouldn't do anything that could harm her body. However, he gently helped her alleviate her physical desires. With both his mouth and hands in action, the room soon resumed the wicked scenes once more. Kamiya Tenraku, Sorgg. In the dimly lit room, a magic circle was stretched in the air, and the projections of Tenraku and Sorgg were engaged in a fierce battle within the magic circle, recreating their previous match in the Underworld. On the other side of the room, a young girl in a wizard's robe watched the two men fight without blinking. Her gem-like eyes sparkled with countless little stars. KCH the room's door suddenly swung open, and with the illumination of the lights, 3 men and a giant beast entered. It was Vali, Cao, Arthur Pendragon, and the demonic wolf Fenrir. Vali-sama, Cao-sama, older brother-sama, Fenrir-chan, welcome back. She quickly stood up to greet them and then ran to Fenrir's side to pet its head. Elifei, you're watching that match of the Sex Dragon Emperor again? How many times have you watched it already? Cao shouted upon seeing the magic circle on the side. This is an exciting match, I just wanted to learn a bit. Elifei hastily covered up, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Learn? You're a magician, what can you learn from those two magical losers? Arthur commented, feeling a little puzzled. Arthur, your younger sister seems to have taken a liking to that Sex Dragon Emperor. Aren't you going to do something about it? Cao wasted no time in exposing the girl's lie and even dragged Arthur into it. Cao-sama, please don't say that. I just admire Red Dragon Emperor-sama a bit. Elifei's face flushed with embarrassment. Elifei is free to like whoever she wants, Arthur responded calmly, showing no signs of discontent or surprise. With a smirk, Cao found himself at a loss for words. Arthur had spoken, and what else could he say? The poor naive girl was going to be charmed by that Sex Dragon Emperor. Elifei, are you interested in Kamiya Tenraku? Vali's voice suddenly cut through, making the just recovered Elifei nervous again. Vali-sama, I feeling flustered. Elifei naturally knew that Vali's sacred gear had been taken by Tenraku. Vali-sama's question, was he angry? Don't be nervous, I just want to know if you are genuinely interested in him. Vali furrowed his brows and reassured her. Her heart pounding, Elifei ultimately didn't have the courage to lie in front of Vali. She could only nod her head hesitantly. Yes. She wasn't just interested, she admired and idolized the Red Dragon Emperor, who continuously created miracles. I have a plan, and since you're interested in Kamiya Tenraku, you can come along, Vali suggested. A plan? What kind of plan, Vali-sama? Elifei asked with curiosity, still not entirely sure what Vali had in mind. You'll find out later, Vali replied, not offering any further explanation. He believed that his plan would throw the entire Cao's brigade into chaos. He was looking forward to Cao Cao's reaction. However, Vali knew that he couldn't handle this alone and decided it was best to contact Azazel. Early morning, the Kamiya family Razi dance. Ugh. With a soft groan, Konoko, who was lying between Tenraku and Kurika, slowly opened her eyes. She saw Tenraku and her elder sister both looking at her with smiles on their faces. Elder sister, Senior Tenraku, Yu memories from the previous night flooded back into her mind, and the girl's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Her elder sister and Senior Tenraku had actually done that last night, and she had been involved too. Tightly closing her eyes, her whole body involuntarily trembling, the intense embarrassment made the innocent girl feel like she wanted to die. It seems like the effect is pretty good, sure one's symptoms have disappeared. Since it worked, let's do the same if Konoko-chan has another episode. With the voices of Kurika and Tenraku, and naturally knowing what they were talking about, Konoko's embarrassment deepened. Elder sister, Senior Tenraku. The experiences of last night were indeed memorable, but considering Konoko, Tenraku, and Kurika managed to restrain themselves from continuing, they got dressed together in the room and then left together. The other girls in the house naturally knew what Tenraku and the others had done last night. Rias and Akeno shot Tenraku stern looks before comforting the bewildered Konoko-chan. Azazel contacted us and said he'll be coming over later, and he'll bring 2 guests. Everyone was having breakfast when Rias suddenly mentioned something. Guests? What kind of guests? Tenraku was curious about why Azazel would suddenly come over. He didn't specify, just asked us not to be surprised, and he had that mysterious look on his face. Rias also seemed a bit puzzled as she spoke. Oh, sounds intriguing. Tenraku raised an eyebrow, piquing his interest. Although they had school to attend today, if Azazel was coming over, Tenraku and the girls would have to set aside their school plans. At the agreed-upon time, the doorbell of the Kamiya family rang. Hey there, Tenraku, Rias. Tenraku-sama, everyone? First, it was Azazel, followed by Gasper. Azazel, you mentioned there were 2 guests, right? Gasper wasn't considered a guest, so Tenraku asked. They might surprise you a bit, but please stay calm. Come on out, you two. After giving Tenraku and Rias group a defensive glance, two girls, one in a robe and the other in a suit, stepped out from behind Azazel. The girl in the robe looked somewhat unfamiliar, while the girl in the suit took a couple of steps forward and hugged Tenraku. Tenraku, friend. As Tenraku looked at the girl hugging him with a pure and innocent expression, his mouth twitched. Meanwhile, Rias and the others simultaneously displayed expressions of shock. In the Kamiya family's living room, the atmosphere was undeniably tense. Both Akeno and the Yubelina wore expressions of vigilance. Even the usually playful Isle and Nell were huddled together, their faces a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The focus of their attention was none other than the dreaded leader of the Chaos Brigade, the dragon god of infinity, Aphais. Currently, she was sitting on Tenraku's lap, completely absorbed in licking a lollipop. Hello, Red Dragon Emperor-sama. I'm Ellie Faye Pendragon, a nervous yet excited magical girl named Ellie Faye introduced herself as she approached Tenraku. Her face was flushed with embarrassment but radiated enthusiasm. Hello, Miss Ellie Faye. Are you Arthur Pendragon's younger sister? Tenraku inquired, studying the young girl. Though she was young, Ellie Faye exuded a formidable magical power, which was not far behind Yubelina in terms of strength. He is indeed my older brother. Red Dragon Emperor-sama, I greatly admire you. Could you please sign this for me? Ellie Faye suddenly bent down and presented a notebook for Tenraku to sign. Though her cheeks blushed intensely, she had finally spoken her desire. Tenraku couldn't help but smile, amused that this young girl was his fan. He accepted the notebook and wrote his name on it. Is this enough, Miss Ellie Faye? Ellie Faye accepted the notebook like a cherished treasure, overwhelmed with joy. Yes, Red Dragon Emperor-sama, I'll treasure it forever. Don't make it sound so dramatic, it's just a signature. If you want more in the future, just ask. I can sign for you anytime. Really, Red Dragon Emperor-sama? Of course, it's true. I'm delighted to have a lovely and cute fan like you. You can just call me Ellie Faye. Sure, then you can call me by my name as well. No need to keep saying Red Dragon Emperor-sama. But how can I? I'll continue calling you Tenraku-sama. Suit yourself. Call me whatever makes you comfortable. While Tenraku was interacting with his newfound fan, Rias and the others were still keeping a wary eye on Aphais. Meanwhile, Azazel found himself in a tense confrontation with Rias. Azazel, why did you bring Aphais here? This is completely different from what we agreed upon. Calm down, Rias. I told you all not to be too surprised no matter what. Rest assured, this isn't a battlefield, and she won't attack you. Even if she wants to, none of us here are her match. Stop trying to explain. Regardless, this is too much. Why would an enemy like her, the leader of a terrifying organization attacking various major factions, appear in the most crucial city for all alliances? Why is she in our home? Furthermore, there hasn't been any communication from Unai-sama or Michael-sama, and even the town's security hasn't responded. Azazel, did you keep this hidden from everyone? Contacting the Chaos Brigade privately and bringing Aphais here, do you realize that your actions could be seen as a grave betrayal of the alliance? Rias was incensed and speaking with great seriousness. Fortunately, it was Azazel. Had it been someone else, a confrontation might have escalated by now. Rias, calm down. I would never betray the alliance we've worked so hard to form. I carefully considered this decision. Look over there. Aphais is very quiet right now. She won't do anything to harm you. Azazel was sweating profusely as he tried to console her, nodding towards Aphais and Tenraku's direction. Rias turned to look and saw that Aphais was indeed quietly enjoying her lollipop, while Tenraku calmly petted her head and engaged in conversation with the magical girl. Rias couldn't help but feel like a clown after her earlier outburst. She clenched her teeth and her face turned red with embarrassment. Tenraku, she called out, her voice quivering with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Cough, Rias. Azazel has a point. Take a moment to calm down, Tenraku said, trying to defuse the tension. While Aphais is the leader of the Chaos Brigade and possesses the power to destroy us, she is not a threat in her current state. There's no need to be overly anxious. Tenraku signaled to Akeno, who quickly stepped forward to console Rias. After taking a few deep breaths, Rias gradually regained her composure. It was understandable that Rias had been so agitated. As Tenraku's officially wedded partner and essentially the head of his harem, she felt immense pressure. The sudden appearance of Aphais, an overwhelmingly powerful adversary they couldn't contend with, had momentarily left her flustered. I apologize, Azazel. I may have overreacted earlier. Please forgive me, Rias said, offering a sincere apology to Azazel. Well, as long as you've calmed down, Azazel replied, wiping his forehead with a hint of resentment. He had endured quite the tongue-lashing earlier. Rias blushed and apologized to Azazel once again. With the atmosphere considerably eased, Rias had regained her composure, and the other girls in the house were no longer as tense as before. Now, Azazel, can you explain what's going on? Rias inquired. While I have no doubts about your abilities, I find it hard to believe that you could have extracted Aphais from the Chaos Brigade. You've discovered that, huh? Indeed, even I couldn't have taken Aphais from the Chaos Brigade. Vali was the one who contacted me and brought Aphais here, Azazel revealed. Tenraku and Rias' eyes widened in surprise at Azazel's response. Vali, what does he want? Tenraku asked with a furrowed brow. According to Vali, he dislikes the Chaos Brigade's exploitation of Afais for their own purposes, so he decides to rescue her. However, that brat is quite tsundere, and there might be other reasons he's not telling us, Azazel added with a mischievous grin, seemingly lost in thought. Tenraku couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Given what he knew about Vali, there was a good chance there were additional motives behind his actions. So, why did you bring Afais here again? Tenraku continued to inquire, a question that also weighed on the minds of Rias and the others. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, Azazel's expression turned serious, and a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Because I believe this is an opportunity. What opportunity? Rias asked, her eyebrows furrowed. This is about restoring balance to the world, Azazel replied with a deep voice. The Chaos Brigade keeps gathering power using Afais, and it has grown to the point where it can oppose the alliances of major powers. If we let it continue, the world will inevitably fall into chaos. Well, the world is already quite chaotic as it is, someone remarked. That's why I thought that if the Chaos Brigade loses Afais, they would lose their primary source of power. They won't be able to absorb new power in the name of Afais, and their expansion will be curtailed, if not reduced, Azazel explained logically. Tenraku and the women nodded in agreement, but there was still an important question that he hadn't addressed. While what you're saying makes sense, do we really need to bring Afais over to our side? Afais was considered as dangerous as nuclear weapons in the human world. While it wouldn't explode easily, once it did, no one would be able to handle it. Even the most daring individuals wouldn't want to keep such a dangerous entity in their home. Well, I don't see any other option, Azazel sighed. Even though the major powers have formed alliances now, these relationships are fragile at best. Regardless of where we place Afais, it will likely undermine all our efforts. Even if we do nothing, she's still a troublesome presence, Azazel added with a frustrated expression. Meanwhile, Afais, the central figure of this discussion, continued to quietly add sugar to her tea as if she had nothing to do with it. So, you're just passing this trouble on to us? Tenraku couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the reasoning. Your place is the only one I can think of that can accept Afais without disrupting the alliances of the major powers. Besides, Afais herself seems interested in your place, Azazel said, nodding. But he didn't mention that Vali, that guy, also strongly recommended bringing Afais to Tenraku and his group. Afais, are you really interested in our place? Tenraku asked with some surprise, patting Afais, who was sitting on his lap. Yes, Drake and Albion are here, Afais replied calmly, still adding sugar to her tea. And you're my friend. Although Tenraku had called himself her friend when he first met Afais, he never expected that her great dragon god mind would understand the concept of friendship. Friend gives me tasty food, she added. Well, hearing Afais' response, Rias and the other women couldn't help but chuckle, and even Tenraku couldn't resist patting his forehead. He had hoped for too much. It seemed that anyone who fed her could be considered her friend in Afais' eyes. However, Tenraku couldn't help but ask, Afais, didn't anyone in the Chaos Brigade give you food? No, Afais replied calmly while adding sugar to her tea. Although someone like Afais didn't care whether she ate or not, hearing her response, Tenraku and the women fell silent. Even the kind-hearted Asia couldn't help but show sympathy. Those villains from the Chaos Brigade were truly heartless for not even providing Afais with food. Afais was so pitiful. All right, it's decided. Afais will stay with us, Tenraku said, sighing. Haha, kid, I knew I made the right choice with you? Azazel laughed heartily, while Rias was once again filled with excitement. Rias, you heard it too. The best choice is to keep Afais with us. But this is too risky. What if she harms everyone? As for that indeed, this was something that needed consideration. Tenraku thought for a moment and then raised Afais into the air, saying, Afais, you will temporarily stay with us until you return to the infinite dimensional gap. But you must promise that you will never harm anyone here. Okay. Afais looked around and nodded. Now, is that acceptable, Rias? Tenraku smiled at Rias after gently placing Afais back on the ground. What can I say when you put it that way? Rias sighed with a helpless expression. Rather than believing in Afais' promise, she believed in Tenraku, as did Akeno and Ubelina, the other women. So, it's settled then. Afais, from now on, you're our family mascot? In high spirits, while others might fear Afais, Tenraku wasn't afraid at all. To him, Azazel sending Afais over was like a hidden treasure, pure, innocent, and possessing overwhelming power. With a little influence from Tenraku, Afais could become a super pet and a formidable ally. Mascot? What does that mean? Tilting her head, Afais seemed to not understand the term, and Rias and her group grew instantly nervous. A mascot means that we'll take care of you, feed you delicious food and drinks, and in return, you'll bring good luck to everyone in our home. Tenraku ruffled Afais' forehead, answering with a warm smile. Good luck? This mistress only bestows power, not luck. Afais showed a slightly troubled expression, still not fully grasping the concept. Well, just by staying here, you'll naturally bring us good luck. Don't worry about it, Tenraku reassured her. Oh, since Tenraku said so, Afais couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore and accepted her role as their mascot. Rias and her group breathed a sigh of relief, and even Azazel wiped his brow. Tenraku really knew how to be intimidating. If he had angered Afais, they would all have been in big trouble. However, there was someone who looked at Tenraku with immense admiration, a young magic user named Ali Fei. He dared to make the invincible Afais her family's mascot. Tenraku was truly amazing. Now that it's decided, Ellie Fei, you will stay here to help take care of Afais. You will also be the liaison with Valis Group. In case there are any developments on the Chaos Brigade side, Vali will contact you to relay the information to us. Tenraku-sama, senior members, I will be in your care from now on. Azazel pointed to Ellie Fei, and she stepped forward, bowing to everyone politely. Polite and courteous, unlike Afais, who exuded immense pressure, everyone naturally welcomed Ellie Fei. Marion, Burant, please prepare lunch. Let's welcome Afais and Ellie Fei. Azazel, join us for lunch before you go. I'll pass. I have matters to attend to in the underworld. I need to return immediately. Gasper, we're leaving. Finally shaking off the responsibility of Afais, Azazel was still worried that Tenraku and the others might change their minds. He dragged the reluctant Gasper into the teleportation vortex and disappeared. Although very reluctant, under someone's persistent persuasion, Satrai-sana ultimately surrendered with a sorrowful expression on her face. She agreed to become an accomplice to Tenraku and Rias. She warned her peerage not to leak any information about Afais and had Shinra Tsubaki handle Ellie Fei's enrollment. Ellie Fei was younger than Ravel and Konochan, but for convenience, she was assigned to the same class as Ravel and the others. Sorry, Sana, for involving you in this, Tenraku apologized after Rias and Afais left the student council room. He stayed behind to calm President Sama. Heh, at least someone knows how to apologize, Sana said with a hint of sarcasm as she pushed the pervert off her. It seemed that this time she was genuinely annoyed, and Tenraku couldn't help but sigh in resignation. Without further ado, he lowered his head and placed his bet on President Sama's soft lips. Woo woo woo. At first, she struggled and tried to push him away, but soon Satrai-sana lost the strength to resist. She could only let Tenraku manipulate her, feeling dizzy and weak. Constantly savoring the sweetness of each other's lips, Tenraku finally released the girl after a long while. Sana, are you still angry now? Tenraku whispered in President Sama's ear with a teasing smile. Glaring at him with resentment, Satrai-sana continued to catch her breath. She couldn't believe she had chosen this despicable man. She wondered what sins she had committed in her previous life. I've done all I can for you. Afais is too dangerous. You and Rias should take care of yourselves, Satrai-sana said with a hint of melancholy. Deep down, she was a girl with a cold exterior but a warm heart. If she truly didn't care about Tenraku and Rias, she wouldn't have offered her assistance. Joking aside, even though she was just an accomplice, if the secret about Afais got out, her reputation and even the entire House of Satrai would be affected. Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. I'll handle everything, Tenraku reassured her with a smile. In truth, Tenraku hoped to keep Afais' situation hidden for as long as possible, giving him ample time to gather power. But even if it were discovered, he wouldn't be afraid. He was no longer the same weakling he once was, and he feared no one. A hint of complexity flashed in the girl's eyes. Despite the seriousness of the matter, Tenraku remained so relaxed and carefree. However, it wasn't arrogance, it was a certain kind of unwavering self-confidence. This was one of the reasons why she had fallen for him. Has something happened to Tsubaki recently? Is it related to something you did? Suddenly, Satrai-sana stared at Tenraku. Tsubaki? What happened to her? If Tsubaki's behavior has been strange lately, you should ask her directly. How would I know? Although he felt a little surprised, Tenraku remained calm on the surface. Are you sure it has nothing to do with you? Satrai-sana scrutinized Tenraku's expression closely. Tsubaki had been acting absent-minded lately, making several mistakes even in her student council duties. This was unusual for someone as diligent and meticulous as Tsubaki. While Sana had asked Tsubaki what was going on, Tsubaki had been evasive, unable to explain herself. After thinking it over, Satrai-sana could only suspect Tenraku. She had no concrete evidence, but her woman's intuition told her something was amiss. It has absolutely nothing to do with me, Tenraku insisted, despite her suspicions. He shook his head vigorously, almost like a wavy drum. Although Satrai-sana remained skeptical, Tenraku's firm denial left her with no choice but to withdraw her gaze in frustration. Although Tenraku had heaved a sigh of relief, thinking he had escaped unscathed, suddenly, tell me, what's going on? Raising her head abruptly, President Sama's expression turned icy, and her beautiful eyes gleamed with a sharp light. I already said it had nothing to do with me, Tenraku replied, trying to maintain his composure despite being taken aback. Satrai-sana remained silent, her gaze locked onto Tenraku, her expression filled with sarcasm. Sana, how did you figure it out? Tenraku finally admitted defeat. He believed he had played it perfectly and couldn't fathom how Sana had uncovered his deception. I guessed, Sana replied with a smile. Tenraku's expression froze. He had been fooled. Now, can you explain it to me? President Sama gently stroked Tenraku's cheek with a smiling yet eerie tenderness. However, this strange tenderness sent shivers down Tenraku's spine. With a sigh, Tenraku eventually had to confess to President Sama about his secret activities with the vice president. As expected, after listening to the whole story, President Sama's face darkened. Even though you already have Rias, you're not satisfied, and you're going after Tsubaki too? Sana hissed through gritted teeth, utterly infuriated. It's not my fault. Tsubaki is an outstanding girl. It's abnormal not to be interested in her, Tenraku replied somewhat awkwardly, scratching his head. Ha, so you're blaming Tsubaki? Sana mocked. However, in the next moment, she was left dumbfounded. Those can wait for the right opportunity, Tenraku said with a hint of anticipation, not denying it. He knew that his Okasama had set a goal for him, to find at least 100 beautiful and capable wives. But Tenraku felt that 100 wouldn't be enough, he needed at least 100 times more. Yuyusano was left trembling with anger, unable to find the right words. Since words wouldn't suffice, President Sama took direct action, sinking her teeth into Tenraku's flesh. Ah! The whole student council room resonated with Tenraku's well-deserved screams of pain. After a long while, blushing with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation, Satrai-sana sat slumped in her chair, clutching her nearly torn-to-pieces dress. Tenraku, on the other hand, grimaced as he rubbed the bite marks on his body and made his way out of the student council room. After a heated battle and negotiation between the two, Tenraku and President Sama finally reached an agreement. Satrai-sana wouldn't interfere with Tenraku and Shinra Tsubaki's relationship, but everything had to be Tsubaki's own choice. Tenraku was strictly forbidden from using his power and status to coerce her, just as he had promised Rias regarding Konochan. These terms were acceptable to Tenraku. While he had claimed dominance and control over women like Rainare and Kateria, he would never treat good women like Vice President Sama in the same way. He preferred using a gentle approach to conquer them and enjoyed the process. Of course, while their agreement mentioned Vice President Sama, Tenraku's goals went far beyond her. Inside the Saints and Demons Hall, Tenraku sat alone on the throne, his eyes closed as his thoughts immersed in the sea of his consciousness. At some point, a vast golden ocean had appeared here, with the colossal gods and demons scripture towering in the middle of the sea. It resembled an immortal monument being continuously struck by the golden waves. From the center of the gods and demons scripture, countless golden threads radiated into the void. Each moment, belief power from the other side of the void flowed in, condensed by the gods and demons scripture into a liquid before merging into the sea below. This was not an ordinary ocean but a belief sea entirely formed by the convergence of belief power. Tenraku estimated that he now had nearly 1 million believers. Due to the chaos caused by the Chaos Brigade, various disturbances were happening worldwide. However, this chaos also created opportunities for Tenraku, leading to an explosive growth in his number of believers. Opening his eyes, Tenraku's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed his tools were working diligently. He would have to reward them handsomely afterward. It was at this moment that a dozen transmission formations unfolded, and Kateria, along with dozens of female magicians, emerged from them. Under Tenraku's command, Kateria and her subordinates were currently spreading belief and recruiting believers worldwide. Every few days, they would return to rest and report their progress to Tenraku. Greetings, Master, Kateria, and the group of female magicians kneeled on the ground and bowed to Tenraku. Are you injured? Tenraku asked, furrowing his brows as he looked at his tools. Kateria appeared pale, her aura weak, and the other female magicians showed signs of having been in battle, with minor injuries here and there. Clearly, they had just gone through combat. While the other magicians' injuries were manageable, Kateria, who possessed the power of the serpent, was at the Demon King level of strength. Although not at the top tier, there weren't many individuals in the world who could injure her. Forgive us, Master. We were discovered while recruiting believers in Hinduism's territory and ended up in a battle with Hinduism's Buddha, Kateria explained with a hint of shame as she recounted the events. Tenraku quickly grasped the situation. Hinduism could be considered the world's foremost great religion. It had an ancient lineage, and many god systems had developed based on its foundations. Even the god of the Holy Bible's church could barely contend with them when he was alive, but now there was little they could do. Hinduism had numerous believers, and some of its powerful clergy held positions equivalent to Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. These figures possessed tremendous strength. Among them, the three top gods, destruction god Shiva, patron god Vaya, and creation god Brahm, were second only to Aphiz, the dragon god of infinity, and the true red dragon god Emperor. Even figures like Akrodevn Indra of Mount Meru and the god of thunder Thor from Norse mythology ranked below them. According to Kateria, they had been spreading belief for Tenraku in Hinduism's territory. Unfortunately, they had been betrayed by a believer who was not firmly committed, leading to a battle with a Buddha of Hinduism. Kateria and her magicians had managed to escape only through a narrow margin. It was fortunate that this time they had encountered only a Buddha. If it had been one of the three Lord Gods, they would have had no chance to escape. However, opponents at Kate Ree's level were not enough to warrant the intervention of those three. I'm sorry, Master. Not only did we fail to recruit believers this time, but we also exposed the presence of the holy religion. Please punish us, Kateria said with a worried expression, expecting Tenraku's reprimand. Tenraku remained expressionless as he contemplated for a moment before speaking. Our existence will be exposed sooner or later. I won't hold you accountable for this incident. Go clean yourselves up, Kateria, and then come to my room. Activating Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, Tenraku sent out dozens of gentle lights to heal Kateria and the female magician's injuries. Although they were at fault this time, Tenraku couldn't be too harsh on them. Even though they were his tools, as long as they remained loyal and served him, Tenraku wouldn't be overly strict with them. Thank you, Master. Kateria and the female magicians breathed sighs of relief upon receiving Tenraku's pardon. After bowing to Tenraku, the group of women withdrew to their respective rooms for some rest and recovery. Tenraku, meanwhile, tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne and once again fell into contemplation. Kate Ree's recent actions had sounded an alarm for Tenraku. The existence of the saints and demons religion was now known, not only to Hinduism but also potentially to other powerful factions. However, they were aware of the saints and demons religion itself and not yet of Tenraku, the evil god behind it all. To prevent such a situation, Tenraku had already taken special precautions with the gods and demons scripture. Unless someone was his believer, obtaining the gods and demons scripture would only result in it instantly incinerating, leaving no trace behind. Without the gods and demons scripture, finding Tenraku would be far from easy. Moreover, the major factions were currently preoccupied with the audacious Cao's brigade, which left them with little time or interest in pursuing the relatively minor evil god. In other words, Tenraku had time. His immediate task was to recruit more and more believers and accumulate greater power before being completely exposed. With his plans for the future set, Tenraku rose from the throne and headed to his room in the Saints and Demons Temple, waiting for Kateria to arrive. "Master, it's Kateria. Come in." Kateri's voice came from outside the room, and Tenraku invited her inside. The door swung open, revealing Kateria, who had already tidied herself up. However, accompanying Kateria were a dozen beautiful women dressed in uniforms. "Master, I've completed the training of these Cao's brigade captives. I've brought them here to serve you," Kateria said with a seductive smile as she stood before Tenraku. "Good job," Tenraku praised in a subdued tone, not declining the offer. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and serve the master." Kateria snapped at the group of women who were standing idly to the side. Having undergone some form of brainwashing and torment, the dozen uniformed women displayed evident fear towards Kateria. They immediately sprang into action. 2 women knelt on either side of Tenraku, while others massaged his shoulders and legs, preparing his seating area. One particularly bold woman even blushed as she unbuttoned her uniform, offering Tenraku a special service with her prominent assets. It was like being treated as an emperor, and Tenraku closed his eyes and enjoyed the attention without reservation. Silence filled the room as the dozen women served Tenraku diligently, while Kateria patiently stood by, waiting. After some time, Tenraku finally opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward Kateria. "Kneel." Tenraku's voice was calm but firm, causing Kateri's heart to tighten. She thought Tenraku might be punishing her for the previous incident. Kateria didn't dare to resist and obediently knelt before Tenraku. A faint smile graced Tenraku's lips as he gently caressed Kateri's cheek. She, the final descendant of Leviathan, once a proud woman, was now nothing more than an obedient tool and slave in his eyes. Tenraku had ordered her to kneel not to humiliate her or as a punishment for their previous encounter. It was simply more convenient for him to touch her face this way. "Kateria, you truly are a beautiful woman." Tenraku's praise was sincere as he held Kateri's face in his hands. Despite having enjoyed her body countless times, she still held an irresistible allure for him. Her beautiful and seductive appearance, her tall and sensual figure, these were the qualities that drew Tenraku to Kateria. He admired and even respected her for her ruthless ambition, which led her to betray her own body and soul for her ambitions. Kateria, realizing that Tenraku had no intentions of punishing her for her past actions, breathed a sigh of relief and allowed a seductive smile to grace her lips. "Everything I have belongs to you," she declared, lowering her head in submission. Tenraku didn't pay much attention to the somewhat enigmatic expression on her face. Rather than saying that she submitted to Kamiya Tenraku, it was more accurate to say that she submitted to his power. A woman as proud, ruthless, and ambitious as Kateria would only kneel before strength. Such women were dangerous, and the weak had no right to touch them. Only true strong individuals deserved to possess them. Because Tenraku possessed absolute power, Kateria submitted to him, becoming an outstanding tool and an exquisite plaything in his hands. "Do you know what this is?" Tenraku produced a black jade jewel and held it up for Kateria to see. Recognizing the aura of a sacred gear, Kateria didn't hesitate but was unsure of Tenraku's intentions. "Yes, this is a sacred gear, and it's one of the highest-ranked Longinus that destroy God. It's the demonic beast creation annihilation maker that I acquired from the hero faction last time, a Longinus that can create any demonic beast through imagination." Upon hearing Tenraku's explanation, Kateri's eyes flashed with interest. She was well aware of this Longinus and had even witnessed Tenraku using it in their battle against the hero faction. He had created a powerful 9-tailed fox and hundreds of other formidable demonic beasts with it. While it might not match the destructive power of the boosted gear and divine dividing in terms of individual power, its potential for danger far exceeded them. With this sacred gear's ability properly utilized, it could easily destroy a city or even a country. "Do you want it?" Seeing the desire in Kateri's eyes, Tenraku's smile grew. "I do." Kateri's response was passionate and without hesitation. She was a smart woman and didn't see the need to hide her desire at this moment. Tenraku was pleased with Kateri's reaction. While he did intend to grant her this Longinus, he wouldn't do so easily. "Please me." From a position of authority, Tenraku gave his command. The uniformed girl who had been providing a special service with her assets to Tenraku rose shyly, making room for Kateria. Kateria quickly understood Tenraku's intentions. "Yes, my master." Taking a few steps forward, Kateria moistened her lips and then lowered her proud head to please Tenraku. With closed eyes, Tenraku displayed a contented expression, ready to indulge in the moment. Her skills have improved. Initially, Tenraku had considered sharing the demonic beast creation annihilation maker sacred gear with his queen, Ubelina. However, after considering Yubelena's attributes, he decided that the Longinus might not be suitable for her. It was only after witnessing Kateri's return from her injuries that he made the decision to grant it to her. As an essential tool for recruiting believers for Tenraku, Kateria needed to enhance her strength. Besides, the demonic beast creation annihilation maker sacred gear was quite compatible with her abilities. Tenraku wasn't concerned about Kateria rebelling against him. Both her body and soul had already submitted to him. Even if, by some strange chance, she did betray him one day, he could easily retrieve everything he had granted her with a mere thought. Opening his eyes and observing Kateria diligently pleasing him, Tenraku didn't go back on his word. He raised his hand and transferred the demonic beast creation annihilation maker into her body. Although it wasn't as dramatic as taking a sacred gear by force, fusing with a sacred gear still caused some level of pain, especially when it involved a powerful sacred gear like the Longinus. Kateria couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as pain contorted her face. However, despite the agony, this woman, known for her cruelty to others, continued to please Tenraku without interruption. Truly a perfect tool and plaything, Tenraku closed his eyes, allowing Kateria to fully utilize her abilities. Several hours later, Kateria, once you've rested, set off immediately. Cease your activities in Hinduism's territory and continue recruiting believers elsewhere. Tenraku, dressed in his clothes, issued his command to Kateria. Yes, master. Prostrate on the ground, Kateria responded dreamily. The room was littered with fragments of various clothing, and the dozen uniformed girls were scattered around, each covered in the marks of their sins. Some had even fainted from exhaustion. As Tenraku left, leaving Kateria under his special care, she finally couldn't hold on any longer and lay down on the ground. Despite the marks of domination all over her body, Kateria wore an ecstatic expression, feeling the immense power granted to her from within. She was one step closer to her ambition. Someday, she would reclaim the throne that belonged to her and restore the glory of the Leviathan lineage. No, by following that man, perhaps she could go even further. Even though she had betrayed her body and soul, Kateria felt that this was the most correct decision of her life. She would do everything in her power to please that man. He. Unable to contain herself, Kateri's room echoed with her twisted and maniacal laughter. Grilda-sama. In her pristine white nun's robe, Griselda, having just finished her prayers, was on her way back to her own room. Along the way, she exchanged friendly and reverent greetings with the other nuns and clergy. Griselda was known for her exceptional strength, unwavering belief, and her esteemed position as the brave Saint Queen, a royal user of the great Archangel Gabriel-sama in this church. Everyone held her in high regard and had deep affection and respect for her. As always, Griselda carried herself with humility, offering warm, saintly smiles in response to everyone's greetings. Clergy Jerome. Griselda called out to a young clergyman approaching her. Nun Griselda, how may I assist you? Jerome, a young clergyman and a formidable exorcist who was also one of the church's administrators, bowed respectfully to Griselda. Griselda hesitated for a moment, her lips parted, showing a hint of inner turmoil before regaining her composure. I have no specific request, Clergy Jerome. I only heard that you're going on a mission. Please take care of yourself, and may the Lord bless you. Thank you for your blessings, Nun Griselda. Clergy Jerome, feeling honored, displayed a hint of joy on his face. With a slight smile, Griselda nodded and then continued on her way to her room. Watching her beautiful figure as she walked away, Clergy Jerome's eyes briefly held a hint of admiration before quickly turning melancholic. Although he was a devout believer, a powerful exorcist, and excelled among his peers, Nun Griselda's excellence cast a shadow over his own achievements. Moreover, Nun Griselda was a living saint, dedicated to the Lord in body, mind, and soul, untouchable by mere mortals like him. Shaking his head with a bitter smile and sighing, young Clergy Jerome left the church. Meanwhile, in another part of the church, upon returning to her room, Griselda locked the door. The serene and gentle expression on her face disappeared, replaced by one of pain, inner conflict, and confusion. She had failed again. Despite her determination to confess her sins, she always hesitated at the crucial moment. She couldn't do it. It's all your fault. With anger and frustration, Griselda angrily threw the gods and demons scripture from her desk to the floor. However, a deep sense of guilt surged from her soul. I'm sorry? Please forgive me. Like a child who had done something wrong, Griselda hurriedly picked up the holy scripture and carefully wiped it, her face filled with remorse. Trembling hands opened the holy scripture, and Griselda read the teachings within, calming her restless and guilt-ridden heart. But when she came back to her senses, Griselda's face turned as pale as snow. It had happened again. She had once more betrayed the Lord, betrayed Gabriel-sama? Regret overwhelmed Griselda's heart. She shouldn't have opened the evil god's demon scripture out of curiosity. She had opened Pandora's box and had been cursed by the evil god, unable to resist. No one knew that the miracle of the Phenex family, the owner of the two heavenly dragons, the half-human, half-devil Kamiya Tenraku, harbored such grand ambitions to become a god. If she hadn't experienced it herself, Griselda wouldn't have believed such a fact. That man concealed such enormous ambitions? She wanted to reveal this secret to her fellow church members, even to Gabriel-sama, but what troubled Griselda was her inability to do so. Every time she reached the crucial moment, she would falter. She knew it was wrong, but she yearned for the world described in the demon scripture, irresistibly drawn to the teachings of the evil god. Her body, her soul, her belief, everything belonged to the Lord, to the great Gabriel Sama. But now, she found herself yearning to embrace the evil god. She desired to believe in the evil god. She desired to make Kamiya Tenraku her one and only true master. As time passed, this feeling grew stronger with each passing day. Griselda knew that she must have fallen under some curse from the other side or some peculiar ability of a sacred gear. However, she had no way to free herself. The adversary didn't harm her physically but was invading her soul. She couldn't save herself, nor could she seek help from others. She prayed to the Lord and Gabriel Sama, completed her duties in the church, and went about her daily routines, hiding any signs of abnormality. But inside, Griselda was consumed by guilt and torment, watching helplessly as she descended further into the abyss of darkness. Unconsciously, Griselda once again turned to the gods and demons scripture. Even though it was filled with traps of the evil god, she found it sacred and magnificent. Each time she read it, she felt a profound inner peace and satisfaction. The conflicting emotions of guilt and contentment continued to intertwine and clash within her. One side was growing weaker while the other was becoming stronger. Griselda knew that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before she was completely dominated. Save me, Gabriel Sama, please save me. Deep within her soul, Griselda, who still held a shred of sanity, continued to call out. But the voice was too faint, too distant for Gabriel in the heavens to hear. What he did hear was the evil god who sought to dominate her. None, Griselda, it won't be Gabriel who saves you, it will be me. In his own room, Tenraku opened his eyes, a wicked smile curling on his lips. Through the belief threads woven by the gods and demons scripture, Tenraku could hear the prayers and thoughts of his believers, and naturally, he heard Griselda's deep-seated cries. It seemed his experiment was incredibly successful. The seed of belief had taken root and sprouted in the nun's soul. Soon, he would be able to reap the harvest. As a side note, Irina and Asia were resting on either side of Tenraku, while Zenovia lay on Tenraku's chest, panting. Tonight, the church trio served Tenraku. Zenovia, continue, for the sake of your dream. Tenraku encouraged her as he gently patted Zenovia's backside. Zenovia's dream was to serve the Lord and bear a holy child for her master, and at this moment, she was working hard to fulfill her dream. Yes, Holy Lord Sama. With devout devotion, Zenovia seemed to gain immense courage and strength, rising once again. Aphies. Rossius had returned from Northern Europe, bringing many gifts for everyone. However, when she saw Aphies, the Valkyrie lady was utterly bewildered. How could the big boss from the opposing camp appear here? Had this place been captured in the short week she was away? Don't worry, Rossius. Hey Race, what happened? Aphies, who was nibbling on snacks, glanced casually, her interest waning. It was Rias and the others who quickly explained the situation to Rossius. Even though she understood what had happened, Rossius still seemed dazed. It was evident that she needed some time to accept this reality. Rias and her group were very understanding. Except for Tenraku, they had been anxious and on edge at first, fearing that the dragon god Sama might suddenly go berserk. However, after spending so many days together, they gradually let their guard down and no longer felt as intimidated by Aphies. Even the mischievous troublemakers like Isle and Nell dared to play games with Aphies. In the hall, this is a famous Northern Europe tea, very expensive. Don't waste it. Marian and Burant brewed the hot tea and poured everyone a cup, while Rossius spoke on the side. Tenraku and Rias group found it somewhat amusing to see Valkyrie lady being so protective of her tea. Rossius was an extremely thrifty woman. Even though her treatment and perks as part of Rias' peerage were very generous, she was always careful with her money and never bought expensive things for herself. Her favorite place to shop was the cheap and practical 100-yen store. In this regard, Rias and her group, who had little concept of money, were worlds apart from Rossius. It is indeed an excellent tea. Rossius, weren't you going back to search for some information? How did it go? After taking a sip of the hot tea, Tenraku inquired. I've found all the information I wanted. With a little more time, my magic will definitely reach a new level. With a gleam in her eyes, Rossius exuded confidence. She was a true magical genius, and since Rossius said so, her gains this time must have been substantial. Everyone was genuinely happy for her. Next, they asked Rossius about her experiences during her visit back home, and Rossius answered each question in turn. Crash! The sound of something shattering caught everyone's attention. It turned out that Aphies had accidentally dropped her cup, spilling some tea on herself. Aphies-sama, are you okay? Did you get burned? Asia and Marian hurried over to check, fearing that something might have happened to the dragon god Sama. No. With little reaction, Aphies replied calmly. Although the tea was a bit hot, it couldn't harm her, even if its temperature was raised tenfold. Your clothes are all dirty, Aphies-sama. You should change into something else. After wiping the stains off Aphies' clothes, Asia suggested. This mistress doesn't have any other clothes. Upon hearing Aphies' response, Asia and Rias group looked at Elife, almost simultaneously. Although they were temporarily residing here, at first, they were still somewhat apprehensive of Aphies, so most of the time, it was Elife who took care of her. They even shared a room when sleeping at night. Aphies-sama doesn't need such things. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Elife blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Now that you mention it, Aphies has been wearing the same clothes all along. Afai-sama, those clothes that got dirty should be changed, otherwise, it's unhygienic. Rias had a thoughtful look on her face, while Asia expressed her concern. It won't get dirty. A vast surge of magic power emanated from Afi's body, her skirt fluttering. Then, all the stains on Afi's clothes disappeared. Such an incredible ability, Dragon God-sama, do you have to be this extravagant? Although Afai's had casually released her power, the vast and overwhelming magic power made everyone feel like they were suffocating. Asia, who had regained her composure first, was the first to react. Afai-sama, you don't have panties. Seemingly having glimpsed something she shouldn't have, Asia's face turned red with shock. Panties? This mistress doesn't have them either. Afai's lifted her skirt briefly to check, then replied. Did being a dragon god mean she didn't need panties? It was indeed an astonishing notion. Rias group blushed at the thought, and Tenraku, who had overheard, craned his neck, eager to catch a glimpse. However, he was stopped by Konochan, who was expressionless. Tenraku-sama, what are you trying to see? Caught red-handed, someone could only avert their gaze, feeling a bit guilty. Afais, did no one prepare these things for you during your time with the Cow's Brigade? Neither food nor clothes? Sighing, Rias asked in resignation. None. Afais replied simply. It was surprising that she didn't need anything at all. Afais was indeed an easy-to-care-for dragon god-sama. However, since coming here, Afais had been snacking on various things almost all the time. If left undisturbed, she could quietly eat like this all day. It wasn't that she didn't like these things, it was just that the folks from the Cow's Brigade hadn't prepared anything for her. Afai-sama, what did you do every day when you were with the Cow's Brigade? Irina's voice was filled with curiosity. Stayed in the house, sat on a chair. Stated wishes, gave them snakes. Is that all? Hearing Afis' response, the girls couldn't help but be amazed. Vali would occasionally come and talk to this mistress. After some thought, Afais added. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Then, the girls' faces showed indignation. Those villains from the Cow's Brigade were truly despicable. They only made Afais work for them and granted her power but didn't even provide basic food and clothing for her. They only knew how to exploit Afis' value without a shred of conscience. Didn't their conscience bother them? Even the stingiest members of the main families were more generous than those Scrooges. The girls were furious, cursing and berating the miserly members of the Cow's Brigade, wishing they would all be beggars in their next lives. Alright, it's decided. This weekend, we'll go shopping together and buy some daily necessities for Afais. With a determined look, Ria slammed her hand on the table. Yeah, shopping? With sparkling eyes, Ria's decision received unanimous approval from everyone. Just a moment ago, they had been passionately cursing the Cow's Brigade's misers, but the next moment, they were eagerly discussing what they each wanted to buy. Tenraku couldn't help but be speechless. He couldn't help but think, your change of mood was a bit too fast, wasn't it? Finally, the weekend had arrived, and Tenraku was dragged out of bed early by Rias and Akeno. They got ready, had breakfast, and prepared to head out. Is everyone ready? Let's set off? Okay. With Rias' command, the girls cheered and set off. Tenraku, still a bit sleep-deprived, couldn't quite grasp the women's enthusiasm for shopping. Nevertheless, he decided to go along, carrying Afais with him. As usual, the powerful group of girls drew the attention of countless passersby as they made their way to their destination, a department store not far from the Kamiya family's residence. Rias and her group were frequent visitors here and often shopped at this location. Numerous shops and boutiques lined the department store, and perhaps due to the weekend, the entire place was packed with people by the time Tenraku and the others arrived. Although Tenraku rarely came here, he had some impressions of the place. He remembered that the last time Rias and President Sama had a competition, this building served as the battleground. Rias, Sana, Satrai-sana and her peerage also appeared in the department store. It seemed that Rias had already arranged to meet them. Isn't this a bit excessive, you guys? Even Satrai-sana seemed somewhat at a loss when she saw Tenraku and the girls line up. It's a rare opportunity, and it's more fun when everyone's together. As the planner of this shopping battle, Rias wore a satisfied expression. Alright, everyone, go pick out what you want. Akeno, Tenraku, and I will go buy some daily necessities for Afais. We'll meet up here when we're done. Understood? Eager to start shopping, Irina and the others cheered and ran into the mall in small groups, each with their own preferences. Afais, do you have anything you want? Since the main purpose of this outing was to purchase various daily necessities for Afais, it was only natural to ask for her input. Rias inquired. Great Red's head. With Afais cradled in his arms like a teddy bear, Tenraku chuckled as Afais responded while enjoying a lollipop. Cough, how about we discuss such dangerous items later? Right now, we're shopping for everyday necessities. Everyday necessities, you know? Things like clothes and shoes. Nearly choking on her words, Rias couldn't help but sweat. I don't know. Without raising her head, Afais replied with an air of arrogance. Rias, our dragon god Sama seems to be completely unaware of these common things. Let's take her shopping first and then ask if she likes anything. Akeno couldn't resist patting Afais' little head and chuckled. I suppose that's the way it has to be. With a helpless expression, Rias accepted Akeno's suggestion. With a direction in mind, Rias and Akeno began to shop in earnest within the mall, while Tenraku followed along, carrying Afais like a portable smart device. Tenraku had no interest in shopping or anything of the sort. he was merely a bystander today. Here and there, this was a selection of everyday necessities for the dragon god Sama. Rias and Akeno took great care in their choices. Clothes and shoes were a must, and they needed to purchase various toiletries as well. Oh, and they had to buy a special bed for Afais. Currently, Afais and Ellie Fei shared a room, and they slept on the same large bed. Afais didn't seem to mind, but it must have been quite stressful for Ellie Fei to sleep alongside the invincible dragon god Sama. Additionally, Ellie Fei had mentioned that Afais simply lay quietly with her eyes open when she went to sleep at night. They weren't sure if Afais could sleep with her eyes open or if she simply didn't need to sleep. Afais, how does this bed feel? Do you like it? After selecting a delicate and soft small bed for Afais, Rias and Akeno asked for her opinion. Not bad, Afais replied, her eyes fixed on the direction of the food court. Compared to the assorted daily necessities, Afais was clearly more interested in the delicious food around her. While it wasn't very close to the food court, ordinary people wouldn't be able to smell the fragrances from such a distance. However, a dragon's sense of smell was incredibly keen, and Afais' mind was likely already occupied by the various mouth-watering foods. Rias, Akeno, you two just watch over Afais. I'll take her to eat something. Tenraku told the two girls with a hint of amusement in his voice. You go ahead. Rias and Akeno exchanged glances, both wearing slightly helpless expressions. Whenever they asked Afais if she liked something, all they got was a simple not bad. She wasn't much help in making decisions, so they decided to let Tenraku handle it while they continued shopping for other daily necessities. Rias and Akeno continued their shopping spree for Afais, and Tenraku took Afais to the food court. The air was filled with a variety of enticing aromas, and shops lined both sides of the square. There were stalls selling takoyaki, grilled fish balls, and bread and cookies of all kinds. Afais, what do you want to eat? Tenraku patted Afais' little head and asked. Everything. Afais glanced at the surrounding shops and replied. Her response showcased her supreme confidence, even in such mundane matters, and it brought a smile to Tenraku's face. Well, let's try everything then. With Afais in his arms, Tenraku visited one shop after another on both sides of the square. He didn't carry much cash with him, but before leaving, Rias had given him a gold card. Regardless of what they bought, all they had to do was swipe it. Tenraku didn't know how much money was on it, but he guessed that even if they emptied the entire mall, it wouldn't make a dent. Several hours later, I can't eat another bite. Sitting side by side with Afais on chairs in the resting area, Tenraku patted his bloated stomach. Afais, do you have a universe in your stomach? Tenraku couldn't help but marvel at her. They had eaten at every shop on both sides of the square. Tenraku had eaten less than 1/10 of what Afais had consumed, yet he was already too full to continue. However, Afais' little belly remained flat as ever, and she continued to nibble on a skewer of grilled fish balls with gusto. I don't know. Do you want to see? Afais raised her head and asked. No, never mind. I don't want to be eaten by you two. Tenraku quickly shook his head. He certainly didn't want to foolishly suggest something that might result in Afais swallowing him whole to see if her stomach contained a universe. Well, that was a dark joke. After Afais finished her grilled fish balls, Tenraku bought 2 cups of soda from a nearby shop. He handed one to Afais and then hoisted her onto his shoulder. Let's go see how Rias and the others are doing. After contacting Rias and her group, it seemed they were still shopping for lingerie and such. Tenraku and Afais, sipping on their sodas, prepared to join them. As they passed by a clothing store, Tenraku noticed a group of people gathering outside, their eyes sharp, and an aura of intensity emanating from them. Indeed, it was something that could be called intense, a group of women, predominantly middle-aged, with the demeanor of fierce competitors. Limited time sale? Limited time sale? Attention, everyone, it's starting now. Charge? Let go? I got this piece of clothing first? No way, it was clearly me who was here first. Through the loudspeakers, the voices of store employees echoed, and the middle-aged women, moving like Olympic sprinters, rushed into the store. They shouted and bickered while struggling for the items inside, creating a scene as fierce as any battle Tenraku had ever witnessed. These were certainly some spirited middle-aged ladies. Tenraku found it amusing and was about to leave with Afais when he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. It was Rasius. I got this first, and I won't give it up. I've been living just for this day, I won't give up. With a fellow shopper, clutching a sports jacket, Rasius stared with determined seriousness. Tenraku almost thought he was seeing things. Even during their battles with the Cows Brigade, Roswice's expression had never been as urgent and resolute as it was now. Are young girls this intense these days? Intimidated by Roswice's determination, one of the middle-aged ladies hesitated before finally giving up. She mumbled to herself and chose to withdraw. With a victorious smile, Rosius held her spoils, but as she realized that most of the discounted items had been claimed, she let out a disappointed cry and quickly rejoined the fray. In just a few short minutes, all the discounted items in the store had been snatched up. Rosius and the group of middle-aged ladies, each with their own prizes, walked out contentedly. Hey, Kamiya Tenraku, Afais, what are you doing here? Finally noticing Tenraku and Afais, Rosius walked over. We were planning to meet up with Rias and the others. Tenraku explained, but as he saw Rosius cradling her discounted goods like they were treasures, he couldn't help but sigh. Rosius, you're still so young. You should spend a little on yourself, whether it's clothes or cosmetics. If you're really short on money, I can support you a bit. Tenraku's concern led him to speak out, but even as he did, he was amazed at Roswice's unwavering determination. She was, without a doubt, a disappointing beauty. Despite her stunning looks and great figure, she rarely spent money on cosmetics, and her usual attire consisted of sports clothing that looked like it came straight from a bargain bin. Most of her household items were from the dollar store, and the clothes she wore had just been snatched up from the clearance corner. How could I do that? How could I waste money on such things? I don't know if you know this, but being frugal is the way to go. I'll definitely regret it in the future if I don't. Furthermore, even if you say that, I'd still get angry. I can live perfectly well on my own, and I don't need your charity or assistance. Although Tenraku meant well, Roscius was displeased and pouted as she glared at him. I'm sorry. Forgive me, your highness. Tenraku understood that Roscius was beyond help in this regard. He wouldn't dare bring up the topic of supporting her again. Considering your apology, I'll forgive you this time. Kamiya Tenraku, not just you, but Rias and the others too, you all need to pay more attention to this. Although your Phenex and Gremory families are wealthy, extravagance and wastefulness are shameful behaviors. We should use money in more meaningful ways. And also, well, she was really giving him a lecture now. As Tenraku listened to Roswice's non-stop criticism, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Oh, it's starting over there too. This will be it for now, Kamiya Tenraku. I'm heading back. Upon seeing the limited time sale on the other side, Roscius exclaimed and abruptly ended her lecture, swiftly rushing over to join the frenzy. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Tenraku felt like he had been rescued from the endless nagging. Poor Valkyrie, Aphais remarked from her perch on Tenraku's shoulder. Well, that was quite the sharp critique, and it seemed even Dragon God Sama couldn't help but be a bit judgmental. Well, Roscius was born in the harsh conditions of Northern Europe, so it's understandable. Tenraku offered a small defense for Roscius. While her frugality might be a bit extreme, her role as a homemaker was nearly perfect. Though he could understand her, it was still quite a waste to see a young and beautiful Valkyrie like her dressed in shabby sportswear all the time. Directly offering assistance would likely lead to accusations of lecturing, and it would also challenge her strong sense of pride. Perhaps after this shopping trip, Tenraku could suggest to Rias to buy some cosmetics and clothes for Roscius as a work-related benefit. That way, she wouldn't have a reason to refuse. With this thought in mind, Tenraku led Aphais to the lingerie store to reunite with Rias and the other girls. On the second floor of the mall, the lingerie store was exceptionally crowded. Rias, Akeno, Ubelina, Citraisana, and many other women were there. Tenraku's presence in this women's zone immediately attracted attention. Normally, he would expect to be met with various disapproving, suspicious, or even wary looks. However, this was a world where appearances mattered most, and most of the female customers, upon seeing Tenraku, initially paused in surprise before their faces were graced with a blush of inexplicable charm. Perfect timing that you've arrived. Let's pick out some lingerie for Aphais too. Rias and Akeno approached, and Tenraku handed Aphais over to them. Aphais, what kind of lingerie would you like? This mistress doesn't understand. In that case, let's choose a color. What's your favorite color? Black. Yes, that's definitely the best color for you. How about this one? Although the size seems a bit large. Do you want it to be a bit bigger? This mistress' chest is empty. Well, while you can change the size of your chest at will, I think this size suits your current height the best. Then, never mind. Tenraku watched as Rias and Akeno picked out lingerie for Aphais for a while, finding it somewhat amusing. Then, he browsed the store to see what the others were selecting. Asia mostly chose pure white lingerie and panties, fitting her image as a pure saintess. Zenovia, on the other hand, went for wild and daring styles, with minimal fabric. Thanks to certain influences, this once straightforward and pure holy sword wielder had completely gone off the rails. Irina opted for some panties with cute bear patterns, staying true to her tsundere personality. In addition, the other girls chose various lingerie and panties according to their personal tastes, creating a diverse selection. However, what pleased Tenraku the most was Rainery's dark and twisted fallen angel choices. Nothing innocent or unsexy. Rainery wanted none of that. Everything had to be designed to excite her master. As Tenraku observed the lingerie and panties Rainery had chosen, he couldn't help but lick his lips, knowing he was in for an enjoyable evening. He suddenly noticed that Ubelina wasn't with the others, and instead, she was conversing with a store clerk at a distance. With a hint of curiosity, Tenraku made his way over to her. Ubelina, what are you doing here? Lord Tenraku, I. Approaching her with curiosity over his face, Tenraku inquired, and Ubelina had a red face, appearing quite embarrassed. Miss here has a size that's too large for our store. We don't have any styles that fit her. If necessary, we can make custom orders. Glancing admiringly at Ubelina's chest, the store clerk explained. Tenraku understood what was going on and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, even among all the members of Tenraku's harem, Ubelina's chest was unparalleled. Even the voluptuous Rias, Akeno, and Kateria couldn't compete. Describing it with standard bra sizes like A, B, C, or D wouldn't do it justice. If he had to use a single letter, it would be K. K, as in the king of all chests. Ubelina's chest was undoubtedly the king among chests. Go ahead with the custom order. We can't neglect them. Tenraku nodded, and Ubelina's chest was one of his cherished treasures. She often used it to provide special services for her master. They needed to be well taken care of and protected at all costs. Yes, Lord Tenraku. Blushing profusely, Yubelina's cheeks flushed even brighter. Yubelina explained the requirements for the custom lingerie to the store clerk, while Tenraku continued to explore other parts of the store. Everyone seemed to be enjoying picking out their favorite clothes, but a few of the younger girls appeared a bit disheartened. Isle and Nell were clearly not ready for such garments, as their chests were, in comparison, quite flat. These specialized lingerie items were a bit premature for them. Konochan and Myra had slightly more development than Isle and Nell, but their chests were still modest compared to their elder sisters. As they watched their older sisters proudly selecting their items, the younger girls huddled together, a hint of melancholy in their expressions. Tenraku, something's wrong? Rias and Akeno suddenly approached Tenraku, their faces filled with urgency. What happened, Rias, Akeno? Frowning, Tenraku asked. Afaiz is missing. Outside the lingerie store, Tenraku, Rias, and the Satrisana girls gathered together. What exactly happened, Rias? Satrisana inquired with a serious expression on her face. After Akeno and I finished selecting lingerie for Afaiz, we asked her to wait here for a moment. But when we looked back, she was already gone. Sorry, it's my fault this time. I'll take responsibility. Rias explained what had happened, her face filled with self-blame. Don't say that, Rias. If Afaiz is missing, our priority is finding her. No need for you to take responsibility. Comforting Rias, Tenraku continued. Afaiz should still be in this mall somewhere. Well, split up and search for her. Once anyone finds her, immediately contact the others. Agreed? Without further delay, they made their decision. Tenraku and the girls scattered throughout the mall to search for Afaiz. To increase their efficiency, the girls even summoned their familiars to assist. Tenraku wondered if Afaiz had gone off to eat something again and briefly returned to the food court they had visited earlier. However, he couldn't find any trace of Afaiz. Sighing, he wondered where the dragon god Sama had gone. Nevertheless, he wasn't concerned about Afai's safety. Despite her innocent nature, she was still an invincible dragon god Sama. Anyone who dared to harm her would surely regret their actions. Just as Tenraku was thinking of checking other places, an announcement came over the mall's public address system. Attention, attention, lost child alert. A red-haired mom with a big chest, a black-haired dad with dragons on his body, another black-haired mom with a big chest, a normally sized, golden-haired elder sister, a seemingly foolish elder sister with great strength, a brown-haired twin-tailed elder sister who likes teddy bear panties, a low-taste silver-haired elder sister, two elder sisters who act like cats, an elder sister who acts like a bird, an elder sister who acts like a fox, and elder sisters who can use magic, wield swords, wear kipeo, wear glasses, and have black wings. So many elder sisters? Are any of the individuals mentioned present here? Or do you have someone like that with you? The Child Lost and Found Center has a child waiting to be claimed. Hey, director. What? I'm sorry, but saying it like that, anyone can understand immediately, right? This child. I'm terribly sorry. The previous announcement doesn't count. There was no need to ask, it was clear that it was Afaiz. Nevertheless, this was an extremely embarrassing announcement. Rias and her group flushed, Tenraku was exasperated, and the people in the entire mall burst into laughter. Oh my, a high school-aged couple, right? The one with red hair, isn't that the group? They do look pretty foolish, especially that elder sister who seems quite strong. The brown-haired twin-tailed one, that must be the elder sister who likes teddy bear panties, right? All the way, they received attention from everyone. When Tenraku and the girls regrouped at the Child Lost and Found Center, the girls were all blushing with embarrassment. I'll never be able to show my face in this department store again. I look so foolish, I'm really sorry. I want to die, I really want to die. Asia covered her face with her hands, Zenobia seemed quite unhappy, and Irina looked like she had given up on life entirely. Indeed, Irina was probably the most affected by this whole ordeal. That wicked Afaiz, why did she have to reveal Irina's secret stash of teddy bear panties? Too slow? I was getting impatient. Inside the office of the Child Lost and Found Center, Tenraku and the girls met Afaiz. Although she complained of impatience, she approached them and even jumped into Tenraku's arms. After inquiring about the sequence of events, everyone finally understood what had happened. Afaiz had seen a child eating cotton candy in the store and got her soul enchanted. She had then followed them out but lost her way. Although it was a bit exasperating, everyone thanked the staff and bought Afaiz several cotton candy sticks, just as she had wanted. Sana, are you done laughing yet? Leaving the department store, Rias noticed that Sana and her peerage were still laughing uncontrollably. Rias ground her teeth in frustration. Since they were the ones called out in the broadcast, Rias and her group were the center of attention, while Sana and her peerage were barely mentioned. That's probably why they were having such a good laugh now. Hehehe. I'm sorry, Rias. Today's experience was just too entertaining. Can you let me laugh a bit more? Holding her stomach, President Sama even took out a handkerchief to wipe away tears from her eyes. Rias' lips twitched, and while Sana and her group found it amusing, it was indeed a super embarrassing day for her sisters. Especially Irina, who would probably carry the trauma of this day with her for the rest of her life. Well, despite the unusual turn of events, this shopping trip turned out to be quite successful. They purchased various household items for Afais, and everyone got what they wanted. That night, at the Kamiya family, Tenraku's. You jerk? I just bought that outfit. Finally pushing Tenraku away, Rias was a picture of embarrassment and frustration. She had just bought a new outfit, and now this guy had torn it to shreds so quickly? Well, buy another one next time, Rias. I can't help it. Unable to resist any longer, Tenraku growled and transformed into a wolf, pouncing on the girls amid their surprised cries. Deep in hell, Grecian underworld. Decaying odors filled the air as wandering souls drifted under the dim sky. Pale skeletons were scattered all around. A magic array unfolded, and 5 figures emerged from the transmission formation. It was none other than Cao, Siegfried, and George. Even Leonardo and Heracles, who had their sacred gears taken by Tenraku, were present. So, this is the Grecian underworld. It's quite an unpleasant place, remarked George, the user of Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, adjusting his glasses as he surveyed the surroundings. Well, it is the Reaper's dwelling after all. Let's not set our expectations too high. Cao, with a golden war spear in hand, spoke. Cao grinned, and the leader of the hero faction seemed to be in high spirits. Although we've been transported to the Grecian underworld, how do we find this person? Siegfried, his brows furrowed, inquired. The Grecian underworld was vast, and a meticulous search would be quite troublesome. No need to worry about that. Look, they've come to us. Cao pointed ahead with a smile. Siegfried and the others followed his gaze, and indeed, several figures wielding large scythes were slowly emerging from the ground. Cloaked in black robes, only their hollow eyes were visible, which were not normal biological eyes, but rather, they burned with a ghostly blue flame. They were the Reapers of the Grecian underworld. Humans, this is not a place for you to come, a Reaper with a fierce gaze and a hoarse voice spoke. We apologize for the intrusion, esteemed Reaper lords. We wish to meet your lord, His Highness Hades, to discuss an important matter. Could you kindly pass on the message for us? Cao took a step forward, speaking cheerfully. Leave quickly, or die. Surrounding Cao and the others, several Reapers emitted an aura of grey death. While the esteemed Lord Hades was quite benevolent towards humans, it wasn't as if they could meet him whenever they pleased. While it might be interesting to have a battle with the legendary Reapers, that's not why we're here today. Cao, taking a deep breath, shook his war spear, causing it to emanate a golden, sacred light, and his gaze became sharper. Tension hung in the air, and after a long silence, the Reapers ultimately relented. Wait here. The flames in their eye sockets flickered a few times before one of the Reapers slowly disappeared into the ground. Chuckling, Cao also retracted his holy spear. Indeed, giving a little to get a little. With some reputation, things were much more convenient. Before coming here, they had already conducted extensive investigations on the Lord Hades. If it was him, he should be interested in what they were about to propose. In the human world, at the Kamiya family, within the Saints and Demons Hall. Stop it, Rainare. Ha. From the dedicated training room, Chesha and a few fallen angels' agonized cries could be heard, along with Rainare's maniacal laughter. Without even looking, it was clear what kind of sinister and brutal scene was unfolding inside. Having handed those fallen angels over to Rainare for handling, as long as she didn't go overboard, Tenraku didn't bother checking on them. Instead, he went to the room where Semiria and her companions were located. He had instructed them earlier to properly train Jeanne d'Arc, and he wanted to see how things were progressing. Pushing open the door, Tenraku entered the room where the girls were. However, Lady Jeanne, how does this feel? Lady Jeanne, please try this again. They're all quite good, my lovely juniors. Lounging comfortably on the sofa, Jeanne d'Arc had a look of contentment on her face as the girls massaged her shoulders, kneaded her legs, and even a girl fed her pieces of sliced fruit. Oi, this scene is a bit different from what I imagined. I told you to train her, not to serve her like this. Tenraku-sama? Finally noticing Tenraku, 15 girls led by Semiria turned pale and quickly stood up. Red Dragon Emperor, you've come. Also noticing Tenraku, Jeanne d'Arc's expression stiffened. She awkwardly stood up from the sofa, propping herself up with her hands on her waist. If I don't come here, it seems like you'd have your way with my territory. Tenraku sat on the sofa and spoke with a darling expression on her face before he glanced around and pulled Jeanne d'Arc, who was trying to escape, down onto his lap. Semiria, can you explain to me what's going on? Examining Semiria, who was the queen, Tenraku spoke expressionlessly. I'm truly sorry, Tenraku-sama. I have disappointed you. It's not Semiria's fault, Tenraku-sama, it's all of us. Biting her lips, Semiria bent deeply, and the other girls quickly spoke up. Hey, Red Dragon Emperor, if you're looking for someone to blame then look at me. Don't trouble Semiria and the others. Struggling to lift her head, Jeanne d'Arc also spoke with anger. Well, you're quite spirited. Since you've gotten so close to Semiria and the others, it'll be your turn after we deal with them? Feeling amused, Tenraku gave Jeanne d'Arc a firm pat on her rear. Yelping in pain, Jeanne d'Arc glared at Tenraku indignantly. Although she wanted to confront this devil, she was currently unable to resist being restrained. Semiria, explain the reason to me now. I don't want to hear any excuses. Once again, Tenraku directed his gaze towards Semiria. Yes, Tenraku-sama. After glancing worriedly at her sisters, Semiria ultimately didn't have the courage to lie in front of Tenraku and had to tell the whole story. Originally, Semiria and the others did intend to follow Tenraku's orders to properly train Jeanne d'Arc. They even went to Kateria for advice. However, Kate Ree's suggestions were either whips or brainwashing. In any case, every method was extremely cruel and brutal. Back when they were under Diodora's command, the girls had already endured similar torments, so they were somewhat averse to Kate Ree's methods. Moreover, Jeanne d'Arc was the reincarnation of Saintess Jeanne, and as former Saintesses, Semiria and the others admired and revered her. They couldn't bring themselves to be so ruthless. Jeanne d'Arc naturally noticed this and, leaving aside the previous Saintess Jeanne, in this life, Jeanne d'Arc was associated with the Chaos Brigade and was also a cadre of the hero faction. Dealing with such a group of inexperienced girls was simply too easy. Taking advantage of the girls' sympathy and admiration for her previous life, Jeanne d'Arc persuaded them with reason, using her skillful words to leave the girls dumbfounded. Not only did she willingly release them from their restraints, but she also served them delicious food and drinks every day. Apart from not being able to escape, her days inside were incredibly comfortable. I'm truly sorry, Tenraku-sama, oui. They were probably feeling extremely embarrassed too as red flushes appeared on Semiria and the girls' cheeks. Now understanding what had happened, Tenraku twitched at the corners of his mouth, genuinely acknowledging their embarrassment. It wasn't Semiria and the others betraying him. Although they were pampering Jeanne d'Arc with good food and drinks every day, they were also keeping a close watch on her. When it came down to it, they hadn't committed a grave offense. However, Tenraku decided that after this was over, he would properly train Semiria and the others. An enemy was an enemy. He couldn't afford to be lax until she truly became his comrade. I understand what happened now, and I also take responsibility for entrusting this task to you. But be prepared, if you make a mistake, you will be punished. After this, I will also punish you. Tenraku spoke with a serious expression on his face. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Although Tenraku-sama said he would punish them, Semiria and the girls secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Tenraku-sama didn't drive them away, they could accept any kind of punishment. Jeanne d'Arc, you're quite remarkable. You've managed to completely fool my peerage. Tenraku's gaze fell on Jeanne d'Arc again and sneered. What do you mean by fool? I am the reincarnation of the Saintess Jeannes, and I am their senior. Continuously struggling, Jeanne d'Arc retorted defiantly. Whatever you say. Jeanne d'Arc, I'll ask you again. Will you submit to me? Never? Red Dragon Emperor, don't think I'll yield just like this? A resolute expression filled Jeanne d'Arc's face as she thought to herself, even if I've been slept with by you, I still won't yield. Haha, that's how it should be. If you submitted so easily, it would be less fun for me. Alright then, I'll personally train you. With an evil curve at the corner of his mouth, Tenraku activated his evil eye's ability to unfold the time domain, instantly enveloping the entire room in his domain. Red Dragon Emperor, what do you intend to do? Seeing that Tenraku seemed to be getting serious, Jeanne d'Arc's eyes couldn't help but panic. What do I intend to do? Of course, I'm going to completely make your body and soul mine. Don't worry, it will be very, very interesting, and you'll remember it for the rest of your life. Now, let your body submit to me. Laughing darkly, Tenraku lifted Jeanne d'Arc and stood up, then threw her onto the nearby bed. Letting out a cry of surprise, Jeanne d'Arc didn't need much time to figure out what Tenraku was planning. What he meant by letting her body submit to him was that this jerk was clearly trying to have his way with her again. However, before Jeanne d'Arc could think further, Tenraku had already pounced on her with a low growl. Jeanne d'Arc was a proud woman. As the reincarnation of the Saintess Jeanne, bestowed with a powerful sacred gear, exceptional swordsmanship, extraordinary magic skills, and a striking beauty, she had every reason to be proud. She was also a resilient woman. In her past life, she held unwavering faith but was falsely accused and sentenced to be burned at the stake, dying in great indignation. Therefore, in this life, she vowed to take control of her own destiny. She developed her sacred gear, honed her swordsmanship, mastered magic, and tirelessly worked to become stronger and stronger. She climbed the ranks, and eventually earned the respect of Cao, becoming one of the cadres of the hero faction in the Chaos Brigade. Power, status, authority, she had it all. She was no longer the miserable saintess of her past life. However, just as Jeanne d'Arc was reveling in her success, she fell into the clutches of Kamiya Tenraku. Her precious sacred gear was taken from her, and she became a captive. Even her cherished chastity was forcefully taken by that despicable tyrant. Most women would have long succumbed to despair and submission, but not Jeanne d'Arc. It was just a sacred gear, just her chastity. That damned tyrant, he shouldn't underestimate her, Jeanne d'Arc. She would not yield so easily. She would stand strong. She would resist. She would reclaim her freedom, whip her, brainwash her with magic. Come, bring it on. Miss Jeanne is not afraid of any of it. She had prepared herself to endure any form of defilement and abuse and silently vowed that she would not yield or beg for mercy. However, what crushed Jeanne d'Arc was that Kamiya Tenraku did not use a whip on her, nor did he forcibly brainwash her with magic. Instead, he played with her, over and over again. That demon sex dragon emperor? In this realm where time seemed to almost stand still, Jeanne d'Arc was ruthlessly defiled and possessed by a certain devil. She screamed, she cursed, but it was all in vain. Every time, she would be played with until she fainted. How many times had she already fainted? At first, she could barely keep count, but later on, the number became too vast for Jeanne d'Arc to remember. It must have been hundreds if not thousands of times. She hadn't collapsed yet despite enduring such treatment. Jeanne d'Arc thought it was a true miracle. But, this miracle wasn't because of her own strength, but because that devil prevented her from breaking down, from dying. Whenever Jeanne d'Arc felt like she was on the verge of breaking, Kamiya Tenraku would use his sacred gear's power to restore her body, even infusing her with spirit energy to rejuvenate her spirit, and then, he would continue to play with her. Jeanne d'Arc believed herself to be a resilient woman, but even the strongest have their limits, and this devil, Kamiya Tenraku, had repeatedly pushed her beyond hers. So, Jeanne d'Arc began to question her existence. Who was she? Where was she? What was she supposed to do? At some point, Jeanne d'Arc started to beg for mercy. Though she told herself it was a strategic surrender and not true submission, she couldn't help but plead. Being repeatedly broken and then restored, she was nearly going insane. After making some concessions in her heart, what infuriated Jeanne d'Arc was that even though she had begged for mercy, that devil still didn't let her go. Struggling, despairing, begging, it was truly a nightmare. As time went on, Jeanne d'Arc began to feel a growing sense of terror. Though she felt extreme humiliation in her heart, her body was experiencing immense pleasure, an unimaginable joy. She wanted to be played with, to be possessed, to be conquered. This feeling grew stronger with each passing moment. Jeanne d'Arc knew that her body was beginning to yield, submitting to Kamiya Tenraku, regarding being played with by him as natural, even something she craved. And once her body was completely under the control of this devil, the next thing to be taken would be her soul. This couldn't continue. Jeanne d'Arc struggled and resisted more intensely, but it was all in vain, except to further excite someone. She couldn't do anything except be played with and dominated by this devil. She could only watch herself fall, step by step, into the abyss of darkness. Kamiya was enraptured, his head held high. At that moment, when a wave of humiliating pleasure suddenly surged in the depths of her soul, Jeanne d'Arc knew she was finished. As the time domain dissipated, Tenraku finally crawled out from the land of warmth and tenderness. Though he was weary, the training of Jeanne was finally complete. Covered in the filthy marks of those sinful acts, Jeanne d'Arc lay on the bed with vacant eyes. She had submitted, every cell, every strand of her soul, marked by Tenraku. Both her body and soul had completely surrendered. But it wasn't just Jeanne d'Arc. Semiria and the other girls also lay on the bed, each showing signs of being thoroughly exhausted. This was Tenraku's punishment for them, taking the opportunity during Jeanne d'Arc's training. Jeanne, freshen up. I'll be waiting for you in the grand hall, Tenraku said condescendingly, caressing Jeanne d'Arc's beautiful cheek. Yes, my master, Jeanne d'Arc replied, her eyes regaining a glimmer of light. Having undergone the baptism, she now felt nothing but a fervent, twisted adoration and submission towards the man before her. With an evil grin, Tenraku said no more and, after dressing, he left the room. A sickly blush painted Jeanne d'Arc's beautiful face as she mustered the strength to get up and prepare to clean herself. However, after just a few steps, she stumbled and collapsed to the ground. It couldn't be helped. After all, enduring what that devil had done to her, who knew how long it would take for her legs, which had been played with countless times, to regain their strength. In the grand hall, Tenraku sat with his hands propped on the throne, waiting for what felt like an eternity. Finally, Jeanne d'Arc, now cleaned and dressed, emerged. Greetings, master, Jeanne d'Arc said respectfully, giving a slight bow. So, Jeanne, how does it feel? I told you that you would submit, Tenraku said, a smirk playing on his lips. Blushing, Jeanne d'Arc lowered her head. She thought to herself, encountering such an evil and domineering devil like you, my master, how could I not submit? You all may come out now. With Jeanne d'Arc completely under his control, Tenraku no longer teased her, but instead called out to the side. At Tenraku's words, a dozen or so uniformed girls walked out from the other side of the grand hall. They were the captives who had also been brainwashed and trained by Kateria and had now also submitted to Tenraku's hero faction. It's you, Lady Jeanne? Without needing to ask, they could guess what had happened to each other. However, meeting former companions and acquaintances here filled Jeanne d'Arc and the girls with great joy and excitement. After allowing them to catch up, Tenraku spoke again. Jeanne, from now on, they are your subordinates, and you will lead them as before. Additionally, with a snap of his fingers, several copies of the gods and demons scripture, along with sacred demonic swords, materialized in the air. Jeanne d'Arc and each of the uniformed girls received one. These are bestowed upon you. The holy scripture will baptize your souls, and the sacred demonic swords will be your weapons. Train yourselves well, and let your power be used for me. Locking eyes with one another, Jeanne d'Arc and the girls understood their fate. They accepted the gods and demons scripture and the sacred demonic swords, then knelt down. Yes, master, stop, Lucy, don't run. Damn it, well catch you. In the hall, Tenraku was teaching Afais how to play video games. Meanwhile, Isle and Nell, the two mischievous little girls, were chasing after an adorable little pink dragon. Unable to escape, the little pink dragon panicked and rushed into Afais' arms, curling up its small head tightly. This little pink dragon was Lucy, the familiar that Tenraku captured for Asia back in the Forest of Familiars. Asia named her Lucy. Although they had formed a contract, it was essential to nurture a bond with one's familiar, so Asia occasionally summoned Lucy to play. However, since Asia was currently in the kitchen preparing dinner for everyone, it was Isle and Nell who were playing with Lucy. Unlike the gentle Asia, these two mischievous girls treated Lucy like a toy. The poor little pink dragon couldn't withstand their rough play and fled in a panic, ultimately seeking refuge in Offi's embrace. Perhaps sensing a kinship from Offi's, the pitiful little pink dragon only felt safe in her presence. Hey, Offi's-chan, can you give Lucy to us? Approaching Offi's, Isle and Nell pleaded, trying to be endearing. After spending these days together, the members of the household were no longer afraid of Offi's, but they still held a basic reverence for the dragon god Sama. No. Glancing at the pitiable little pink dragon and then at Isle and Nell, Offi's replied. Offi's-chan, how about we trade this with you? Their eyes darting around, Isle and Nell then produced an extra-large lollipop to tempt Offi's. These two little lolitas were already very familiar with these tactics. When they wanted Offi's to help with something, they only needed to present some snacks and treats to entice her. Expressionless, but there was a clear hint of wavering in Offi's eyes. However, as she looked at the pitiful little pink dragon, she hesitated. In her small head, the lollipop and the little pink dragon were constantly tipping the scales back and forth. You two have had enough. Asia's familiar is not your plaything? Tapping Isle and Nell's little heads impatiently, Tenraku also confiscated the lollipops they intended to use to bribe Offi's and then handed them directly to her. WWW Master Tenraku is so biased. Holding their small heads, Isle and Nell suddenly teared up, looking very wronged. Not only did they fail to get the little pink dragon, but their cherished lollipops were also confiscated. They were at a loss now. You say I'm biased? Alright then, let me show you just how much. Grinning widely, Tenraku wore an evil expression. Isle and Nell knew that they were in trouble and they turned around to flee, but he swiftly caught them, one in each hand. HHH it's so ticklish, so ticklish. We're sorry, Master Tenraku, and no, stop, HHH. At the dining table, Tenraku and Rias group were enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Even the little pink dragon Lucy was happily tasting the delicious food in her own dish. Tenraku, I've already applied to my older brother for it. The next rating game will be a duel between you and me. Setting down her utensils, Ria suddenly spoke up. The entire hall fell silent, and even Tenraku couldn't help but look surprised. Rias, are you serious? Do you think I'm joking? Looking at Ria's serious expression, Tenraku knew she was indeed serious. However, that was exactly why he found it somewhat troublesome. Rias, we really don't need to fight. If it's just a matter of the schedule, I can simply forfeit. Tenraku, are you underestimating us? Her tone got lowered, and Rias seemed a bit angry. Rias, you should know that I've never underestimated you. I've always respected you, Tenraku replied with a sigh. Then fight me? We agreed on this from the beginning. We'll have a fair and square duel. I've been working hard for this day. Ria stood up, her excitement apparent on her face. She knew she couldn't match Tenraku, but Ria still wanted to have a battle with him. Even if she ended up losing, she wanted to prove herself to Tenraku. I'm very eager to have a battle with Tenraku as well. Yeah, me too. Bad guy Tenraku, don't think you've already won against us? After losing to Holy Lord Sama last time, I've been itching for a rematch. This time, it'll wipe away the shame? Senior Tenraku. To have a battle with the Red Dragon Emperor, it seems quite interesting. Meow. With one comment after another, Akeno, Irina, and the others were all eager to participate. It was clear they were looking forward to the upcoming match. Understanding the determination of the girls, Tenraku patted his forehead. Then, his eyes gleamed with determination. Rias, since you've all made up your minds, then let's battle. I'll give it my all, so don't cry if you lose. Tenraku, you better not feel embarrassed if you lose to us. Smiles played across the lips of Tenraku, Rias, Akeno, and Yubelina. Their eyes were filled with a fierce determination. Turning comrades into opponents, they were all intimately familiar with each other. This duel promised to be highly anticipated. Oh, I also suggested something to my older brother. There will be some special rules for this match. Seemingly inspired by something, Ria suddenly announced. Special rules? Tenraku raised an eyebrow. Yes, unprecedented special rules. I can't reveal them to you just yet, but they'll surely give you a huge surprise. Ria's eyes sparkled as she spoke with a sly smile on her face. Hehe, that does sound quite exciting. Since Rias promised it would be a surprise, Tenraku didn't press further. He would eagerly await it. Although the match between the two had been decided, the specific time was still being arranged in the Underworld. Both Tenraku and Rias were prominent figures among the new generation devils, and with their wedded relationship, there was no shortage of people eagerly watching this match. Some were looking forward to it, others were excited. However, what none of them knew at this moment was that a massive upheaval was quietly descending in the darkness after dinner. Everyone was resting in the hall. Ellie Faye emerged from her room and approached Tenraku. Lord Tenraku, there's a communication from Lord Vali. Vali? Tenraku was somewhat surprised, and Rias and the girls nearby also paid attention. Well, this is quite rare. Connect us, Tenraku said, stroking his chin with a hint of a smile. Ellie Faye lightly tapped her magic staff on the ground, and a magical array formed. Vali's projection appeared. Kami ya Tenraku, Rias Gremory. With his usual aloof demeanor, Vali glanced at Tenraku, Rias, and the girls before he began speaking. Vali, what's the sudden interest in contacting us? Tenraku inquired with a smile on his face while petting Afai's small head. I have some important information to share with you. However, before that, Afaiz, how do you feel being with Kamiya Tenraku? His gaze shifted to Afaiz, and Vali asked. Not bad, Afaiz replied indistinctly, sitting on Tenraku's lap and munching on an apple. Not bad, huh? Seemingly pensive, Vali didn't press further. Instead, he continued, after Afaiz came to your side, I had Bai Cao impersonate Afaiz in the Cao's brigade as her replacement. However, Cao eventually saw through it. He and his hero faction are currently scouring for Afai's whereabouts. Given their intelligence and resources, they'll likely find their way to your location soon. Hearing Vali's words, Rias and the girls were taken aback, and Tenraku frowned. They're searching for Afaiz. Do they want to bring Afaiz back to the Cao's brigade? Rias asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. No, judging by that man's recent actions, he doesn't intend to bring Afaiz back. He wants to eliminate her. Though his tone was calm, Vali's words were astonishing. Eliminate Afaiz? Are you joking? Rias couldn't help but show a trace of anger, feeling as if they were being played. While Vali couldn't be considered an enemy, he certainly wasn't a friend. Both Rias and Kuno, as well as the others, harbored a level of distrust towards him. Furthermore, what Vali said was just too absurd. Cao Cao's group actually wanted to eliminate the invincible Afaiz. Were they out of their minds? This was utterly impossible. Rias Gremory, whether you believe it or not, this is the information I've gathered. Seemingly irritated as well, Vali responded coldly. Tension grew between the two parties and Tenraku knew he couldn't remain silent. All right, calm down, all of you. Rias, while Vali's words may be hard to believe, he wouldn't use something like this to deceive us. Comforting Rias gently, Tenraku continued, Vali, could you provide more details? I don't know exactly what that man is planning, but they seem to have prepared some means to counter Afaiz. That's all I know. Kamiya Tenraku, Rias Gremory, if Afaiz is indeed killed, you know the grave consequences it will bring. I will take action on my end, and you should also prepare yourselves. With a calm reminder, Vali cut off the communication without waiting for Tenraku and the girls to ask more questions. That guy? Rias gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Regardless of whether Vali's message was true or not, his attitude was incredibly irksome. Lord Tenraku, Lord Vali wouldn't lie. That. Seeing the tense exchange between Rias and Vali, Ellie Faye was somewhat caught in the middle. After all, she was also a member of Vali's team. Don't worry, Ellie Faye. Vali is Vali, and you are you. We have no reason to doubt the message Vali conveyed, Tenraku reassured while gently patting the girl's forehead. Yes, Lord Tenraku, Ellie Faye breathed a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a smile once again. Afaiz, Cao is almost here to hunt you down. Don't you have any thoughts on this? Watching Afaiz, who was still carelessly munching on an apple, Tenraku couldn't help but smile. Cao? Tilting her small head, Afaiz seemed to take quite a while before she finally remembered the name. Let's talk about that when he comes. Lowering her head, Afaiz continued to gnaw on her apple. Well, she was indeed a calm dragon god Sama. Tenraku and the girls were at a loss for words for a moment. However, Afaiz's composure was acceptable. It was up to Tenraku and the girls to take this matter seriously. Vali, in his pride, wouldn't use such a thing to deceive them. Therefore, the news that Cao intended to eliminate Afaiz should be genuine. However, that guy Cao wasn't a fool, he must have had the confidence to target the invincible Afaiz. This was a significant matter. Tenraku had Rias contact Azazel's side. However, lately, there's been some force stirring in the underworld. I can't free myself up. I'll leave Afai's matter to you all. Azazel directly handed off the responsibility to Tenraku and his group, infuriating Rias to the point where she nearly threw magic at his projection. However, after confirming from her own older brother, Sorgg, that this was indeed the case, Rias calmed down. The hero faction was hunting Afaiz, and at the same time, something like this happened in the underworld. Wasn't it a bit too coincidental? Tenraku, what do we do now? The gazes of the girls all fell on Tenraku. After all, in this household, Tenraku was the backbone of the family. The situation does seem a bit unfavorable. For the next few days, no one should go out casually. Let's leave the matter with the school to Sana, Tenraku decided after some contemplation. According to Vali, it's likely that the guys from the hero faction will find their way here soon. Everyone, don't act alone in the next few days. Be vigilant and be ready for combat at any time. Though a bit conservative, it was the best course of action for now. With the enemy lurking in the shadows, since they couldn't take the initiative, they had to focus on strengthening their defenses. Under Tenraku's instructions, the girls immediately sprang into action. Rias contacted Sana to inform her of the situation. Ubelina and the others reinforced the barriers around the villa to prevent any potential enemy attacks. Even at night, their familiars kept watch and patrolled. The entire Kamiya family was on high alert, awaiting the potential arrival of the enemy at any moment. The past 2 days had been peaceful, but soon, the time came for the third heaven in the hall. Tenraku and the girls were enjoying some tea. These past few days, everyone had been on high alert due to the Cao's brigade, so it was necessary to relax from time to time. However, suddenly, a sense of unease swept over them, filling them with a feeling of discomfort. The air around them changed in an instant. Tenraku? Lord Tenraku? Naturally, Rias and the others also sensed something was off, and they immediately gathered around Tenraku. Be careful, Seemingly sensing something, Tenraku suddenly shouted. However, before the girls could react, Hong Long, a blinding light, and then the entire room exploded. Cough cough cough. Is everyone okay? Floating in the air, shielded by barrier orbs, Tenraku quickly checked on the girls behind him. We're okay. Sob our home. Tusca promptly activated her inherent barrier to protect everyone. However, looking at the now ruined Kamiya family below, Asia couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Don't worry, Asia. We've been transported to a different dimension by the enemy. What's below isn't our real home. Descending slowly to the ground, Tenraku comforted the girl, then looked to the side. I was right, wasn't I? Cao? Where Tenraku's gaze fell, Cao, George, Heracles, and several hundred members of the Chaos Brigade were now standing. We finally meet again, Kamiya Tenraku. You're right. After all, causing trouble outside would attract a lot of attention and potentially harm ordinary people. So, it's more convenient to move you all to a different dimension. Cao, holding a war spear, replied with a smirk on his face. Humph, do you terrorist organizations really care about the lives of ordinary people? Stop joking around. Ria's voice was cold as she looked at Cao with a biting sarcasm. Rias was feeling very displeased at the moment. However, who wouldn't be furious if they were suddenly bombed in their own home? You must be Rias Gremory, the wife of Kamiya Tenraku, right? Truly the renowned princess, the younger sister of Vali Lucifer. While I can understand princess hostility towards us, the statement is not entirely accurate. We are indeed terrorists, but unless necessary, we rarely harm innocent people. Most of our actions so far have hardly affected ordinary civilians. Cao defended his side's image with a serious expression on his face. Rias wanted to say something, but upon careful consideration, it seemed to be true. The Chaos Brigade's attacks on major factions caused many casualties, but they rarely harmed ordinary people. What was this? Could it be that they were a group of cultured terrorists? It's all sophistry? Nothing but sophistry? Cao, what exactly is your goal? Seeing Rias getting quite angry, Tenraku quickly changed the topic. Our goal. Vali has probably already told you, hasn't he? Cao spoke with a triumphant smile on his face. It was clear that Cao was well aware of Vali's actions. Ellie Fei, who was trying to contact Vali's group, also couldn't help but feel anxious. Lord Tenraku, we can't reach Vali's group. It's useless. I know that Vali has been secretly helping you. Afai's being taken away is also thanks to him. So, to prevent him from interfering with us, I've already sent Siegfried and Leonardo to intercept them. Cao had a smug look on his face, while Tenraku and Ria's expressions turned somewhat grim. Cao had prepared quite thoroughly. That guy. Cao, do you want to kill this mistress? Finally, Afais, who had been silent on the side, spoke up. I'm sorry, boss, but that was indeed my plan. Although you have always selflessly bestowed power upon us and gathered many comrades and resources for us, it still feels a bit troublesome. Even if you're just a puppet, we still can't fully control you. Cao nodded and confessed candidly. Rias and her girls couldn't help but chuckle. Using Afais and still finding it troublesome. This guy was simply despicable? He was truly a scoundrel? I don't understand, but this mistress is invincible. You cannot kill this mistress. Even though Cao had said something quite outrageous, Afais remained calm. And with her straightforward nature, she couldn't fathom the complicated thoughts going on in Cao Cao's mind. Indeed, you are too powerful, to the point of making people feel hopeless. Even if I give it my all, I wouldn't be able to kill you. But, I still want to give it a try. A sharp glint flashed in Cao Cao's eyes. He thrust the war spear in his hand forward. Holy spear, pierce her. The golden war spear extended rapidly, and the shaft emitted a blinding light. Then, the tip of the true Longinus spear pierced off his abdomen. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Tenraku and Rias girls were too late to intervene. Afais-chan? Although they had been a little afraid of Afais at first, after spending these days together, everyone had come to see Afais as a member of the family, as a companion to Tenraku and the others. When they saw Afais being struck by Cao Cao's holy spear, Rias girls were all shocked and angry. However, they soon realized that their worries seemed a bit unnecessary. True Longinus had only torn off his clothes, but it couldn't even scratch her skin. As expected, it's still not possible. Kamiya Tenraku, did you see? This is the monster known as the Dragon God of Infinity. After enduring an attack like the one I just delivered, even gods and demon kings would be severely injured or perish, but they wouldn't be able to inflict the slightest damage on her. Sighing, Cao spoke with some resignation on his face. Although he didn't say anything, Tenraku was indeed deeply shaken. This was the Dragon God of Infinity, the power that stood at the pinnacle of this world? Whether it was Cao or himself, in the face of this invincible power, they were still insignificant beings? Cao, do you want to try again? Tilting her head, Afais asked. Even though she had been impolitely stabbed by Cao, Afais still showed no signs of anger on her face. Well, if an ant bit you, would you get angry? The disparity in dimensions and realms led to differences in perspective and mentality. No need to try again. Doing so would only be humiliating. Retracting his war spear, Cao looked quite frustrated as he spoke. Even if all of us joined forces, we still wouldn't stand a chance against you. However, Afaiz, today we have prepared a special gift for you. George, summon our trump card. Understood. Under Cao Cao's command, the fog wielder George unfurled a massive magic. Various runes flickered, and the enormous magic array emitted a dark aura, a chilling presence. In an instant, Tenraku felt an immense pressure emanating from the magic array. WWWWW. The monster's howls echoed in the surroundings. Under everyone's gaze, a colossal figure pinned to a cross emerged slowly from the magic array. The upper body resembled a human, but it had black wings, a fallen angel's form. The lower body of the colossal figure was that of a serpent, or rather, it was covered in intricate scales, resembling the slender form of an eastern divine dragon. Its eyes and head were bound by iron, and its arms, wings, and entire body were nailed to the cross. It was a horrifying sight. No one knew what kind of monster this was, or what unspeakable crime it had committed to deserve such cruel treatment. The more timid Asia and Kuno were already pale-faced from fright. Even Tenraku felt a bone-chilling sensation like never before. The aura of dragon slaying. There was no mistaking it. This was an aura specifically designed to counter the dragon race. Fused with the dragon slayer holy sword Ascalon, Tenraku possessed the power to slay dragons, but the aura emanating from this monster far surpassed the might of Ascalon, perhaps by 1,000-fold. This is an overwhelmingly malevolent intent directed at dragons. Kami ya Tenraku, be careful. Dragon runes appeared on the backs of Tenraku's hands, and then the voices of Drake and Albion resounded in the area. Drake's voice trembled, and even Albion was unusually grave. Fear, yes, even the two heavenly dragons who disregarded the gods and devils were now afraid. In fact, without Drake and the others saying anything, Tenraku could feel it himself. Even Rainare, who housed the Black Evil Dragon King, felt the same way. Her face was pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. It was a feeling as if she were being targeted by a natural enemy, a shiver from the depths of her soul. You all feel it, don't you? Kami ya Tenraku, Afaiz, this is our trump card. Dragon Eater Samael? Watching Tenraku and the others' reactions closely, Cao burst into laughter. Dragon Eater? Tenraku's heart shook. Just from the name, it was clear that this was no ordinary entity. Yes, it devours dragons. It's the bane of all dragon race and their hosts. Have you heard the story of Adam and Eve? The one who took the form of a serpent in the Garden of Eden and tempted Adam and Eve to eat the fruit that was it. However, because of this, it offended the God recorded in the Holy Bible and incurred the hatred and curse of God. Cao explained patiently, his mood cheerful. Meanwhile, Tenraku and the girl's expressions turned grim. Impossible? Wasn't Samael sealed deep within the Grecian underworld? Why can you summon it? Eubelina's voice was filled with disbelief as she asked. Oh, Tenraku's queen seems to know quite a bit. You've even heard about this secret. That's right. The Samael hated and cursed by the gods was sealed deep within the Grecian underworld. However, after discussing with the lord of the Grecian underworld, Hades, we obtained the privilege to temporarily summon it. Cao wore a smug expression as he spoke, and upon hearing this, Tenraku, Rias, and the other girls' faces turned even more unpleasant. They hadn't expected Hades to be involved in this. Hades was the lord of the Grecian underworld in the Greek god system, overseeing the reapers of the Grecian underworld. His strength surpassed even Azazel and Michael. It was said that Hades was relatively friendly towards humans, but he harbored a strong aversion towards devils, fallen angels, and the like. They never imagined he would collude with members of the Chaos Brigade. This was a blatant betrayal of their alliance. Well, if you're angry at Lord Hades, you can settle the score with him later. Our chit-chat ends here. Samael, devour her? Cao commanded with his war spear pointed towards Afaiz. WWWWW. Pain, bloodlust, resentment. It was a howl that seemed to gather all negative emotions. Then, many tentacle-like things shot out from Samael's mouth, and they were swift as lightning, and almost instantly wrapped around Afaiz, turning her into a massive flesh lump. With Afaiz's power, she should have been able to break free quickly, but enveloped in the fleshy mass, she showed no reaction. Just as I thought, Samael is the bane of all dragon race. Its power is equally effective against Afaiz. Cao Cao's eyes glittered, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Stop it! With a muttered curse, Tenraku wasn't about to let his opponent have their way. He shot forward, wielding a holy demonic sword, and relentlessly slashed at the fleshy mass. Hundreds of strikes were delivered in one breath. However, what astonished Tenraku was that the holy demonic sword didn't shatter the mass. Instead, its surface venom melted the sword. Kami ya Tenraku, your opponent is me? Brandishing the war's pair, Cao lunged at Tenraku. Tenraku could only retreat in frustration, while Rias and the girls engaged with the people from the hero faction. Oi, before we deal with Afaiz, how about you entertain me for a bit? First. With a sly grin on his face, Cao unleashed the forbidden move of the true Longinus. Suddenly, a radiant halo appeared behind him, and 7 bowling ball-sized orbs revolved around it in a slow, calculated manner. Ithyratana, female treasure? One of the orbs shot out from behind Cao, instantly splitting into 3 and hitting Rias, Akeno, and Eubelina, who were in the midst of battling other enemies. What is this thing? Realizing that the 3 of them were suddenly trapped within one of the orbs, they unleashed a barrage of magic while trapped. Irina and her companions outside hurriedly tried to help, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't break the orb that imprisoned Rias and the others. It's useless. Ithyratana, female treasure, is one of the abilities of my forbidden move. It can temporarily lock up female enemies. Only when it naturally dissipates can you break free. Any attack, from within or without, is futile. Cao wore a smirk, while Tenraku and Ria's companions wore grim expressions. This guy Cao Cao's forbidden move was nothing but troublesome abilities. However, it seemed to have a quantity limit. It only entrapped Rias, Akeno, and Ubelina. If he were to suddenly release dozens of orbs and trap Irina and the others, Tenraku would truly be at his wit's end. Irina, deal with the others. I'll take care of Cao. Deal with your opponent as quickly as possible, and then rescue Offis. Understood. Although Rias, Akeno, and Ubelina were unable to continue fighting, Irina's strength should be more than sufficient to deal with the enemies. Tenraku gave the command, and the girls immediately sprang into action. Cao. Time was of the essence, and Tenraku didn't have time to dawdle, so he instantly manifested the armor of the two heavenly dragons and shot towards Cao. HHH, here it comes. Watch out for the spear. In the alternate dimension, Tenraku and Irina's group were locked in combat with Cao and the members of the hero faction. Burn, Phoenix's flames? Chanting incantations, several flaming birds surged forth from Ravel, colliding with the oncoming enemies. Ah! Screams echoed as the hero faction members tried to extinguish the flames, but it was in vain. In the end, they were consumed by the flames in agonizing despair. With a surge of monster power, Kuno conjured a basketball-sized energy sphere that exploded upon impact with her enemies, joining forces with Ravel. Ravel-chan, you're amazing? Ravel had already taken down several enemies while Kuno had only defeated one, so Kuno praised her sincerely. Hihi, of course. I am a genius of the Phenex family. With her head held high, Ravel let out a triumphant hum after hearing Kuno's words. It wasn't arrogance, Ravel was indeed a genuine prodigy, surpassing even her older brother Riser. She simply didn't enjoy battles, which was why she hadn't displayed her skills much before. Ravel-chan, let's hurry and defeat the enemies so we can save Offis-chan. Alright, after all, that girl is our family's mascot. I'll put in a bit more effort. They sprang into action once again. Besides Ravel and Kuno, Zenovia, Irina, and Swollen's group were also battling their respective opponents. In the sky, two streaks of light were fiercely colliding. It was Tenraku and Cao. Get out of my way. Worried about the situation with Offis, Tenraku had no intention of tangling with Cao. However, this guy stuck to him like glue, proving to be a persistent nuisance. HHH, I won't let you pass. General Treasure, Parina Yakaratana. With hearty laughter, Cao thoroughly enjoyed his battle with Tenraku. Once again, he lunged at Tenraku with the Holy Spear. Feeling the overwhelming power of the Holy Spear, Tenraku immediately summoned the Yatano Kagami 8 mirror to shield himself. As expected, the sturdy and powerful mirror shattered instantly under the attack of the Holy Spear. He wouldn't fall for the same move twice. As Yatano Kagami 8 mirror resisted the Holy Spear, Tenraku had already shifted to the other side. Beneath his armor, Tenraku's expression grew serious. This couldn't go on. Unless he dealt with Cao, he wouldn't be able to rescue Offis. In that case, unfurling his dragon wings, Tenraku soared into the sky, conjuring a colossal scarlet energy sphere that he hurled fiercely at Cao. Here it comes. Unfazed, Cao also thrust with his Holy Spear. The tip of the spear collided with the massive energy sphere. However, the expected explosion didn't occur. Instead, the enormous energy sphere pushed against Cao and the Holy Spear, rapidly descending against them. Then, upon hitting the ground, it vanished in a flash, merging into the shadows. In the sky, beneath his armor, Tenraku revealed a triumphant smile. In that instant just now, he had activated the ability of the Shield of the Dark Night Reflection, pushing Cao into the world of shadows. While he didn't expect to seal Cao in that world, as long as he could trap him for a while, it would be enough. Without further delay, Tenraku spread his dragon wings and flew towards Offis' location. Although many members of the hero faction tried to stop him, they were no match for Tenraku. Wherever Tenraku passed, a chorus of screams and a mist of blood followed. Roar! Finally arriving at Offis' location, Tenraku let out a long roar, then clenched his fist and struck fiercely at Samael. It was this creature that had entrapped Offis. Attacking it was indeed the most effective approach. www. Although Samael possessed the power to slay dragons, it didn't mean it was immune to dragon attacks. Struck by Tenraku, Samael let out a pained howl, and murky black blood splattered in all directions. Some of the blood landed on Tenraku's armor, emitting a sizzling sound as it corroded the metal. Tenraku couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear at Samael's potent venom and quickly dispelled his armor, creating distance between them. While he hadn't completely defeated Samael, Tenraku's earlier strike had an effect. The flesh cocoon encasing Offis tore open, revealing her figure. Offis? She seemed unharmed, but Tenraku quickly noticed something amiss. Countless energies were pouring out from Offis. That Samael was attempting to seize Offis' power. Just as Tenraku was preparing to take action, a flash of light appeared and Cao, wielding the Holy Spear, appeared. TCH? Impressive, indeed. The shadow world could only hold him for so long. You played a little trick just now, didn't you? Using the sacred gear you took from my comrade? Standing in front of Tenraku, Cao clearly knew about the Shield of the Dark Knight Night Reflection-S ability. Who knows? But you lot have certainly contributed quite a few sacred gears to me. Tenraku smirked as he spoke, neither confirming nor denying anything. Cao, Samael is injured. A mist coalesced, and George also appeared by Cao Cao's side, reporting to him. An important tool got injured, Hades will probably throw a fit. Well, whatever about that. How much of Afai's power has been absorbed? About 3/4, I'd say. It's already more than half. But the connection between Samael and the mortal world can't be maintained anymore. That's enough. Send it back? Cao snapped his fingers, and the flesh cocoon encasing Afai's dispersed. The tentacle-like appendages retracted back into Samael's mouth. WWW. The light from the magic circle dissipated, and Samael gradually receded back into the magic array. Though furious and resentful, it was just a tool. Its role was done once it had been used up. Cao, this was your true purpose, wasn't it? To seize Afai's power and then create a puppet entirely under your control. Flashing beside Afai's, Tenraku's expression grew dark as he spoke to Cao. The other battles also came to a halt. Members of the hero faction gathered behind Cao, while Ria's trio, freed from the light sphere, joined Tenraku along with Irina's group. We saw through your plan, Cao. Rias, Akeno, and Ubelina released their magic power. Zenovia and Irina conjured 2 massive blades of light. The entire space resounded with a deafening explosion, but Cao and his group had already vanished into the mist. To be continued in the alternate dimension, Tenraku and Ria's group were taking a breather within the barrier. I'm back. Afai's voice echoed, and she materialized inside the barrier. Afai's-chan, are you alright? Where did you go just now? After the battle with the hero faction, Afai's had mentioned that she needed to leave for a moment, and then she disappeared. Now that she was back, Asia and the others rushed to check on her with concerned expressions on their faces. This mistress went to retrieve the snakes. She opened her hand, revealing several black serpents slithering within Afai's grasp. After Afai's explained, everyone understood. When Samael tried to take Afai's power earlier, she transformed some of her power into snakes and let them escape. After Samael and Cao left, she went to retrieve the snakes. Afai's, how are you feeling now, and how much power did you retrieve? Tenraku inquired, and he was surprised as he hadn't expected their revered dragon god Sama to be quite clever. Weak. Only about twice as powerful as Drake in his prime. Some of the snakes managed to escape to other dimensions. However, something is currently trying to capture this mistress. There's also a barrier in this alternate space specifically designed to confine this mistress. For now, I can't leave here to retrieve the other snakes. She said she was weak by retrieving this much power, only managing to recover a fraction of her power, and she was only roughly comparable to Drake and the others in their prime. Tenraku and Ria's group were a bit speechless, and even Drake and Albion within Tenraku were somewhat injured by her words. However, managing to recover this much power was still a fortunate turn of events. Tenraku advised Afai's to rest for a bit, while Mai, who was adept at scouting, kept a close watch on the situation in the alternate dimension. Lord Tenraku, the enemy has appeared. Not long after, Mai, who was on guard, opened her eyes to alert everyone. As Mai's words fell, a large group of reapers, cloaked in black robes and wielding enormous scythes, appeared before them. Their numbers were vast, at least over 1,000. Reapers generally possessed formidable combat abilities. Their scythes not only inflicted physical harm but also directly severed the lifespan and vitality of their opponents. Even low-class reapers had power comparable to middle-class devils. Among these over 1,000 reapers, there were not only a majority of low-class reapers but also some middle-class and even high-class reapers. This formidable force was not something Tenraku and Ria's group could afford to underestimate. They surrounded Tenraku and Ria's group, and 3 figures stood in front of the reapers. Aside from hero faction members George and Heracles, there was also a masked reaper. Unlike the other reapers, the masked one exuded an immensely powerful aura. A layer of spiritual light flowed on the side they held, and the blade itself was a menacing black. Nice to meet you, the miracle of the Phenex, Kamiya Tenraku, and the younger sister of Demon King, Rias Gremory. I am one of the Grim Reapers that serves under Hades-sama. My name is Pluto. The masked reaper introduced himself in a hoarse voice. It's actually the legendary Pluto, a ultimate class reaper? Rias, upon hearing the self-introduction, looked astonished. Even those who hadn't heard of Pluto's name instantly understood that this was a formidable adversary. An ultimate class reaper, an existence comparable to a demon king? Pluto, the Grecian underworld reapers are also members of our alliance. Why would you conspire with the Chaos Brigade and turn against us? Regaining her composure, Rias questioned in a cold tone. Princess Rias, I believe you've misunderstood something. It's not us who betrayed the alliance, but you. You've conspired with the terrorist Chaos Brigade, intending to secretly dismantle the alliance, and the presence of Afai's by your side is the best proof of that. Pluto pointed to Afai's, who was casually snacking next to Elife. Though the masked reaper wore a clown-like mask, it was easy to imagine the contemptuous smirk beneath that mask. You're accusing us of conspiring with the Chaos Brigade? And what about those 2 beside you? Rias was infuriated when she heard those words and pointed to George and Heracles, who stood beside Pluto. I don't know them. Hey, we don't know these esteemed reapers either. We just happened to run into each other here. Pluto had an air of innocence in their tone, and the burly Heracles chuckled with a sly grin. They were shamelessly spouting nonsense. Alright, Rias, there's no need to waste time talking to them. Those reapers and the hero faction are colluding to capture Aphais. We can't let them succeed. Tenraku patted Rias on the shoulder and spoke. Yes, I understand. Taking a deep breath, Rias made an effort to regain her composure. Since communication wasn't effective, it was time to fight. I'll take on the fog wielder, Rias, deal with the reaper named Pluto. The rest of you, handle Heracles and the remaining reapers. There are too many enemies. Akeno and the others might be in danger. Tenraku issued the battle orders, but Rias hesitated. Tenraku knew Rias' concerns were valid. Asking Akeno and the others to take on so many enemies was indeed risky. So, Tenraku turned his gaze to Aphais. Aphais, can you help? I can, but I still can't control my power freely. I might end up hurting you all. Then, let's not risk it. Was it the aftermath of Samael's influence? Since Aphais couldn't fully control her power, it wouldn't be wise to have her join the fight. If she accidentally harmed their side, Tenraku would have no place to hide his regret. After some consideration, Tenraku raised his hand and released Jean's team, Semiria, and his familiar, Undine Queen. Jean, Semiria, Undine, can you lend a hand? Yes, Lord Tenraku? Of course, my troublesome master. Having learned of the situation outside, Undine Queen nodded lightly, while Semiria and her group responded respectfully. Jean, on the other hand, noticed George and Heracles nearby and couldn't help but purse her lips, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Seeing Jean and Semiria's sudden appearance, Rias, Akeno, and the others cast a resentful glance at someone. While they knew there were other women in Tenraku's Saints and Demons Hall, seeing it firsthand still stirred some jealousy. Tenraku felt a bit awkward, but now wasn't the time to explain. Although having Jean and Semiria join the fight helped, there was still a significant difference in numbers between the two sides. So, Tenraku activated his ability to summon hundreds of powerful demonic beasts. Now, they shouldn't be at a disadvantage? Alright then, boom, boom, boom. Inside the alternate dimension, aside from Asia providing support within the barrier and Aphais waiting, Tenraku, Rias, and her group, along with hundreds of demonic beasts, were locked in fierce combat with the Reaper army. Even the lowest-ranked Reapers possessed strength comparable to a middle-class devil. Among them were also those on par with high-class and top-class devils. Their formidable power, coupled with the Reaper sides that could harvest life and vitality, made even Rias and her team approach the battle with caution. Jean, have you truly betrayed Cao's brigade and sided with Kamiya Tenraku? On one side of the battlefield, Heracles inquired while observing the uniformed Jean and a dozen or so former members of the hero faction who surrounded her. Who do you think is to blame? It's because you all didn't care whether we lived or died, and you never came to rescue us? Drawing the sacred demonic sword bestowed upon her by her master from her waist, Jean sneered with a flourish of her blade. The memory of being toyed with and brought to the brink of death by that wretched master of hers, while these people reveled in their freedom, filled Jean with deep-seated resentment. Rescuing people from that Kamiya Tenraku is simply not realistic. Besides, we have our own difficulties to contend with. As someone who was once part of our group, you should know that. Heracles sighed with a somewhat resigned look on his face. Enough with the excuses. You simply couldn't be bothered to save us. You abandoned us? Are you freaking kidding me right now? Jean thought. Of course, being a former member of your group, I'm intimately familiar with your true nature. Sigh, there's no point in dwelling on what's already happened. As long as you return now, you're still our comrade. Letting out a sigh, Heracles, aware of his own guilt, didn't want to linger on this issue any further. No need for that. We are now tools and slaves of our master, and we can't do without him. Prepare to meet your end, Heracles. A cold light flashed through her eyes as Jean, along with a dozen of her subordinates wielding sacred demonic swords, charged toward Heracles. Boom, boom, boom. Several dark blades shot toward Rias, who was clad in her scarlet battle armor. She evaded them with continuous agile movements. Ha! With a cry, Rias soared into the air and unleashed two scarlet magics from her palms, reducing two Reapers attempting to attack her to ashes. Little princess, that Reaper named Pluto is very dangerous. Be sure not to get hit by his scythe. Drake's voice echoed from the Jade Jewel. At the beginning of the battle, Tenraku had her transferred to Rias' side. I know. Rias spoke with a grave expression on her face, having crossed swords with Pluto several times already. She was well aware of the danger that Reaper represented. He's much stronger than Cockabile was at the beginning. Little princess, use the move with your partner. Let my clone distract him, and well seize the opportunity to attack. All right, Drake suggested, and Rias nodded in agreement. Boost, boost, boost. Radiant light flashed, and small flying dragons, each the size of a palm, flew out of the Jade Jewel on Rias' armor. They flapped their wings swiftly in the air, simultaneously spewing energy waves to attack the enemies below. Although this move was initially developed by Tenraku, Rias, being clever, had learned it long ago. While Pluto was occupied dealing with the small flying dragons, Rias gathered a massive scarlet energy sphere between her palms and then descended, fiercely smashing it toward Pluto. Meet your end, you accursed Reaper? Unable to see the enemy Reapers or Rias group, Tenraku found himself in a misty world. Red Dragon Emperor, did you deliberately choose me as your opponent? Are you planning to take my sacred gear as well? George's voice echoed in the space, its direction unclear and his figure unseen. That's right. Your fog of extinction dimension lost is quite the remarkable sacred gear. I quite like it. I'll take your sacred gear, just like I took the sacred gears of your comrades. With a slight smirk, Tenraku surveyed this mist-shrouded world. You're not being modest at all. If you can, come at me. This space is a custom-made barrier created by my forbidden move, Utopia of Mist Dimension Create. Either defeat me and take my sacred gear, or be forever trapped inside. Suddenly, George's figure materialized, and he unleashed multiple blazing fireballs towards Tenraku. With a swift movement, Tenraku evaded the fireball attacks and then struck George with a sword. It's useless. Within this space, I am invincible. I can freely launch attacks at you, but your attacks hold no meaning for me. George, struck by Tenraku, transformed into mist and dispersed. His slightly mocking voice echoed in the air. As expected, it's quite the remarkable sacred gear. I'm growing more fond of it. With a sly smile on his face, Tenraku's eyes gleamed with increasing greed. Cao's Brigade Headquarters. OCAO, you're quite capable. I've received office power. Now, what about the other thing I wanted? Did you bring it back for me? Watching Cao Cao's group emerge from the transmission formation, a figure jumped in front of Cao. With a high-collared cloak and silver hair, this was an uncle who wore a somewhat eccentric grin. He seemed a bit wild and unpredictable. However, this seemingly eccentric uncle, Rezevim Levon Vali Lucifer, was the legendary son of the original Demon King Vali Lucifer and the Devil Mother Lilith. Despite his carefree appearance, he was exceptionally brutal. He had joined the Cao's Brigade at an unknown time and only recently started to become active. His strength was so overwhelming that the scene of him laughing maniacally while slaughtering hundreds of his own comrades left many in lingering fear. He was a true monster? It's him. I brought him back while I was at it. Cao replied while tossing an unconscious figure onto the ground. And that unconscious figure was none other than Hayudu Issei? Oh, here he is. This one? Eyes filled with excitement, Rezevim crouched down and started feeling around Hayudu Issei's body. His actions resembled someone caressing an extraordinary treasure. The scene was simply grotesque, sending shivers down one's spine. Rezevim, what do you want to do with him? Although this young man possesses a special ability, there's nothing particularly formidable about him. No, Cao, you're still too young. The ability this young man uses isn't just any kind of magic power, devil technique, or god technique. It's a blessing from an unknown god from a different world. Different world, huh? Do you even know what a different world is? Just by studying this young man's ability, we might be able to discover the existence of different worlds and open a pathway to travel there. Just thinking about it is so exciting, isn't it? Isn't it? Standing up and grabbing Cao Cao's shoulders, Rezevim had a look of excitement as he sprayed saliva all over Cao. I have no interest in different worlds. Do whatever you want with it. Just remember to create a new office. You're better at that than us. Pushing Rezevim away, Cao then turned and left. Cao, where are you going? Aren't you staying to help? The operation in the Underworld is about to begin, and I need to go over there. I see. Go on then. This world has been too quiet for too long. It's time to liven things up. GG. Chuckling incessantly, Rezevim didn't say anything more. He dragged Hayudu Issei into his research room. Poor Hayudu Issei, currently in a coma, had no idea that he was about to face a fate akin to that of a miserable lab rat. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast lunged towards Tenraku. Leaping into the air, Tenraku evaded the beast's attack and then unleashed Prank of the Giant variant detonation. Hong Long, a punch, struck the beast. With a mournful cry, the beast transformed into mist and dissipated. However, before Tenraku could catch his breath, several magic bullets came flying at him, exploding around Tenraku. No wonder you're called the Sacred Gear Plunderer. You can handle all sorts of situations with various sacred gear abilities. Kami-ya Tenraku, you're like a natural enemy to those of us who wield sacred gears. Observing Tenraku, protected by his inherent barrier, George's astonished voice echoed in the surrounding airspace. Perhaps this is fate. I've been endowed with the ability to seize sacred gears, so it's only fitting that you lose your sacred gear to me. Your ability is indeed fearsome. But within this misty world, I am invincible. You can't see me, can't catch me, and you'll never have a chance to take my sacred gear. Indeed, in this misty world, I can only endure attacks, and you are like a ruler. However, that doesn't mean there's no way to deal with you. Tenraku, confident in his plan to deal with George, activated his sacred gear's power, unfurling a pair of azure wings behind him. Albion, can you diminish his power for me? There's a substantial flow of spirit energy in this mist. It's doable. Divide. Radiant light shone forth as Tenraku invoked the power of White Dragon Sovereign's have. Suddenly, the spirit power of the entire misty world was absorbed and devoured by Tenraku, causing the thick mist to rapidly disperse. See, George? I told you it could be done. Watching George, who appeared pale and half-kneeling after losing his spirit power, Tenraku grinned. Damn it, it's actually the power of that White Dragon Sovereign? Realizing he had been careless, George couldn't help but feel regret. However, regret was already too late at this point. Step by step, Tenraku approached George. Naturally, George, unwilling to be captured, continuously unleashed magical attacks against Tenraku using what little spirit power remained in him. Boom, boom, boom. Despite George's relentless assault, Tenraku remained unharmed thanks to the reactivated inherent barrier. Useless struggle. With a mocking smile on his face, Tenraku wouldn't let his prey escape. Activating the ability of the Shield of the Dark Night Reflection, Tenraku's shadow twisted and shot out, connecting with George's shadow. Immediately, it bound his movements. Kami ya Tenraku? As Tenraku, who had already approached, stood before him, George continued to resist desperately. However, with most of his spiritual power taken away, he was utterly incapable of breaking free from the constraints of the shadow. Everything was futile. George, I'll be taking your sacred gear without reservation? With a triumphant smile on his face, Tenraku activated the power of sacred gear Plunder and one hand plunged into George's chest. Ah! The process of having his sacred gear taken away was excruciatingly painful. George couldn't help but let out a scream. At the same time, the entire misty world continued to collapse. In a flash of light, both Tenraku and George returned to the external extra-dimensional space. So, this is the fog of extinction dimension lost. Looking at the grey jade jewel in his hand, Tenraku felt a surge of excitement. Following Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, Light Wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, and Demonic Beast Creation Annihilation Maker, he had finally obtained the fourth Longi news. Without hesitation, Tenraku integrated Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost into his own body. Each fusion of a sacred gear would increase his power. The higher the grade of the sacred gear, the more energy it would feed back. Feeling the wildly surging spirit power within him, Tenraku couldn't help but raise his head and let out a long howl. Ah! With a towering momentum and a fierce battle raging, the fighting between Rias and her companions and the Reapers came to an abrupt halt. Simultaneously, a surge of mist erupted from Tenraku's center, instantly engulfing and erasing hundreds of Reapers who were closer to him. The Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost was one of the top-class Longi news. It bestowed its wielder with the power to control mist, but not just any mist, it was a spatial mist. It spread spirit chi infinitely from its wielder's center, sealing anything that entered it. The hundreds of Reapers were directly sent into the world of mist by Tenraku, only to be swiftly eliminated. The exaggerated phenomenon didn't last long. All the mist reconverged. Sensing his newly acquired power and the surging strength within him, Tenraku almost felt like bursting into laughter. He was so close, just a bit more. If he could obtain one more Longinus, he would unquestionably step into the realm of a transcender. Tenraku? Lord Tenraku? The commotion caused by Tenraku was so significant. He annihilated hundreds of enemies in an instant. Rias and all the other women gathered around Tenraku. Heracles, having broken free from the encirclement of Jean's team, helped up George. Hey, George, your sacred gear was taken too. Having a few bloodstains from Jean's team on him, Heracles looked at George, who was pale and extremely weak, with a somewhat malicious delight. After both his and Leonardo's sacred gears were taken by Tenraku last time, he was ridiculed and mocked by many when he returned. Now, even George's sacred gear had been taken. He felt a bit more balanced in his heart. Let's go. With great difficulty, George raised his head and spoke in a low voice. He was deeply distressed that his sacred gear had been taken, but now wasn't the time to argue with this guy. Staying here any longer would be seeking death. Indeed, it's time to retreat. Last time, he stupidly stayed behind, wanting to have a showdown with that guy, Kamiya Tenraku. As a result, his sacred gear was taken. Heracles wouldn't make the same mistake again. Without further ado, he opened the transmission formation and, with George, leaped in. The side of the heroes had already retreated, leaving only the Reapers. What about you? Do you want to continue the fight? With a cold smile on his face, Tenraku and Rias women all stared at the Reapers on the opposite side. Hundreds of them were annihilated by Tenraku in an instant, and Rias and her companions had also eliminated quite a few during their earlier battles. It could be said that the Reapers had suffered heavy losses this time. Go! Emitting a palpable aura of killing intent, Pluto ultimately chose to retreat rationally. This Kamiya Tenraku was just too strong. If they stayed any longer, they would only incur more losses. One by one, the Reapers disappeared into the ground and were soon completely gone from the extra-dimensional space. Shortly after, only Tenraku and Rias women remained in the space. We won? Finally repelling those vile enemies, the girls cheered. Tenraku, how do we get out? Frowning, Rias inquired. Although the enemies had retreated relatively easily, leaving this extra-dimensional space wouldn't be an easy feat. Don't worry. George used his sacred gear to teleport us here. Now that Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost is in my hands, leaving is quite simple. With a slight smile, Tenraku activated the power of Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost. Suddenly, a cloud of mist billowed up, and Tenraku and Rias women vanished into Idas expected by Tenraku. They easily left the alternate dimension through the power of Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost and returned to their homes in the real world. Although the Kamiya family home within the alternate dimension had turned into ruins, their actual home in the real world remained undamaged. After going through a major battle, the girls who returned home finally managed to relax. Rias reported the situation to her older brother, Sorgg. Mai and Asia worked on healing the injuries of their sisters. Afaiz also went to other dimensions and brought back all the escaped snakes. Tenraku asked about it, and according to office response, she now only had half of her original power. The other half had been taken by Cao and his group. Although it was only half, this wasn't the power of just one or two demon kings, it was at least on the scale of tens or hundreds of them. Tenraku felt that he had a certain responsibility for this loss. If he had been able to anticipate Cao Cao's methods in advance, perhaps he could have stopped them. However, in his previous life, he had only roughly schemed through some of the plot lines of high school DxD. Over the years, many details had become blurred in his memory. There was nothing he could do about it. If Tenraku remembered correctly, Cao and his group took Offi's power, created a clone identical to Afi's, and even named her Lilith. Afi's was the mascot of their family, and she was also the pet that he, Tenraku, was planning to raise. How dare they take away half of her power? Afterward, he would just take that Lilith away? Stroking Afi's small head, Tenraku thought fiercely. Although he was somewhat annoyed that half of Afi's power had been taken this time, he also obtained the Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, a long news that could be considered a consolation. However, at that moment, Rias, who had just finished communicating with her older brother, hurriedly approached Tenraku. What's wrong, Rias? Tenraku, our older brother urgently summoned us to the Underworld. In the capital of the Underworld, the territory of the Demon King, Lucifad. After receiving Sorgg's summons, Ravel, Elifei, and Afi stayed at home to guard the place, while Tenraku and Rias, accompanied by Akeno and Ubelina, rushed over almost without stopping. Kamiya Tenraku, Rias, you've finally arrived. Sorgg, Sikvera, Sana, were you also summoned? In the spacious hall, quite a few devils who had been summoned had already gathered. Tenraku and Rias could also see Sorgg, Sikvera, as well as Sana Satrai and their peerage. Do you know what's going on? Why were we summoned here so urgently? I'm not sure. We were suddenly summoned as well, but something major and urgent must have happened. Indeed, among the young devils of the new generation, we only see the 5 of us. All the others are well-known and powerful high-class devils. Whispers filled the air, and the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed tense. Clearly, something significant had occurred for Sorgg to summon everyone so urgently. Tenraku also took a rough look around. Indeed, among the young devils of the new generation, it seemed that only Sorgg and the others were present. All the others were well-known figures, including the chief emperor of raiding games, Dihauser Belial, the deputy chief, Roygun Belphegor, and Tenraku even spotted his older brother, Ruval Phenex. Naturally, Tenraku also saw their side, but it seemed like they were discussing something important. Dihauser and Roygun merely nodded in their direction, while Ruval, along with his peerage, walked over to them. Tenraku, Rias. OL older brother, what exactly has happened? Ruval called out Tenraku and Rias' names, and Tenraku took the opportunity to ask. No wonder you haven't had the chance to receive any information yet. There's been an uprising in the Underworld. An uprising? Is it those remnants of the old demon kings again? Ruval spoke, and Tenraku and Sorgg's expressions both changed. This time, it's not just them. The Chaos Brigade and other factions are involved as well. In any case, the situation is urgent, which is why Sorgg urgently summoned us all here. The specific details will be explained to you later. You've noticed, right? Among the new generation of devils, only you 5 were summoned. This is an important strategic meeting. As the representatives of the strongest 5 new generation devils, you have the qualifications to participate together. This is not only a test for you but also an opportunity. Perform well. From this moment on, you represent not only yourselves but also your respective families, Ruval admonished with a serious expression. They exchanged glances, and Tenraku, along with Sorgg and the others, could see the gravity in each other's expressions. You've all waited for a long time. I apologize for summoning you so urgently, but the Underworld needs your strength at this moment. Just then, the doors of the hall swung open, and Sorgg and Grafia entered. Everyone stopped talking and listened quietly to Sorgg's words. I believe you all have already received some information, but let me briefly reiterate. Without any unnecessary words, Sorgg quickly explained the situation. Remnants of the old demon kings, the Chaos Brigade, Grecian Underworld Reapers, and many other reactionary forces dissatisfied with the current state of the Underworld were orchestrating a long-planned uprising in various parts of the Underworld. While occasional uprisings had occurred in the Underworld before, none had been as serious as this. If not handled properly, there was a possibility of the entire Underworld being overturned. Indeed, this was an extremely serious situation. The other demon kings had already launched urgent operations to guard their respective territories. Sorgg had urgently convened the present individuals to discuss counter-strategies. Each of them was a seasoned warrior. They discussed battle strategies and plans to face the enemy, and the entire meeting was intense yet remarkably organized. Tenraku and Sorgg had some ideas as well, but all the experienced seniors had already put forward their suggestions. So, they stayed quiet and listened attentively on the sidelines. The whole meeting lasted just under an hour, and the general plan to face the enemy had already been discussed. Everyone present had a clear understanding of what they needed to do. Even Sorgg and Sikvera were assigned important tasks. However, to their surprise, it seemed like Tenraku, Rias, and Satrai Sana had been forgotten. No tasks were assigned to them even as the meeting came to an end. Kamiya Tenraku, well, take our leave for now. Take care, Sorgg, Sikvera. One by one, everyone left, and Sorgg and Sekvera departed ahead of Tenraku and the others, who watched them go. But it was at that moment. Kamiya Tenraku, Rias, Sana Satrai, Sorgg, and Azazel are waiting for you. Please follow me. Grafia approached Tenraku, Rias, and Satrai Sana. The three of them shared a knowing look. There must be some other arrangement for them to be left until last. Without saying much, they followed Grafia, each with their respective peerage, and proceeded upstairs in the adjacent room. Sorgg and Azazel were already waiting for Tenraku, Rias, and Satrai Sana. Sorgg Sama, Kamiya Tenraku and the others have arrived, Grafia informed Sorgg with a dignified tone, then stood by the side. You've worked hard, Grafia. After a nod, Sorgg looked at the entering group of Tenraku. I'm sorry, Tenraku-kun, Rias. You've just finished a battle, and we've called you over. With such an event happening in the underworld, we all naturally have a responsibility, Azazel added. Sorgg Sama, is there anything you need us to do? Tenraku inquired. Sorgg wore an apologetic expression, but Rias shook her head. Both Rias and Satrai Sana were girls with a strong sense of responsibility. With such a serious uprising in the underworld, they naturally hope to contribute. There are indeed some things that require your assistance. However, before that, Tenraku-kun, how many combat-capable demonic beasts can your demonic beast creation annihilation maker create? Sorgg shifted his gaze onto Tenraku and asked. If they are just ordinary demonic beasts, tens of thousands shouldn't be a problem. However, if we're talking about creating powerful demonic beasts, the quantity will be significantly reduced. To be more specific, demonic beasts with combat power comparable to high-class devils, I can create around 5,000 to 6,000 of them, Tenraku replied while rubbing his chin. A moment of silence fell in the room. Sorgg, Azazel, and Grafia's eyes glittered, and even Rias and the Satrai Sana group, who were extremely familiar with Tenraku, showed expressions of astonishment. 5,000 to 6,000 demonic beasts with combat power comparable to high-class devils. Even in the underworld, this represented an extremely terrifying force. Has their Tenraku really become this powerful? This was the terrifying aspect of the demonic beast creation annihilation maker, a sacred gear classified as a strategic tool that could create demonic beasts from reality and non-reality using imagination. It wasn't a matter of how much power you invested, but rather how you optimized your imagination. With just 10 points of effort, you could create a demonic beast with combat power of 40, 50, or even 100 points. What Tenraku mentioned, 5,000 to 6,000, was actually a conservative estimate. If he were willing to go to any lengths, he could create even more and stronger demonic beasts. Kid, you've really turned into an extraordinary monster. Breaking the silence, Azazel exclaimed in amazement. You're the real monster here. Tenraku replied unenthusiastically, then asked, Sorgg Sama, do you need me to create some demonic beasts to join the battle? Since Sorgg had asked this question, Tenraku could more or less understand his intent. Yes, demonic beast creation annihilation maker is an extremely powerful sacred gear with strategic implications in such wars. With Tenraku-kun's help, we can not only greatly enhance our own strength but also swiftly end this riot and reduce the losses in the underworld. Tenraku-kun, can you assist us? In fact, given Sorgg's status and position, he could directly command Tenraku. However, he spoke to Tenraku in a polite tone. There were some reasons related to Rias, but more so, it was Sorgg's acknowledgement of Tenraku's current strength. Of course, I'm also a member of the underworld, so I naturally have a responsibility? Haha, well done. You're a man recognized by Rias after all. Sorgg Sama, why are you saying such things? While somewhat embarrassed, anyone could tell that Rias was actually quite pleased. The atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. On the other hand, Satrai Sana remained expressionless, and it was hard to discern what she was thinking. Sorgg Sama, although I can create many demonic beasts, without my control, they are just a group of ferocious beasts without distinction between friend and foe. If you want to send them to various battlefields for combat support, well, need help from others. Although he agreed to help, Tenraku also explained the situation on his side. We've considered this as well. This is also why we've left Rias and Sana Satrai behind. Tenraku-kun, you'll create demonic beasts, and then Rias, Sana Satrai, and their peerage will take them to various battlefields for combat support. Of course, I'll also arrange for some other individuals on my end. Do you all know each other well? Shouldn't be a problem, right? Sorgg stated their plan from their side and then asked. No problem? They exchanged glances, and the girls all replied in unison. We still need to make some arrangements. We'll officially begin our operation early tomorrow morning. I've already had Grafia prepare rooms for you. Tonight, please rest here well. Yes? In a spacious and luxurious room, the waitstaff brought forth sumptuous dishes. Tenraku, Rias, and Satrai Sana's group gathered to enjoy their dinner. Kamiya Tenraku, Rias, have you already clashed with the Cow's brigade? With a small appetite, Satrai Sana, who was already satisfied, set down her utensils and asked. Yes, we were attacked by those guys when we were at home. And not only them, those detestable reapers as well. Taking a sip of red wine, Rias expressed her annoyance, then proceeded to recount the earlier events to Sana, including the incident with Afai's losing her power. As one of the few informed individuals, when Satrai Sana heard that Afai's had half of her power taken by those from the hero faction, she also showed a look of astonishment. Let's not dwell on these matters. We'll be heading into battle tomorrow. Sana, let's take a bath together later. It's been a long time since we've done that together. After concluding this topic, Rias suggested. Alright. After some hesitation, Sana ultimately nodded. Can I join too? Raising his hand, Tenraku wanted to sign up. This is an activity for us girls. Boys are not allowed. Rias decisively rejected someone with a stern look on her face. Otosama, Okasama, please take care of yourselves. Yes, I will. Goodbye. In his room, Tenraku concluded his communication with his Otosama and Okasama. As expected, the Phenex territory had also erupted into chaos, facing attacks from both the Cow's Brigade and remnants of the old Demon King's faction. The Phenex Duke held the fort at home, while Roval led his peerage and army to suppress the unrest. Tenraku's big brother was indeed powerful, and as a descendant of the Phoenix, he was exceptionally outstanding. There was no need to worry about his safety. Tenraku Dano. Tusca's voice, along with Mai, who flanked Tenraku on both sides, held a mesmerized glint in their gem-like eyes. Not only Tusca and Mai, but Ubelina, serving as the queen, was also kneeling in a submissive posture, using her alluring purple lips to serve her master. Although the entire underworld was in upheaval, it didn't have much of an impact on Tenraku. When it was time to indulge, he would still indulge. Thank you for your patience. With a slight smile, Tenraku caressed Tusca's cheek, then lowered his head to capture the girl's tender lips. Rias and Sana lay on soft beds, their eyes half-closed, enjoying the massages from their respective queens. Ah, this feels so good. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we've taken a bath together, Sana. Rising up, Rias stretched her body and let out a contented sigh. I haven't had the time recently. This caused her own queen to stop the massage as well, and Sana also sat up and replied. You're lying. Sana, you've been deliberately avoiding me, haven't you? A playful glint flashed in Rias' eyes as she looked at her friend. I don't understand what you're talking about. There was a glint in Sana's eyes, and she replied calmly. Sana, how long do you plan on deceiving me? Do you really think I don't know about what's going on between you and Tenraku? Rias sighed and then brought up the topic directly. After exchanging glances, Akeno and Shinra Tsubaki maintained their silence in agreement. Their king was currently discussing something very important. After a prolonged silence, Sana finally spoke up. I'm sorry, Rias. I betrayed you. Without denying anything further, Sana admitted to what was going on between her and Tenraku. Sana did indeed betray me. She initially said that she wouldn't develop this kind of relationship with Tenraku. There was a hint of bitterness in Rias' tone as she responded. It's my responsibility, and I won't deny it. If Rias wishes, I'll choose to withdraw. I won't disturb you both again. Seemingly having made a certain resolution, Sana spoke calmly. Sana, you're just like you were when we were kids, always trying to act tough in these situations. In your eyes, am I really that petty? That scoundrel has harmed quite a few beautiful girls. If I can accept them, then naturally, I can accept you. Rias sighed, making her stance clear. Rias, accepting me and other women, there will be even more in the future. Aren't you jealous? Sana replied with a slight smile on her face as Rias' response didn't seem to surprise her. Of course, I'm jealous. It's my right. But, as long as Tenraku still loves me and doesn't violate the oath between us, then I will continue to love him, accept him, and support him. Letting out a huff, Rias' face softened with tenderness as she spoke. Haha, Rias, you really are such a tolerant woman. Gently touching her lips, Sana emphasized the word tolerant. Believe me, Sana, you'll be like this in the future too. With a serious expression on her face, Rias' response left Sana momentarily speechless. Rias, what is your true purpose? Don't tell me you only want to expose my relationship with that guy. After composing herself, Sana asked again. Well done, Sana. Indeed, making our relationship clear between Tenraku and Sana and ensuring that Sana won't intentionally avoid me anymore is just one aspect of my goal. Apart from that, I have some other plans. What plans? Knowing that Rias was still complaining about her deliberately avoiding her, Sana couldn't help but blush slightly. Sana, you've probably heard about it. The next raiding game will be a showdown between Tenraku and me. Because of the turmoil in the underworld, the timing might be delayed a bit, but as long as the underworld hasn't been destroyed, this showdown will definitely happen. I want to have a fair and square duel with Tenraku. I also want to prove myself to him. But with Tenraku's current strength, no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to beat him, will I? Indeed, Kamiya Tenraku has grown to an incredible extent. In terms of strength alone, he's probably not weaker than the Demon Kings, Rias stated, and Sana nodded in agreement. So, I proposed a suggestion to my older brother, and he agreed. Rias' eyes sparkled with a hint of satisfaction, seemingly pleased with her suggestion. What suggestion? Intrigued by Rias' expression, Sana couldn't help but ask. I suggested to older brother. Rias leaned in close to Sana's ear and whispered. After hearing the proposal, Sana's expression became quite spectacular. Sorgg actually agreed to such a proposal? There has never been a rule like this in the entire history of raiding games? Cheating, Rias? This is blatant cheating. Staring at Rias in disbelief, it's no wonder Sana was so agitated. The proposed suggestion she heard was truly astonishing. I'm just trying to give us a little advantage, knowing that I would lose to Tenraku and still trying so hard I would feel unsatisfied, Rias argued, her face turning slightly red. Her rare and adorable expression made Kuno and Abe Ki on the side couldn't help but chuckle. Slightly taken aback, Satrai-sana felt that Rias did have a point. This could indeed be a good opportunity. And, giving that guy a little challenge seemed quite fun. The next morning, the attendants served a sumptuous breakfast and Tenraku and Rias group quietly enjoyed their meal. Rias, Sana, you too. Looking at Rias sitting opposite him, Tenraku couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. Their atmosphere seemed a bit too harmonious. Just last night, it didn't feel quite like this. What's wrong with us, Tenraku? Rias lifted her head, smiling, and even Satrai-sana's expression was full of tenderness. And nothing. Even though both women looked so beautiful and charming, Tenraku couldn't shake the strange feeling in his heart. Wisely, he chose not to ask further and lowered his head to continue eating his meal. Seeing Tenraku's reaction, Rias and Sana's smiles became even more radiant and gentle. After breakfast, Tenraku and the women were ready for battle, and Graphia appeared in front of them at the right moment. The battle has begun. Follow me. Under Graphia's guidance, Tenraku and Rias group arrived at a high platform, overlooking a massive plaza below. Tenraku-sama, everyone? Gasper hurried over from the Grigori side, ready to join the battle. Tenraku-kun, we're counting on you. Kid, it's all on you this time. Sorgg and Azazel approached Tenraku with expectant looks in their eyes. After nodding in acknowledgement, Tenraku and Rias group exchanged glances and leaped down to the plaza below. Without further ado, Tenraku activated the power of demonic beast creation annihilation maker, and a colossal shadow unfurled at his feet. Roar! Under everyone's gaze, enormous demonic beasts broke free from the shadow. Each one exuded a fierce aura, roaring skyward. This time, the demonic beasts Tenraku created were modeled after the Biju from the Naruto world. He created a total of 9 Biju legions, each legion consisting of a large Biju comparable to a demon king, and 500 small Biju comparable to high-class devils. Led by the 9 large Biju, the 9 Biju legions lined up in a neat formation on the plaza. They exuded a magnificent and imposing presence. Amazing, Tenraku-sama? Gasper on the high platform was so excited that his cheeks turned red. Even Rias group was deeply impressed. These 9 demonic beast legions were already enough to crush a territory or even an entire country. Next, Tenraku's task was to allocate the control of these Biju to others. He attached special symbols generated by sacred gears to the others, granting them temporary control of these Biju to take them to the battlefield. According to Sorgg's arrangement, Rias and Akuno's group led the 9-tailed legion, while Satrai-sana and Shinritsubaki's group led the 8-tailed legion. The remaining 7 Biju legions were also led by designated individuals. Long-range transmission formations were already prepared. One after another, the Biju legions entered the transmission formations and rushed to the front lines to provide support in battle. Tenraku, we're heading over too. Yeah, be safe in battle. Under Tenraku's watchful gaze, Rias and Satrai-sana, along with their respective peerage and Biju legions, entered the transmission formations. Tenraku-kun, you've been a great help this time. Approaching Tenraku, Sorgg expressed his gratitude. I'm a member of the Underworld, this is my duty. Tenraku-kun, even if you've created so many demonic beasts, it must have taken a toll on you. You've done so much for Underworld already. Rest for a bit. While it did consume a fair amount of spirit power, I still have some fight left in me. Rias and the others are in battle. I can't lose to my own fiancé, after all. Tenraku half-jokingly remarked, and Sorgg could only shake his head in resignation. Well, if you insist, then let Graphia accompany you. Graphia, Tenraku-kun's power is crucial for this war. Ensure his safety, Sorgg ordered while looking back at Graphia. Yes, Sorgg-sama. With a nod, Graphia respectfully replied. Despite their marital relationship, Graphia always maintained her position as a maid and queen when working. It could only be said that she was worthy of being sister-in-law Sama. Even a proud girl like Rias admired and looked up to her. Guided by Graphia, Tenraku and Ubelina's group bid farewell to Sorgg and Azazel, then stepped into the transmission formation. Sorgg, we have representatives dispatched from Michael's side, Azazel reported to Sorgg. Without much delay, led by a servant, a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed in clergy attire, walked in. Greetings, Demon King Vala Lucifer-sama, Governor General Azazel, I am Dulio Gasualdo, here under the orders of Lord Michael to support both of you. With one hand on his chest, the young man bowed to Sorgg and Azazel, and behind him, 10 pure white wings unfolded, indicating his identity. Dulio Gasualdo, a human-turned angel, known as Heaven's strongest trump card, and the wielder of the Long Inus, prison of bright heavenly thunder zenith tempest. Sending someone like you over. Seems like Michael is taking this seriously. Azazel smirked as he looked at the young man in front of him. I heard that Demon King Sama and Governor General Sama are going to cause trouble in the Grecian underworld. It wouldn't be enough to send someone without sufficient strength. This time, I'm just here as your escort. Feel free to give me any orders. Dulio Gasualdo laughed heartily as he spoke. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Dulio. Let's set off now. The young generation is all out there fighting. Let's do our part. At your command, Demon King Vala Lucifer Sama. Die. Just as Tenraku and the Yubelina group emerged from the transmission formation, an enemy wielding a weapon lunged at Tenraku. His eyes gleamed with cold determination. Tenraku was about to strike, but Grafia, standing nearby, unleashed her magic power. With a resounding explosion, she turned the assailant into dust. Miss Grafia, I could have handled it myself. Tenraku couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated, but Grafia merely glanced at him indifferently without saying a word. Truly, a composed lady of a maid. At least she maintains proper decorum with others. However, with him, she adopts such a cold demeanor. Tenraku couldn't fathom what he did to invoke such a reaction. Seeing their family lord being outdone, the Yubelina group couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Tenraku gave them a stern look, and they quickly suppressed their giggles. Calming his emotions, Tenraku surveyed their surroundings. According to the coordinates of the teleportation, they were currently in a small town on the front lines. The Demon King's army was clashing with the rebel army. Cries and battle shouts filled the air as sporadic skirmishes erupted everywhere. Yubelina, lead your peerage to search for survivors. If you encounter enemies, eliminate them without mercy. Tenraku commanded with a serious expression on his face. Yes? With a response, the girls leaped up and swiftly joined the battle below. Miss Grafia, shall we go stretch our legs as well? Tenraku wouldn't show mercy to the enemy. He clenched his fist, and a bloodthirsty grin formed at the corner of his mouth. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions and clashes echoed around, shrouded in billowing black smoke. The once prosperous town was now shattered and devastated under the onslaught of war. As Sorgg had said, this was indeed an unprecedented crisis. The old Demon King faction, the Chaos Brigade, and many dissident forces dissatisfied with the current rule of the Underworld had converged to form the rebel army, sweeping through the entire Underworld. Even if they were to emerge victorious, this war would leave a massive scar on the Underworld. However, these were not the concerns on Tenraku's mind. You damn devils, I won't let you manipulate me any longer. Die. Ha ha ha. Tenraku and Grafia walked through the streets of the town, not hurried nor rushed. Suddenly, a bloodied man charged at them, launching an attack. It was said that after the outbreak of this war, there were many cases of peerages attacking their own masters and defecting to the enemy. After all, not every lord had a deep bond with their peerages like Tenraku and Rias. For many, being forced into a peerage due to exceptional aptitude and unique abilities was the norm. Coerced and often subjected to their lord's domineering behavior, surely many harbored deep-seated resentment. The ongoing war provided them the opportunity to unleash their pent-up frustrations. The man attacking Tenraku and Grafia seemed to be one such individual. Surprisingly, this fellow was also a sacred gear wielder. His left hand was covered in a layer of metallic scarlet, resembling the initial form of boosted gear, gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor. He conjured an energy sphere in his hand, launching it toward Tenraku and Grafia. Sizzle. The energy sphere tore through the air and almost instantaneously reached Tenraku, only to be casually swatted away with a flick of his hand. Boom! The energy sphere exploded against a building beside the street, sending rubble flying and causing the structure to collapse. Impossible? Never did he expect his attack to be easily deflected. The man's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. Die, die, die. Unable to accept this reality, the man raised his hand and unleashed dozens of energy spheres toward Tenraku and Grafia. A face twisted with frantic hatred, one might think he held a deep-seated grudge against them. While these energy sphere attacks were formidable, they were quite ineffective against Tenraku and Grafia. Tenraku activated his innate barrier, impervious to the onslaught. As for Grafia, she didn't even bother to unleash her magic, letting all incoming energy spheres veer off course. You monsters? Finally realizing that these two were beyond his reach, the man cursed vehemently and prepared to flee. However, thinking he could just escape after failing to win a fight, such an easy way out did not exist. Activating the ability of Shield of the Dark Night Reflection, Tenraku's shadow shot forth from his feet, freezing the man in his tracks just as he took a few steps forward. I won't let you manipulate me any longer, you damn devils! I curse you! I curse you! Struggling in vain, the man, now aware of his impending doom, cursed vehemently. I say, buddy, it's not like we're oppressing or exploiting you. Why curse us? Never mind, since we've bumped into each other, I'll just take your sacred gear without ceremony. With a sigh, Tenraku approached the man and directly activated the ability of Sacred Gear Plunder. His hand plunged into the man's chest. Ah! Screams echoed in the surroundings. Once the sacred gear was extracted, Tenraku released the man from his immobilization. The man convulsed and collapsed onto the ground. You're the one that... Realizing that his sacred gear had been taken away so easily, the man finally recognized Tenraku's identity. His pallid face was now filled with despair. He had encountered that monster from the Phenex family. Fate was truly cruel. Unable to fathom the man's inner turmoil, Tenraku had lost interest in him. He delivered a kick, sending the man tumbling into the walls, crashing through several before being buried in the ruins tens of meters away. Unconcerned with the man's fate, Tenraku integrated the sacred gear into his own body. What he had taken from the man was a sacred gear called Twice Critical, also known as Hand of the Dragon Twice Critical. It possessed the ability to multiply the host's strength within a limited time frame. It was a somewhat common sacred gear that had become somewhat ubiquitous. Although it superficially resembled the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, its abilities were vastly inferior to the latter. Feeling the surge of power within him, Tenraku couldn't help but shake his head. While he was just one step away from reaching the transcendent level, simply taking low-level and ordinary sacred gears like this, even if he took hundreds or thousands more, wouldn't be enough to break through that barrier. It seemed he would have to seek out the powerful Longi News. Lord Tenraku. At that moment, Ubelina and her peers returned, saluting Tenraku. How's the situation? Snapping back to reality, Tenraku inquired. All the survivors in the town have been safely evacuated, but the enemy's main force is heading this way. This little town probably won't hold much longer, Ubelina responded with a grave expression on her face. Frowning slightly, Tenraku spread 2 pairs of golden wings beneath his feet and ascended into the sky, hovering hundreds of meters above. As Ubelina had stated, the enemy's main force was indeed converging towards them. It was a dark mass of at least tens of thousands, comprising both devils and humans, with many powerful auras mixed in. This was truly a harsh and brutal war. In this situation, temporarily retreating was the wisest choice. However, even so, retreating like this was somewhat unsatisfying. Graphia, with your strength, you should be able to hold off those enemies, right? Looking at Graphia, who was also floating in the air beside him, Tenraku asked. I can. But my duty is to ensure your safety. I won't waste my strength on something so futile. Casting a faint glance at Tenraku, Graphia added, Kamiya Tenraku, if you truly want to help, come with me. Quickly restore your spirit power to create more demonic beasts for the coalition army. Don't play these hero games in a place like this. Sigh, even if it's you, Graphia, I feel a bit hurt being spoken to like that. Firstly, whenever battle requires, it'll naturally create more demonic beasts. Secondly, I'm not playing any hero game, nor do I want to become a hero. I'm merely acting out of a sense of basic responsibility, wanting to contribute a bit more. My family and loved ones also live in this land, and I don't want to see them destroyed by those rebels. Letting out a sigh, Tenraku spoke, and in Graphia's eyes flashed a few nearly imperceptible glimmers. Well, since Graphia is unwilling to act, then I'll handle it myself. It's impossible. Your spirit power hasn't even recovered half, and even with your peerage, you won't be able to withstand the enemy's army. Spirit chi surged, and Tenraku was about to take action, but Graphia wore an expression of obvious disbelief. Grinning at the corner of his mouth, Tenraku's face showed a trace of confidence. Indeed, that's true. However, I still have an ace up my sleeve that I haven't used yet. This is the perfect opportunity to give it a try. Under the puzzled gazes of Graphia, Ubelina, and the other women, Tenraku manifested the armors of the 2 heavenly dragons on his body. Drake, Albion, I'm going to give that move a try. Coordinate with me. Hey, partner, theoretically, it's possible, but you haven't succeeded once before. What happened before is in the past. This time, it'll work for sure. We don't mind. If you're determined, partner. After a mental exchange with Drake and Albion, Tenraku took a deep breath and sprang into action. Hopefully, this time Drake and Albion would come through. He didn't want to be teased by Graphia right after boasting. Even though he had thick skin, it was a bit embarrassing. Boost, 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 divide, divide, divide. Under the watchful eyes of Graphia, Ubelina, and the women, the jade jewels on Tenraku's armor flashed wildly. Then, the 2 jade jewels on the backs of his hands floated away from the armor. Ubelina and the other women wore expressions of confusion at Tenraku's actions. Before they could ask, the armor on Tenraku disintegrated and shattered. The 2 floating jade jewels then emitted a blinding light. And then, in the next moment, Anguu, a deafening dragon roar echoed across the entire sky. A colossal figure broke free from the 2 jade jewels. First, the head, followed by the neck, then the body, wings, and tail. One was scarlet, the other silver-white. Majestic, beautiful, and awe-inspiring 2 colossal dragons, so enormous that they covered the sky, appeared in the air. It was indeed Drake and Albion? HHH partner, you did it. You actually did it, Kamiya Tenraku. You're an amazing genius. It had been so long that Drake felt this excitement of regaining his body. He laughed heartily, and even Albion's voice carried amazement and excitement. Tenraku clenched his fists tightly, feeling a surge of exhilaration within him. Yes, he did it. Heaven, Lord Tenraku, Ubelina, and the other women were left stunned by the scene before them. Their gazes were filled with admiration as they looked at Tenraku. Clearly, the appearance of the 2 heavenly dragons in the sky was a miracle wrought by their master. This is a power possessed only by sacred gears that seal demonic beasts. It temporarily releases the power of the sealed demonic beast, known as Beast of Supremacy. Break down the beast. When it seals a dragon, it's called Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive. However, my Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive is different from others. I call it Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive of the Supreme Sky. With a slight smile, Tenraku explained to the women. Indeed, this was Tenraku's unique Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive of the Supreme Sky. The Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive was an extremely dangerous technique. While it granted the host tremendous power in a short period, it placed an immense burden on the host's body. One misstep could lead to a berserk death. Just like the original Hayadu Issei, who initially forcefully used the Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive when he was in a darkened state. As a result, his body almost collapsed, and his lifespan was shortened. Even geniuses like Vali didn't dare to use this move lightly, choosing to offset the lifespan consumption with magic power. To some extent, the Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive was a move that harmed oneself 1,000 times while harming the enemy 800 times. Naturally, Tenraku was dissatisfied with the Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive, which had such a major flaw. While he pursued power, he had no intention of letting power control him. So, he had been thinking about how to improve the Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive. Using the Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive was simple. It involved partially lifting the seal of the sacred gear to release the power of the dragon. So Tenraku thought, since it's a seal release, why not make it even more thorough? By completely releasing the sealed demonic beast or dragon would be freed from the sacred gear, not to transmit their power to the host, but to come out and fight on their own. This way, they could perfectly utilize their own power without causing any harm to the host. This could be described as an incredibly audacious idea. Not to mention whether the seal of the sacred gear could be completely lifted. The crucial question was whether the released demonic beasts or dragons would turn on the host. The reason why Tenraku's Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive was unique was because it was a move only he had conceived and only he dared to use. How did you do it? Graphia's voice held a tinge of shock as she spoke. Even her beautiful countenance was marked with astonishment. Even someone hailed as the most queenly felt immense pressure facing the legendary two heavenly dragons. Didn't Albion just say it earlier? I'm a genius. After all, Tenraku looked up at the sky with a somewhat melancholic reply. Her lips twitched, but Graphia didn't offer a retort. Regardless of the reason, being able to accomplish something like this truly made him an unquestionable genius. With Drake and Albion, we have nothing to fear no matter how many enemies come our way. Miss Graphia, the enemies are about to arrive. Shall we begin our move? Knowing he couldn't feign ignorance any longer, Tenraku ascended into the air and landed on Drake's back. Naturally, Yubelina and the other women followed suit, each of them extremely excited to have the privilege of riding on the backs of the legendary heavenly dragons. After a brief silence, Graphia finally decided not to decline. She, too, ascended into the air and stood on Albion's back. She blinked in surprise, then Tenraku couldn't help but chuckle. A silver-haired queen of annihilation paired with Albion's silver-white form wasn't bad at all. It would do. Drake, how much power can you and Albion currently exert? This was the first time they successfully used this move, and Tenraku wasn't sure how much power Drake and the others could currently muster, so he asked. We can muster about 70% of our power at peak, a state we've never been in before, Drake replied, flapping its massive wings. Upon hearing this, Tenraku nodded in approval. The true bodies of Drake and Albion had already been destroyed. Their current forms were merely manifestations through the utilization of their own immense power combined with the sacred gear. Being able to exert 70% of their power at the peak was already quite impressive. Moreover, one mustn't underestimate these 70%. Even when Vali initially used the Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive, the power he unleashed fell short of 50% of Albion's peak power. Otherwise, it would have been Tenraku who lost, not Vali. Now, let's set off. Drake, Albion, wreak havoc to your heart's content for me? Understood, clear the path. Unable to contain themselves any longer, after receiving Tenraku's command, Drake and Albion sprang into action. Flapping their massive wings, they flew towards the enemy. Due to their colossal forms, it didn't take long for the enemy to notice Drake and Albion's presence. What is that? Dragons? They're dragons? A scarlet dragon, a silver dragon, could it be? Terror, shock, and fear. However, before they could react, Drake had already opened its enormous maw and unleashed a blaze capable of incinerating all things. A surging wave of flames descended, and in just an instant, thousands of enemies were incinerated before they could even let out a scream. Even a mountain was melted into molten rock and scattered. Monsters? Monsters? We can't win, absolutely can't win. Help, help. Those who survived were on the brink of insanity. It wasn't that they lacked courage, nor were they timid. It was just that in the face of an existence they absolutely couldn't contend with, they keenly felt how small they were. In a state of disarray, everyone fled madly. However, before the awe-inspiring two heavenly dragons, could they really escape? Drake had already launched its attack, and Albion followed suit. With its azure wings spread wide, millions of light arrows shot towards the ground below. Ah! The earth-shattering explosions, and the poignant cries of agony, resounded throughout the area. A thick cloud of dust shrouded the entire land. When the vision finally cleared after a long while, Tenraku and Graphia's pupils contracted, and Yubelina and the other women's faces turned even paler. The entire landscape had been altered, resembling a purgatory of sorts. Countless enemies, numbering in the tens of thousands, didn't survive, all from just one attack. On a vast plain, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Chaos Brigade and the Old Demon King faction were advancing rapidly. Rias and Akeno floated in the air, while below them, the Nine-Tailed Legion had already formed their battle formation. Rias, Club President, the enemy is within striking range. A group of bats flew back and coalesced into the form of Gasper. You've worked hard, Gasper. Take a rest for now. Rias nodded and offered her thanks. As a vampire, Gasper's abilities were well suited for reconnaissance, so before the battle began, Rias assigned him the task of gathering intelligence on the enemy. Gasper, who performed admirably, did not disappoint Rias. Watching the approaching enemies in the distance, a cold glint flickered in Rias' beautiful eyes. As the next in charge of the Gremory family, she was not a soft-hearted girl. Those despicable enemies had shattered the peace of the underworld, and they all deserved to be damned. Attack! With control granted by Tenraku, Rias gave the order to the nine-tailed legion below. Hue! A fierce roar resounded as the large nine-tailed foxes in the front and the hundreds of smaller ones in the rear opened their massive mouths, conjuring up furious scarlet bijdama that shot forth. HNG 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 HNG? Explosions reverberated in the area as flames shot up into the sky, and the Bij Legion operated like tireless long-range artillery, relentlessly claiming the lives of the enemy. By the time the disheveled enemy forces reached the Demon King's army, more than half of them were already gone. Kill! With a united effort, Rias and her women descended from the sky. The Demon King's soldiers, who were already prepared, also sprung into action. Magic users cast spells from the rear, while swordsmen and spear wielders charged forward to engage the enemy in close combat. Battle cries and wails of despair filled the entire plain, which had turned into a bloody battlefield. Above a body of water somewhere, thousands of figures in magic robes were flying rapidly. They were an elite squad from the rebel army, preparing to launch an airstrike on a city on the other side of the water. However, splash! Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the water below, hitting an unfortunate individual who was then propelled thousands of meters into the sky before disappearing without a trace. The atmosphere fell into an instant silence. It wasn't until hundreds of water columns erupted from the water below again that everyone snapped back to reality. Ambush! Spread out! Quickly, spread out! The captain of the squad shouted frantically, but it was all in vain. One by one, his team members were propelled into the sky by the water columns, leaving no remains behind. In the end, even he couldn't escape. Incredible? No wonder it's a demonic beast created by Lord Tenraku. In the water below, Satrai-sana and her peerage emerged. Nimura Ruriko and Hanakai Momo were gripping their fists, their faces flushed with excitement. Beneath the feet of the women, hundreds of monsters with bull-like heads and serpent tails were lurking underwater. They all had wide eyes and were blowing bubbles. If someone suddenly saw them, they would surely be startled. However, the girls found these little monsters more and more adorable the longer they looked at them. Lady Sana, the other enemy squad is due to arrive in 30 minutes. Receiving a communication from friendly forces, Shinra Tsubeki informed Satrai-sana calmly. Continue to lie in ambush and eliminate every last one of them? Yes. With a response, the girls once again submerged in the water. Desolation and ruin loomed after the recent battle. Tenraku, Yubelina, and the other girls rested temporarily in a stronghold within a city. This marked the 8th day since the outbreak of the conflict. Each day, Tenraku and his peerage were teleported to various front lines to provide support. After replenishing their spirit power, they hurried back to Lucifer to create more demonic beasts for reinforcement on various battlefields. This was a war that swept across the entire underworld, the largest counterattack by the old Demon King faction. Malicious factions like the Chaos Brigade took advantage of the chaos. There were casualties every day, inflicting immense losses on the entire underworld. However, the era of the old Demon King had passed, and no matter how they struggled, it was in vain. Sorgg and Azazel went to the Grecian underworld for a cordial talk with the Reaper's sovereign, neutralizing the threat from the Reaper's side. Allies like the Angels, Fallen Angels, and the Northern Europe God system sent reinforcements one after another. With the effective counterattacks of the Allied forces, the rebel army steadily retreated. Their ultimate defeat was now inevitable. While this conflict brought countless sorrows and tears, it also brought forth many brave and heroic figures. A certain Demon King froze a city occupied by the enemy into ice sculptures using his magic staff. Rias, Sana Satrai, and their women led the Bij Legion through dozens of battles, withstanding wave after wave of enemy attacks and eliminating tens of thousands of foes. Even Sorgg and Sikvera, among others, displayed exceptional prowess and earned numerous merits on the battlefield. Although Tenraku didn't always fight on the front lines like Rias and the others, giving off more of a bystander vibe, the Bij Legion he created was widely known. It was sent to various battlefields, playing an extremely crucial role in this war. Not only that, but Drake and Albion were also active everywhere. Wherever they went, they obliterated the enemies with an absolute dominance. Towards the end, the sight of them was enough to strike terror into the hearts of the enemy. Those who encountered them either scattered and fled or surrendered outright. Jokes aside, those who hadn't personally experienced that kind of despair would never understand the terror of these two berserker dragons. There was no escape, only death. There was no surrender, only death. Although Drake and Albion were only this active because they had been sealed in sacred gears for too long, their actions earned them great fame among the populace of the underworld. Devils themselves revered strength, and Drake and Albion held an absolute advantage in this aspect. Now, standing on the side of justice, they were fanatically admired by countless underworld devils. Often, as they flew over towns, one could hear the excited cheers of the people below. Even Tenraku, their master, basked in some of the glory. Well, it wasn't like Drake, Albion, or Tenraku cared about these things. Okasama, Chiron, In the live broadcast on television, a golden nine-tailed fox was spewing flames to annihilate the enemies of the Cow's brigade. Kuno sat atop the fox's back, shouting loudly. The golden nine-tailed fox was none other than Yasaka Princess, the leader of the Kyoto Ikai. After the turmoil in the underworld, Yasaka Princess led the Ikai from Kyoto to provide reinforcements. Tenraku had been too busy with battles and rescue missions in recent days to even have a chance to meet Yasaka Princess. However, there was no rush. After this war ended, they would have plenty of time to catch up in their temporary base room. Tenraku was seated in a chair, taking a short break. Marion stood behind him, gently massaging pressure points to alleviate his fatigue, while Burent had prepared hot tea and served it. Marion, Burent, you should go and rest too, Tenraku said as he opened his eyes. We're not tired, both women replied, shaking their heads. This is an order, go rest immediately, Tenraku commanded in a firm tone. Despite their weary appearances after days of accompanying him in battles, they still tried to downplay their exhaustion. Yes, Lord Tenraku, they both reluctantly agreed and saluted before retreating to the adjacent room to rest. Grafia-san, you should take a break as well, Tenraku suggested. At this moment, Grafia was standing on the side of the room, hands supporting a three-dimensional magic array. Countless magical symbols flowed and flickered within the array like data streams. These days, Grafia not only protected Tenraku but also managed her own responsibilities. She continuously received and analyzed intelligence information from various territories and battlefields, processing it and issuing commands based on calculated optimal strategies, mobilizing resources and personnel from all sides. It could be said that Grafia's role and importance in this war were no less significant than those of the Demon Kings themselves. However, she had hardly had any time to rest in recent days, and although she had become somewhat cold towards Tenraku, he still felt it was necessary to show some concern for his sister-in-law Sama. I don't have time, Grafia replied without looking back, her tone as aloof as ever. While your work is essential, if you were to exhaust yourself, it would be counterproductive. It might even have a significant impact on the entire alliance. So, it's still necessary to take a proper rest, Tenraku continued trying to persuade her. It's only to this extent, I won't tire myself out. Kami ya Tenraku, if you're bored, you can go find your peerage. I don't have time to talk to you right now, Grafia responded, casting a cold glance at Tenraku. She was indeed a dominant and aloof sister-in-law Sama. Tenraku couldn't help but feel a bit hurt, but since she insisted on carrying the burden herself, there was nothing more he could say. I'm sorry, sister-in-law Sama. Same as always, just inform me if you have any news about Cao, Grafia said, her tone slightly softened. Tenraku had suddenly addressed her as sister-in-law Sama, causing Grafia to be momentarily surprised. However, her expression eventually softened, and she nodded slightly. As the leader of the hero faction and one of the masterminds behind this war, Cao had been extremely active during the underworld turmoil. The news so far indicated that he had killed several landgraves and dukes, causing significant losses and casualties in the underworld. Dealing with that guy required several Demon Kings' levels of strength, but even Demon Kings were at risk of falling if they were hit by his holy spear. Any Demon King's fall would have a catastrophic impact on the current underworld. Hence, until the life or death moment for the underworld arrived, several Demon Kings could not easily intervene. However, Tenraku had been keeping an eye on Cao Cao's holy spear and had volunteered to confront him. Besides his prior experience fighting Cao, there were few individuals in the underworld who could match him. In recent days, Tenraku had been relying on Grafia to keep an eye on Cao Cao's movements. Unfortunately, the information received in the past had always been too late. Every time he rushed to the location where Cao appeared, the enemy had already retreated. There had been several instances of chasing shadows, which had left Tenraku quite frustrated. He hoped that the next piece of information would be more timely, preventing that guy from escaping once again. Tenraku closed his eyes for a short nap, while Grafia continued with her work. The room fell silent, and no one spoke for a while. As Tenraku drifted into sleep, he suddenly felt someone patting him. Opening his eyes, he saw Grafia standing tall in front of him. Sigh. Grafia-san, is there something? Tenraku asked, yawning. Aren't you in need of news about Cao? Information about him just came in, Grafia said calmly. Upon hearing this, Tenraku immediately snapped awake. Tell me. The ground was stained red with blood, and Roigun Belphegor, clutching her abdomen, knelt pale-faced. She was Belphegor's in charge, the second-in-command in rating games, and hailed as the Magic Cherry Blossom Queen and said to be on par with Sirafal and Grafia. However, today, she suffered a defeat unlike any she had experienced before in her life. Before Roigun, stood that man, Cao, a dirty mix of a man, piercing through her queen with the legendary Holy Spear. Roigun-sama, quick, run. Even though her body was being relentlessly torn apart by the power of the Holy Spear, the queen tightly gripped the shaft, wanting to create an opportunity for her king and comrades to escape. Roigun clenched her teeth in agony and rage, but she dared not make any reckless moves. At this moment, Cao might only need a slight motion to kill her queen. Tisk, truly a great queen, your excellency. I'm even moved, Cao remarked as he withdrew the Holy Spear, kicking Roigun's queen away. Suffering such injuries, even a devil with a strong vitality would be on the verge of defeat. Although she was a beauty just like her king, Cao was not one to show mercy. Cao? With rage surging within her, Roigan finally no longer held back. She frantically activated her remaining magic power. Instantly, thousands of magic arrays surrounded Cao, and then a brilliant light exploded simultaneously. Boom! A thunderous roar and a piercing scream resounded. However, the scream did not belong to Cao, but to Roigan herself. When the flames dissipated, Cao stood unscathed in the spot where Roigan had been. Roigan, on the other hand, was drenched in blood, having taken the brunt of her own magic attack in place of Cao. This move is called Asaradna Horse Treasure, which allows for the exchange of positions between enemies and oneself. How is it, beautiful Miss Belphegor? My move is not bad, right? Cao asked with a smug smile on his face. Roigan, however, felt a wave of sorrow and despair washing over her. Previously, she had been severely wounded by the Holy Spear, and now, she had taken the damage from her own magic attack. With life-threatening injuries, she could feel her life slipping away. Neither her peerage nor she herself could escape. This was indeed a thorough and devastating defeat. You and your peerage are the first to provide me with such exhilarating entertainment in these past few days. Thank you, Belphegor. So, let me give you one final thrill. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Cao raised the Holy Spear and thrust it towards Roigan. As she watched the Holy Spear approaching her, Roigan Belphegor closed her eyes. Though she still harbored some reluctance, it seemed this was the end of the road for her. However, at that very moment, Cao? A thunderous shout echoed through the sky, followed by a cyan light arrow tearing through the heavens, aimed straight at Cao. Alert and agile, Cao swiftly evaded the attack of the light arrow. However, the arrow's trajectory curved in midair, once again hurtling towards Cao. Yeah? With a resounding cry, Cao surged with spirit chi and thrust his spear. With a deafening boom, he finally pierced through the incoming light arrow. After two more thunderous booms and earth-shaking tremors, Drake and Albion's colossal forms landed on the ground. Then, Tenraku dissipated his divine bow on the dragon's back and, along with Graphia and the other women, leaped down. Roigan-san, are you alright? Tenraku swiftly activated the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight healing to treat Roigan Belphegor's injuries as he lifted her from the blood-stained ground. One could imagine the intense battle that had taken place here. Roigan Belphegor was now as weak as a wisp of air. If Tenraku had arrived even a moment later, this beautiful family lord might have met an untimely end. Kami ya Tenraku, Ymira, hurry and save them. Although Roigan's face was still pale, a hint of color returned. She looked at Tenraku, beseeching him with overwhelming weakness, disregarding herself. Don't worry, your peerage members are all safe. I've already sent Ubelina to help them. Tenraku wiped away the bloodstains from the beautiful family lord's face and reassured her. In truth, Roigan's peerage had also suffered severe injuries. Several of them had lost consciousness and were on the brink of death. It was thanks to Ubelina and the precious tears of Phenex that they were brought back from the edge. This time, it was fortunate that they had encountered Tenraku and his group. If it had been anyone else, they would have had to watch them die helplessly. Thank you. Finally, a smile appeared on the beautiful face. Roigan didn't know what complex emotions she was experiencing at that moment. She had given up hope, but unexpectedly, at the last moment, someone had come to her rescue. Could this young man be the destined prince in shining armor for them? Setting aside these thoughts, the feeling of surviving such a catastrophe was indeed quite pleasant. Besides, she hadn't even had the chance to experience the taste of a man yet. She really didn't want to die so soon. Tenraku was unaware of the beautiful family lord's thoughts. Seeing that her injuries had improved somewhat, he handed her over to Graphia, saying, Graphia-san, please take care of Roigan-san. Graphia nodded and supported Roigan away. Roigan, even you have such disheveled moments. It's Graphia, it's really unfortunate. To think you saw me in such an embarrassing state. Instead of worrying about such things, focus on recovering your injuries first. Having known each other and apparently having a good relationship, Graphia assisted Roigan to the rear. Tenraku, on the other hand, turned his gaze towards Cao. Cao, you've finally fallen into my hands. Finally catching this guy, Tenraku was determined not to let him escape this time. Kami ya Tenraku, I knew you would come looking for me. Seeming to be in good spirits, Cao continued. So, these are the legendary two heavenly dragons, right? Although I received some information, seeing them in person is indeed quite astonishing. Even I feel a tremendous pressure in their presence. Kami ya Tenraku, how did you do it? Looking at Drake and Albion on either side of Tenraku, Cao Cao's face was filled with deep astonishment. This is my unique Dragon of Supremacy Juggernaut Drive. I call it Extreme Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy Extreme Juggernaut Drive. As for how I did it, it's simple. I just completely released Drake and Albion from the sacred gears by lifting their seals. Tenraku spoke with a slight smirk on his face and he didn't mind explaining to Cao. It is indeed a blunt and simple technique. But from what I know, you're the only sacred gear wielder in the world who can do something like this? Kami ya Tenraku, you truly are an incredibly interesting fellow. Moreover, what piques my curiosity even more is, aren't you worried that these two dragons might betray you? These demonic beasts or dragons sealed within sacred gears must hold considerable resentment. And as long as they kill you, they can regain their freedom. After nodding, Cao asked with curiosity, Drake, Albion, would you betray me? Instead of directly answering Cao Cao's question, Tenraku turned to Drake and Albion. I haven't really thought about that, but for now, I don't think so. I've been quite happy working alongside you, partner. Same here. After a moment's thought, Drake and Albion replied. You see, that's how it is. Tenraku shrugged and shot Cao a look that seemed to say, got it? Haha, truly worthy of you, Kamiya Tenraku. You've already tamed these two legendary heavenly dragons. No, perhaps this was inevitable. Even accepting someone like Afai's, if anything impossible were to happen to you, I wouldn't be surprised. With hearty laughter, Cao patted his chest and finally managed to catch his breath. Just how many surprises did Kamiya Tenraku have in store for him? Alright, Cao, let's put an end to this once and for all. Tenraku was done with idle chatter and exuded a strong aura of battle readiness. However, Cao scratched his chin and a look of dilemma appeared on his face. The Red Dragon Emperor, White Dragon Sovereign, the Silver-Haired Annihilation Queen, and you, Kamiya Tenraku. To be honest, even though I'm quite confident in my own power, I know I can't possibly match all of you. To act when I know it's impossible, that's not how I, Cao, do things. Cao Cao's meaning was clear. Tenraku's group outnumbered and outmatched him, and he didn't want to engage in this battle. Although he claimed to be of the hero faction, he didn't behave much like a hero. Yet, this was precisely what made Cao truly formidable, his ability to assess situations rationally, without letting emotions dictate his actions. For a skilled fighter like Cao who was set on escaping, even if Tenraku and his group combined their efforts, they wouldn't be able to stop him. But having finally caught him, Tenraku had no intention of letting him slip away. Drake, Albion, return to your sacred gears for now. With a determined resolve, Tenraku spoke up. Understood, partner. Though they didn't know what Tenraku had in mind, Drake and Albion didn't ask further questions. With a flash of light, the colossal forms of the two heavenly dragons transformed into two fist-sized jade jewels, flying back into Tenraku's body. This is a duel between Cao and me, Graphia-san. I ask that you not interfere. Tenraku spoke with a stern expression on his face. Though Graphia hadn't spoken yet, the considerably recovered Roigun was quite nervous. Kamiya Tenraku, that holy spear is too dangerous. Don't act recklessly. We should join forces now to defeat him. Roigun's eyes gleamed with hatred as she spoke. It was clear that she had not forgotten the humiliation Cao had brought upon her and her peerage. Roigun-san, while I understand your feelings, please give me this opportunity. I will avenge you and your comrades. Though it may seem a bit stubborn, I want to settle things decisively with Cao today. Please forgive my stubbornness. Leaving the women behind, Tenraku stepped towards Cao, one step at a time. Roigun wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Why was her heart pounding so inexplicably? With a cold demeanor, Graphia remained silent, but there were clearly traces of anticipation in her eyes. Kamiya Tenraku, let me see just how far you can go. Cao, this is our battle. No one else will interfere. Let's bring this to a decisive end today. Standing in front of Cao, Tenraku spoke resolutely. Since you put it that way, then come. With a flick of his war's pair, Cao emanated an overwhelming aura of battle readiness. As a descendant of heroes, Cao had always sought the limits of humanity. He was powerful, intelligent, and rational, much like his ancestors who exuded an aura of dominance. While from their respective standpoints, Cao was Tenraku's enemy and had caused him plenty of trouble over time. Personally, Tenraku still admired this man and acknowledged him as a worthy adversary. However, admiration aside, there would ultimately come a reckoning between them. Moreover, Cao Cao's true Longinus was also an object of desire for Tenraku. Boom, boom, boom. Spirit chi surged, and before the eyes of onlookers, a warrior giant clad in ancient armor enveloped Tenraku. The giant had a massive purple sword at its waist, and behind it floated a colossal, ethereal mirror. The giant was towering, mysterious, awe-inspiring, much like an ancient deity descended to the mortal realm. What is that? Roigun, who had never seen Tenraku in this form before, asked, her lips slightly parted. That, my lady Roigun, is a combination of 3 of Lord Tenraku's sacred gears, Yata no Kagama 8 Tamira, Aim no Murakumo sword, and Yasakani no Magadama 8 Shaka curved jewel, Yubelina explained proudly, and a hint of pride appeared on her face. 3 combined sacred gears? Feeling the vast and immense aura emanating from the giant, Roigun's face also showed a trace of astonishment. This young man never ceased to surprise her. Let's step back a bit. Unlike Roigun and her peerage, Graphia spoke calmly. Nodding, the women understood that staying here would only hinder Tenraku and Cao. So, they ascended into the air, leaving the battlefield to Cao and Tenraku. A gentle breeze blew, and for a moment, only Tenraku and Cao remained on the vast battlefield. Kamiya Tenraku, aren't you planning to use the power of those 2 heavenly dragons? Looking up at Tenraku within the crystal on the giant's forehead, Cao asked, somewhat surprised. Even without the power of Drake and Albion, I can still defeat you, Cao. Moreover, didn't you already prepare means to counter them? I have no intention of letting you do as you wish. A sardonic curve appeared at the corner of Tenraku's mouth as he responded from within the crystal. From the very beginning, he had sensed it, the familiar dragon-killing aura emanating from Cao. There was no mistaking it. Hey, you've caught on, huh? This is Samael's potent venom. I collected a bit when I summoned it last time. I originally planned to let you all taste it during our battle. However, since you've figured it out, it's lost its value. Cao chuckled as he retrieved a small vial containing a pitch-black liquid from his pocket. He tossed it, and it landed effortlessly on the ground. However, are you really sure you want to face me with that colossal entity? While the power looks impressive, it's bound to affect your agility, isn't it? I'm a martial artist of finesse, and that's precisely what counters power types. You, who've fought against me before, should know that. Rather than rushing into battle, Cao voiced his curiosity. Indeed, you, the finesse type, are a natural counter to power types. But have you ever considered that power types are also your bane? This colossal warrior may withstand 10 or 100 of your strikes, but if it lands a single hit on you, you'll be finished. Tenraku replied with a cold smile on his face, and through his giant's intent, he drew the giant purple sword at its waist. He then swung it down towards Cao. Sizzle boom, boom, boom. Cao swiftly evaded, and the sword strike tore through the earth, hurtling off into the distance. Staring at the seemingly bottomless chasm in the earth, Cao's eyes twitched, and a cold sweat broke out on his body. Indeed, in the face of such crushing power, one strike would be enough to shatter him to pieces. Now, do you understand, Cao? Let's see which is truly stronger, technique or power? With a triumphant curve to his lips, Tenraku, controlling the giant, raised the sword of light once again and swung it down towards Cao. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, Cao and Tenraku were locked in a fierce battle. On one side was the indomitable Holy Spear, and on the other was the unyielding giant. Holy Spear, pierce through it. Spirit power surged as Cao's Holy Spear rapidly extended, punching a hole into the body of the warrior giant. However, such an attack was meaningless against the giant. The warrior giant lifted one foot and stumped down towards Cao. Boom! The mountains shook, and the earth split apart. Cao, who had leaped into the air, felt a chill down his spine. If he hadn't dodged in time, he might have been crushed into a pulp. However, the opponent's assault didn't end there. It seemed that the giant had anticipated Cao's movements. With a sweep of the light sword in its hand, it slashed towards Cao. Rise! With a surge of spirit chi, Cao elevated his position, narrowly avoiding the path of the light sword. However, Cao was still swept away by the raging air currents, flying thousands of meters away. Feeling dizzy and disoriented, he managed to stabilize himself in midair. He was propelled far away from the battlefield. With his head still spinning, Cao's fierce nature was stirred. Holy Spear, shatter it! Once again, Cao's Holy Spear extended. With a sharp whistling sound, it swept through the air like a colossal cudgel, brutally striking the giant's chest. Thump, thump, thump. A tremendous force surged forth, causing the warrior giant to stagger back a few steps. But that was all. Come again. Laughing heartily, Tenraku controlled the giant, making it charge forward. Then, with a leap, it pounced towards Cao once more. With sword slashes and kicks, the giant launched continuous attacks, and Cao could only evade desperately. Although his Holy Spear repeatedly pierced through the giant's body, without defeating Tenraku, the damage to the giant was quickly repaired. Technique could counter power, but power could also crush technique. In the face of this rule-breaking opponent, Cao felt powerless for the first time. Cao, how long do you plan on running? Another sword strike, and then a thunderous shout echoed from the giant's mouth. Blood surged in Cao's veins, and he came to a halt. Indeed, he couldn't run anymore. Power, huh? He also possessed power. Activating the forbidden move of the Holy Spear, a halo and 7 bowling ball-sized orbs of light appeared behind Cao. With an imposing stance, he stepped forward and then thrust the spear. Konochan, wheel treasure? Piercing through the sky, the golden Holy Spear shot out like a bullet, while Tenraku within the giant was excited and impassioned. He also controlled the giant to strike down with its sword. At this moment, time seemed to slow to an infinity. The light sword and the war spear clashed in midair, and then, boom, a deafening explosion occurred in the area. The light sword in the warrior giant's hand shattered into pieces, while Cao was sent flying. His body continuously struck the ground, then rebounded into the air. Finally, after stabilizing himself, he left nearly 100 meters of gashes on the ground before coming to a halt. The main body of the purple giant's sword was the Aim no Murakumo sword, while Wheel Treasure was one of Cao's forbidden moves, capable of destroying an enemy's weapon. In their recent clash, although the Aim no Murakumo sword had been broken, Cao had also paid a heavy price. What a terrifying power! Blood dripped from the corner of Cao's mouth as he struggled to stand, and his right hand, gripping the spear, trembled incessantly. Cao, you're already in such a sorry state after just breaking one of my sacred gears? Looking down from above, the warrior giant's mouth echoed with Tenraku's mocking voice. Although the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugai heavenly sword of gathering clouds was temporarily unusable, he still had plenty of sacred gears on him. Gahapatairatana, householder treasure? With a cold snort, Cao split into 3, using the ability of Gahapatiratana, Householder Treasure. This ability could create 3 identical copies of Cao. Although it consumed an immense amount of spirit power, it could multiply Cao's strength several times over. Moreover, unless all 3 Caos were completely eradicated, the existence named Cao would not disappear. Come again? With a loud shout, the 3 Caos stepped on the ground and then charged toward Tenraku from 3 different directions. Gravity Unleash? With a cold and ruthless expression on his face, Tenraku instantly activated the ability of infinite gravity. An invisible field spread out, and the gravity within hundreds of meters centered around the warrior giant suddenly increased by dozens of times. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 Caos hadn't even reached Tenraku when they were forcefully pulled to the ground by the immense gravity. The sound of bones cracking echoed in the area and their faces were contorted in pain. Cao, this is also an ability I obtained from the sacred gear of your hero faction. How does it feel to be dealt with by the sacred gear of your former comrade? In the crystal space on the giant's forehead, Tenraku wore a smug smile on his face as he spoke. Originally, it was Cao who was considered the terrorist, but now Tenraku seemed more like a despicable antagonist. However, regardless of how it looked, seeing Cao frustrated on the ground made Tenraku feel quite refreshed. This guy had caused him a lot of trouble, whether it was the incident in Kyoto or taking off Ai's power. It was time for him to pay it back. Elephant Treasure, Hat Thiratana. With displeasure evident on their faces, the 3 Cao once again activated the ability of Elephant Treasure, Hat Thiratana. Their bodies were enveloped in a layer of golden light, then they shot up into the sky, finally escaping the abnormally strong gravitational field. Running won't do you any good. With a flash of light, a massive divine bow appeared in the giant's hand. Under Tenraku's control, the giant grasped the bow, pulled the string, and with great force, released the arrow. With a sharp whistling sound, a 30-meter-long blue light arrow shot toward the 3 Caos in the sky. The speed of the light arrow was incredibly fast, and a violent hurricane stirred in its wake. With their body hair standing on end, the 3 Caos in the air had no doubt that they would be killed if hit by the light arrow. Ha! Without time to dodge, the 3 Caos shouted in unison, then thrust their spears. Cain? The power of the light arrow was too overwhelming. At the moment of impact between the arrow and the spear, the 3 Caos were sent flying, spewing blood. However, their desperate strike had an effect. The trajectory of the light arrow was altered, and it almost grazed them, shooting towards the distant horizon. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, a massive mushroom cloud rose tens of thousands of meters in the distance several seconds later. The mountain that had stood there was directly pierced and exploded by the light arrow. That's the power of Kamiya Tenraku. Roigun and her peerage, who were observing the battle from a distance, were all stunned. Even the current demon kings might not have this level of power, right? Aside from Grafia, who remained calm as a still pond, Ubelina and Swollen's eyes were filled with boundless fervor. Yes, that was the power of Kamiya Tenraku, the power of their king, their master. Come again, come again. Laughing heartily, Tenraku was now excited and exhilarated. Gathering another light arrow, he was preparing to shoot it towards the 3 Caos in the sky. Scatter? Not daring to let Tenraku continue, the 3 Caos' expressions changed dramatically and they quickly dispersed. At the same time, the air shimmered, and numerous more cows materialized in the air. They were densely packed, numbering in the thousands, and their aura and appearance were all identical, making it impossible to tell the real from the fake. While Gahapatiratana, Householder Treasure, could only create up to 3 simultaneous Cao existences, for clones meant to confuse opponents, he could create as many as he wanted. Even Tenraku in the crystal on the giant's forehead couldn't help but show a troubled expression when he saw this scene. With so many Cao, he didn't know which one to shoot at. Since he didn't know which one to shoot at, then he'd shoot them all. A sly smile crept onto his lips as under Tenraku's control, the warrior giant shot the arrow into the sky. Esla! A blue light arrow shot up into the sky, almost piercing through the clouds in the blink of an eye. Cao and the watching women, however, didn't understand Tenraku's intentions. But the next moment, they all understood. A thunderous explosion echoed as the massive blue light arrow burst forth at a high altitude. It transformed into a countless rain of arrows, showering down. Defend? Cao's pupils contracted and all the clones swung their holy spears like windmills, deflecting the rain of arrows. However, the number of arrows was simply too great, and soon they were all overwhelmed by the endless barrage. HNG. As the rain of arrows fell, a mournful cry resounded in the area, and the earth trembled. The clones of Cao were obliterated and exploded one after another. After a long time, when the rain of arrows finally stopped, the area within 10,000 meters centered around the warrior giant had become pockmarked and devastated. In the sky, there were only dozens of incredibly bedraggled Caos left gasping for breath. Kamiya Tenraku? Relying on his abundant spiritual power, this guy was exaggerating every move and terrifying Cao. He also knew that if things continued like this, he would undoubtedly lose. With a resounding shout, dozens of airborne Caos all turned into golden light, charging towards Tenraku. General Treasure, Parina Yakaratana. One of the 7 treasures, General Treasure, Parinayakaratana, possessed the most formidable destructive power among the 7 treasures. Dozens of clones crashed into the warrior giant, instantly dispersing and exploding as they did so. However, 3 genuine Cao Caos also took advantage of the opportunity to attack the warrior giant. HNG. In 3 deafening explosions, one of the Cao Caos blasted a massive gap in the giant's abdomen, another ground the giant's left arm into dust, and yet another blew off half of the giant's head. Even the protective crystal space for Tenraku was halfway destroyed. So dangerous, so dangerous. Cao, you've finally started fighting with all your might. Watching the holy spear that nearly brushed past him, Tenraku wore a fearful expression on his face as he spoke. But getting close to me is very dangerous, you know? With a cold expression on his face, a dense fog erupted from Tenraku's body. Knowing that this was George's sacred gear, fog of extinction dimension lost, Cao thought to retreat but was engulfed by the oncoming mist. Then in a flash, he was pulled into the world within the fog. Their vision blurred and the 3 Cao in the misty world huddled together, extremely vigilant. The troublesome gravity, the exaggerated light arrows thinking back to the previous battles, Cao couldn't help but wear a grim expression. Tenraku always uses the sacred gears of his own comrades against them, and now, once again, he was pulled into this misty world by George's sacred gear. It was intentional, that bastard must have done it on purpose. Cao? A thunderous voice rang out in the surroundings, and the 3 Cao suddenly looked up. In the sky, a disproportionately gigantic face had appeared, and it was none other than that guy, Kamiya Tenraku? Palm strike? Tenraku's giant face grinned, and then an equally enormous hand appeared and descended towards the 3 cows. Breakdown? Golden light enveloped them as 2 of the Cao swiftly dodged, while one charged upwards. Like the rising sun, the indomitable holy spear directly pierced a hole in the giant palm. But, HNG, a deafening roar resounded and the entire misty world trembled. The Cao charging upward was directly crushed into pieces by the giant hand, leaving no trace behind. HHH. 2 more palm strikes. Tenraku laughed heartily, and instantly, 2 more enormous hands materialized in the air. The surviving cow's eyes widened in panic. There would be no way out if those hands came down on them. Open? Facing life and death crises, the 2 Cao madly activated the spirit chi within them. Their holy spears emitted magnificent rays of light, dispelling the thick fog around them. Then, in a flash, they appeared in the outside world, finally escaping from the misty world. Pale-faced, they gasped for breath, but before the 2 Cao could relax. It's not over yet? Tenraku's voice echoed in their ears again. Then the 2 Cao saw the battered warrior giant wielding its massive right fist, smashing down toward them. Despite the unfavorable situation, with the support of prank of the giant variant detonation, Tenraku could still smash them like a mountain. Their hair stood on end, feeling the threat of death once again. One Cao flashed. His warspear held horizontally to shield the other Cao. HNG. Another earth-shattering roar resounded in the area, and a dazzling fireball exploded in the air. The Cao who had shielded the other was directly turned into a mist of blood by the giant fist, while the one behind him was sent flying like a shooting star, creating a huge crater thousands of meters away. Struggling to stand up, Cao couldn't help but spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Up to this point, 2 of the 3 cows created by Gahapatiratana, householder treasure, had been obliterated, and the last remaining one was critically wounded. Without further attacking, Tenraku activated his spirit chi to repair the warrior giant's injuries. The gap in its abdomen was filled, the crushed left arm regrew, and even the half-blown head quickly returned to its original state. Thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled, and under Tenraku's control, the warrior giant strode towards Cao. Cao, do you want to continue? Looking down from above, the giant's mouth emitted Tenraku's voice. Cough, cough this time, I'm truly pushed to a dead end. Kamiya Tenraku, now I'll use my final and strongest power, unleashing brightness of supremacy truth idea from True Longi News? His war spear was held horizontally, and Cao Cao's eyes flickered with an unprecedented determination. Using brightness of supremacy truth idea in his current condition might lead to his death, but he had no choice. He had to use it, for the sake of facing this man before him. Come, Cao. Let me witness the power of the legendary spear. Today, no matter how you struggle, I will defeat you. I want to make you acknowledge your defeat. Although he could easily prevent Cao Cao's actions, Tenraku chose not to. Cao had his perseverance and determination, and Tenraku had his own pride. Cao was an opponent he recognized but by no means his only opponent. In the future, he would face even more terrifying and powerful enemies. However, no matter how formidable they were, Tenraku would not back down. This battle had reached its final moments. Roygan and the women watching from afar couldn't help but hold their breath, and even Graphia's usually cold eyes finally flickered with light. Under everyone's gaze, Cao began to chant the sacred incantation. O spear, the true holy spear which pierces through God, suck the ambition of the king of domination sleeping within me and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. You announce the will, and turn into a glow. Trembling and humming, an incomparably sacred light radiated from the holy spear. At the same time, a massive amount of spirit chi surged forth as if it could no longer be contained. What a vast and immense power! Tenraku's hands trembled with excitement as he looked at this scene. With this holy spear, he could definitely step into the realm of a transcender. However, before taking possession of this sacred gear, Tenraku needed to do one thing. He needed to defeat this man named Cao. Under Tenraku's control, the warrior giant clenched its right fist, and then, its entire arm burst into flames of black and white. The white flames were the ability of the sacred gear Hands of White Flame, while the black flames were the flame of curses from the black evil dragon King Vritra. The momentum on both sides had reached its peak. Cao thrust his holy spear, and the warrior giant swung its giant fist. Kami ya Tenraku? Cao? Time seemed to slow to an infinity. The holy spear clashed with the giant fist in midair. Then, the radiance on the holy spear instantly dispersed the black and white flames on the giant fist. In a vast display of sacred power, a torrent of golden light surged forth from the tip of the holy spear. It raced along the giant fist and arm, then rushed into the crystal on giant's forehead, heading straight for Tenraku. Ah! Countless bloodstains exploded all over, accompanied by anguished screams. Tenraku let out a cry of extreme pain. True Longinus was the legendary holy spear that slew Jesus, imbued with the will of the God of the Holy Bible. Brightness of supremacy truth idea was the liberation of True Longinus' true power, manifesting the will of that legendary God. Rampant spirit chi tore at Tenraku's body, while the sacred will assailed his soul. It was an unprecedented crisis, and Tenraku could feel it. If he couldn't withstand this strike, both his body and soul would vanish completely from this world. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, leading a life devoid of any excitement. There was no overwhelming darkness, and no so-called radiance. It was just a quiet existence, like stagnant water. He didn't want to be like that again. In this life, he vowed to experience the brilliance of the world, to stand at its pinnacle, and to pursue his freedom and ambition. Regardless of whether it was God or the devil, no one would stop him. He didn't want to fall here, and he absolutely wouldn't. Get out of my way. With a thunderous roar, the sea of belief in Tenraku's spiritual world roared and surged. A torrent of golden light rose to resist the sacred will. At the same time, the colossal sacred demon scripture radiated brilliantly, greedily drawing in the power of belief from the other end of the golden thread. Asia-san, thank you for your healing. Asia-san, you're like an angel. Asia-san. In a certain area behind the battlefield, Asia was tirelessly using her abilities to treat the wounded who had been brought down. Although she was sweating profusely, the young girl showed no signs of impatience. The devils being healed were deeply moved, feeling that the kind-hearted Asia-san was like an angel. No, she was even better than an angel. Tenraku-san. Suddenly sensing something, Asia's face turned pale. Asia-san, what's wrong? A devil beside her noticed Asia's abnormality and immediately asked with concern. There was no time to explain to the other party. Asia knelt down and placed her hands on her chest, emitting a sacred radiance. Zenovia? On the battlefield, Irina and Zenovia were battling the hero faction's demonic emperor Sword Siegfried. Irina suppressed him with Excalibur and then shouted to Zenovia. Understood. Leaping up, Zenovia raised Durandal high. With a flash of cold light, she instantly severed Siegfried's left arm along with 2 hands of the dragon twice critical. Ah! Siegfried let out a scream and quickly distanced himself from the two, then used magic to seal his wounds. With their momentum soaring, the 2 girls were preparing to press their advantage. However, Zenovia suddenly paused, and then released her grip on Durandal. She knelt down on the ground and closed her eyes. Holy Lord Sama. Zenovia, what are you doing? Ah, that guy got away. In a certain room in the human world, which was reminiscent of the Warring States era, the increasingly radiant and holy Susan was bestowing the gods and demons scripture upon several other girls. Susan, are you really a believer of the Lord Gods? Sob Lord God is so cool. Let me see, let me see. Seeing that several of them were captivated by the majestic figure of the Holy Lord Sama, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Susan's mouth. These girls were Susan's classmates from school, carefully selected by Susan to become believers of the Holy Lord Sama, receiving his love and teachings. Everyone. Just as she was about to say something to the girls, Susan's expression suddenly changed. She knelt down on the ground, her hands pressed against her chest, emitting a devout expression. Holy Lord Sama. Huh, Susan, are you praying to your Lord Gods? Ah, look, Susan is glowing. At the same time, similar scenes were unfolding all over the world within Tenraku's mental sea. 2 torrents of golden light clashed against each other. This was no longer a mere contest of strength, but a showdown of wills. In the real world, only a few seconds had passed, but for Tenraku, it felt like centuries. The manifested form of the warrior giant, Susanoo, had vanished, leaving the entire battlefield desolate and silent. Both combatants were covered in blood. Cao still held his spear, its tip aimed at Tenraku, while Tenraku gazed up at the sky, resembling a statue. A gentle breeze swept by, and the golden holy spear clattered to the ground. Cao Cao's body tilted backward and crashed onto the ground. Cao, you've lost. Tenraku's voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, resounded as he looked down upon Cao. Ah, I've lost. Cao Cao's face bore a bitter yet accepting smile, and he replied calmly. To think that even the will of the gods housed within the holy spear had been defeated. Kami ya Tenraku, what kind of monster are you? His body was drained of every trace of spirit chi, and his consciousness began to grow heavy and blurred. Cao Cao's aspiration was to explore the limits of humanity, to see just how far this species could reach. However, it seemed that this time, he had reached his own limit. Lord Tenraku, Kami ya Tenraku, Ubelina and Roigun descended from the sky. They had rushed over as soon as the battle concluded. Whether it was Tenraku's overwhelming power or Cao Cao's final burst of strength, both left them deeply shaken. Having defeated Cao, the leader of the hero faction, and even triumphed over the will of the gods within the Holy Spear, Ubelina and the other girls felt a profound sense of honor and pride to follow such a powerful king and master. Staring intently at Tenraku, Lady Roigun touched her red lips and her eyes gleamed with an inexplicable yet fervent light. Grafia, ever calm and composed, seemed impervious to any disturbance. However, upon closer inspection, one would find unprecedented ripples deep within the maid's eyes. As Tenraku seemed about to say something, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell toward the ground. Lord Tenraku? In alarm, the ladies of Ubelina quickly supported Tenraku. After a thorough examination, their faces turned pale. It was then that they realized the severity of Tenraku's injuries. It was no joke. Taking the strongest blow from True Longinu's head on, even the gods and demon kings of the present era might not have survived. How could Tenraku possibly emerge unscathed? This miraculous survival was nothing short of a wonder. It was the first time they had seen their king wounded to such an extent. Mai and Tosca's hearts ached, tears streaming down their faces. Isle and Nell, too, held Tenraku tightly, calling out to him with tearful eyes. Ubelina was the first to react, hastily retrieving the tears of Phenex and administering them to Tenraku. As long as he hadn't truly perished, even the most severe injuries could be healed. This was the miraculous and precious aspect of the tears of Phenex. Under the healing effects of the tears of Phenex, Tenraku's injuries swiftly began to mend. Although the depleted spirit power couldn't be immediately replenished, it didn't hinder basic movement. You all worried for me. Isle, Nell, and everyone else, I'm fine now. Tenraku gently patted the tear-streaked heads of Isle and Nell, then gestured for Tosca and Mai to release him. Ubelina and the other girls breathed a collective sigh of relief seeing that Tenraku is fine. They were all part of Tenraku's peerage, dedicating their minds and bodies to him. If anything untoward had happened to Tenraku, it would have been a ruinous blow to them. Kami ya Tenraku, you've not only defeated Cao, but even the will within the Holy Spear. You truly are an extraordinary individual. Roigun finally had the opportunity to speak, marveling. It's just luck. Tenraku modestly brushed his nose. It was an incredibly perilous situation. If not for the last-minute gathering of belief and power from the believers through the gods and demons scripture, Tenraku might not have been able to withstand the assault of the will of God from the Holy Bible. However, speaking of it, both the gods and demons scripture and the believers are part of Tenraku's power, so this can't really be considered cheating. Naturally, the beautiful family lord couldn't believe Tenraku's claims of luck. She continued to scrutinize him, a captivating blush gracing her exquisite features. So powerful yet so adorable, this is getting unbearable. Her heartbeats are getting stronger and stronger. Lord Tenraku, what should we do with this Cao? Ubelina's voice brought everyone's attention to Cao, who lay to the side. Using the brightness of supremacy truth idea also comes with a price. At this moment, Cao was feeble, his injuries even more severe than Tenraku's just now. If left unattended, this formidable figure might meet his end in a few minutes. Daring to harm Lord Tenraku, let him die? Isle and Nell clenched their fists, their anger palpable. To think that this scoundrel had injured their Lord Tenraku so severely. If they could, they'd like to take their chainsaws to this villain. He still has some use. We can't let him die for now. With a faint smile, Tenraku approached Cao. He hadn't even collected his spoils yet. He couldn't allow Cao to die like this. His spirit power had recovered somewhat, and Tenraku activated the smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, conjuring a radiant light to heal Cao Cao's wounds. A hint of color returned to Cao Cao's pallid face. Pulled back from the brink of death by Tenraku, he regained consciousness and weakly gazed at Tenraku. Cao, I'll take your True Longinus without ceremony. After stopping the treatment, Tenraku spoke. If you want it, take it. It already belongs to you. Having already come to terms with this, Cao replied calmly. All the hardship and struggle against Cao were for this, the most powerful tool that could destroy God's Longinus. Tenraku didn't hesitate. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he activated the ability of Sacred Gear Plunder and inserted a hand into Cao Cao's chest. The process of snatching away a sacred gear was extremely painful. However, Cao merely furrowed his brows, not even uttering a whimper. Just this alone showed how strong this man's will was. Without any intention of mistreating him, Tenraku quickly seized the sacred gear within Cao Cao's body and then extracted it. Different from any sacred gear before, the core didn't exist in the form of a jade jewel. What Tenraku extracted from Cao Cao's body was a golden war spear. It was none other than the legendary tool that could destroy God's True Longinus. Radiant and humming, gazing at True Longinus in his hand, Tenraku couldn't help but feel exhilarated. As long as he integrated this holy spear, he would undoubtedly reach the level of a transcender. You all, stand back. Taking a deep breath, Tenraku instructed the ladies behind him. The process of integrating the sacred gear might be quite significant this time, so Tenraku had the ladies step aside. Without asking further questions, the ladies took to the air, creating distance between themselves and Tenraku. Everything was in place, and Tenraku had long anticipated this moment. Then, under the watchful eyes of Cao and the Graphia sisters, Tenraku integrated true Longinus into his own body. In the next instant, the winds and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color. Buzz? It was as if the entire space was trembling, and the moment Tenraku integrated true Longinus into his body, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. At the same time, the nearly depleted spirit power in Tenraku's body, drained from the battle, rapidly surged back to its peak state, and it continued to skyrocket. His whole body floated into the air, and a raging energy emanated from Tenraku, sweeping out in all directions. In the sky, Yubelina and Roygun had to once again create distance from Tenraku. Meanwhile, Cao, immobilized, was carried away by the surge of energy, flying somewhere unknown. It seemed boundless. The power within him continued to grow, and Tenraku clenched his fists and let out a howl towards the sky. The azure sky was swept clean of floating clouds, and the ground below trembled. A massive crater, hundreds of meters in size, was created solely due to Tenraku's aura. Roygun and Yubelina and the others in the distance were utterly astonished. What an astounding power! Even Graphia, for the first time, revealed a hint of excitement in her eyes. Even though she was desperately restraining herself, her body still trembled slightly. You've finally reached this level, Kamiya Tenraku? This exaggerated phenomenon didn't last long. Everything gradually settled down. Floating in the air, Tenraku didn't appear to have changed much from before. However, only he knew that he now possessed an incredibly formidable power. So, this is what it feels like to be a transcender. Tenraku raised a smile at the corner of his mouth after clenching his fists. Those who haven't reached this level would never understand its might. For instance, when facing Kakabile initially, Tenraku was confident in defeating him, but he still had to fight cautiously. However, if it were now, dealing with Kakabile would be a piece of cake. With a flash of radiance, a golden war spear appeared in Tenraku's hand. It was the true Longinus he had taken from Cao Cao's body. Tenraku playfully danced the spear in his hand a few times, then thrust it forward. The golden holy spear rapidly extended, and with a boom, it pierced a mountain peak several tens of thousands of meters away, causing it to explode. After retrieving the holy spear, Tenraku nodded in satisfaction. Truly, the strongest Longinus lived up to its reputation. It was truly unparalleled and powerful. Somewhat regretfully, the will of God from the Holy Bible no longer resided in the spear. It was a residual will, already completely dissipated during Tenraku's battle with it. From now on, true Longinus could no longer use the brightness of supremacy truth idea. But there was nothing to be regretful about. This spear was already the possession of Kamiya Tenraku. Since it no longer held the will of God from the Holy Bible, he decided to imprint his sacred will onto it. One day, he would be the sole true God in this world. As true Longinus dissipated, an endless fervor surged within Tenraku. With the power of a transcender combined with the abilities of numerous powerful sacred gears, from now on, he would fear no one in this world. He would wield supreme power and seize everything he desired. However, his steps wouldn't stop here. He would go further and stand even higher. One day, he would make all the realms of this universe submit beneath his feet. Lord Tenraku? Returning once again, the eyes of Yubelina and the others were filled with excitement and fervor. Their master was becoming increasingly powerful. Kamiya Tenraku, you really are impressive. Roygun's expression was complex, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. In the current world, she felt for the first time that she was insignificant. As the person in charge of the House of Belphegor, the second in line for raiding games, even among Demon King class beings, she was a powerful figure ranking high. Yet, she still felt this way. No, perhaps it wasn't her own insignificance, but that the young man before her had reached a level that they found difficult to comprehend. With everyone nodding in agreement, Tenraku turned his gaze towards Graphia, who was off to the side. Tenraku hadn't forgotten the agreement he made with this lady. Now that he had achieved transcendence, it was time for Graphia to tell him the so-called truth. Staring at each other, Graphia's cold gaze shifted to the side. Well, it seems it's not the right time to talk about those matters now. Well, wait for the next opportunity. A few hundred meters away from Tenraku and the others, George, Siegfried, Leonardo, and Heracles flickered into view from the transmission formation. Each of them looked worse for wear, bearing considerable injuries. Siegfried, in particular, had lost his entire left arm. Cao, did he take your sacred gear too? Helping Cao up, George spoke with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. Sustaining such heavy injuries and without the aura of a sacred gear, it was easy to infer what had happened. Yeah, I lost to that guy, and he took my sacred gear. How did things go on your end? Not paying much attention to his own situation, Cao inquired. The operation failed. It's only a matter of time before those remnants of the old Demon King faction are eliminated. Tisk, even with this, they still couldn't turn the tide. It seems those guys are really just this much. Let our other comrades retreat. This war has come to an end. Understood. Though somewhat unwilling, they had lost on their side this time. They didn't say much more. Cao and George gave one last look in the direction of Tenraku and his group before disappearing into the transmission formation. Ah, they got away. Spotting Cao and the others making their escape, Isle and Nell shouted angrily. Roygun and her peerage wore grim expressions. The distance between the two groups was too great. Even if they chased after them now, it would be too late. Let them go. Those guys can't cause any more trouble now. Tenraku shrugged and said casually. While Roygun and her group couldn't stop Cao and the others from fleeing, if Tenraku wanted, he could easily detain them. However, as Tenraku himself had said, Cao and the others, heavily injured as they were, couldn't stir up any further trouble. Considering all the contributions they had made with their sacred gears, Tenraku decided to let them off this time. As for what would happen in the future, haha, if they dared to bother him again, a single slap would suffice to settle the matter. With the situation as it was, Roygun's group had no choice. But then, a thought occurred to the beautiful family lord. Kami-ya Tenraku, the Cow's brigade members have already retreated. This battle is more or less concluded. This is the territory of our House of Belphegor. Why don't you all come to rest at my residence? You don't need to trouble yourself, Roygun-san. We can simply teleport back. Kami-ya Tenraku, this isn't how a gentleman behaves, you know? You saved me and my peerage. Can't you at least give us a chance to express our gratitude? Wearing an injured expression, the beautiful family lord spoke gently. All right, since Roygun-san insists. What about Graphia-san? Would you like to come along? Given the generous invitation, Tenraku couldn't refuse. However, he did glance at Graphia beside him and asked, "I'll pass. You no longer need my protection. I'll head back first." With a cool expression, Graphia gestured to the others, then activated a transmission formation and disappeared without a trace. She certainly leaves promptly, without a hint of hesitation. Tenraku was a bit speechless, but Roygun couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile. If Graphia had stayed, it might have been difficult to implement her plan. But now, glancing at Tenraku, the beautiful family lord couldn't help but touch her own red lips. In a forested area, Cao and George were flying hurriedly. Having used a phoenix tear, Cao Cao's injuries had completely healed. Even though this operation had ended in total failure, and that guy, Kami-ya Tenraku, had taken his true Longinus, Cao was not the kind of man to be easily defeated. He was already planning how to turn the tables. However, suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, transforming into a massive figure that blocked the path of Cao and his group. Oh, isn't this our revered Akradev Mindra? What wind has blown you down to the mortal realm? Seeing the sudden arrival, Cao Cao's group came to a halt. Akradev Mindra, also known as Indra, was a god in Buddhism and the supreme ruler of the 33 heavens on Mount Meru. He was the legendary warrior who defeated the Azura King, ranking among the highest level deities even among the top experts of various factions. Of course, it's because of you, Cao. Not only did you fail in an operation that was so thoroughly prepared, but the hero faction's plans have all gone down the drain. Even several of the most important Longinus were snatched away by that little brat. Cao, you really lost this time, ah? The mockery was merciless. Except for Cao, who maintained a smile on his face, George and Siegfried couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in their heart. However, wary of the strength of the Heavenly Emperor before them, the group ultimately refrained from any outbursts. We did indeed lose this time. So, Akradev Mindra-sama, did you specially descend to punish us? Without denying anything, Cao inquired. Punish? Well, it's about the same. In fact, for you few pieces who have lost your value, I can't be bothered. But to prevent you from leaking my involvement in this matter, I think it's best to deal with all of you. The Heavenly Emperor nodded and replied. It was a clear admission that he had come to deal with them. Cao Cao's group instantly became vigilant. Hey, Akradev Mindra-sama, you don't plan to silence us, do you? Even without us, do you think the Underworld won't find out about your meddling in this incident? With his whole body tense, Cao squinted his eyes. They might find out, but as long as they don't catch any concrete evidence, it'll be fine. Don't worry, I wasn't planning to kill you directly either. This incident has greatly displeased Hades. I need to give him an explanation. Although you lost the most important sacred gears, there's no denying your intelligence and capabilities. Hades quite fancies you guys. So, I'll let you go to the Grecian underworld to keep him company. Alright, don't put up useless resistance. The envoys here to receive you have already arrived. As Akradev Mindra finished speaking, reapers wielding scythes emerged from the surrounding ground, surrounding Cao and his group. What a ruthless bastard, Cao couldn't help but sigh. Their current condition made it impossible for them to be a match for Akradev Mindra and these reapers. Grecian underworld is Grecian underworld. One day, he, Cao, will rise again. Following Roygun and her peerage, Tenraku, and the girls arrived at the main residence of the House of Belphegor. Welcome back, Roygun-sama. The intricately carved doors swung open, and dozens of figures respectfully welcomed them. For the noble devils of the underworld, every time the master returned home, hundreds of maids and servants would go out to greet them. Tenraku had long grown accustomed to this. However, what surprised Tenraku was that, as the in-charge of the House of Belphegor, Roygun was not greeted by ordinary maids and servants, but by dozens of elegantly dressed Oni-sans. Each one was tall, beautifully visaged, and carried themselves with exceptional grace and elegance. If it weren't for their respectful demeanor towards Roygun, it would be hard to imagine that this group of refined women were nothing more than servants of the House of Belphegor. Delia, did you miss me? Roygun gently stroked the cheek of the red-haired Oni-san standing at the forefront and smiled. I've been missing you all the time, Roygun-sama. A faint blush appeared on Delia's beautiful face, and she replied in an infatuated tone. It truly was a beautiful and harmonious scene. Yubelina and the girls all lowered their heads, and even Tenraku couldn't help but avert his gaze. This House of Belphegor's family lord really knew how to enjoy life. Come in, Kami-ya Tenraku, let me properly entertain and thank you all. Turning around, Roygun addressed Tenraku. Then, we won't disturb you, Roygun-san. With a polite nod, Tenraku and the girls followed her inside. The main residence of the House of Belphegor was incredibly spacious and luxurious. It could easily rival the Gremory and Phenex residences. However, aside from Roygun and her peerage, there were only dozens of Oni-san servants who had come out to greet them. This was somewhat surprising. But all of this was their own affair, and Tenraku naturally wouldn't pry. Delia, prepare dinner. Kami-ya Tenraku and his party are important guests of mine. Upon entering the hall, Roygun commanded. Yes, Roygun-sama. Casting a somewhat surprised glance at Tenraku, the Oni-san named Delia led a dozen other Oni-sans and withdrew. Roygun-sama, the hot water for your bath is ready. How thoughtful, my darlings. 2 more Oni-sans came forward, and Roygun affectionately stroked their cheeks. Kami-ya Tenraku, why don't you go freshen up as well? We'll have clothes prepared for you. With her arms around the waists of the 2 Oni-san servants, Roygun said to Tenraku. Thank you very much, then. Having already grown accustomed to the personality of this beautiful family lord, Tenraku didn't hold back. First, they had rushed to the front lines to provide support, and then they had engaged in a fierce battle with Cao. They were covered in sweat and dust, so Tenraku did indeed want to clean up. Yubelina and the others were also taken down for bathing and changing, while Tenraku, as a male, was led to a separate bathroom. As his body immersed in the warm water, Tenraku closed his eyes, and a hint of contentment finally appeared on his face. These days, he had been constantly fighting on various fronts, and there was hardly any time to relax like this. With his body and mind at ease, the image of Roygun Belphegor once again floated into Tenraku's mind. Speaking of which, this beautiful family lord seemed to have some rather unique preferences. Whether it was her peerage or the household servants, they were all stunning Oni-sans. Even she herself was no exception. The entire House of Belphegor seemed like a paradise for Oni-sans. Judging from her previous interactions with her servants, it was likely that she often played affectionate games at home. What an interesting and intriguing family lord. Just as Tenraku was lost in his thoughts, the door to the bathroom suddenly swung open, and then 2 tall figures walked into somewhat unfamiliar golden-haired Oni-sans, dressed in light veils, entered the bathroom and Tenraku couldn't help but furrow his brow. Who are you? I am Irid, at the service of Red Dragon Emperor-sama. I am Eunice. We are here under the command of Roygun-sama, to request permission to serve Red Dragon Emperor-sama in his bath. After bowing to Tenraku, the 2 Oni-sans reported their own names and explained their purpose. Tenraku raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The lady of the Belphegor family was quite considerate. He hadn't expected such a service. Then I shall trouble you. Taking a bath alone could be quite dull, so Tenraku saw no reason to refuse. They exchanged glances, and the 2 golden-haired Oni-sans smiled gently. They then untied the light veils around them, revealing their flawless, jade-like figures. Red Dragon Emperor-sama, please come over here. Following the instructions of the 2 Oni-san, Tenraku lay on the soft mat next to the bath. Irid, one of the Oni-sans, provided a knee pillow for Tenraku, and her soft, jade-like hands massaged his head. Meanwhile, Eunice, the other Oni-san, applied fragrant pearl dew on Tenraku, and then proceeded to cleanse his body. Rather than using a towel, they used their own jade-like hands and those heaving bosoms. Though Yubelina and Rainare at home often performed similar services for Tenraku, he was now at the main residence of the House of Belphegor, and he was being attended to by Oni-sans who were not his peerage or tools, but rather servants of someone else. It felt a bit different, but all in all, it was quite pleasant. Tenraku closed his eyes and enjoyed the experience. Are you both servants of Roygun-san? While enjoying the services of the 2 Oni-sans, Tenraku inquired. Yes, we were taken in by Roygun-sama, allowing us to survive in this devil's world. She also imparted much knowledge and magic to us. Everything we have belongs to Roygun-sama. Irid, who was massaging Tenraku's head, replied. From her tone, it was easy to hear her admiration and gratitude towards Roygun Belphegor. So Roygun-san has this side too. I only knew her as the family lord of the House of Belphegor and the second in command in the raiding game, a very strong-willed family lord. That's true. Roygun-sama is beautiful and powerful, but to us, she is the perfect mistress, the one we will follow for life. Are there no other maids and attendants here? Tenraku asked again, and it was as if something had come to his mind. There are no other maids and attendants. We are enough here. Moreover, compared to those maids and attendants, Roygun-sama prefers to live with females who are similar to herself. Irid shook her head as she spoke. Roygun Belphegor was a queen who combined beauty, figure, and grace. Her peerage and these servants were all the same. So, when they mentioned similar, they were likely referring to this. Not only was she herself an Oni-san, which meant she had a preference for them. Tenraku thought with a slightly wicked curiosity in his heart. Meanwhile, Eunice, the Oni-san servant, had already finished washing Tenraku's body and was now using magic to draw water from the bath to rinse him off. Red Dragon Emperor-sama, we also know about how you saved Roigan-sama and Yumila-sama. As a token of gratitude, Roigan-sama has instructed us that Red Dragon Emperor-sama can do anything he desires with us. Eunice leaned close to Tenraku's ear, her breath fragrant with orchids. Anything? Opening his eyes, Tenraku's face showed a hint of mischief as he asked. Yes, Eunice responded affirmatively. In other words, even if Tenraku wanted to enjoy their bodies now, it would be permissible. Though it was a tempting idea, and the bodies of these two Oni-san servants were undoubtedly exquisite, Tenraku only entertained the thought for a moment before deciding not to act on it. If he was their rightful owner, Tenraku wouldn't naturally be polite with them. However, they are part of that beautiful family lord's entourage, and Tenraku wouldn't do things she shouldn't. She could flirt or have them perform special services for her own, but certain boundaries had to be respected. Nevertheless, as long as those boundaries were not crossed, he could do as he pleased. Tenraku glanced up and down at Eunice, and he had to admit that this Oni-san's servant was as beautiful as his mistress, possessing beauty, figure, and grace that could awaken any normal man's primal desires. Eventually, Tenraku's gaze fell upon her slender, jade-like legs. These were undoubtedly treasures beyond measure for any man. Red Dragon Emperor, do you fancy them? Eunice noticed Tenraku's gaze and a blush of shyness graced her face. Yes, they are beautiful, Tenraku complimented with a smile. Well then, let them serve you. Knowing what needed to be done, Eunice conjured a water chair in the air, sat down, and gracefully extended her legs towards Tenraku. After a long while, Tenraku emerged from the bathroom wearing a black outfit, with Irid and Eunice following closely behind. Their beautiful faces still bore a faint blush, and it seemed that walking was a bit challenging for them. It was understandable, as their legs were now exceedingly weak from serving their esteemed guest. They would likely need some rest to recover. Kami-ya Tenraku, have you finally emerged? How do you feel? Roigan, who had been waiting for Tenraku, smiled. The beautiful family lord was now wearing a deep red dress with a low V-neck, revealing her snow-white shoulders. Her light makeup enhanced her elegant beauty. I feel very good, thank you for your hospitality, Tenraku replied with a slight smile, taking a seat opposite Roigan. With a meaningful glance, Roigan beckoned Irid and Eunice closer. Irid stood by Roigan's side, and Eunice settled into Roigan's lap. I believe I've already given the order, you can do anything you want with them, Roigan said, stroking Eunice's cheek. She could tell that Tenraku hadn't taken advantage of Irid and Eunice. Is there something wrong? Don't they meet your tastes? Roigan asked, her sharp eyes detecting Tenraku's reluctance to engage with Irid and Eunice intimately. No, Irid-san and Eunice-san are both exceptional, but they belong to you. I have no intention of encroaching on what belongs to someone else, Tenraku replied, his tone carrying a hint of playful teasing. You don't want to encroach, huh? Roigan chuckled. Kami-ya Tenraku, you truly are an interesting man. With those words, Roigan lifted Eunice's chin and then sealed her lips with a kiss. Red lips against red lips, Oni-san against Oni-san, master and servant entangled in a fierce kiss. This is truly a beautiful scene. Irid, standing aside, seems accustomed to it, while Tenraku watches with great interest, showing no hint of embarrassment as he does so. After a long while, Roigan finally releases Eunice. Silver threads connect the corners of their mouths, and Roigan contentedly touches her own red lips. Eunice, you did very well today. Roigan-sama. Roigan praises Eunice as she strokes her cheek, and Eunice's expression is filled with admiration and infatuation. Eunice and her companions are the most outstanding individuals I've gathered from the entire House of Belphegor's territory. I've been carefully refining and nurturing them all along. You are the only male they've served so far. So, Kami-ya Tenraku, do you regret not devouring them? Tenraku nodded and showed a somewhat regretful expression, and the beautiful family lord emitted a peal of pleased laughter. Roigan-sama, the banquet is ready. Just then, an Oni-san with red hair named Delia approaches and informs Roigan. Well then, let's go, Kami-ya Tenraku. With an elegant snap of her fingers, Roigan stands up. It's better to be obedient. On the dining table, various exquisite and abundant dishes are laid out. Roigan sits at the head, while Tenraku, Yubelina, and the girls, as guests, sit on the left side of the table. Roigan's peerage members sit on the right side. In addition, dozens of Oni-san servants stand on both sides. Yumila, they saved you, so why not introduce yourselves to the guests? Roigan speaks up while looking at her peerage members. Yes, Roigan-sama. I'm Yumila, Roigan-sama's queen. I thank the Red Dragon Emperor and all of you for saving us. Please take care of me in the future. The Oni-san standing at the rightmost position stands up, introducing herself to Tenraku and expressing gratitude. Following the queen, the other peerage members stand up in turn to report their names. I'm Janet, Roigan-sama's bishop. I'm Delisa, Roigan-sama's rook. I'm Sabrina, Roigan-sama's knight. Just like their king, the peerage members are all exceptionally beautiful, and their names are also melodious and meaningful. Aside from the peerage, Roigan also has the Oni-san named Delia introduce herself. She serves as the head of House of Belphegor's steward and other Oni-san servants, and it seems she is greatly favored by Roigan. As for the other Oni-san servants, they are not introduced one by one. Yubelina, why don't you introduce yourselves? Yes, Tenraku-sama. After everyone introduces their peerage members, Tenraku has Yubelina and the girls introduce themselves. For high-class devils with titles, it's considered basic etiquette to introduce each other's peerage members on important occasions. Peerage members are not only important combatants and servants for their masters, but their excellence often directly reflects the master's status and strength. Roigun's peerage goes without saying. Each member is outstanding, being the main force that assisted her in securing second place in the rating game. Both in terms of strength and age, they are considered seniors to Yubelina and her companions. However, as Tenraku's peerage, Yubelina and her companions are not only young but also possess tremendous potential. One day, they will surely catch up to, or even surpass, these seniors. Alright, that concludes the introductions. Let us now commence the formal banquet. First of all, I want to thank Kamiya Tenraku and your peerage for saving us. House of Belphegor owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Next, welcome to our home as guests. Please feel free and make yourselves at home. And finally, let's raise our glasses. Roigun unexpectedly reveals a hearty side, raising her glass. The rich and vibrant red wine shimmers in the soft light, casting a captivating radiance. Cheers! Tenraku and the women raise their glasses in unison. Fine wine and exquisite cuisine abound, and several Oni-san servants even play enchanting music for everyone. The entire room is filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. In the Demon King's territory, Lucifad. To think he defeated the will of the god and even acquired the true Longi news. Grafia, what are your thoughts on Tenraku-kun? After hearing Grafia's report, Sorgg nods, then inquires further. Someday, he will surpass you. After a brief silence, Grafia calmly responds. Sorgg was slightly taken aback but he couldn't help but chuckle. It's rare to hear you give such a high praise, but if it's Tenraku-kun then perhaps it's a real possibility. The Chaos Brigade has retreated. The old Demon King faction and other radical forces have also suffered heavy losses. This war is nearing its end. You've worked hard these days, Grafia. You should take some rest. Indeed feeling tired, Grafia gives a salute and withdraws, leaving Sorgg alone on his throne, his gaze deep and distant. In the House of Belphegor, the guests have finished the banquet. A dozen Oni-san servants are tidying up the dining table while Tenraku and Roigun's women enjoy post-dinner refreshments in a nearby hall. Roigun-san, thank you for your hospitality, but it's about time for us to return. Seeing that it's already late, Tenraku considers taking his leave. Return? Who said you can leave? I've had Delia prepare rooms for you. You'll be staying here tonight. While giving Tenraku a playful glance, the beautiful family lord asserts her dominance. Well, isn't that a bit? Although Tenraku doesn't mind much, spending a night here might raise some eyebrows considering everyone in Roigun's household is female. I've said it's settled. Casually toying with Yumila, her queen, Roigun replies. Though Tenraku has grown somewhat accustomed to this open-minded beauty, he can't help but feel a bit speechless. If she doesn't mind, what else can he say? Hell, stay the night, and leaving now might be impolite. While this beautiful family lord has some unconventional tastes, often flirting and amusing herself with her peerage and servants in front of Tenraku, overall, she's still a decent person. Bold in character, yet elegant in speech, Tenraku finds her company rather pleasant. As the night falls, it's time to rest. Several Oni-san servants lead Yubelina and her group to their sleeping quarters, while Roigun personally accompanies Tenraku to his room. Spacious and luxurious, the room is filled with a captivating fragrance. However, perhaps due to the predominance of women in the household, some of the decorations have a feminine touch. Tenraku isn't particularly bothered by this, but, Roigun-san, are all the beds in your house this big? While beds in noble households are undoubtedly larger than those in common homes, the one before him seems excessively so. It could easily accommodate not just him, but dozens of others. Hihi, I had Delia specially prepare it. It wouldn't do if it were too small. Roigun replies while running her fingers over her lips. Suppressing a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Tenraku thinks, does she think I'm a pig? Is she worried that I won't fit on a regular bed? Well, whatever, a bigger bed is fine. As long as he can sleep, Tenraku doesn't have many demands. Prepared to rest, Tenraku notices that Roigun, who hasn't shown any intention to leave, is still standing nearby. Roigun-san, is there something else you need? No. Then you should go rest too. You don't need to worry about me. Go back? Hihi, this is my room, you know. Tenraku is momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as he looks at the smirking beauty family lord in the main hall of the House of Belphegor. Roigun and her ladies bid farewell to Tenraku and his group. Due to their previous indulgence, the entire hall was in chaos, with various traces of crime still lingering everywhere. It was estimated that it would take quite some time even after Tenraku and his group left to clean up and restore it. Roigun, I'm going back, Tenraku said, looking at Roigun and her ladies across from him. You bastard, you stole our hearts and minds. Remember to come back and visit us often. The beautiful family lord gently caressed Tenraku's cheek, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. Yes, I will. You all are my wives and women, Tenraku nodded, promising. Hihi, to think that you already consider us as wives, we are truly moved. Roigun lightly touched her lips and chuckled. But wives aside, it's enough for us to be your secret lovers behind elder sister's back, she added playfully. All right then, Tenraku sighed. He couldn't fathom why a perfectly good wife would choose to be a lover. Women's hearts were truly complex. However, she could do as she pleased, as long as he didn't disappoint them. Woo woo woo. Without saying much more, Tenraku sealed the alluring red lips of the beautiful family lord in a parting kiss, then walked into the transfer array with the ladies. Roigun-sama, why did you? Delia, the female butler, hesitated after bidding farewell to Tenraku and his group. In the months within the time domain, Tenraku had also nurtured her both physically and emotionally. This beautiful Oni-san butler seemed even more mature and enticing. What's the matter? Are you wondering why I chose to be that little rascal's lover? Roigun's lips curled up as if she instantly understood what her butler wanted to ask. And not just her, including Yumila and Irid, the other ladies were equally puzzled. Although Kamiya Tenraku had already entered an engagement with the little princess of the Gremory family, it was just an engagement. In terms of strength, status, and beauty, Roigun-sama was in no way inferior to that little princess. Even becoming the head of Tenraku's harem wouldn't be out of the question. Delia, you still don't understand men, do you? In human terms, they always want more, never content with what they have, Roigun explained. Whether they are wives or lovers, it's just an empty title for us. But when it comes down to it, the presence of a lover like this can captivate them even more. With that little rascal's talent, he'll surely have even more women in the future. Instead of competing with those little girls and feeling jealous, it's better to let that little rascal be preoccupied with us. Now, do you understand? Roigun's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she tilted up her beautiful butler's chin. I see now. Delia's face turned red, but the beautiful butler and the other peerage servants finally revealed a look of enlightenment. They had thought of all this in advance. Truly worthy of their Roigun-sama? However, if we want that little rascal to remain infatuated with us, we must make some preparations. Starting today, all of you will learn how to please that little rascal, Roigun ordered, stretching her slender waist. One by one, the beautiful faces blushed, but the ladies all respectfully replied, yes, Roigun-sama. The turmoil that lasted for nearly half a month had finally come to an end. Sorgg and Sephiroth were busy with post-war affairs. Rias and her ladies had returned to the human world, so Tenraku, Yubelina, and the girls were directly transported back to their home in the human world. Ani-ai-chan? Tenraku? The ladies were resting in the living room, and upon seeing Tenraku return, they joyfully greeted him. Master, welcome back. Almost in an instant, off eyes hung on Tenraku. Tenraku couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that this dragon god-sama was finally making some progress, understanding her role as a pet and mascot. He gave off his cheek a gentle rub and greeted his ladies at home one by one. However, when he saw the beautiful figure standing beside Kuno, his eyes lit up. Princess, your highness. Indeed, standing beside Kuno was the leader of the Kyoto Ikai, Yasaka Princess. After the war in the Underworld ended, Yasaka Princess had her deputy lead the Ikai reinforcements back to Kyoto, while she herself stayed behind. After all, her husband and daughter were here. Stay a few more days before going back, Tenraku suggested. Yes, he missed the princess greatly, and the princess gently nodded in agreement. Tenraku, is everything alright with Roigun-sama? Why did you stay there for so long? Now that they were all seated, Rias finally had the chance to ask. Previously, Tenraku had sent them a message saying he was going to Belphegor's territory for a rescue mission. Later, after Grafia returned and informed Rias and the others about Tenraku's battle with Cao, they were in the dark about what happened next. They hadn't received any response from Tenraku in their messages. Although they had great trust in Tenraku's abilities, not being able to contact him for several days had made the ladies very worried. Well, Rias, actually faced with the concerned gazes of the girls, Tenraku felt a bit ashamed. However, he ultimately shared the details of his and Roigun's situation. When the girls learned about what Tenraku had been up to in the House of Belphegor, Akeno and Irina were astonished, while Rias was so enraged that her face turned almost black. Here, his own sisters were worrying about him, and he was out cavorting with other women. What infuriated Rias, even more, was that Roigun, as the family lord of Belphegor, a person who was on par with Lady Sirafal and Grafia, was actually competing with her for a man? She really had the audacity to do that? Although Rias had softened somewhat upon learning that Roigun had willingly chosen to be Tenraku's lover, she was still quite displeased. Rias, are you angry? Tenraku asked cautiously, looking at Rias' fierce expression. Why would I dare to be angry with you? Rias replied sourly, a hint of acidity in her tone. Well, she's definitely still angry. Tenraku, who had plenty of experience in such situations, knew that no matter what he said at this point, Rias wouldn't listen. The most effective method was indeed to take direct action. He set off eyes aside and then, Tenraku pounced on Rias in an instant. Woo woo woo. You scoundrel? What are you doing? Stop. Watching Tenraku and Rias rolling around on the sofa, Akeno and the others were speechless for a moment. Every time Rias got angry or jealous, Tenraku would handle her like this. It was devious but strangely effective. In the living room, Tenraku and Rias, finally done with their playful scuffle, sat together. One was rubbing the bite marks on his body with a grin, while the other, her face flushed, was busy changing the clothes that had been torn by some beast. Akeno, have you all had enough laughs? Seeing Akeno and the others still chuckling away, Rias huffed in annoyance. We've had enough. Akeno managed to stifle her laughter before speaking. She couldn't help but let out a giggle despite covering her lips. Blushing with embarrassment, Rias couldn't help but glare fiercely at a certain someone beside her. It was all this guy's fault. One was the noble princess of the Gremory family, and the other was the miracle of the Phenex family, but they were squabbling like children, completely disregarding their dignity. One was tearing at the other's clothes like a ruffian, while the other reluctantly revealed a set of silver fangs, resorting to her puppy god power as a last resort. Fortunately, everyone in the house were sisters, or else if anyone else saw them in this state, it would probably ruin their reputations. Although it was a bit embarrassing, the playful scuffle did indeed relieve a lot of tension. Actually, Rias wasn't truly angry. She had long come to terms with the fact that there were more and more women around Tenraku. However, as his official wife, if she didn't express anything, this scoundrel would probably become even more unrestrained in the future. Now that Lady Roygun has chosen you, don't let her down. Besides our sisters at home, don't let others know about your relationship. After all, Lady Roygun is the family lord of the House of Belphegor, and if news of your relationship got out, it would have a negative impact on her reputation. After calming herself down, Rias advised Tenraku. I'm well aware of that. Tenraku nodded, naturally understanding these points. If news spread that Roygun and her peerage servants had all become Tenraku's lovers, it would likely stir up a gossip storm in the entire underworld. However, Rias, you've accepted Roygun so quickly, and you're even considering her feelings so tenderly? Surveying his queen and wife, Tenraku wore a teasing smile on his face as he spoke. And what do you want? Rias shot him an exasperated look. Although she would occasionally feel a twinge of jealousy, Rias Gremory was not the type of woman with a small heart. Since the family lord of the House of Belphegor had already established this kind of relationship with Tenraku, Rias naturally accepted her as one of their own sisters, rather than rejecting or opposing her. Of course, one of the reasons Rias could accept her so quickly was that Roygun had willingly chosen to become Tenraku's lover. While Rias was the official wife and even the head of the harem, that woman was a female devil on par with Seraphal and Grafia. If she were to focus on vying for the position of head of Tenraku's harem, Rias would indeed feel some pressure. Watching Rias' adorable expression, Tenraku couldn't help but smile. Wise and beautiful, she would get jealous and angry like an ordinary girl, but at the same time, she was broad-minded and accepting of all of Tenraku's actions. That was one of the things Tenraku loved most about Rias. Rias, having a wife like you is truly a blessing from above. He pulled the girl into his arms and spoke softly. Humph, as long as you know. She struggled a bit, and seeing everyone snickering, a flush of red appeared on Rias' cheeks once again. Although when they were alone, Tenraku would often speak intimately to her, now that everyone was watching, this guy just didn't know how to rein it in. Nevertheless, Rias was quite pleased that this scoundrel knew the good in her, and trusting everything to him hadn't been in vain. Rias, is there anything else happening in the underworld now? After their close moment, Tenraku finally brought up the business at hand. The war has already ended, and Nii-sama is currently dealing with post-war matters. Those who suffered casualties in the war will receive compensation, and those who contributed to repelling the enemy will be rewarded. As for you and me, we don't need to mention it. It will be directly accounted for in our respective families. As for our peerage, my older brother has given us 2 slots, allowing our respective queens to be promoted to middle-class devils. The same goes for Sana's side. Rias spoke, her tone now more serious. Tenraku nodded, indicating his understanding. Both Tenraku and Rias played pivotal roles in this war. However, for them, ordinary commendations held little significance. Instead, the rewards were directly factored into the interests of the Phenex and Gremory families, a customary practice in the underworld. The promotion of Ubelina and Akeno to middle-class devils came as a pleasant surprise. In this context, middle-class devil referred not to strength level, but to rank within the underworld's peerage system. In truth, only Rias and Ravel currently held the title of high-class devil in the household. Individuals of mixed heritage like Tenraku didn't have the qualifications to inherit a title. However, due to Tenraku's meteoric rise after his intense battle with Riser, and considering he still possessed half of the Phenex bloodline, the underworld regarded him as a high-class devil. As for Ubelina and Akeno, who served as members of his peerage, they were considered low-class devils, the lowest rank in the hierarchy. It was no easy feat for low-class devils to advance to middle-class or high-class. Such promotions usually took decades or even centuries of accumulating achievements, but Ubelina and Akeno had made significant contributions to the underworld under Tenraku and Ria's command, earning them the qualification for promotion in less than a year. Even so, it was currently only Ubelina and Akeno, who held the title of queen, that had earned this promotion. The rest of the peerage members had not yet achieved this. This stringent requirement for promotion reflected how demanding the process was. Of course, once promoted, their status and benefits in the underworld would greatly improve. For example, if Ubelina and Akeno were to become high-class devils in the future, they would receive devil pieces as rewards from the demon kings. With those, they could apply to establish their own peerage teams separate from Tenraku and Rias. However, even if one day they became high-class devils, Ubelina and Akeno would not leave Tenraku and Rias. In any case, it was a positive development that Ubelina and Akeno were granted this promotion, and everyone congratulated them. However, to become official middle-class devils, they would still need to pass certain assessments in the underworld. Given their levels of power, such assessments were considered quite manageable. There's one more thing. The date for our match has been decided. It will be in 5 days. Upon remembering this, Rias spoke up again. In 5 days? So soon? Tenraku couldn't help but be surprised. Normally, this would be fine, but considering the recent war and the numerous matters that needed to be addressed for the recovery of the Underworld, Tenraku thought their match would be postponed for at least a month or so. This was arranged by my older brother. He said that this war caused immense losses and brought much sorrow to the Underworld. Our match can serve as an opportunity for everyone to regain their spirits. Rias responded, seeming somewhat resigned. Ah, that's how it is. Tenraku now understood. Given their current popularity and reputation in the Underworld, this approach was indeed effective. As for the match itself, Tenraku didn't mind much. After obtaining true Longinus, he had already reached the level of a transcender. It was hard to imagine him losing in any scenario. However, this time, his opponent was Rias, his beloved and wedded partner. Tenraku couldn't bear to treat her unfairly outside of the bedroom. But if he didn't give it his all, Rias would surely be displeased. This was a bit of a headache. He would have to adapt as the situation unfolded. Having just returned from the battlefield, everyone was still a bit tired. With a match scheduled in 5 days, Tenraku and the women of the Gremory household decided to take a break from school and rest at home. Tenraku were coming in. Maya's message reached them, and Akeno and Yubelina entered Tenraku's room together. Inside the room, Tenraku was holding Princess Yasaka and the two of them were deeply engrossed in a passionate kiss. Tenraku's mischievous hand even slipped into the princess clothes. Since the princess wouldn't stay here for long, Tenraku planned to spend as much time with her as he could during these days. This kind of companionship involved moments like these, where the two of them were lost in each other's presence. Just last night, Tenraku even let the princess experience the intimacy of sharing a bed, a scene that left the normally composed princess feeling incredibly shy. Akeno, Yubelina, you've arrived. Tenraku finally released the entranced princess from his gaze and greeted the two women with a smile. But didn't you summon us here? Yubelina added playfully. Tenraku found it amusing. Could intimate moments between husband and wife be considered bullying? No, it was called love. Princess, you should go to Kuno for now. I'll come find you later, Tenraku said, patting Princess Yasaka in his arms. All right. With a gentle response, the graceful princess adjusted her clothing, nodded to Akeno and Yubelina, and then left the room in a dignified manner. Please, sit. Tenraku gestured for the two women to sit on his lap. Even though he wasn't sure what they thought he had in mind, Akeno and Yubelina obediently took their places. It's still daytime now. Rias and the others are still outside. You mustn't do anything naughty to us, Akeno cautioned, worried that Tenraku might get carried away like he did last night. Akeno, do you really think I only do naughty things? Tenraku appeared somewhat hurt, a mock expression of injury on his face. Aren't you? Akeno blushed and huffed. She couldn't deny that what she said was true. Tenraku was becoming more mischievous. Tenraku felt a bit embarrassed, knowing that what the girl said was true. There were so many tempting beauties in the house, and they were constantly tempting him. Even if he didn't want to become mischievous, he would inevitably succumb to temptation. All right, let's get to the point. I'm planning to share sacred gears with you and Yubelina. With lovey-dovey moments set aside for now, Tenraku brought up the reason he had asked the two women to come. Sacred gears? Akeno and Yubelina's eyes brightened with interest. Tenraku possessed many powerful sacred gears, and he had shared quite a few with the women in the house, including Rias' Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, Carlamine's Demonic Sword Creation Sword Birth, Ciri's Holy Sword Creation Blade Blacksmith, Miris Rui Fine Iron Rod, as well as Swollen and Isabella's Infinite Gravity Prank of the Giant Variant Detonation, among others. Each of them was a formidable sacred gear. Although they were envious, the women understood that Tenraku shared sacred gears with those who were suitable hosts, and he was not playing favorites. They never asked Tenraku for the power of the sacred gears. Tenraku, which two sacred gears do you plan to share with us? Akeno asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I intend to share True Longinus and Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost with you. How's that? Am I spoiling you? Tenraku asked, gently caressing the cheeks of the two women. True Longinus and Dimension Lost. Two Longinus? Akeno and Yubelina were surprised, but then their expressions shifted to ones of deep gratitude. Tenraku wasn't just spoiling them, he was absolutely doting on them. Overwhelmed with emotion, the two women leaned in and shared a passionate kiss with Tenraku, expressing their love in the most profound way. As for the true Longinus, there was no need for discussion. Known as the most powerful Longinus, Tenraku had faced considerable challenges when it was in the hands of Cao. This sacred gear had long been designated for Akeno, the girl who had stood by his side through thick and thin. With the power of this holy spear, Akeno's strength was bound to experience a qualitative leap. For the Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, Tenraku intended to share it with Yubelina. As his queen, it was necessary for Yubelina to enhance her strength. In truth, the current Yubelina and the other girls like Swollen were already much stronger than their counterparts from the original timeline. However, Tenraku's growth had been extraordinarily rapid and formidable. Faced with increasingly powerful adversaries, even the girls of his peerage were struggling to keep up with their king. This was the reason why the girls felt constant pressure to train tirelessly. Of course, enhancing their queen's strength was one aspect. The Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost was also exceptionally suited for Yubelina. With the moniker Bomb Queen, Yubelina excelled in various types of offensive magic. When combined with the abilities of the Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, she could both attack and defend, significantly boosting her overall combat prowess. The fusion process might be a bit painful. Please bear with it, Tenraku whispered gently in the ears of the two girls, and Akeno and Yubelina nodded in understanding. Seeing that the two girls were ready, Tenraku didn't hesitate further. He took out the true Longinus and Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, then fused them into the bodies of the two girls. Despite Tenraku's gentle touch, the power of the Longinus was far from something an ordinary person could endure. Both girls let out pained moans, and beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Although he felt pained for them, Tenraku knew that to gain something, one must also give something back. With determination, he continued the fusion of the sacred gears. It didn't last too long. Once the sacred gears were fully integrated into Akeno and Yubelina, the two girls collapsed onto Tenraku, breathing heavily as if they were drained. After a short rest, Akeno and Yubelina stood up, feeling the newfound power coursing through them. Both of them wore expressions of joy. In a flash of light, a golden war spear appeared in Akeno's hand. She twirled it around the room, and the already beautiful and captivating girl now seemed to exude a more heroic air. With graceful movements, Yubelina summoned several clusters of mist. Though it appeared a bit unstable, with her intelligence, she would likely master it with a bit more practice. Akeno, Yubelina, I've shared these precious Longinus with you both. Don't you have anything to say? Tenraku pointed out with a meaningful smile, seeing that the two girls had tested their powers. They knew exactly what he meant. Akeno and Yubelina both blushed. Having received such invaluable Longinus, they should indeed show their gratitude. Approaching Tenraku, the two girls exchanged glances, then simultaneously knelt before him. Without delay, feeling the surging currents, Tenraku pressed down on the girls' heads, closed his eyes, and savored the experience. Over here, hurry, you blockhead, Nell. You're in my way. Afai-sama, leave a few for us. In the hall, Nell and Afai sat in a circle playing video games, the three little lolis pressing buttons frantically, immersed in the virtual world of the game. Watching the three little lolis' concentrated expressions, Tenraku couldn't help but chuckle. Isle and Nell were one thing, but ever since Afai's came to their place, she had learned all the skills of eating, drinking, and having fun. If the members of the Cows Brigade saw their former leader, Dragon Godsama, playing games, their eyes would probably pop out in surprise. Tenraku Sr. Meow. Curling up on Tenraku's lap, Konochan's expression was enchanted, and she couldn't help but let out a cat-like whimper. Due to a certain someone's influence, Konochan's estrus period had started early, so now, occasional closeness had become an important duty between them. A perverted hand glided slowly over Konochan's silky smooth skin, and the girl's cheeks flushed with a captivating red. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Moving fast at times, lingering in some places, Tenraku wasn't just taking advantage of Konochan, he was also helping to regulate the flow of energy within her by following the meridian paths. Normally, Kuruka handled these matters, but at the moment, she was busy teaching Ni and Li a new immortal technique, so she entrusted it to Tenraku. Tenraku, there's something I need to tell you, Ria said after emerging from her room. It seems she had received a message earlier and had returned to her room. Looking at the girl's furrowed brows, Tenraku couldn't help but become curious. What's wrong, Rias? He stopped his actions on Konochan to let her rest for a while and asked, do you know anything about the situation with the vampires? Hundreds of years ago, the vampire world experienced a massive split due to a certain event, leading to the formation of the male-dominated Teeps faction and the female-dominated Carmilla faction. For centuries, the vampires from both sides have been in constant disagreement over whether the male true ancestor or the female true ancestor should be revered. Recently, I heard that the vampire factions are once again in a state of conflict. Rias briefly explained the situation with the vampires to Tenraku, who also felt intrigued. And then, what does this have to do with us? The vampires are an extremely proud and exclusive race. Even though the major powers have formed an alliance, they have refused to participate. However, this time, the vampires from the Carmilla faction have taken the initiative to contact us, expressing their desire to talk. They also specifically requested to meet with you and Gasper. As she spoke, Rias wore a perplexed expression. She knew that Gasper was the one Tenraku had rescued from the vampire territory, but she wasn't clear about the specifics. Not only was Rias puzzled, but Tenraku was also similarly perplexed. They had escaped from the territory of the Teeps faction, and they had no connection with the Carmilla faction. Why did the vampires from the Carmilla faction want to meet them? However, thinking about Valerie, who was still in the vampire territory, Tenraku didn't refuse. When are they coming? The specific time is set for half a month from now. If we can get the vampires to join the alliance in the future, it will also reduce many inevitable conflicts. So, older brother and the others are taking this matter very seriously. Representatives from the angels, fallen angels, and devils will meet with the vampire envoy. I understand. Gasper and I will attend. Tenraku made his decision, and Rias nodded, sending a message to the Underworld side. Although he didn't know the motives of the Carmilla faction's vampires, this could be an opportunity to learn about the situation with the vampires and resolve Valerie's situation. Back then, they were too weak, so they had to leave Valerie in the vampire territory. But now that Tenraku had become powerful and fearless, he could even dominate a true ancestor, let alone ordinary vampires? He hoped that those vampires would be sensible and obediently hand over Valerie, otherwise, he wouldn't mind using a bit of force. In the Saints and Demons Hall. Master. The room was filled with the scent of fallen chaos. Kateria and Jean Dark screamed loudly, then collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. You both did well, Kateria, Jean. Keep up the good work next time. Looking down at them, Tenraku gently caressed the cheeks of the two girls and praised them. Yes, master. Completely exhausted, the two girls, who had been thoroughly dominated both physically and mentally by their owner, replied dreamily. No, this wasn't domination. It was the owner's benevolence and reward to them. Aside from Kateria and Jean Dark, dozens of female magicians and the uniformed girls from Jean's squad lay scattered across the room. Under Tenraku's command, Kateria and her team of female magicians were responsible for spreading the teachings of their owner and gathering believers worldwide. Jean's squad, on the other hand, specialized in eliminating potential threats with hostile intentions towards the saints and demons' religion. Even Semiria and her companions were dispatched by Tenraku to secretly construct churches, serving as saintesses to brainwash and strengthen the beliefs and devoutness of the believers. Led by Kateria, Jean Dark, and Semiria, the three teams cooperated with each other without interfering. They all received direct orders from Tenraku, and every so often, they would use a transmission formation to report back to Tenraku in the Saints and Demons Hall. This time, only Kateria and Jean's side returned. Semiria and her team were still busy with matters at the church. After listening to Kateria and Jean's report, Tenraku was quite satisfied. Completely dominated in body and mind, Jean and her subordinates had become Tenraku's henchmen and his sharp blades. With decent strength to begin with, coupled with the saintly demonic swords bestowed by Tenraku, they could easily deal with opponents as long as they didn't encounter Demon King level foes. During this period, they had indeed secretly eliminated many enemies, buying more time for the development of the saints and demons' religion. Kateria had also done well. Taking advantage of the recent upheaval in the Underworld, this ambitious woman had managed to extend her influence into the Underworld, developing a group of believers for Tenraku. Devils rarely had belief in any gods, and it was unclear how this woman had accomplished it. Her methods were probably not too friendly, but Tenraku only judged her by the results, not her methods. Although the number of believers this time wasn't very large, a small spark could ignite a fire. With a starting point, it would be much easier going forward. For these capable and hard-working tools of his own, Tenraku naturally wouldn't be stingy. He bestowed them with favor and rewards. As long as they continue to work hard in the future, Tenraku will reward them even more. Letting Kateria and Jean rest, Tenraku put on his clothes and walked out of the room. Outside the room, three fallen angel girls Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner had been waiting for a while. Master. Seeing Tenraku emerge from the room, Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner saluted him. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the sinister and filthy scene inside the room, but these three fallen angels were long accustomed to such things. What are you all doing here? Naturally, Tenraku had also noticed Rainare and the others waiting outside. Master, Chesha, and the others have already been trained. Would you like to go take a look? Rainare said with a seductive smile on her face. They're already trained, then let's go have a look. Tenraku nodded after thinking of the fallen angel girls that Rainare had captured. The space inside the Saints and Demons Hall had become larger as Tenraku's power continued to grow, and the manifested rooms had multiplied. After walking for a while in the Saints and Demons Hall, the four arrived at the place where Chesha and several other fallen angels were being held. The room was somewhat dimly lit, with nothing but a few tables, chairs, and various training tools. After all, this was a place for detaining prisoners, so it wouldn't be comfortable or luxurious. This kind of dim environment could evoke darkness and fear in people's hearts, making it more conducive to various brainwashing methods. Back in the day, even Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner underwent their transformations in similar rooms. In the center of the room was a golden throne, exclusively for Tenraku. Tenraku sat on it, and Rainare willingly sat on Tenraku's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bring them out. Like a queen of the night, Rainare commanded Middled and Kala Warner. Yes, Rainare-sama. With increasing reverence for Rainare, Middled, and Kala Warner saluted her and immediately went to carry out her orders. It seemed that the fallen angel girls were locked in a side chamber. Tenraku didn't pay much attention to it and waited patiently for a few more minutes. Master, you're in for a huge surprise later. Rainare giggled while nestling in Tenraku's arms. A surprise? Well, I'll look forward to it a little. With a slight change in expression, Tenraku smiled, then sealed Rainare's lips with his own. Whimper. Suddenly, the room was filled with a pink atmosphere as the two lovers kissed passionately. Flowers blooming. Whimper whimper. Before long, the sound of rattling chains and girls' whimpers echoed through the room. Tenraku released Rainare and looked over, only to see Chesha and several other fallen angel girls, led by Middled and Kala Warner, crawling out from the darkness. Yes, they weren't walking, but crawling, using both hands and feet. Each of them had a gag in their mouths, and collars around their necks. The chains connected to the collars were held by Middled and Kala Warner. They didn't look like humans at all, they looked completely like dogs. Rainare, is this the surprise you mentioned? Tenraku's mouth twitched as he looked at Rainare, who was in his embrace. He. How do you like it, my master? Do you approve? Without denying it, Rainare's face showed a sickly blush. Taking a deep breath, Tenraku was momentarily speechless. He remembered that Rainare had said she would help him train Chesha and the others into loyal tools and bitches. He thought Rainare was just speaking casually. After all, Tenraku only needed the submission and loyalty of these fallen angels, using their powers for his own purposes. There was no need to go to such an exaggerated extent. But this twisted and insane woman of darkness, Rainare, was really training them like dogs. Seeing Tenraku not speaking, Rainare also knew that this surprise of hers had indeed shocked her master. Feeling pleased, Rainare lifted Ches's chin with one foot, and at the same time, removed the gag from her mouth. Chesha, tell master, what are you? Rainare gently caressed Ches's beautiful face with a smile. I am master's tool and bitch. Perhaps due to having the gag in her mouth for too long, Chesha replied unclearly. Speak clearly? Rainare coldly ordered, kicking Chesha out with one foot. A faint black aura emanated from her. Although Rainare had just appeared gentle and radiant, she now exuded a chilling darkness. Middle and Kala Warner beside her couldn't help but tremble, their palms sweating. However, Chesha, who had been kicked out, looked excited and ecstatic. She immediately crawled back and exclaimed loudly, I am master's tool and bitch. This time, it was very clear. Rainare finally showed a satisfied expression. Yes, you are master's tool and bitch. Ha ha ha. Rainare's distorted laughter filled the room as she stepped on Ches's back. The entire room seemed engulfed in Rainare's madness. Her long hair danced in the air, and her demeanor was crazed, resembling a madwoman. Well, this woman was originally a madwoman? Ignoring Rainare's laughter, Tenraku focused on Chesha and the other fallen angel girls. Even in the face of Rainare's humiliation and abuse, there was no sign of anger or resistance from them. Tenraku could clearly see that these fallen angel girls had been completely broken by Rainare. Both their bodies and souls bore the marks of slavery. Rainare, what have you done to them? Seeing that Rainare had finally had her fill of laughter, Tenraku asked. Master wants to know? With a smug expression on her face, Rainare recounted to Tenraku the process of how she had trained Chesha and the others. However, after hearing it, Tenraku fell into silence. Before, Tenraku thought that Kate Ree's brainwashing of his subordinates was already cold-blooded and ruthless. But compared to Rainare's actions, Tenraku suddenly felt that Kateria was incredibly gentle and kind. According to Rainare, she had used nearly every torture method she could imagine on Chesha and the others. However, she was very, very gentle. She caused them pain and despair but left no physical traces on their bodies. After all, Chesha and the others were to become master's tools and bitches, so their bodies had to remain flawless, without any blemishes. At first, Chesha and the others resisted and cursed. However, as they gradually couldn't bear it, they began to submit and beg for mercy. In the end, they turned into beings of complete fear and despair. And then they all broke down. But Rainare still didn't let them off. Relentlessly, she tormented their bodies and minds over and over again, engraving the seeds of slavery into their bodies and souls. She forcefully twisted their wills, reshaped their perspectives, and made them completely understand that they were Kamiya Tenraku's tools and dogs. After enduring a baptism akin to hell, Chesha and her companions had finally undergone a transformation and rebirth as Tenraku looked at the fallen angel girls, prostrate on the ground but gazing at him with boundless fervor. He had no doubt that even if he ordered them to die now, they would execute it without hesitation. Loyalty, distortion, madness, they were now a group completely dominated and enslaved. Though Rainare's methods were somewhat dark and cruel, it seemed. It wasn't bad, to control both radiance and darkness, as long as they could be used for his purposes, they were all children he favored. This was a doctrine that Tenraku had inscribed in the gods and demons scripture. Handle the kind with kindness, and the dark with darkness. After undergoing a transformation baptism akin to hellish darkness, Chesha and the others now appeared even more beautiful than before, didn't they? Rainare, well done. Caressing Rainare's cheek, Tenraku finally gave her the praise she deserved. Being praised by Master makes me so happy. Master, please feel free to use them in the future. They, just like me, are your most loyal tools and dogs. Nestled in Tenraku's embrace, Rainare's expression was one of diseased madness. Everything she did, besides venting her inner darkness and distortion, was to gain her master's approval. I will make good use of them. But, they are dogs, are you one too? Looking at this dark fallen angel, catalyzed and created by himself, a playful expression crossed Tenraku's face. Instantly understanding the meaning behind his wicked master's words, Rainare stood up, took 3 collars from a nearby table filled with various tools, and with 2 distinct clicks, locked one onto the snow-white necks of Middled and Kala Warner. Kneel, Rainare commanded the 2 women with a cold and indifferent tone. Not daring to defy Rainare's order, Middled and Kala Warner both knelt down, joining Chesha and the others on the ground. Having witnessed how this dark woman had transformed Chesha and the others from humans into dogs, Middled and Kala Warner now had nothing but fear for the current Rainare. As long as she didn't betray Master, the 2 women could no longer muster any resistance to her will. Seeing the obedient Middled and Kala Warner, Rainare nodded in satisfaction and then locked the last collar around her own neck. She too knelt down alongside Chesha and Middled. Just like dogs? My great master, please whip us, use us, and dominate us to your heart's content. Handing the chains connected to the collars to Tenraku, Rainare's eyes were filled with twisted excitement and fanaticism. And not only her, but even Chesha and the others were the same. Closing his eyes, Tenraku couldn't help but sigh deeply. To what extent did this woman want to twist the fallen? If Asia represented radiance and kindness, then Rainare was pure darkness and evil. She had completely abandoned her own soul, plunging herself into the abyss of darkness. And not only that, she wanted to make more and more people become just like her. One day, this woman's darkness and madness might even devour the world. But as her controller and user, Tenraku had no intention of purifying her or stopping her. Instead, he held an infinite expectation for her. Rainare, become even darker, even more twisted, even more mad, and then, even more beautiful, right? Looking down from above, Tenraku spoke to Rainare with a commanding tone. For a moment, Rainare's face showed a flicker of absent-mindedness, but soon an unprecedented excitement and madness erupted on her face. Yes, my master. Feeling like his soul was trembling with pleasure. Indeed, in this world, only he, this great master, truly understood her. Since she couldn't be saved, then she would give up on salvation. Since she chose to be fallen, then she would be completely fallen. Since she had become darkness, then she would embrace it with grandeur. Tenraku knew that he might truly be creating a monster. But so what? Radiance was something people yearned for, and darkness was equally something that fascinated people. Rainare, accept the reward you deserve? Hee 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 ha ha ha. Woo 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 woo. The rattling of chains, the tearing of clothes, the low growls of the man, the moans of the girls, and the insane yet twisted laughter, everything turned into a symphony of darkness, graceful and beautiful, yet tinged with elegance. After a long, long time, the storm finally began to subside, leaving traces of fallen chaos lingering in the air. The entire room bore the aftermath of the frenzy. Rainare and the girls lay scattered on the ground, their bodies marked with filthy and sinful traces. Their gazes were vacant, saliva dripping from their mouths, each looking thoroughly broken. Tenraku purified himself with a surge of spirit power and then changed into fresh clothes. He bent down, lifting Rainare's face. Rainare, take care of Chesha and the others. You know what to do. Her lips moved, but no words came out of Rainare's mouth. She was utterly exhausted and incapacitated. But it didn't matter, Tenraku knew that she heard, and she knew what to do. Next, Chesha and the others, reborn, would regain their freedom. They would return to the Underworld, back to the ranks of fallen angels, and then bring even more tools for Tenraku. He will look forward to their performance. Leaving the room, Tenraku walked alone in the corridors of the Saints and Demons Hall. Kateria, Jean Dark, Rainare, they all represented darkness, fallen, and evil. Following the ultimate truth that evil cannot prevail over good, they were destined for either death or capture, awaiting only a bleak end. They got what they deserved, and Tenraku didn't sympathize with them. He simply saw it as a waste. Even these bad women had their value. They were capable of things only they could do. As long as he managed and used them properly, they would also shine just as brightly. And the fact proved that they didn't disappoint Tenraku. However, relying on these bad women alone wouldn't be enough to realize Tenraku's path to supremacy. He needed opposing forces as well. Thinking of the seed he had sown in the church after it had taken root, sprouted, and matured, it was about time for him to reap the delicious fruit. Clergy Jerome, welcome back. You've worked hard on your mission, Clergy Jerome. Clergy Jerome. Having just completed his task, the clergy and nuns in the church welcomed Jerome's return. For devout devotees, the church was their true home and belonging. Jerome smiled and greeted everyone, feeling a warm sense of belonging in his heart. However, what he most wanted to see at this moment was undoubtedly Nun Griselda. Even though he knew that a romantic relationship with Nun Griselda was impossible, he couldn't suppress his longing for her. Seeing her, he would soon be able to see her. With this thought, Jerome's steps quickened involuntarily. Finally, beneath God's idol in the church, Jerome found Nun Griselda. It seemed she had just finished her prayers and was standing up. Nun Griselda, Jerome called out, suppressing the palpitations in his heart. Ah, Clergy Jerome, has the mission ended? Welcome back. Placing her hands over her chest, Griselda nodded in Jerome's direction, offering her customary gentle smile. If it were any other time, Jerome would have been overjoyed. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Gee Griselda, why do you look so exhausted? He almost didn't recognize her. Though Nun Griselda remained as pure and beautiful as ever, compared to when he left, she seemed to have lost weight. Her complexion was pale, and she looked extremely tired, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Thank you for your worries, Clergy Jerome, but I'm fine. Griselda shook her head lightly as she spoke, but she seemed somewhat indifferent. What do you mean fine? Wait here. I'll go find a priest from the church. Without further ado, Jerome turned around, ready to fetch a priest. But after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He was too flustered to think straight. He realized that the priests in the church were not as capable as Nun Griselda. Even compared to him, they fell far short. And Nun Griselda, as a powerful exorcist, was a living saint favored by the Lord and Gabriel Sama. It was impossible for her to fall ill. Nun Griselda, please tell me what happened. Taking a deep breath, Jerome tried to calm himself and then spoke. Clergy Jerome, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please, do not ask. Helplessly shaking her head, Griselda sighed. How can it have nothing to do with me, Nun Griselda? Please, tell me so I can help you. His expression filled with determination. The more Griselda insisted he not ask, the more Jerome wanted to know. During his absence from the church, something must have happened to Nun Griselda. You can't help me, no one can. Nun Griselda? With an anguished and self-blaming expression, Griselda's words left Jerome even more eager. Seeing Nun Griselda in such pain, Jerome felt his heart breaking. Nun Griselda must have encountered some kind of trouble. He had to find out and help her, to rescue her. However, I'm tired, Clergy Jerome. You've just completed your mission. Go back and rest. Suddenly, her demeanor turned cold, and Griselda left without a backward glance. Standing still in place, it took Jerome quite some time to come back to himself. How could Nun Griselda suddenly treat him with such indifference? How was this possible? As a powerful exorcist who had eliminated countless evil entities on the battlefield, Nun Griselda also had her proud and cold side. This was something everyone in the church knew. However, Nun Griselda's pride and aloofness were always displayed in front of enemies. When it came to everyone in the church, she was always gentle, considerate, and like an older sister to all. The fact that Nun Griselda treated him with such indifference hurt Jerome deeply. However, it only strengthened his determination that something must have happened to Nun Griselda, something he was unaware of. Since Nun Griselda had already shown coldness towards him, pursuing her further would only lead to more discomfort. Jerome decided it would be best to first inquire with others about what had happened. Glancing in the direction Nun Griselda had left, Jerome clenched his fists tightly. I will definitely help you, Nun Griselda. Please wait for me. Putting aside how the young clergyman went about asking others, Nun Griselda returned to her room. Closing the door and leaning against the wall, Griselda's face was filled with confusion and pain. She was a sinner. She had betrayed the Lord, she had betrayed Gabriel Sama, she had betrayed everyone in the church, and above all, she had betrayed her own beliefs and everything she held sacred. No one could help her, and no one could save her. Oh Lord, please forgive me. Aware of her deep-seated guilt, Griselda continued to repent and pray in her heart. However, in the next moment, what filled Griselda with despair was not the departed true Lord, nor the great Gabriel Sama, but Kamiya Tenraku. With a bitter smile on her face, Griselda knew that her soul had fallen. Despite knowing it was wrong, she couldn't control herself. For now, she could still hold on to her sense of self and acknowledge her own wrongdoings. However, if even this sense of guilt were to disappear, she would truly be lost. She didn't know when that day would come, but it wouldn't be long. Perhaps a day, perhaps 100 days, or maybe even the next moment. Physically and mentally exhausted, Griselda sometimes found herself thinking of surrendering completely to her fallen state, thinking it would end her suffering. However, her attachment to the Lord and Gabriel Sama prevented her from making that final decision. So, she continued to hold on to the last line of defense. Even if falling was inevitable, at least she had held on. Returning to her bedroom, the weary Griselda planned to rest for a while. However, when she saw the scene inside, Griselda was left stunned. Undine, the water elf queen, the woman who had delivered Pandora's box to her, was here. Kamiya Tenraku, the mastermind who had tempted her into falling and losing her way, and there were Zenovia, Shadow Irina, and Asia Argento, all of them in her room. Undine was using her supple body to support her master's head, while Asia and Irina lay on either side of Tenraku. As for Zenovia, she was straddling Tenraku, engaged in an intense kiss with her holy Lord Sama. Anger, shock, and excitement filled Griselda, leaving her speechless for a long while. At last, finally satisfied, Zenovia and Tenraku separated, a silver thread connecting their lips. Naturally, Tenraku's gaze shifted towards Griselda at the door, and she licked her lips, revealing a wicked smile. Nun Griselda, it's been a while, it's all because of you? Filled with rage, Griselda summoned a blade of light and thrust it towards Tenraku. It was all this person's fault. He had violated her body, he had tempted her into darkness and fallen, and if she killed him, she could finally find purification and release. However, in the face of Griselda's fury and murderous intent, neither Tenraku nor Zenovia and the others seemed concerned. Griselda had already stopped before striking Tenraku. The dignified and beautiful nun's chest heaved, her face contorted in pain and struggle, tears glistening in her eyes. Griselda, do you intend to kill your gods? Tenraku gently caressed Griselda's face, wearing an expression of heartbreak. The sword of light slipped from Griselda's hand and fell to the ground. She covered her trembling lips and began to retreat. No, that's not it. A powerful wave of guilt surged through her. She had actually considered murdering her lord, murdering her gods. No, this person wasn't her lord. He was a devil. No, he was her lord. Two entirely opposing wills clashed fiercely in her mind, and then, Griselda completely lost her composure. She fell to her knees, clutching her head, and let out a loud wail of despair. Griselda. Seeing Griselda in such agony, Zenovia wanted to go to her, but she was stopped by a single glance from Tenraku. Griselda was in a crucial moment of transformation now, and they couldn't afford to be lenient and undo all the progress. The room echoed with the painful wails of the noble nun. Under normal circumstances, the clergy and nuns outside would have already noticed something amiss. However, an invisible barrier enveloped the room, ensuring that only Tenraku and the girls inside could hear. The lamentation continued for a long time. It wasn't until Griselda's throat was nearly hoarse that Tenraku stood before her and spoke again. Griselda, you're in pain, and you're lost. I know it all. You don't need to blame yourself for what just happened. No matter what you've done, I'll forgive you. Caressing Griselda's cheek, Tenraku spoke gently. Gradually, Griselda's turbulent heart began to calm. Holy Lord Sama was so merciful, yet she was so sinful. With a slight smile, Tenraku continued. Griselda, you don't need to suffer, and you don't need to be lost. The Great Lord has passed away, and I am the inheritor of his will. You haven't betrayed the Lord, you haven't betrayed Gabriel. You've simply found the true new Lord. You've always agreed, haven't you? You've agreed with my teachings, you've agreed with my ideals. Open your heart, liberate your true self, believe in me, follow me, serve me, and together, let's build the world of our ideals. Tenraku patiently instructed Griselda in a gentle and kind tone, and it was as if he was teaching a child. As fervent believers of Tenraku, Asia and Zenobia were deeply moved, listening attentively to the teachings of their lord, their faces filled with pure devotion. However, unlike Asia and Zenobia, Irina turned her head away, unable to bear witness. That scoundrel Tenraku, always deceiving people? Well, Tenraku wasn't simply deceiving. Griselda was now on the brink of transformation, and Tenraku was igniting the final spark, giving her a reason to abandon resistance and fall completely. Furthermore, to enhance the effect, Tenraku activated the angelic language, influencing Griselda's mind and will, imbuing his voice with an inexplicable magical power that was utterly convincing. This sacred gear, which could manipulate the human mind, was highly valued by Tenraku and had been carefully developed. With his current power, if Tenraku wished, he could turn an ordinary person into his devoted servant and puppet with just a glance. While exorcists as resolute and powerful as Griselda were not easy to control, after having the seed of belief planted within her and with it germinating and brewing for so long, Griselda's spirit had already been eroded and bound, teetering on the edge of collapse. At this moment, Tenraku was merely guiding. The last line of defense in the heart of this noble nun had also crumbled. Holy Lord Sama. Griselda gazed at Tenraku with a dazed expression, the sense of sin in her heart gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. Yes, she hadn't betrayed her lord, nor had she betrayed Gabriel Sama. The man before her was the new lord inheriting the will of her original lord. Believing in him and following him posed no problem at all. Looking up at Tenraku, Griselda's eyes gradually filled with the same fervor and devotion as Asia and Zenobia. Tenraku naturally took in everything, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. Another devotee was added to his ranks. The delicious fruit had ripened completely, and now it was time for the harvest. Lifting Griselda horizontally, Tenraku placed her on the bed. Although this woman had fallen, it was still crucial for both body and soul to be in harmony. He not only needed her soul to believe in him, but he also needed her body to submit to him. Moreover, this nun, known as the Queen of Hearts, was also an exceedingly rare beauty. Griselda, offer everything of yours to me. With great care, Tenraku slowly removed each piece of clothing from Griselda's body. The nun's body, flawless as jade, was soon exposed before Tenraku's eyes. Holy Lord Sama, I. Covering her body, Griselda's face blushed with a touch of allure. Although she was deeply moved and joyful to be able to offer everything to her lord, experiencing such a thing for the first time still made her feel somewhat shy. However, suddenly, no, as if awakened from a dream, Griselda jolted back to reality. But waking up now was meaningless. HHH. With a burst of maniacal laughter, Tenraku transformed into a wolf and pounced. Nun Griselda, are you there? It's Jerome. Outside Griselda's room, the young clergyman Jerome knocked on the door. Having inquired about Nun Griselda's situation with the members of the church, they were all equally puzzled. They only knew that Nun Griselda had been confessing and praying in front of the Lord lately, often saying that her sins were too deep. How could a living saint like Nun Griselda be deeply sinful? There must be something they didn't know about. Frustrated, Jerome ultimately decided to personally ask Nun Griselda. However, Nun Griselda? Nun Griselda? Jerome knocked again, but there was still no response from inside the room. It seemed like there were some strange sounds coming from the room, but upon closer listening, it seemed like there was nothing. Jerome couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Nun Griselda had already gone to rest? Perhaps he was a bit too impatient. Disturbing Nun Griselda's rest wouldn't be polite. After some thought, Jerome ultimately chose to leave and planned to visit again early the next morning. Meanwhile, inside the room. www. With wide eyes, Griselda knelt on the bed, struggling desperately. Tenraku embraced the nun's waist from behind, thrusting forcefully into her body again and again. Zenobia tightly covered the nun's lips, ensuring that her sounds wouldn't be heard by anyone outside. Such a fallen and wicked scene was unfolding in the sacred church. The young clergyman would perhaps never know. He had made such a foolish decision to leave the next day, in the early morning. Nun Griselda, it's Jerome. Jerome knocked on the door and called out. He had been thinking about Nun Griselda all night, so early in the morning, he came to the outside of Griselda's room. Unlike last night when there was no response, this time, not long after he knocked, the door to the room opened, revealing Griselda's figure. Good morning, Clergy Jerome. Is there something you need? Griselda, looking radiant and pure, smiled and greeted Jerome. He was dumbfounded, wondering if he was seeing things. The nun Griselda before him was full of vitality and completely different from the weary figure he had seen yesterday. Additionally, it might just be his imagination, but the present nun Griselda not only exuded a pure and sacred aura but also an astonishing charm that he had never seen before. For a moment, Jerome couldn't help but be captivated. Clergy Jerome, did you come about yesterday's matter? Please forgive my rudeness yesterday, but I'm perfectly fine now. Thank you for your concern. Griselda, sharp and perceptive, naturally understood why Jérôme was so surprised. She also knew the purpose of his visit, so she smiled gently and spoke. Gee Griselda, what exactly happened? Finally coming to his senses, Jérôme also noticed his own awkwardness. His face turned red, but at this moment, he was more concerned about what had happened. Why had nun Griselda undergone such a drastic change overnight? To be honest, recently I've had some doubts about my belief. Sighing softly, Griselda explained. Doubts about your belief? Surprised, Jérôme couldn't help but exclaim. Just like practitioners sometimes face the risk of demonic influence during their training, believers also often experience doubts about their own beliefs. This was a very dangerous situation, as most of the lost and fallen individuals in the church had gone through this. To think that a devout living saint like nun Griselda would experience something like this? It suddenly all made sense. No wonder nun Griselda looked so haggard, and why she had been repenting and praying before the Lord's God's idol so often lately. Nun Griselda, then you. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine now, and my belief has stabilized. With a gentle and pure smile, Griselda replied. Believers who experience doubts about their beliefs usually end up with one of two outcomes. Either their belief completely collapses, leading to them becoming lost and fallen, or they hold on to themselves, becoming even more pure and devout. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jérôme realized he had been foolish. Since nun Griselda appeared before him, it meant that she had already overcome the ordeal. He felt embarrassed for getting so unnecessarily worked up just now. However, it was because he cared deeply for nun Griselda. Jérôme couldn't bear to imagine the horrifying scene if nun Griselda were to become their enemy after falling. You truly are nun Griselda. I knew everything would be alright if it was you. The atmosphere had lightened considerably, and Jérôme sincerely praised her. Not everyone can hold on to themselves when their belief wavers, and he himself had no confidence in doing so. Yet, nun Griselda had achieved it. She was truly exceptional. Actually, it was the arrival and guidance of the Lord that helped me cast away all doubts and confusion, allowing me to regain a new life. Shaking her head, Griselda replied. That's truly the Lord's arrival? Jérôme, who had been about to say something subconsciously, suddenly widened his eyes, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. The real presence of the Lord descended here last night, not only forgiving my sins but also guiding me with radiant light, Griselda said, her hands pressed against her chest in a gesture of reverence. Her beautiful face was filled with boundless devotion and fascination. Jérôme, upon hearing this, couldn't help but inhale sharply. Given his position in the church, he wasn't privy to the fact that the Lord had passed away. He knew that it had been a long time since the Lord had personally appeared on earth. All oracles and blessings were carried out by archangels like Michael and Gabriel. For nun Griselda to receive the Lord's personal visit and guidance was a tremendous honor. Sister Griselda, did the Lord truly descend last night? Jérôme asked, his lips dry, seeking confirmation. Smiling and nodding, Griselda thought to herself that not only did the Lord descend, but he also bestowed upon her an unparalleled grace. Even now, she could still feel the warmth left by the Lord inside her. Upon receiving confirmation from Griselda, Jérôme felt a surge of excitement. He looked at Griselda with admiration. Clergy Jérôme, please keep the fact of the Lord's visit here confidential for now. Do not disclose it to others, Griselda suddenly said, her tone turning serious. Why is that? Jérôme didn't quite understand. He had been planning to spread this good news to the others in the church. While they hadn't been as fortunate as nun Griselda to receive the Lord's direct guidance, just the fact that the Lord had visited their church was something they could be immensely proud of. It is the Lord's command, Griselda said calmly, offering no further explanation. Jérôme immediately held his tongue, not daring to ask any further. If it was the Lord's command, then there must be a reason. He would simply follow it obediently. However, since the Lord had commanded secrecy, yet Griselda had chosen to inform him, could it be that she had a special? Filled with joy, Jérôme couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. This young man certainly had a penchant for fantasizing. Clergy Jérôme, as you can see, I am perfectly fine now. If there is nothing else, you may return. All right. Please help me summon the other sisters from the church. Ask them to come to my room. Do you need something from them, Sister Griselda? Please don't ask too much. Seeing Griselda's pretending to be serious expression, Jérôme suddenly revealed a knowing smile. I understand, Sister Griselda. Leave it to me. Patting his chest, Clergy Jérôme happily went off to fetch the sisters for Griselda. Griselda's lips twitched slightly, feeling a bit speechless. She hadn't said anything, so she wondered what that naive boy thought he understood. However, remembering the Lord's command to her, Griselda quickly pushed Jérôme's matter out of her mind. This was the first task that the Holy Lord had entrusted to her, and she had to do it well. Besides, the Lord had promised that if she succeeded, he would descend again to bestow his grace upon her. Thinking of the Lord's grace bestowed upon her last night, Griselda's body grew warm once more. Cao's brigade headquarters. Help! Someone, please save me. Motohama, Matsuda, Jesus, Maria, anyone, please come and save me. In a dark room, Hyudu Issei's voice was weak and hoarse, filled with desperation. At this moment, Hyudu Issei was like a lab rat, bound to an experimental frame with various tubes inserted all over his body. He appeared emaciated and haggard, a pitiable sight. Hyudu Issei had no idea how he ended up in this wretched situation. He had been at home just fine when suddenly, a stranger burst in. Without a word, the man shot him. When Hayudu Issei woke up, he was already in this laboratory, greeted by a nightmare of torment and horror. A silver-haired, cloaked figure appeared before him. Roughly, the man tore off all his clothes, leaving nothing, not even a scrap of modesty. Then, he proceeded to touch and grope him in all sorts of perverted ways. Filled with sorrow and indignation, Hayudu Issei struggled and resisted. But what filled him with despair was that none of it mattered. The perverted man defiled his pure body and bound him to the experimental frame, subjecting him to all sorts of bizarre experiments. No matter how he cursed or begged, the perverted man showed no mercy. It had been over half a month since he arrived here, but for Hayudu Issei, it felt longer than several centuries. He was kind and courageous, always fighting for world peace. Why, then, did such misfortune befall him? He couldn't help but shed bitter tears at the thought of his violated body, his pitiable fate akin to that of a lab rat. GGG, little Apai, I'm here again? Suddenly, a few strange laughs echoed, and the lights in the room flickered on. Then, the silver-haired, cloaked figure leaped in. It was the perverted man. Don't come any closer. Please, spare me, please? I don't want to be a lab rat anymore. I don't want to be subjected to these experiments. Please, spare me? Hayudu Issei struggled desperately, tears and mucus streaming down his face. It wasn't that he lacked backbone, it was just that every time he saw this perverted man, he was filled with fear. Naughty boy, if you keep making a fuss, I'll cut off your little jinjin. With a slap, the perverted man, Rezevim, threatened Hayudu Issei. Rezevim had noticed during the experiments that this little Apai was very concerned about his little jinjin. So, whenever he misbehaved, Rezevim would use the threat of cutting it off to keep him in check. As expected, upon hearing Rezevim's threat, Hayudu Issei immediately fell silent, no longer daring to cry out. He had become a pitiable lab rat, his pure body defiled inside and out by this perverted man. If he lost even his most important brother, he might as well die. Be good, replenish your energy. Well, continue the experiments today. Nodding in satisfaction, Rezevim handed a baby bottle to Hayudu Issei. With a heart full of bitterness, Hayudu Issei could only suck on it like a wronged little maid. Soon, his flat chest sprouted two enormous Apai. Oh, it's coming? Eyes gleaming, Rezevim quickly brought over a few test tubes. Then, he grabbed Hayudu Issei's Apai and squeezed, collecting the pink Apai energy. Sigh. Yawning, Tenraku, along with Zenobia, Irina, and Asia, walked out of the room. You guys finally woke up. It was almost noon, and Rias, who was enjoying tea in the hall, spoke with irritation. Tenraku smirked, while Asia and the others blushed. There was no helping it. In order to assist Griselda's transformation, they had gone all out at the church the entire night. They only used the transmission formation to return in the morning, but they were so exhausted that they couldn't help but catch up on some sleep in their rooms. Marian and Buren heated up the dishes and served them. Tenraku and the hungry Asia and the others began to enjoy their belated breakfast. After breakfast, Tenraku rested in the hall with his dragon god pet, Afais. However, Marian walked up to Tenraku. Tenraku-sama, we have a visitor. A visitor? Somewhat surprised, but still, Tenraku said, please, let them in. Yes. Marian stepped back and soon returned with two figures from outside. To Tenraku's amusement, the so-called visitors were Motohama and Matsuda, those two guys. As former members of the perverted trio and close friends of Hayudu Issei, none of the girls at home liked these two creepy guys. They all snorted and returned to their respective rooms, leaving only Rias and Akeno. Perhaps it was their first time in such a luxurious place, and the two of them seemed quite nervous. They also naturally knew that they had been disliked by the beautiful girls, and their faces showed some embarrassment. Motohama, Matsuda, welcome. Marian, Burent, prepare tea for our guests. Understood, Tenraku-sama. Marian and Burent responded and poured hot tea for Motohama and Matsuda. Tea, thank you. Not rookies anymore, the two, knowing Tenraku's and the others' identities, were a bit odd. Motohama, Matsuda, what brings you here all of a sudden? Without beating around the bush, Tenraku asked. It was clear that these two had a reason for their visit. Exchanging glances, Motohama and Matsuda looked serious. Tenraku-sama, we indeed have a matter. Issei has gone missing. Issei is missing? Tenraku was slightly surprised. Although Hayudu Issei lived next door, he hadn't paid much attention to him. Come to think of it, it had been a while since he last saw Hayudu Issei. Yes, Issei hasn't contacted us recently. When we went to his house, we found out he had been missing for a while, and we couldn't find him anywhere. Nodding, Matsuda explained, although it saddens us to hear this news, you should go to the police about this, shouldn't you? Uncle Hayudu and Aunt Hayudu have already gone to them, and we asked as well, but those useless policemen couldn't find any useful leads. Tenraku-sama, Lady Rias, we know this request might be impolite, but we really have no other options. So, we've come to seek your help. With your power, you should be able to find Issei, right? While Issei may be a guy who's obsessed with Apai and Apai all day long and doesn't value himself, he has always used his power to help everyone in the town. He's our comrade and dear friend. So, please, help us. Standing up, Motohama and Matsuda bowed deeply to Tenraku and Rias. Glancing at each other, both Tenraku and Rias showed traces of surprise. Although these two were perverted and not particularly self-disciplined, they still had some loyalty. Motohama, Matsuda, tell us everything you know. Neither agreeing nor refusing, Tenraku spoke. Without hesitation, the two quickly shared all the information they knew. Most of it was worthless information, but what caught Tenraku's attention was that the day Hayadu Issei went missing happened to be the same day they were attacked by Cao and his group. This didn't seem like a mere coincidence. We've got a general understanding of the situation. We'll have our familiars thoroughly search the town. We'll inform you when we have any updates. After some contemplation, Tenraku finally spoke. Thank you, Tenraku-sama, Lady Rias. Motohama and Matsuda expressed their gratitude immediately with looks of surprise. Rias, what are your thoughts? After seeing off Marion and Burant, Tenraku looked to Rias beside him. I'm afraid Hayadu Issei has been captured by the Cow's Brigade. Rias spoke with a solemn expression. I was thinking the same. But let's have our familiars do a thorough sweep of the town first. If he's not found there, then we can be fairly certain. Although Tenraku didn't care much for that guy Hayadu Issei, considering that he had offered the long Inus, he didn't mind helping to look for him. As for the outcome, both Tenraku and Rias tacitly refrained from discussing it further. It would be best if they could find Hayadu Issei somewhere in the town. If not, it would strongly suggest that he had indeed been captured by the Cow's Brigade. Perhaps they were interested in his unique ability, or maybe for some other reason. But if it was indeed the case, haha, then they could only wish that guy the best of luck. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, the day of the showdown between Tenraku and Rias arrived. The competition was set to take place in the territory of the House of Phenex. Sorgg had sent the coordinates of the arena, and Elife, Afais, and Rainare were left at home to keep watch. Tenraku, Rias, and their entourage were transported directly using a transmission formation. There were still a few hours before the competition started. When Tenraku and Rias arrived at their destination, they found themselves in a spacious and luxurious hall where it seemed like a banquet was being held. Tenraku-sama, Rias, everyone? Gasper had arrived early with Azazel from Grigori. Upon seeing Tenraku and the others, he hurried over. As Rias Bishop, Gasper naturally would participate in the competition. Besides Gasper, there were many other familiar faces in the hall: Sorgg, Grafia, Sirafal, Duke Satrai, Satrimadam, as well as President Sama, Sorgg, Sikvera, and their respective peerage, and so on. However, what surprised Tenraku was, Father, Mother, you're here too? Spotting the figures of Duke and Madame Phenex in the crowd, Ravel cheered and rushed into her mother's arms. Tenraku also showed surprise. There are some matters to discuss with Duke Satrai. Father spoke in his usual concise and clear manner, and his rugged face didn't reveal any emotion. Today is an important match for little Tenraku, so of course, we couldn't miss it. Stroking Ravel's head, Mother Phenex smiled and then turned her gaze towards Rias. Rias, it must be tough on you, but you'll forever be recognized as a daughter-in-law of our Phenex family. And not at all. Blushing, Rias clearly seemed very happy to have gained the approval of Mother Phenex. Little Tenraku, you absolutely can't lose today's match. Let's go for a walk, Ravel. The rest of you, go say hello to your friends. Mother Phenex blinked meaningfully at Tenraku and then walked away with Ravel. A look of astonishment crossed Tenraku's face. His mother seemed a bit strange today. According to her usual character, she would have surely admonished him not to bully Rias or something. Why did she suddenly insist that he must not lose the match? Moreover, the conversation just now between Mother and Rias was also a bit odd. It seemed like there was something he didn't know. Rias, are you hiding something from me? Tenraku looked at Rias and asked. Enno unable to meet Tenraku's gaze, Rias shifted her gaze to the side. Her guilty expression clearly gave her away. Sigh, let's forget it. Let's go say hello to Sorgg and Sirafal. With a vein popping on his forehead, Tenraku ultimately sighed and decided not to press further. Apparently, Rias and the others were keeping something from him, but Tenraku trusted that neither Mother nor Rias would do anything to harm him. Next, Tenraku and Rias greeted Sorgg and the others, including Duke Satrai and Satrimadam. Since the competition was taking place in the territory of the House of Satrai, Duke Satrai and Satrimadam could be considered the hosts. They were responsible for overseeing this event, including the banquet. Tenraku had met them when he visited the House of Satrai before, so he wasn't entirely unfamiliar with them. However, whether it was Tenraku's imagination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that Duke Satrai and Satrimadam's gazes held a hint of strangeness, as if, Kami ya Tenraku, Rias. Sorgg's voice, accompanied by Sikvera and President Sama, brought their respective peerage over to Tenraku and Rias. Sorgg, Sikvera, don't you have matters to attend to in your family's territory? You still have time to come watch my match with Rias? Tenraku bumped fists with Sorgg and smiled as he spoke. We've just come through a war, and there are indeed many matters in the territory that need handling. However, we can spare some time to watch your match. Sorgg replied heartily, and Sikvera beside him also spoke up. Kami ya Tenraku, Rias, I'm also looking forward to your match. Both sides, please cheer on, but from a female perspective. Rias, show Kami ya Tenraku your strength and let him see what you're made of. That was quite a straightforward encouragement. Tenraku was a bit speechless, but Rias, encouraged by Sikvera's words, was visibly pumped up. I will, Sikvera. They were all old acquaintances, so there was no need for formalities. They chatted about recent events and even things from the previous war. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Sana, are you alright? You seem unusually quiet today. Noticing that President Sama hadn't spoken much, Tenraku couldn't help but express concern. I'm conserving my energy. Giving Tenraku a glance, President Sama replied calmly. Conserving your energy, so you can cheer me on later? Tenraku couldn't help but find the reason amusing. I think you're misunderstanding, Kamiya Tenraku. I won't be cheering you on today. Looking at President Sama's serious expression, Tenraku suddenly felt like he was missing something. Sana was acting quite strange today. Tenraku-kun, Rias, the match is about to begin. You should go prepare. Just then, Sorgg approached Tenraku and Rias and said. Looking at the time, it was indeed getting late. Tenraku and Rias bid farewell to everyone and followed the attendants to their respective private resting rooms to prepare for the upcoming match. However, Red Dragon Emperor, a lively shout, and Seraphal, hands on hips, blocked the path of Tenraku and the Ubelina sisters. Along with Seraphal, her peerage followed, all of them adorable magic girls. What's wrong, Seraphal-sama? This demon king suddenly bursting out with such momentum startled even Tenraku. You're not allowed to win today's match, mark my words. Pointing her magic staff at Tenraku, Seraphal declared sternly. Why am I not allowed to win? Tenraku couldn't help but be astonished. There's no why. You're just not allowed to win? That's my order as a demon king? Oi, Seraphal-sama, this isn't a good way to handle things. It might affect your reputation. Besides, this is mine and Rias' match. What does it have to do with you? Who said it has nothing to do with me? It's all because of you. Anyway, you're not allowed to win. Otherwise, I won't let you off. After sternly threatening Tenraku, Seraphal left with her peerage. It was truly baffling and made no sense. Tenraku-sama, Ubelina looked worried. Clearly, she was also taken aback by Seraphal's actions. The rating game emphasized absolute fairness and justice. Yet, the match hadn't even started, and the Demon King was already privately threatening them, forbidding them to win. Wasn't this a bit too overbearing and audacious? That Demon King seems to have taken the wrong medicine today. Pay no mind to her, Tenraku said with a touch of exasperation, not taking Seraphal's threat seriously at all. Strange things happen every year, but today seemed to have an abundance of them. Tenraku was already accustomed to such oddities. Let's go. We need to prepare. We can't afford to lose today's match. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Hello everyone, I'm Nod Gamijin of the 72 Pillars House of Gamijin. I'll be hosting and reporting on this match for you. The venue, packed with spectators, suddenly displayed a radiant screen in the air. Amidst the cheers, a splendidly dressed man wearing headphones appeared. First, let's welcome the esteemed Kamiya Tenraku and his peerage to the stage. Tenraku-sama? Kamiya Tenraku? Kamiya Tenraku? Kamiya Tenraku? At the host's announcement, Tenraku, Ubelina, and the women walked onto the stage from backstage, and the entire venue erupted in cheers. Perhaps Tenraku himself wasn't aware of the immense popularity he held in the underworld. Countless people were shouting his name, and many young girls were already screaming and fainting just at the sight of him. Now, let's welcome the esteemed Rias and her peerage to the stage. Princess Rias, we love you. Princess Rias, cheer on. As the cherished princess of the Gremory family and the next in line to lead, Rias was also an idol-like figure in the underworld. Her appearance alongside Akeno and the others caused an uproar of cheers and screams. Standing on the stage, Tenraku and Rias locked eyes. Tenraku, I've been looking forward to this day for so long, the day when I can finally compete with you. Rias stared fixedly at Tenraku, her voice full of unrestrained excitement. I, on the other hand, would prefer if this day never arrived. Just thinking about seeing Rias, all beaten up later, makes my heart ache. Sighing, Tenraku wore a melancholic expression on his face as he spoke, and his deliberately vexing expression caused Rias to grit her teeth in frustration. You wretched Tenraku, who knows who will end up on top later? Have you forgotten that I told you I have a massive surprise in store for you in this match? Watch closely, Tenraku, don't let it startle you. Thinking of something, Rias revealed something with a mysteriously pleased smile on her face. A surprise? Furrowing his brows, Tenraku vaguely remembered Rias mentioning a surprise for him. Before Tenraku could ask further, the host's voice echoed again. Lastly, let's welcome the special team for this match, Princess Sana and her peerage. What? Hearing the host's announcement, Tenraku couldn't help but be astonished. Even the entire venue erupted in a collective gasp. What's going on? Why is there a special team? This is a rating game. How can a third team be allowed to participate? This isn't in accordance with the rules. Yeah, that's right. Give us an explanation. Faced with the barrage of questions, the host couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. However, he was merely following orders, so he promptly shifted the blame to the higher UPS. Now, let's have Demon King Lucifer-sama explain the situation regarding the special team. The screen on the display changed, and suddenly, Sorgg's projection appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, please be quiet. As a Demon King, Sorgg's authority was unquestionable. After he spoke, the entire venue fell silent. This match is between Tenraku and my younger sister, Rias. But as you all must know, Tenraku's current strength is on par with ours, the Demon Kings. Although Rias is outstanding, it's nearly impossible for her to defeat him. Upon hearing Sorgg's words, the entire venue couldn't help but tremble. That Kamiya Tenraku already possesses power comparable to the Demon Kings. Oi, don't joke around. While that guy is impressive, it's not to this extent, right? Tenraku-sama? Though the upper echelons of the underworld had a rough estimation of Tenraku's strength, hearing Sorgg personally confirm it left many in shock. A demon king, representing the highest level of combat prowess in the entire underworld, and this Kamiya Tenraku already possessed such formidable power. To think that just over a year ago, Tenraku was still obscure, even labeled as an underworld nobody. Now, he had risen to such heights. Many still found it hard to believe. No wonder he was hailed as the miracle of the Phenex family. It was a title well deserved. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Sorgg wore a satisfied smile and continued, "Doesn't everyone find a match with such a glaring power disparity and a preordained outcome rather dull? So, to balance the forces on both sides, we've arranged for Sana Satrai and her peerage to join this match. Having one team face off against two teams is a special case among special cases. Perhaps in the entire history of raiding games, this will be a one-of-a-kind occurrence." After hearing Sorgg's words, the entire venue once again trembled. Indeed, what joy could there be in a match where the outcome was already decided? At first, while they didn't place Kamiya Tenraku on the same level as the Demon Kings, they had already mostly assumed that Tenraku would emerge victorious in this match. Their interest in this match initially stemmed from the popularity of Tenraku and Rias themselves, as well as the intriguing gossip surrounding their wedded relationship. However, things were different now. With Sana Satrai joining, the outcome of this match became uncertain, adding an element of mystery that left people eager with anticipation. Moreover, what the Demon King said was true. One team facing off against two was a rarity among rarities. Perhaps in the entire history of raiding games, this unique occurrence would happen only this once. They wanted to see it? Rias, is this the surprise you mentioned? Even Tenraku was a bit taken aback by what he had heard and he asked Rias. Rias, however, remained silent, smiling subtly. Tenraku then shifted his gaze to President Sana. "Sana, did you conserve your energy just to team up with Rias against me? That's right. You two planned this together a long time ago, didn't you? To think you'd keep it from me." Looking at Tenraku's frustrated expression, both Rias and Sana couldn't help but curve their lips. However, their actions were not confined to this. The real surprise was yet to come. "Anii-sama, please announce the other matter." Rias raised her head and called out to the air. Sorgg in the projection nodded, and amidst the puzzled looks of everyone, he spoke again. "In addition, I have another important announcement to make. In this raiding games match, as long as Tenraku emerges victorious in the end, he will be able to enter into an engagement with the next in charge of the family of the House of Satrai, Sana Satrai." A collective gasp swept through the entire venue as Sorgg's words settled in. Even Tenraku found himself staring wide-eyed. This is truly the most unique raiding game in history. "Everyone, please be quiet. I will now announce the detailed rules of this match." Due to the news of Tenraku and Satrai Sana's engagement, the entire venue was abuzz. As the host's voice resounded, the audience gradually quieted down. "Firstly, we have prepared a special arena for this match. Please look at the screen." All eyes were drawn to the screen. Suddenly, the image of a scene within a different dimension appeared on the holographic screen. A vast forest enclosed by towering walls, with a combat arena at its center, constructed from stone bricks. This match is divided into two parts, the Peerage Interception War and the Great Chaotic War of Kings and Peerage. After the match begins, Prince Tenraku and his peerage, along with Princess Rias and Princess Sana, will be directly transported to the combat arena at the center of the forest. Meanwhile, the peerage of Princess Rias and Princess Sana will be separately transported to two unknown locations on the forest's edge. In the first part, the Peerage Interception War, the three kings will be on standby and cannot participate in battle. Princess Rias and Princess Sana's peerage must reach the combat arena at the center of the forest within the specified time to activate their respective kings. Prince Tenraku's peerage, on the other hand, must intercept the opposing peerage and weaken their strength as much as possible. By the way, if Princess Rias and Princess Sana's peerage fail to reach the combat arena within the specified time or are defeated before reaching it, their kings will lose the opportunity to activate and will automatically be deemed as having failed and will be disqualified from the match. These were truly intriguing rules. Hearing the host's explanation, everyone couldn't help but anticipate the match even more. One of the charms of the raiding game was its flexible and adaptable rules. Although the rules had undergone various changes in the past, the positions of the kings were always absolute. While the performance of the peerage was important, the ultimate victory still depended on the kings of both sides. However, this time was different. While the kings still played a crucial role in determining the final outcome, it was the peerage that would decide the fate of the kings. If Princess Rias and Princess Sana's peerage failed to reach the combat arena within the specified time, their kings would lose the chance to activate and automatically be considered a failure, resulting in their disqualification from the match. Undoubtedly, this rule greatly favored Tenraku's side. He had to face two teams simultaneously, so this was a way to balance things out. Interesting? Under the anticipation of the crowd, the host continued. After the first part of the intercept, if peerage of Princess Rias and Princess Sana successfully reach the combat arena and activate their kings, we will proceed to the second part, the Great Chaotic War of Kings and Peerage. There are no additional rules for the Great Chaotic War. The only objective is to defeat the opposing kings to achieve final victory in this match. However, We are aware that Prince Tenraku possesses numerous sacred gears, and he also has the ability to share the powers of sacred gears with others. Therefore, in this match, we have added a special restriction. Any sacred gear shared by Prince Tenraku cannot be used in the match by him. Sacred gear abilities are not allowed to be duplicated in this match. Well, upon hearing this so-called special restriction, Tenraku couldn't help but darken his expression. Most of his powerful sacred gears had already been shared with Rias and the others. Gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor boosted gear, Light Wings of the White Dragon Sovereign Divine Dividing, True Long Enus, Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, Smile of the Holy Mother Twilight Healing, Evil Eye that Stops the World Forbidden Baylor View, Infinite Gravity, Prank of the Giant Variant Detonation, Demonic Sword Creation Sword Birth, Holy Sword Creation Blade Blacksmith, Inherent Barrier, and Rui Fine. Iron Rod. According to the rules of the match, he couldn't use any of the abilities from these sacred gears. Rias, was this also part of your prior arrangement? Tenraku inquired, looking at Rias who wore a smirk on her face. I just suggested it to older brother, that's all. If we let Tenraku use the same sacred gears as us, we wouldn't stand a chance against him, Rias responded, unapologetically. Although it was somewhat exasperating, Rias' statement was indeed factual. The reason Tenraku shared his sacred gears with the ladies was partly to enhance their strengths and partly to allow them to develop the abilities of the sacred gears for themselves. It could be said that among the sacred gears Tenraku shared, whatever abilities Rias and the others knew, Tenraku knew as well, and whatever abilities they didn't know, Tenraku also didn't know. Without these limitations in the match, it would indeed be unfair for Rias and the others. However, with these restrictions in place, Tenraku's own usable sacred gears could be counted on one hand. Letting out a sigh, Tenraku didn't dwell on it too much. Despite this significant disadvantage, he was still determined to win this match. Both sides are clear on the rules of the match, correct? Then let's officially begin. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the match, featuring 1 king and 2 queens, officially began. With a flash of light, Tenraku, Rias, Satrisana, and the numerous ladies, including Yubelina, appeared in the combat arena within the alternate dimension. However, Akeno and Shinrit Subaki were nowhere to be seen. Following the rules mentioned earlier, Akeno and Shinrit Subaki should have been transported to the outskirts of the forest surrounding the combat arena. Competitors from both sides, please take note. I now announce that the match has officially begun. The voice of the host echoed within the alternate dimension, and at the same time, a massive screen appeared in the sky above the forest. The countdown, displaying 30:00, began ticking down. Tenraku-sama, please give us your command. Standing behind Tenraku with the rest of the peerage, Yubelina spoke up. According to the rules of the match, Rias and Satrisana were currently in standby mode. They couldn't participate in the battle or command their own peerage. However, the situation was different for Tenraku. While he couldn't engage in combat either, he could still command his peerage. However, Yubelina, you are my queen. If I'm not present, then it's up to you to lead everyone. Since Rias and the others can't command their peerage, I won't be giving you orders this time. I'll leave everything to your judgment. Do well. I believe in you. Tenraku gently stroked Yubelina's cheek and smiled as he spoke. Faced with her master's trust, Yubelina's heart swelled with immense emotion. Her beautiful eyes seemed on the verge of becoming entranced. Yet, this was quickly replaced by a resolute determination. Yes, Tenraku-sama. Since Tenraku-sama had such trust in her, she couldn't afford to disappoint him. At the edge of the forest, Akeno and the other girls were gathered beneath a tall wall. Whispers of bats fluttered in from a distance, coalescing to form Gasper's figure. Gasper, what's the situation around us? Akeno approached and inquired. With Rias currently unable to command everyone, as her queen, Akeno temporarily took on the responsibility. After transitioning from their previous formation, Akeno immediately had Gasper use his vampire abilities to scout the surroundings. Akeno-senpai, the nearby forest seems safe. No demonic beasts or other traps. Gasper quickly conveyed the information he had gathered. So, the only obstacle in our way to the battlefield is Yubelina's group. Akeno's eyes glimmered as she nodded thoughtfully. Since there's no danger, let's fly over directly. Right, with our strength, Yubelina's group won't be able to stop us? Irina, dressed in her battle uniform, raised her hand and suggested. Zenovia beside her nodded eagerly, clearly itching for action. No, it seems there's a barrier here prohibiting flight. Rossius, in her Valkyrie attire, attempted to take flight but promptly descended. Akeno and the others experimented as well, confirming the restriction. Magic for aerial navigation was ineffective here, and even the use of the devil's wings was futile. On the other hand, Gasper transformed into a bat-like state, remained unaffected, and could freely fly. It looks like we'll have to proceed on foot. Glancing at the countdown timer in the sky over the forest, Akeno soon made her decision. Alright, everyone, let's set off. We'll head to the battlefield to rendezvous with our king and then defeat Tenraku? Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, led by Shinrit Subaki, Sana's peerage was gathered, the girls cautiously vigilant of their surroundings, as if anticipating something. Before long, several masks flew out from the forest, circling around Kusaka Reya, as if whispering secrets to the girl. Subaki-sama, these children say the forest is free of danger. Dissipating the masks, Kusaka Reya reported the information she had gathered to Shinrit Subaki. Well done, Reya. Nodding, Shinrit Subaki also expressed her approval. As Sana's bishop, Kusaka Raya possessed the artificial sacred gear masquerade of monsters scouting persona. Gathering intelligence and reconnaissance were her specialties. Knowing that there were no other dangers in the forest, Shinra Tsubeki breathed a small sigh of relief. Everyone, without Sana-sama's guidance, our most adept strategic tactics are rendered useless. This operation will be a difficult challenge for us. Tenraku-sama's peerage is familiar with all of us. As expected, they'll likely target us heavily. Be prepared, everyone. Shinra Tsubeki spoke with a serious expression on her face. Yes, Tsubeki-sama. The response was immediate, as Kusaka Raya and the others understood this fact well. Their expertise lies in precise tactical coordination. In terms of direct combat power, both Rya-sama's peerage and Tenraku-sama's peerage surpassed them. Sweeping her eyes over her companions, Shinra Tsubeki continued, "From now on, we have half an hour to reach the battlefield in the center of the forest. However, Tenraku-sama's peerage must already be waiting for us halfway. Let's set off together now. However, if any unexpected incidents occur along the way, everyone should proceed individually to the battlefield." Tsubeki-sama, wouldn't individual action be too risky? Nimura Ruriko's voice asked cautiously. Not only her, but Yura Tsubasa and the others also seemed to be somewhat skeptical of Shinra Tsubeki's arrangement. They were already at a disadvantage, and further dividing their forces would increase the danger. I understand all of this, but our current situation is extremely unfavorable. It's only by doing this that we can increase our chances of breaking through. Even if the rest of us fail, as long as one person can reach the battlefield, our mission will be accomplished. I'm sorry, everyone. I know this may seem stubborn, but please follow my plan for now. I will apologize to Sana-sama after the match ends. Lowering her head, Shinra Tsubeki's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of pain. She had made it very clear that when necessary, sacrificing some comrades to ensure the success of others' breakthroughs was the order she had to give. This command was somewhat heartless, even cruel, but she had no choice but to issue it. Suddenly, Shinra Tsubeki found herself longing for the times before. Back then, no matter what she did, she only needed to follow Sana-sama's arrangements. Sana-sama's orders were always the correct ones, and they never needed to be considered or doubted. However, at this moment, Shinra Tsubeki finally understood that Sana-sama must have faced many such moments as well. Clearly unwilling, yet forced to make cold-hearted decisions. No one spoke for a while, and the atmosphere became somewhat solemn. However, not long after, "Tsubeki-sama, please lift your head. I am willing to follow your plan?" Yes, me too. It's unavoidable, but as Tsubeki-sama said, as long as one of us breaks through and reaches the battlefield, we will have succeeded. Cheer on, everyone. We can definitely do it. Words of comfort and encouragement were exchanged among the girls, all while consoling Shinra Tsubeki. Raya, Tsubasa, Momo, Ruriko, all of you. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Shinra Tsubeki couldn't help but lift her head. "Tsubeki-sama, you are our queen. Please don't hesitate to command us. We all believe in you." Clenching their fists, the girls gazed at Shinra Tsubeki as they spoke one after another. Faced with the trust and encouragement in their eyes, Shinra Tsubeki turned her head slightly and used her handkerchief to wipe away a tear. Even though she had felt so pained and indecisive just moments ago, now she felt a surge of strength throughout her body. Is this the power of comrades' trust? Suddenly, Shinra Tsubeki began to understand. Sana-sama must have continued leading them because of this kind of strength. Everyone. Suppressing her emotions, Shinra Tsubeki regained her usual icy demeanor as the queen. Yes? With serious expressions, Yura Tsubasa and the others all gazed at their queen. "We absolutely must break through the encirclement, rendezvous with Sana-sama, and then defeat Lord Tenraku? Yes? Let's set off." With Shinra Tsubeki's command, the girls simultaneously sprung into action, leaping into the forest and quickly disappearing. At the same time, in the center of the forest at the battlefield, Tenraku, Rias, and Satrai Sana, though unable to participate in the battle, observed the situation of their peerages through projected screens. "TCH, they're all shouting about defeating me one by one. I'm not some kind of final boss of an antagonist. But, Sana, what do you think would happen if my peerage were to wipe out Tsubeki-san and the others, causing you to directly lose the match? Wouldn't that be an interesting turn of events?" Clicking his tongue, Tenraku was at a loss for words for a moment. However, as if thinking of something, he rubbed his chin and wore a wickedly amused smile. Casting a casual glance at Tenraku, Sana once again focused her gaze on her own peerage within the screens and said, "Tsubeki and her team won't lose. Lie. Within the forest, Akeno and her comrades were advancing rapidly when suddenly, numerous fireballs shot towards them from the front. Spread out. Hong. The girls scattered to avoid the fireballs, which exploded on the ground and nearby trees, creating a cloud of dust and turning the area into ruins. "Thank you, Zenovia-san." Stepping down from Zenovia's back, Asia expressed her gratitude. Asia wasn't adept at combat, and it was Zenovia who had shielded her in time when they were suddenly attacked. "No problem, we're comrades after all." Zenovia laughed heartily and then gripped Durandal, positioning herself in front of Asia. "Everyone, be cautious." Led by Akeno, they gathered once again, their attention fixed on the front with great vigilance. Before long, a dozen figures emerged from the forest and stood opposite Akeno and her team. "Good day, Akeno-san, everyone." Tusca, standing at the forefront, greeted Akino's group with a smile on her face while tugging at her skirt. Apart from Tusca, the group included Mai, Carlamine, Ceres, Marion, Burant, Shuriya, Ni, Lee, Myra, Isle, Nell, and others. As expected, Yubelina and the others went to the other side. Tusca, it's impossible for just you to stop us. Looking at Tusca's group, Akeno couldn't help but smile. If Yubelina and the others were here, it might have been a bit more troublesome. However, with the strongest queen and 2 rooks on the other side, Akeno had no real concerns. Indeed, even if we are against Akeno-san, we don't have much confidence. However, winning against us won't be so easy, Tusca nodded without denying, but in the next moment, a trace of resolve appeared on her face. Everyone, fight for our master. Oh, at the same time, on the other side of the forest. Yubelina-senpai, is it only you here to stop us? Looking at Yubelina, Swollen, and Isabella who appeared in front of them, Shinra Tsubaki's eyes filled with vigilance. Don't worry, Tsubaki-sama, it's only the 3 of us. Because we 3 are more than enough? With a wave of Yubelina's wand, a magic array spread out beneath the feet of Shinra Tsubaki's group. Not good. Honglong? The ground underwent a violent explosion, and Shinra Tsubaki's group narrowly avoided the attack by leaping into the air. However, you fell for it. With a slight smirk, Yubelina released a burst of mist, with her at the center. In just a few breaths of time, half of the forested area in the alternate space was engulfed in a thick sea of fog. What kind of magic is this? Returning to the ground, Shinra Tsubaki showed a look of astonishment. She had never seen Yubelina use such magic before. Nothing could be seen, nothing could be heard, and the entire surroundings had turned into a vast expanse of white. But now wasn't the time to think about this. Finding their comrades was the priority. Shinra Tsubaki hurriedly attempted to use communication magic to gather everyone back. However, to Shinra Tsubaki's dismay, the communication magic failed. This meant that not only were they trapped in the sea of mist, but they had also lost contact with their comrades. On the other side not far away, Yubelina could clearly sense the presence of Shinra Tsubaki and her group. They were completely lost in her mist. They not only lost their sense of direction but also were cut off from contacting their comrades. Even though their comrades were just a few meters away, they couldn't see each other. Instead, due to continuous calls for each other, they were inadvertently drifting further apart. Yubelina easily dispersed her opponents and trapped them in the mist. A satisfied smile formed on her face. This was the power bestowed upon her by Tenraku-sama, a truly magnificent power. Swollen, Isabella, let's begin. Yes? With a gentle breeze, the 3 of them vanished into the dense fog. Oh, Tenraku-sama's queen has unleashed an extraordinarily large fog magic. This is a move that has never been used in previous matches. Governor General Azazel, could you please explain it to us? Outside the alternate space, the onlookers, who were watching the match, were taken aback by the sea of fog released by Yubelina. The host, Nod, exclaimed in surprise and then switched the screen to Azazel in the VIP section. That should be the ability of Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, which is a long news known as Tools That Destroy God, recently obtained by Kamiya Tenraku from the hero faction. The wielder of Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost can spread spirit chi infinitely from their center, sealing off anything that enters, and even transporting it to another dimension. Yubelina hasn't had Sacred Gear's power bestowed upon her for long, so she might not be able to use some of the stronger techniques yet. However, even with just the basic ability, she's more than capable in this match. The scattered Satri peerage will probably be hunted down one by her. As a Sacred Gear expert, Azazel immediately recognized that Yubelina was using the ability of Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost. He explained it to everyone. Once again, it's the legendary Long Inus, a great crisis for Princess Sana's peerage. I'm so envious. Just by becoming Tenraku-sama's peerage, one can be granted such a powerful Sacred Gear. I really want to become Tenraku-sama's peerage too. Amazement filled Nod's words, mingled with envy. Well, that kid only likes beautiful women. Hasn't he already been hailed as the Sex Dragon Emperor? There's no hope for someone like you. HHHHH. Azazel didn't hold back with his commentary, and the audience erupted into laughter. Within the alternate space, Tsubaki-sama, Tsubasa, everyone? In the sea of fog, Nimura Ruriko walked aimlessly while calling out the names of her comrades. Ugh, where did everyone go? Unable to find any trace of her comrades, the girl couldn't help but feel disheartened. The fog around her was too obstructive, completely cutting off her communication with everyone. Nimura Ruriko attempted to use wind magic to blow it away, but as soon as she dispersed a bit of fog, more immediately rushed in. Ruriko. Suddenly hearing Tsubaki-sama's voice, the girl couldn't help but feel a surge of energy. Following the direction of the voice, she indeed saw Tsubaki-sama. Thank goodness, Tsubaki-sama. Overjoyed, Nimura Ruriko quickly ran towards Shinra Tsubaki. However, just as she approached, Shinra Tsubaki raised a hand and placed it against her abdomen. Tsubaki-sama? Nimura Ruriko couldn't immediately comprehend what Tsubaki-sama intended to do. Ruriko, you're still too naive. Don't be so easily trusting in the future. A strange curve appeared at the corner of Shinra Tsubaki's mouth. A magic unfolded in her hand, and then, boom, with a deafening explosion, Nimura Ruriko was sent flying. Why Yubelina-senpai? Lying on the ground, she looked at Ubelina, who had revealed her true identity, with a face full of shock and disbelief, then turned into dust and disappeared. One of Princess Sana's pawns, out. Two of Princess Sana's bishops, out. The voice of the host echoed in the alternate space. Ubelina's face bore a hint of satisfaction. It seems that Swollen and Isabella have also succeeded. Let's move on to the next one. You've shared Sacred Gear's power with Ubelina? On the battlefield, Satrai Sana, who had lost 3 members of her peerage in one go, looked at Tenraku with a grim expression on her face. That's right. It's the Longi news called Fog of Extinction Dimension Lost, taken from a guy named George in the hero faction not long ago. As long as Tsubaki-san and the others are trapped in the fog, they can only be hunted down one by one. Give up the resistance, Sana. You don't even have a chance to make an appearance today. After I discipline Rias and the others, you'll obediently become my wife? HHHHH. Seeing someone's infuriatingly smug expression, both Satrai Sana and Rias gritted their teeth in frustration.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.